Chapter 1. Living in a haphazard manner. The night was profoundly dark. Outside, a torrential downpour fell, its sound pattering softly. Zhang Wenshu, wrapped in a tattered quilt, rested comfortably on a makeshift bed of various clothes and blankets, nestled in a corner of the room. The converted shipping container that served as his home had poor sound insulation. The rain drumming against the metal roof created a cacophony that drowned out the world's disturbances, paradoxically fostering a sense of tranquility. As he listened to the rain, he gradually succumbed to slumber, sleeping soundly. Strangely enough, before the calamity struck, he would often find himself tossing and turning in bed after a warm shower, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, while soothing music played in the background. Despite his efforts, sleep eluded him, and he would scroll through his phone into the wee hours of the night, unable to recall the content he had consumed. Perhaps the pressures of modern life were indeed overwhelming. Having purchased a house in the county town with a down payment provided by his parents, he was burdened with monthly mortgage payments. He had also acquired a parking space on credit. After several awkward attempts at matchmaking, all of which ended in disappointment for various reasons, the last engagement faltered over the discussion of bride price, which remained unresolved when disaster struck. In addition to his monthly mortgage, Zhang Wenshu had borrowed a small loan from friends. Friendships can be genuine or superficial. Unfortunately, he had encountered the latter. Thus, he found himself grappling with loan repayments, and the interest rates were truly disheartening. Especially during the pandemic before the calamity, when isolation was rampant, work ceased, and salaries dwindled, life became increasingly anxiety-ridden for an ordinary individual burdened with debt. Occasionally, he would ponder whether he had lived well before the disaster. Creak! Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced through the rain. Zhang Wenshu jolted awake, gripping the handle of a shovel, but refraining from leaping into action. He gently lifted the quilt, grasped the shovel, and cautiously made his way to the window, prying open a small gap to peer outside. Yet he could see nothing. On a night devoid of streetlights, and with the rain pouring down, visibility was utterly compromised. Faint glimmers of headlights flickered briefly. Creak! Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of screeching brakes mingled with the sounds of collision, interspersed with distant cries. It resembled a ferocious beast encircled by hunters, desperately thrashing about in hopes of finding an escape route. Zhang Wenshu squinted, straining to see. The light flashed intermittently, casting shadows of numerous figures. Then came another series of crashes. Gradually, the sounds receded, followed by a chaotic clamor that too faded into the distance. The world returned to silence. Yet, Zhang Wenshu remained by the window, frozen in place for an extended period. He continued to listen intently, silent for about half an hour, and upon noticing no further disturbances, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling his way back to the corner, he burrowed into the worn but warm quilt. This bedding, soft and inviting, though not impervious, offered him an inexplicable sense of security. Listening to the rain, he drifted back to sleep. The following morning, he awoke to a somewhat hazy dawn, accompanied by the sound of roosters crowing. Zhang Wenshu had grown up in the countryside and was well acquainted with such scenes. After moving to the city, he had become accustomed to the incessant honking of cars, never anticipating he would hear the familiar crowing again. In addition to the roosters, the air was filled with cheerful bird songs, chirping melodiously. Upon closer inspection, he also discerned the rustling of insects, a gentle whisper in the air. Life could be viewed from two perspectives. On one hand, the current desolation and sparse population was frightening. On the other, nature thrived and flourished, brimming with vitality. He lazily rose, stretching his limbs. Stepping out of the container, he fetched a worn plastic basin and drew water from a discarded barrel to wash up. Running his hand across his stubbly face, he felt a certain satisfaction. In his previous life, he had been meticulous about his appearance, ensuring to shave every morning before heading to work. Now, however, he had no reservations, allowing his beard to grow wild. Aside from the slight inconvenience of cleanliness and occasional itchiness, it was not so bad after all. He grabbed another bucket, slung a slender bamboo pole over his shoulder, and meandered along the wall, leaving the premises. This place had once been a warehouse for a car dealership, designed to house new vehicles. Its remote location had always meant few visitors, and post-calamity, it had fallen into utter disrepair. Zhang Wenshu had stumbled upon this refuge while fleeing, a chance discovery. The warehouse sprawled over several acres, surrounded by a tall wall, with a large iron gate controlling entry and exit. Inside, new cars lay untouched, coated in dust. The few containers that served as makeshift homes were likely once used by security personnel and inspectors for breaks and office work. By the time Zhang Wenshu arrived, it was deserted, likely abandoned in the chaos. Some basic living necessities remained, and he found them sufficient. Initially, he had been timid, curling up in the corner each day, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. However, after several days of peace, he grew bolder and settled into one of the containers. With a worn quilt and clothes scattered on the ground, he was sheltered from the rain, free from the elements. It was indeed a remarkable comfort. Feeling secure in this haven, he continued to reside there. Creak. In a hidden corner, there was a small door, barely reaching waist height. It would be nearly impossible to detect unless one looked closely. Zhang Wenshu crouched down to exit, carefully closing the door behind him, and ventured into the dense underbrush, weaving past several large trees to follow a winding path. The path, once paved with stones, was now overrun with rampant weeds. Not far away, a small river flowed. The riverbank was thick with grass, reaching waist height. As the wind rustled through, the grass swayed, presenting a desolate scene. Splash, the water churned, sending ripples across the surface. Gradually, the water settled. Accompanying this was the quack, quack, quack of several wild ducks frolicking in the river. Their feathers were sleek and shiny, and they moved with effortless grace. A group of fluffy ducklings bobbed along with the current, their cheerful quacking adding a touch of charm to the scene. Zhang Wenshu observed, unable to suppress a swallow, as thoughts swirled in his mind. How delightful! I wonder if they would taste better roasted or braised. However, catching wild ducks was no easy feat and would require careful planning. He set down the bamboo pole and bucket, not rushing to fish, but first sought a sturdy stick, tapping it against the wild grass as he called out. He then circled the nearby water's edge, familiarizing himself with the area. He knew this place well, and a quick inspection would not take long. Finding no signs of danger, he felt a sense of reassurance. Though this activity might seem mundane, it was indeed quite necessary. After the calamity, zombies roamed freely, and even the most remote corners might harbor hidden perils. No one could be certain whether a solitary zombie lurked within the grass or water. In his previous escape, Zhang Wenshu had witnessed such horrors. A zombie, accidentally submerged in water and isolated from the living, would enter a dormant state. When someone ventured nearby, making noise, it would awaken. If a person unexpectedly encountered a zombie, they often found themselves at a loss, unable to respond, ultimately succumbing to a gruesome fate. Chapter 2. Fishing. Zhang Wenshu circled the wild grass, calling out a few times, yet the surroundings remained as tranquil as ever. This situation was not unfamiliar to him. The preliminary checks felt more like a formality. After several days of uninterrupted peace, one gradually grows accustomed to such tranquility. May fortune smile upon me tonight, I shall feast on fish. He secured a thin line to the bamboo pole, rummaging through his pocket for a slender bamboo fork, tying it to the other end of the line. He then retrieved a worn box from the bucket, extracting a worm to thread onto the bamboo fork. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the line into the water. Though he had never harbored a passion for fishing, he found himself enjoying it now. Since the cataclysm, he had not encountered another human being for quite some time, often feeling disoriented, questioning whether he was the last person left in this world. Material scarcity was something many could adapt to. However, the crushing weight of solitude could truly drive a person to despair. During his time hiding in this place, he felt both anxious about being discovered and hesitant about venturing out to seek fellow survivors in the city. This inner conflict often left him restless. Humans are inherently social creatures. If one were to discover that they were the last remaining soul in the world, yet still managed to live boldly, that would indeed be a remarkable feat. Splash! A flash of a white fish belly broke the surface, biting the hook, only to escape moments later, splattering water before plunging back into calmness. leaving no trace of its presence. Zhang Wenshu reeled in the line, discovering the worm gone, and he had to rebait. The fishhook made from a slender bamboo fork could attract fish, yet it was not easy to catch them. Given the limited resources, he could only make do with what he had. Fortunately, the river was teeming with fish and shrimp now, unlike before. If he were merely fishing for sustenance, he could fashion several fish traps and find a suitable spot to catch them. Fishing also served to quell his restless spirit and pass the time otherwise. He would truly be driven mad by loneliness. Here it comes. Not long after casting, another fish took the bait. However, the outcome was disappointing, resulting in the loss of yet another worm. Standing grew tiresome, so he sat down, and when that became weary as well, he lay back. As the sun emerged, he shifted to the shade of a tree to continue fishing. Glancing at the sun, he realized much time had passed. Feeling a pang of hunger, he prepared to pack up and search for something to eat. Suddenly, he felt a tug on the line. Splash! A large fish leaped from the water. He dared not rush, keeping the bamboo pole close to the surface, gently pulling it back. The fish thrashed against the resistance, causing water to splash and foam. He adjusted his grip, alternating between loosening and tightening the line, wary of applying too much force and accidentally losing it. Come on! As the massive fish gradually drew closer, he steadied his breath, preparing to haul it up. Food! There is food! However, a voice suddenly emerged from the wild grass behind him, followed swiftly by a figure bursting forth, rushing directly towards him. Zhang Wenshu was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on the bamboo pole. Before he could react, the person had taken 3 strides to cover 2, arriving right before him. Just as Zhang Wenshu braced himself to abandon the pole and retreat in defense, the individual surged towards the river. Seizing the thin rope, he began to pull back. But in that moment of shock and alarm, a shift occurred. The fishhook gradually loosened. With a forceful tug, the giant fish broke free from its constraints, flipping over and swimming back into the river's depths. The man's emotions oscillated wildly, unable to comprehend the turn of events, and in his panic, he released the thin rope, throwing himself towards the water. Ah! The food is getting away! Perhaps hoping to catch the fish, he was far too late. The riverbank sloped downwards, the mud beneath the water perpetually soaked, treacherously slippery. The moment his foot landed, he slipped with a splash, tumbling sideways into the river. It was only then that he regained some clarity, reaching out to grasp the mud in an effort to climb back. Yet the soil was too soft to hold on to with each attempt. He slipped further, soon gliding towards the center of the river amidst a series of panicked cries. I can't swim. Panic set in. He struggled to leap upwards, but to no avail. His figure bobbed in the water, and after choking down a few mouthfuls, he could hardly articulate a coherent thought. He cried out, lost in a haze of confusion. Help! The more he struggled, the more he choked, the more fear enveloped him, the more fear he felt, the fiercer his struggles became. Zhang Wenshu, standing on the riverbank, finally grasped the situation. Wait, is this person going to drown? Caught off guard, he was momentarily dazed. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he extended the bamboo pole and shouted, Hey, grab the pole! Yet the man was consumed by his desperation, seemingly deaf to the call, flailing his arms wildly without grasping the offered help. Zhang Wenshu, left with no choice, swung the pole down upon the man's head twice. The man, stung by the pain, finally responded, grabbing hold of the pole. Unfortunately, the front end of the pole was too slender to support his weight, and with a pull, it sank beneath the water, leaving the man still choking. What a fool, Zhang Wenshu muttered. He took a few determined steps back and yanked the pole back with all his strength. After a few strides, the man's head finally broke the surface. Don't let go. Hold tight, Zhang Wenshu urged loudly, adding, Stand up, and I will pull you up. The man pushed himself up with his elbows, then knees, rolling and crawling until he reached the bank. He promptly released the pole and collapsed onto the ground, expelling a mouthful of water. Water had rushed into his nose, causing a sharp pain between his brows, and his head throbbed painfully, as if struck. His forehead pressed against the ground, and for a moment he was rendered speechless. Zhang Wenshu stood a little distance away, taking his time to observe the man. Much like himself, the man's face was covered in unkempt hair, clearly neglected for quite some time. He appeared quite young, perhaps just over 20. His clothes were filthy, stained with grime and mud, giving him a disheveled appearance. One of his shoes had been lost in the river's muck, leaving only one on his foot. After coughing for a while, he slowly began to regain his composure. He rose to his feet, surprisingly tall despite his frail and emaciated form. His face was drawn and gaunt, giving him a look of weakness, likely the result of prolonged hunger. "Thank you," he managed to say after another fit of coughing. Addressing Zhang Wenshu, "I am truly famished." "I apologize." Seeing the sincerity in his words and the politeness he exuded, Zhang Wenshu felt he did not seem like a malevolent individual. "What brought you here so suddenly?" Gradually, he began to relax, shedding his wariness. The man sighed and replied, "I came with a few friends. We heard that a shelter was established near the central square." As he spoke, he wrung out his sodden clothing. Feeling somewhat awkward, he shivered in his damp attire, discomfort evident. "A shelter?" Zhang Wenshu furrowed his brow, having not heard any such news. He glanced at the other's pallid face and said, "We should not linger here. Let us move a bit to the sunlight. Take off your shirt to dry, lest you catch a chill. By the way, how should I address you?" "Lu Chunchen," he replied, extending his hand. "You can call me Xiao Lu." Zhang Wenshu, slightly amused, extended his own hand to shake his muddy one, saying, "Zhang Wenshu, just call me Lao Zhang." The two made their way into the sunlight. Lu Chenchun felt a bit of warmth return as he removed his shirt, revealing a body that was painfully thin. He wrung out his soaked clothing and found a stick to temporarily hang it on a tree to dry. Zhang Wenshu set the bamboo pole aside and found a higher spot to sit, gesturing for him to join. Lu Chenchun obliged, sitting down, and began, "We were in another district, constantly hiding as zombies surrounded us. No one dared to venture out, but as supplies dwindled, it became clear we could not survive without searching for food." Zhang Wenshu nodded, indicating his understanding. This was the inevitable choice for most survivors. Initially, there were dozens of us, but as some ventured out, casualties began to occur. His voice dropped instinctively, revealing a hint of pain as he continued. With the losses and dwindling numbers, chaos ensued. A few individuals began to seize power, dominating the women and forcing the other men to forage for food. Zhang Wenshu found himself at a loss for words, particularly in light of the current circumstances. "I have a temper and refuse to join in their bullying or be treated as a slave." Lu Chenchen pressed his lips together, stating, "I seized the opportunity to stab the self-proclaimed leader and took those willing to leave. At first, there were many, but as we traveled, the numbers dwindled. It was evident that the journey had been perilous." And Zhang Wenshu pondered, "Last night, did you pass through here by car?" Lu Chunchun hesitated before saying, "That should be the case. It was too dark, and I could hardly tell." Nodding, Zhang Wenshu inquired, "What about the others?" At this, Lu Chenchun's expression dimmed as he replied, "They are all gone. The car was wrecked, and zombies surrounded us. I was the only one who escaped." Zhang Wenshu chose not to press further on that topic and shifted to another question. "By the way, why were you hiding in the grass?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chenchun's face fell into a frown as he explained, "After I escaped, I was so starved I could find no food that I thought I might as well die. Then suddenly I spotted a rabbit. I chased after it but couldn't catch it and ended up collapsing in the grass." "A rabbit?" Zhang Wenshu echoed, finding the idea somewhat absurd. "Where could one possibly see a rabbit at night?" "A rabbit!" Lu Chunchen suddenly exclaimed, springing to his feet, startling Zhang Wenshu. Zhang Wenshu couldn't help but think that this young man seemed a bit unhinged. Before he could ask anything further, Lu Chenchun dashed off. Zhang Wenshu was left speechless, wondering what on earth he was doing. He followed Lu Chenchun's direction with his gaze and gasped, "A rabbit." Indeed, there, nestled in the grass at a distance, was a plump wild rabbit, blissfully munching on the grass. Upon hearing the rush of footsteps, it immediately became alert, bolting into the underbrush and fleeing. Lu Chenchun, bare-chested and with only one shoe on, charged fearlessly into the thicket. Zhang Wenshu stood up instinctively, ready to follow, but then hesitated. "Hey, don't chase it. You won't catch it," He shouted, but received no response. Shaking his head, he muttered, not even afraid of stepping on something sharp, truly reckless. Chapter 3. A fellow villager. As Lu Chunshan trudged back from the thicket, his head hung low and his steps unsteady. The sun had slightly shifted in the sky, bare-chested and with an expression of dullness. He shuffled towards Zhang Wanshu, dragging along a single remaining shoe. He then plopped down beside him, and without uttering a word, lay back down, seemingly devoid of any will to live. Didn't he catch up? That's normal. Alas, he sighed, with all the waiting and rabbit chasing, I'm utterly exhausted. Even speaking feels laborious. Just then, his stomach audibly grumbled, the sounds varying in pitch. Zhang Wanshu remarked, rest for a few minutes. I'll tidy up some things, and then take you to find something to eat. Is there food? Lu Chunshan was about to close his eyes, but suddenly opened them again at the mention. Let us see. Zhang Wanshu stood up casually, beginning to pack away the fishing gear. There were fish to eat, but unfortunately, they slipped away. Let us look for something else. However, Lu Chunshan seemed to have recalled something. Standing up and exclaiming, fish? Yes, we can continue fishing. Haha. Zhang Wanshu scoffed lightly, shouldering the bamboo pole and carrying the bucket. Once you're rested, we'll head out. Fishing is merely a pastime. Don't expect too much from it. I am feeling a bit hungry too. My strength is waning, and you look half dead in this world. Such a state is not a good sign. Lu Chunshan struggled to rise, retrieved his clothing, and followed him. You seem like a decent person. Unlike those I encountered at the shelter before, he remarked, still weak and drooping. I'm truly sorry for losing the fish you worked so hard to catch. Yet I didn't see you get angry. You even went out of your way to rescue me. Zhang Wanshu walked ahead, shaking his head. It's just a fish. It's hardly significant. Rescuing you was merely a matter of convenience. He paused slightly but could not suppress a sigh. Moreover, we're compatriots now. When fellow villagers meet, it's tears all around. Lu Chunshan was taken aback. You're from Hunan? A fellow villager of mine? Not quite. Zhang Wanshu turned to glance at him, his tone somewhat contemplative. Given the current circumstances, with zombies everywhere, or perhaps insects and beasts, humanity has dwindled to a mere fraction. If we encounter one another, we might as well consider ourselves fellow villagers. In a few years, this species may very well face extinction. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunshan fell silent. They trudged through the overgrown grass, navigating the indistinct path, twisting and turning, for several more minutes. Zhang Wanshu slowed his pace, veering slightly to the left as he spoke. Stay close behind me. There's a trap ahead. Unfortunately, no prey has fallen into Lu Chunshan looked up to see an ordinary path, where the only distinction was the lush greenery on either side. Zhang Wanshu carefully skirted around it, explaining, I chose this route deliberately. The sides are impassable, and animals instinctively tread through the middle. You see the ground appears flat, but it's merely branches covered by grass and leaves. Underneath lies a pit. Last night's downpour had me worried it might be damaged, but it seems to be intact. Let us not dwell on it. We should move forward. After walking several dozen steps, they arrived at a spot where Zhang Wanshu exclaimed joyfully, We've struck gold. You're in luck. For a newcomer, you found meat to eat. Lu Chunshan instinctively swallowed hard upon hearing this. Emerging from behind him, he peered over and was somewhat taken aback. This meat? Beside the path lay a tall mound of earth, the clods firm in texture. In the center, a large clod had fallen, revealing a furry creature beneath. Zhang Wanshu lifted the clod, revealing a tail, and shook it. This creature was about the size of a palm, quite plump, but it was merely a large rat. Now lifeless, it remained motionless even when shaken. Eat this? Lu Chunshan hesitated, not out of fear of the rat, but after enduring days of hunger, anything edible seemed less daunting. It was simply that he had never eaten such a thing before. Nor had he ever caught one. He had no experience. Zhang Wanshu nodded, appearing nonchalant. They say even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. Lu Chunshan's enthusiasm for eating a rat was clearly less than for fish, and far below that of rabbit. With a downcast tone, he remarked, I never thought I'd encounter such a thing. Zhang Wanshu tossed it into the bucket and carried it back toward their shelter. Haha, it's not just a coincidence. This is a trap I set specifically to catch this fat Jerry. Curious, Lu Chunshan inquired, what kind of trap? He examined it closely, finding no visible mechanism, nor any weapons. Nets or ropes, to put it plainly. It's nothing extraordinary, Zhang Wenshu explained candidly. I placed some bait underneath, supported by a heavy clod of dirt. If the rat can resist, it's fine. But if it succumbs to its hunger, it loses its support, and the clod will come crashing down. It's that simple. As they walked and spoke, they finally returned to the storeroom's edge. Zhang Wenshu crouched down and opened the door. Slipping inside, Liu Chunshin felt no surprise at such concealment. People were hiding in every corner, struggling to survive. To avoid detection, they concealed themselves as deeply as possible, layering security upon security. A place like this, where one could simply open the door and enter, was quite ordinary at least. This storeroom did not seem as hidden or robust as the shelters he had previously encountered in the city. Perhaps its remoteness and the prior scarcity of inhabitants had allowed it to remain unscathed. Once inside, the space was relatively spacious, filled with dust-covered new vehicles. Zhang Wenshu tossed him a basin and then a pair of old shoes. "I'll go prepare the food. There's a water bucket over there. You should wash your feet thoroughly. Running barefoot in the wild, I've never seen anything like it in my life. I hope you weren't cut. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome," Liu Chunshin responded with an "oh," nodding. "I feel fine." "Well, you'll find that in your life, you'll often feel fine, but true goodness is scarce. These feet are vital to us. Keep them clean and protected. It directly affects how long we can survive." "All right," he moved aside to wash them carefully. After a day of chasing and walking so much, he felt it at the time, but now that he was in the storeroom, perhaps feeling a sense of safety, he gradually relaxed and suddenly felt overwhelmingly fatigued. His feet also had a slight sting. Upon inspection, however, there were no visible wounds. Perhaps he had been pricked by something hard while running. At the time, he was too agitated, later too despondent to think about it. Now, however, he felt it. After changing into the old shoes, he found them surprisingly comfortable. He approached to see what Zhang Wenshu was doing. The rat's skin had been removed and its entrails extracted, set aside. Though the pieces were few, he deemed them too valuable to discard. They would prove useful in the future. The hide could be fashioned into shoes, hats, or bags, which would be quite beneficial in cold weather. The entrails would serve as bait to catch other prey. This was the advantage of being in a remote location with few zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare keep them. The smell of blood would easily attract those flesh-eating monsters. After cleaning the meat, he seasoned it and let it marinate for a moment. Skewered, he placed it over the campfire, turning it to roast. Additionally, a pot hung above the fire, bubbling away as it cooked something. Go get a couple of wooden stumps from the corner. Then grab an empty bucket and also fetch that stainless steel basin from inside. Zhang Wenshu was busy and unable to attend to everything, so he instructed Liu Chunshin. Liu Chunshin acknowledged and proceeded to follow the instructions. After moving the items to the shade, he returned to the campfire, his stomach rumbling, eyes fixated on the rotating roasted meat. Saliva pooled in his mouth, and he found himself increasingly anxious. The rat had seemed unremarkable when it was being skinned and cleaned, but as it roasted, it transformed. With the fat dripping and sizzling, the aroma of meat began to waft through the air. What initially appeared unappealing began to look quite delectable, igniting a fierce hunger that was hard to contain. "Almost done? I'll boil some water. Let us prepare to eat." Upon hearing Zhang Wenshu's words, Liu Chunshin felt the long ordeal of waiting was finally nearing its end. In the shade, an overturned plastic bucket served as their makeshift table. The stainless steel basin, now clean, was placed atop it. Following Zhang Wenshu's instructions, Liu Chunshin brought the hanging pot over, pouring its contents into the basin. An unusual fragrance wafted into the air. "What? Don't recognize it?" Zhang Wenshu approached, noticing Liu Chunshin staring blankly at the contents of the basin, casually inquiring. Liu Chunshin frowned, attempting to guess. "Fava beans?" Zhang Wenshu patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Not bad. You're not completely clueless." The two seated themselves as Zhang Wenshu blew on the skewer holding the roasted meat, tearing off half and handing it to Liu Chunshin. Didn't he possess the golden hue often depicted in films, having been smoked by the fire, resulting in a somewhat charred appearance. Nevertheless, the taste was delightful, especially for Liu Chunshin, who deemed it a true delicacy. He exhaled as he bit into the roasted meat, finding it quite hot. Unfortunately, the rat's size was limited. Just as he began to savor the flavor, it was gone. The two then turned to the fava beans, which had been seasoned with salt during cooking, producing a delightful taste. Zhang Wanshu ate slowly, chewing meticulously, while Lu Chunchen devoured hungrily, consuming 2/3 of the dish. After picking the last bean, only the broth remained at the bottom, yet he still felt unsatisfied. Zhang Wanshu washed 2 soda cans, which he had presumably found, to use as cups. The two shared some hot water. Feeling quite content, Lu Chunchen felt a sudden warmth in her eyes, an overwhelming urge to weep. In this unfortunate world, danger lurked everywhere. No one knew when they might become prey. Even if one were to escape by sheer luck, they would merely hide in a corner, enduring hunger while awaiting the inevitable demise from starvation. Countless souls have succumbed to despair, choosing to end their own lives. What is even more terrifying is that, as Lu Chunchen had experienced before, the transformation of humanity is far more grotesque and horrifying than that of any zombie. To be lost in a crowd may not be safer than to plunge headlong into a horde of the undead. How long had it been since she had felt such satisfaction, eating until she was half full and sipping a cup of warm water? Noticing her emotional state, Zhang Wanshu took a sip of water and remarked, "What is this? Are you so moved by a mere meal of rat meat that you're on the verge of tears?" But Lu Chunchen responded with earnestness, whispering, "If life could be like this every day, it would be worth living." Zhang Wanshu scoffed playfully, teasing, "Ambitious, are we? I have a fellow villager named Pavel Korchagin. Do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chunchen fell silent, genuinely recalling for a moment before rolling her eyes and responding, "Of course I know him. I even learned how to smelt steel from him. Haha, the most precious thing in life is indeed life itself. Each individual only has one. A person should live their life in such a way that, looking back on the past, they have no regrets for having wasted their youth, nor feel shame for having lived a mundane existence. In their final moments, they should be able to say, I dedicated my entire life and energy to the most magnificent cause, the struggle for the liberation of all humanity." Chapter 4. I listened to the master once the meal was cleared away. Lu Chunchen retired for the night. Zhang Wanshu offered him another shipping container as a room and tossed him some old clothes and a tattered pillow. He laid them on the ground and soon fell into a deep slumber. The storehouse and the presence of Zhang Wanshu provided him with a tremendous sense of security, not to mention the sustenance. Therefore, he slept soundly and heavily. The days of fleeing and fighting swirled in his dreams. Familiar figures falling amidst pools of blood, gruesomely devoured while emitting piercing cries. His body trembled, yet it seemed he dreamt of something new, gradually relaxing and returning to tranquility. He awoke as the sun dipped in the west, casting a magnificent glow. Stretching lazily, he stumbled out of the shipping container. The storehouse, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, was eerily tranquil. A gentle breeze rustled the wild grass, and as dusk approached, birds perched on nearby branches, producing melodious sounds that truly made one feel disoriented. He spotted Zhang Wanshu sitting by the shipping container, polishing a stick. After several attempts, he appeared quite pleased. Lu Chunchen stretched and ambled over, yawning and hazily asking, "Is there dinner?" Zhang Wanshu rose and handed him the stick, saying, "Did you have dinner before?" "No," Lu Chunchen shook his head. "My memories of dinner are stuck in the time before the great calamity. Afterward, it was merely a hit-or-miss affair. Having food at all was a blessing. I was just asking casually." Zhang Wanshu sighed. Saying little more, Lu Chunchen weighed the stick curiously, asking, "What is this for?" "Hunting." Zhang Wanshu glanced at him with a peculiar expression and replied, "Haven't you seen a carrying pole before? This is the legendary carrying pole." Lu Chunchen scrutinized it closely, saying, "It is rather flat. Does this mean I get to use it as a carrying pole?" Zhang Wanshu explained, "One monk fetches water to eat, 2 monks fetch water to eat. Now that we have 2 monks together, it's time to fetch some water." In truth, the two did not end up fetching water together, but each took 2 buckets. For 2 young men in their 20s, sharing a single bucket of water felt utterly shameful. Even if the world were on the brink of destruction, one must retain their dignity. They drew water from a well. Although the municipal water pipe still existed, they no longer supplied water. The river water, post-catastrophe, had seen a reduction in pollution and, ironically, had improved in quality, appearing quite clear. It was not impossible to use directly. But there were many impurities, and with better methods available, there was little need to do so. Zhang Wanshu dug a round pit not far from the riverbank, storing some water that did not flow from the river but seeped through. After being filtered by the soil, It was quite clean. Liu Chunchen even tasted it, finding it pleasant. After fetching the water, they covered the well with a lid woven from branches to prevent debris from contaminating the source. "Old Zhang, take it slow. Wait for me," Liu Chunchen called as he staggered with 2 buckets of water, swaying slightly. The more anxious he became, the slower he moved. If he rushed forward recklessly, the water would spill, rendering his efforts in vain. Carrying water requires a certain finesse. The carrying pole has a degree of flexibility, swaying with the movement of one's shoulders, causing the buckets below to rise and fall in unison. If one uses the right amount of strength, the buckets will move together easily. Otherwise, if they swing out of sync, it becomes quite challenging. Liu Chunchen had strength, and he was not afraid of the 2 buckets of water. It was merely his first time handling such a thing, so he struggled to find the rhythm. Zhang Wanshu had to slow his pace to match Liu Chunchen's, demonstrating and explaining the technique. The fellow learned quickly, and after a few steps, he began to get the hang of it. With a splash, they poured the water into several large plastic buckets, filling them after several trips. Both sighed with relief. Feeling slightly fatigued, yet a profound sense of satisfaction lingered in their hearts. Liu Chunchen set down the carrying pole and buckets, casually picking up a branch tied with a rope hanging from the carrying pole. Chuckling, "This is my first time seeing a tree branch used as a hook. How interesting. ITS used to hook the rope on the bucket. Without a ready-made hook, wire is too soft, and rebar is too hard. Without suitable tools, it's challenging to fabricate, so I found a few tree branches and chopped them down to use as hooks. This was quite common in the countryside back in the day." Zhang Wanshu shook his head, commenting on Liu Chunchen's ignorance of such rudimentary things. By this time, dusk had settled, and they began to make a fire to boil water in the dim light of the storehouse. The campfire blazed brightly, instilling a sense of safety. The pot suspended above was filled with water and tonight's meal. Liu Chunchen gazed at the pot with a grin, his smile unwavering. He had just seen their dinner, a few handfuls of shelled peanuts. After rinsing off the surface dirt and washing them in water, he tossed them all into the pot, a pinch of salt, and once cooked, it would be an exquisite delicacy. If only they had a couple of bottles of chilled beer. Life would be heavenly. Perhaps that was a thought too far-fetched. The two shared the peanuts. The portion was small, making it difficult to feel full, yet there was at least something in their stomachs, alleviating the emptiness. Liu Chunchen could distinctly feel his strength returning, his fatigue fading. How incredible it is to think that I was once fretting about where to find a job after graduation, and suddenly, that concern vanished. Finding work has transformed into the quest for food, Liu Chunchen mused, poking the campfire with a stick. Zhang Wanshu couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on his own situation. He was still saving up for a bride's dowry. "You still in school?" he asked. Zhang Wanshu poured 2 cups of hot water, handing one to Liu Chunchen, inquiring, "Are you seeing anyone? If not, it's a pity. In this world, life is likely to be quite unfulfilled." Liu Chunchen shook his head, saying, "No, it's too complicated. I can't handle it. I just watch live streams every day, especially the female streamers. They're beautiful and gentle, capable of singing and dancing, and their voices are lovely." Zhang Wanshu chuckled, "That will only make the top donor feel fulfilled. What does it have to do with you? Don't insult my sister Cece. She's not like that," Liu Chunchen retorted, mentioning an unknown streamer. Then lamented, "What a pity. She has probably turned into a zombie by now. I doubt she'll ever sing or dance again." Speaking of this, it suddenly occurred to Zhang Wanshu, who laughed heartily, saying, "There can't be many women left in the world. Encountering one is a matter of luck, but there are plenty of female zombies. Finding a pretty one might not be impossible." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Liu Chunchen responded, speechless. "Are you suggesting my girlfriend is a zombie?" The two continued their light-hearted banter as the night deepened. With no other entertainment and their meager rations, it was unwise to stay up late, so they prepared for sleep. After washing up outside with some water, they extinguished the campfire and returned to their shipping containers for the night. The night passed without incident. The following day, they awoke early, cleaned up, and refreshed themselves. Liu Chunchen even took the time to relieve himself in a corner. Returning feeling light and unburdened, after sipping some water, he felt invigorated and casually asked, "What's on the agenda for today?" Zhang Wanshu replied, "What did you used to do every day?" Upon hearing this, Liu Chunchen tilted his head back and gazed at the sky, attempting to summarize. "Most of the time, I was just hungry, then searching around the shelters for food, water, and various supplies. Zhang Wenqiu inquired, "Were you able to find any?" "Sometimes yes, sometimes no," Lu Qianqun shrugged, continuing, "Ordinary households don't stock much food, but they do have plenty of daily necessities. In fact, some department stores and supermarkets still have a lot of food. But getting in is quite difficult. And getting out is even harder. Most of us got into trouble in those places." Zhang Wenqiu nodded, indicating his understanding. Now, most survivors were hiding in remote corners or sturdy underground shelters. The quest for supplies is far from a simple endeavor. One might look at those who previously resided in towering edifices, seemingly effortless in their daily lives. Yet in the wake of a power outage, the mere act of ascending the stairs can leave one utterly exhausted. In the initial aftermath of the catastrophe, it is reasonable to presume that many sought refuge in the upper levels, only to swiftly confront dire predicaments. A lack of water, a scarcity of food, and the complications of ingress and egress, not to mention the most basic of bodily functions. Many resorted to wrapping their excrement and tossing it down below. Ultimately, when the urge to descend became unbearable, they discovered the corridors infested with ravenous monstrosities. As for supermarkets and department stores, it is true that supplies still exist, yet these large establishments frequently favor the subterranean levels. Devoid of electricity, the interiors remain shrouded in darkness. A void where one cannot see one's own hand before one's face. To navigate such treacherous terrain is already a formidable challenge, and evading the wandering undead within is an endeavor fraught with peril. Those who, in a desperate bid for survival, dared to plunge inside often met with their demise. "Very well, let us embark on a search for supplies," Zhang Wenqiu declared, patting his companion on the shoulder with a sigh. Lu Qianqun paused momentarily, inquiring, "Into the city?" Zhang Wenqiu replied, "Into the countryside, not the city." Armed with knives, ropes slung over their shoulders, and makeshift clubs in hand, they each filled a bottle with cool boiled water and stepped outside, retracing their previous route towards the riverbank. "This time we shall not fish. Instead, we will inspect the traps from last time and gather some willow branches to take back. I recall there were many near those large trees." Zhang Wenqiu articulated his plan while surveying the surroundings. Nature was in full bloom, teeming with vitality. Everything, save for humanity, appeared to flourish. He strained to identify familiar varieties among the wild grasses. Edible resources extend beyond mere game. Fruits and vegetables are equally delectable. As they passed the riverbank from their last visit, Lu Qianqun mumbled to himself, seemingly muttering about rabbits. This youth exhibited signs of peculiarity. Suddenly, he halted, his expression shifting as he directed his gaze toward Zhang Wenqiu. The latter stood still, meeting his gaze with a serious countenance. "Did you hear that?" Lu Qianqun nodded in silence. It was a peculiar, indistinct, yet ferocious roar. The sound was faint, barely perceptible, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. Could it be a wild beast? Lu Qianqun mused, grasping at hope. Zhang Wenqiu shook his head, unlikely. "Let us investigate with caution." The two proceeded cautiously toward the source of the sound. Drawing their knives, they gripped them firmly. Prepared for any sudden developments, as they approached, the noise grew clearer. "It is the trap," Zhang Wenqiu whispered. Ahead, the ground had collapsed, strewn with branches and leaves within. A humanoid figure spun aimlessly, letting out meaningless howls. As they drew closer, it seemed to sense their presence, struggling to escape the pit. They approached with utmost care to find a female zombie, relatively young, her visage grotesque. Her mouth, filled with jagged teeth, still bore the stains of crimson. Her eyes were a ghastly shade of pale, veins bulging ominously, as dark liquid coursed beneath her skin. She fought to free herself from the pit, yet her limbs were not particularly agile, rendering her efforts futile. Zhang Wenqiu had deliberately excavated the pit steeply and deep, ensuring that prey could not easily escape. Ironically, today it was the zombie that had fallen victim, thus confirming the trap's efficacy. Lu Qianqun, observing the creature's flailing arms and sharp nails, inquired, "What should we do?" Zhang Wenqiu crouched down, contemplating for a moment before responding. "This is up to you. If you find her attractive and her age suitable, I cannot halt your pursuit of happiness. She does not demand a dowry, a house, nor gifts." To these words, Lu Qianqun glanced at the zombie, her disheveled hair and blood-stained body presenting a rather appealing form, with a slim waist and long legs. Suddenly shaking his head, he thought to himself, What am I considering? Yet Zhang Wanshu had already risen, proclaiming, as M.R.Lu Sun once stated, in the future, those who consume flesh cannot exist in this world. I heed his words. Let us dispatch her. Chapter 5. Who is our enemy? Little Lu, you cannot genuinely wish to fulfill her life ambitions, can you? Zhang Wanshu remarked, observing Lu Qinshan's indecisiveness as the knife in his hand fluctuated in and out. Perspiration beginning to bead on his forehead without him having struck the zombie, Lu Qinshan retorted irritably, nonsense, she keeps turning. I cannot find the opportunity to strike. The knife he wielded was of limited length, necessitating him to crouch down to deliver a fatal blow. Yet he dared not approach too closely, fearing he might be seized and tumble into the pit. The zombie retained a degree of mobility. Twisting and clawing, he attempted several strikes, most landing upon her hands, but she was impervious to pain, and blows to her arms proved ineffective. Zhang Wanshu sighed, very well, step back. I shall secure her, and you can deliver the finishing blow. With that, he gripped his club firmly. Steadying himself, he shouted toward the zombie, hey! The creature, disturbed by the sound, turned its head in his direction, roaring and baring its teeth. Had it not been trapped at the bottom of the pit, it likely would have lunged forward, tearing him to shreds. Yet Zhang Wanshu thrust the club forward, driving it into her mouth and forcing it deep. The impact caused her body to tilt, her feet momentarily leaving the ground, staggering backward until her head collided violently with the opposite wall of the pit. Several teeth shattered, driven deep into her own mouth by the force of the blow. Her hands flailed wildly. Yet her body could no longer move. She attempted to howl, but the sound escaped her in silence. The bluntness of the wooden club limited its lethality. Had it been sharpened, it might have pierced the zombie's skull in one swift motion. Eliminating the need for further measures, now, strike? Zhang Wanshu urged. Lu Qinshan, still in a daze, finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming, oh, as he rushed to the opposite side and delivered a diagonal strike, cleaving through a portion of the zombie's skull. What had once been a fearsome creature now collapsed, motionless. Zhang Wanshu withdrew the club, and she slid down to the bottom of the pit, devoid of life. This trap is no longer useful. We must bury it. What had initially been intended to capture prey had yielded a zombie, an inedible creature, a stroke of ill fortune. Leaving it here was not an option. Should someone fall in, it would be a horrifying sight and quite inhumane. Moreover, the scent of blood could attract wild beasts or other dangers, so it was prudent to cover it up. Yet Lu Qinshan stood there, holding his knife, lost in thought. What is it? Are you contemplating tasting the brain matter? Zhang Wanshu teased. Lu Qinshan, however, did not respond to the jest but instead sighed in relief, stating, after this strike, I feel a newfound understanding, as if I have unlocked some hidden potential. I sense a transformation occurring within me. Zhang Wanshu, bemused, replied, my friend, since the great disaster, there have been no aliens, no systems, no supernatural abilities. I have tried it all. This is the real world. A missed meal will evoke hunger. You speak of unlocking hidden potential? It is merely a metaphor, a rhetorical device. Very well, I wonder if this newfound enlightenment will hasten our digging. The two set to work, covering the pit, sweat pouring from their bodies. Yet Lu Qinshan remained invigorated in spirit. His strength had always been considerable, and his movements swift. His previous lethargy stemmed from chronic hunger, leaving him listless. Faced with the zombie, his heart had brimmed with fear in the aftermath of the calamity. Survivors had inevitably encountered the undead. The truth is, most of these encounters ended in disaster. Confronting bloodthirsty creatures of immense strength, while their movements may be relatively slow, their sharp teeth and terrifying appearance deterred many from standing their ground and fighting back. Lu Qinshan had faced zombies numerous times before. A mere sighting of a single one would send even a crowd into a frenzy of panic, leading to a chaotic escape. True resistance and combatants were few and far between. Everyone was in flight, fleeing as swiftly as possible, at least faster than those around them. The entire world was enveloped in an atmosphere of terror, and each heart was shrouded in a thick cloud of fear. Today, however, Lu Qinshan felt a glimmer of light breaking through the darkness, piercing the heavy clouds of dread. The fearful sky revealed cracks that would only widen with the passage of time until they ultimately dissipated. After dealing with the zombie, the two departed. Zhang Wanshu appeared notably more contemplative, lost in thought. Noticing his companion's silence, Lu Chunchen inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhang Wanshu paused before responding, slowly finding a sense of clarity. "I was reflecting that this place is actually quite nice, far from the city center, posing less danger. There is water and land. We could survive here. Aside from the solitude, it is not without its merits." "Indeed," Lu Chunchen replied, somewhat dazed, "it is quite pleasant. What is there to complain about?" Zhang Wanshu pressed further. "What do you think about the origin of this zombie?" Without contemplating deeply, Lu Chunchen blurted an answer, but realizing halfway through that he did not know, he faltered. "Where did it come from?" Zhang Wanshu explained. "You passed by the other night, attracting the zombie, which then followed you. They are always in pursuit of humans and do not wander aimlessly. They seldom stray far from their path." Lu Chunchen comprehended the situation. In this remote suburb, which had remained safe for so long, the sudden appearance of a zombie was indeed peculiar. The circumstances could be attributed to one of two possibilities. Either the hordes of the undead from the city had wandered here, or someone had passed through or lingered in this place, drawing the zombie to them. However, the outcomes of both scenarios were remarkably similar. If the zombies had spread here, it would indicate that, aside from the one recently dealt with, the surrounding area was likely teeming with the undead, albeit at a lower density than in the city. Conversely, if someone had attracted it, could it be that only one zombie had come, given the distance and the creature's habitual groans? Zhang Wanshu chuckled, stating, "I was just thinking that after finally settling down for a while, we might have to move again. It's a bit of a pity. But then again, in these times, many have met their end at the jaws of the undead. While relocating is unfortunate, it is certainly preferable to losing one's life." Lu Chunchen fell into silence. Although he had only just arrived, he had developed an affinity for this place. Despite his plans to seek out a shelter after taking some time to recuperate, he did not wish to leave so soon. "Forget it," he thought. Zhang Wanshu waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite unfazed. "If the zombies come, we will deal with them. If there are few, we will kill them. If there are many, we shall flee. Our primary concern remains addressing our basic needs. Those who starve to death likely outnumber those bitten." Lu Chunchen pondered this and found himself amused. There really was no need to be overly anxious. No matter how dire the situation, could it truly be worse than before? He had contemplated ending his own life several times previously. At this moment, however, he was determined to survive. Zhang Wanshu guided him through the grass, stopping intermittently, for there was much to be done. In chaotic times, one ought not to be overly sentimental. They gathered some wild fruits and vegetables. Lu Chunchen had no experience in this regard. To him, it all appeared as mere grass, and he had no desire to consume it, fully aware that it would be indigestible. Yet, after Zhang Wanshu's explanations and identifications, he discovered that the wilderness was indeed bountiful. Even without game, survival was certainly achievable. He popped a few wild fruits into his mouth without washing them, merely giving them a cursory wipe. The sweetness was minimal, leaning towards sourness. Regardless, he felt quite content. At this time, was it reasonable to expect apples, pears, watermelons, or cherries? Such expectations were clearly unrealistic. In comparison, wild fruits were rather satisfactory. Zhang Wanshu then proceeded to set various traps, some large, some small, some simple, others intricate. There was a great variety. Once they crested the slope ahead, they would reach their destination for the day. Zhang Wanshu paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and took a swig from his water bottle. The water was refreshing. Albeit rather bland, he occasionally mused that if he could drink a chilled bottle of cola or beer, it would be sheer perfection. "Come on, let us head up," he said, wiping his mouth and beckoning Lu Chunchen. The two exerted themselves as they ascended the slope. Below, the wild grass was thick, yet faint traces of furrows suggested that crops had once been cultivated here. The incline was unsuitable for growing wheat or corn, but sweet potatoes could thrive. Once planted, they required minimal care and would yield a harvest in due course. As they reached the top, the terrain gradually leveled out, though it remained overgrown with weeds. Albeit less densely than before, however, one area was lush and remarkably orderly. "Here we are, be cautious." Zhang Wanshu climbed up, ready to introduce Lu Chunchen, but abruptly halted, a shiver running down his spine. He immediately crouched down, preparing to defend himself. Lu Chunchen mirrored his actions, gripping the hilt of his knife and gazing intently ahead. Before them lay a figure, hunched over in the dense greenery, its back turned towards them. The person was prostrate on the ground, seemingly choking on something, struggling to cough while supporting themselves with their elbows. The intermittent coughs made it difficult to discern whether this was a human or a zombie. What should we do? What to do? Call out and see if it's a zombie, OH. Liu Chunshin nodded, understanding, and shouted towards the figure. Halt! This path is mine, and this tree is my own. You must leave this road. Zhang Wanshu chuckled at the absurdity of Liu Chunshin's proclamation. Just as he finished speaking, the figure, seemingly affected by the commotion, hurriedly turned around. It revealed a man nearing 60, with a bearded face and a look of terror. He was still on the ground, with half a potato lodged in his mouth. Upon seeing the two armed men, he hesitated, slowly raising his hands, forgetting to spit out the potato. Zombies do not eat potatoes. Liu Chunshin sighed in relief. Not a zombie, just a thief. What kind of thief? Should we beat him up? Or should we kill him? He turned to Zhang Wanshu, puzzled. The man, meanwhile, had regained his composure, spat out the potato, and exclaimed loudly, Hero, spare my life. Zhang Wanshu, feeling a sense of disbelief, thought, what kind of nonsense is this? It seems I am the only sane one here. After calming himself, he addressed Liu Chunshin. Why do you constantly shout about fighting and killing? A great man once said, who is our enemy and who is our friend? This is the primary question of revolution. Zombies are our enemies. Thieves, however, the man visibly relaxed, preparing to rise, only to hear the latter part. But they cannot be considered friends. Perhaps a beating is in order. Chapter 6. The revolution is yet to succeed. Old Jiang, did you say there is a shelter over at the central square? Yes, but I am not sure of the specifics. I heard it through the grapevine. It seems similar to what Xiao Lu heard. By the way, why did you venture so far alone? Were you not accompanied by anyone? At first, there were many, but they scattered. I suppose they all... How long has it been since you last ate? A long time. I've forgotten exactly how long. Eat slowly. You need not worry about burning your mouth. Zhang Dijin had not been harmed. Liu Chunshin was eager to try his hand at this, but Zhang Wanshu was not that kind of person. He merely spoke to intimidate. The three gathered around the campfire, feasting on roasted potatoes. Before the Great Disaster, they had likely enjoyed dishes such as spicy and sour shredded potatoes, potato beef stew, potato chicken chunks, and stir-fried potatoes. Roasted potatoes, however, were a first for them. There was little skill involved. Simply place them by the fire. Outside, it was dark, and as they peeled the skin, the aroma wafted enticingly. The sole drawback was the heat. As he took a bite, he rolled it around in his mouth, tears streaming from the heat, unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. Zhang Dijin continued eating, first holding it in one hand, then switching back and forth between hands as it burned. Zhang Wanshu peeled his, while Zhang Dijin bit straight into it without removing the skin, merely blowing off the dust. As for cleanliness, such concerns had become trivial in these times. Liu Chunshin's situation was similar. He had rushed over from another location. Their previous refuge could not provide sufficient food, and remaining there was a dead end, so they decided to take a gamble. The outcome was somewhat similar. Most perished on the way, hunted and devoured. Occasionally, a survivor would escape, but they too had drawn the zombies nearby. It was difficult to ascertain their numbers. Perhaps a few, or perhaps hundreds were slowly approaching. Zhang Wanshu gripped his stick, stirring the campfire. The flames illuminated his face, revealing a depth of resolve and determination. The walls of the storage room were low and flimsy. They had merely served as a symbolic boundary in the past. Not intended to withstand external assaults, if zombies truly encircled them, the walls would offer little protection. Hiding in a box room was less secure than in a city building, which at least had some sturdiness. Starting tomorrow, we must patrol the surroundings regularly, just in case I do not wish to be dismembered in my sleep. Zhang Wanshu declared to the others, sharing his suspicions. Liu Chunshin burped, patting his belly, and earnestly proclaimed, I have gained new insights. From now on, I shall hone my skills, accumulate experience, and protect everyone. Zhang Wanshu, without lifting his head, retorted, could you at least wipe the grime off your face before making such declarations? Oh, right. Zhang Dijin was assigned to share the same box room with Liu Chunshin. Before sleeping, he followed suit with the others and took a shower outdoors. The warm water flowed over his body, washing away sweat and grime. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving him feeling refreshed and comfortable. He gazed up at the starry sky, the Milky Way shimmering brightly, and in that moment, the world felt utterly tranquil. When was the last time he had eaten his fill? When had he last bathed? How long had it been since he had seen his loved ones? The air was fragrant with the scent of grass and flowers. He cleaned his clothes, hung them up, and changed into fresh attire. Returning to the makeshift shelter, I reclined upon the rudimentary bedding, a profound tranquility enveloping my heart. Beside me, Lu Chunchen had already succumbed to slumber, his head resting upon a long knife. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the three of us awoke early. After completing our morning routines, we commenced our reconnaissance. Armed with sticks, blades, and ropes, we ventured forth. The surrounding dwellings were sparse, and those we encountered were dilapidated. Abandoned homes deteriorate swiftly, overtaken by rampant vegetation, while various creatures lurked within. Were those fields cultivated by you? Jiang Dijin inquired, recalling the location from yesterday. Zhang Wanshu shook his head and replied, as a solitary individual, I could hardly tend to so much land. It must have been cultivated by someone before the calamity. I merely stumbled upon it and did my utmost to tidy up. He too was a newcomer, not a native inhabitant. The fields had long since fallen into neglect, overrun with weeds. The broad beans, peanuts, and potatoes we had gathered were not products of intentional cultivation, but rather remnants of crops that had thrived unattended. Over time, it would be challenging to yield a bountiful harvest. Upon discovering this, Zhang Wanshu endeavored to uproot the weeds and clear space for growth, periodically watering the plants. Fortunately, he was not burdened with work obligations, allowing him ample time. After wandering for half the day without encountering a soul, Zhang Wanshu pondered, could it merely be a coincidence? His brow furrowed in contemplation. Lu Chunchen, unusually reticent, remained silent, wielding his knife and lost in his own thoughts. Jiang Dijin adjusted his glasses and ruffled his disheveled hair, asking, shall we continue on this path indefinitely? Let us call it a day. Zhang Wanshu sighed. We should gather some willow branches and collect firewood to take back. The trio first returned to the fields from the previous day to clear the weeds and water the crops. Most importantly, they unearthed additional food supplies. Subsequently, they cut numerous slender willow twigs and gathered dry firewood. Securing the bundles to their backs as they made their way home, Lu Chunchen carried the heaviest load. Although slender, he possessed considerable strength. Who knows how long we can remain in this place? Zhang Wanshu mused, shifting the firewood on his back. If we could stay for the long term, it would certainly be worthwhile to cultivate the surrounding fields and seek out seeds to plant. Sustaining a few individuals would be quite simple. Jiang Dijin nodded in agreement, saying, I possess some knowledge of farming. It shouldn't be a significant issue. However, relying solely on grains won't suffice. I have raised chickens, ducks, and geese in the countryside before. Pigs and sheep I could manage, but I have little understanding of cattle. That would be quite a challenge. Zhang Wanshu chuckled at his old companion's versatility. Alas, I wonder how long this stable situation can last. Xiao Lu, he turned to Lu Chunchen. Why don't you share your skills? Everyone contributes to a better life. Lu Chunchen, pulled from his reverie, blinked in surprise and declared, I can catch rabbits. Suddenly animated, he gazed in another direction. It was rare for him to mention rabbits when discussing serious matters. Zhang Wanshu had only spoken the first half of his sentence when Lu Chunchen dashed off. The youth laden with firewood hurried away, and a wild rabbit darted from the underbrush, vanishing into the thicket. Indeed, there are rabbits. Let us pursue it. Jiang Dijin prepared to follow suit. However, Zhang Wanshu raised his hand to halt him, saying, Don't go. We want to catch it. The visibility in the thicket was poor, and without a clear path, it was nearly impossible to pursue a rabbit on foot. Wait, let us take a break. It will return shortly. He set down his load and took a swig from his water bottle, sitting by the roadside and fanning himself, appearing quite at ease. Observing this, Jiang Dijin also set down his belongings and joined him in rest. By the way, Lao Jiang, what did you do before? Zhang Wanshu casually asked, seeking conversation. Jiang Dijin replied, in my youth, I worked in a factory doing maintenance, later dabbled in small business ventures, and spent some time in decoration work. I can't quite pinpoint what I did, just a little bit of everything. Zhang Wanshu expressed interest, asking, So, can you repair things? Before he could finish his question, a distant voice called, Lao Jiang, come quickly. Jiang Dijin rose. Squinting into the distance, could it be that he actually caught a rabbit? Zhang Wanshu, skeptical yet intrigued, thought, if he has indeed caught a wild rabbit, we might enjoy rabbit meat today. Let us go see. The two traversed through the thicket towards Lu Chunshin's voice. As they drew closer, however, they saw no sign of rabbits, only silence. The youth, knife in hand, stood poised, facing two staggering figures that charged towards them with a fearsome growl. Their pace was not swift, yet their movements were peculiar, their features grotesque. Clad in blood-stained rags, their mouths and hands were smeared with dark crimson, likely due to prolonged exposure. Shall we flee? Jiang Dijin hesitated. Observing the immobile figures, according to past experience, this was the moment to escape. He had always done so. Zhang Wenshu sighed. Where would we run to? The storeroom. He drew his knife and stepped forward, inhaling deeply as he braced himself for confrontation. Do not move. Lu Chunshin raised his hand without looking back, declaring, I will handle this. They are merely two zombies. I can dispatch them with ease. His composure was unshaken, exuding an air of confidence. Brother, could you please set down the firewood before you engage? Zhang Wenshu remarked dryly. Oh, my apologies. I was so caught up in the chase that I forgot. Lu Chunshin awkwardly set down the firewood, dissipating the tense atmosphere. He grasped his knife with both hands and lunged forward. The blade flashed as he swept past the first zombie, continuing towards the second. With a swift motion, he struck again, seamlessly maneuvering around the pair. After a moment, Lu Chunshin exhaled, preparing to sheath his knife, only to witness the first zombie's head lolling at an odd angle, its neck gushing dark blood, nearly severed. Stumbling a few steps, the remaining attachment could no longer support its head, which hung limply behind its back. And the corpse crumpled to the ground, twitching feebly. The second zombie, however, had only its jaw sheared off, sustaining minor neck injuries. It continued to claw and snarl as it lunged toward the remaining two. Despite its inability to bite, its sharp nails retained a degree of lethality. Seeing this, Zhang Wenshu shook his head and sighed. As Mr. Sun Zhongshan once said, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue their efforts. It appears I must step in. He brandished his knife and advanced. Chapter 7. Focused efforts. Jiang Dijin only regained his composure after the zombies were dispatched, emerging from his daze as that all there is to it? He was not an inexperienced child. Since the onset of the cataclysm, he had witnessed countless individuals succumb suddenly to death, from commoners to national leaders. Initially, hospitals overflowed with corpses, then neighborhoods, and finally the streets, where people were caught off guard and left without medical aid. The true calamity had only just begun. Cannibalistic monsters emerged, driven solely by the desire to hunt and consume, regardless of their previous lives. This bore striking resemblance to the scenarios depicted in films. Zombies felt no pain. Only by targeting the head could they be killed. Jiang Dijin had witnessed crowds being slaughtered and devoured, comrades driven to commit suicide out of fear. Children starved to death, and women reduced to slavery. He had fled, hidden, escaped, and concealed himself, continuously on the run, living a life of uncertainty and hunger. Yet, he recognized one truth. Zombies are terrifying. Those who attempted to resist had perished or transformed into zombies themselves. To survive, one must keep running, at least faster than their companions. Thus, Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chunshin's actions profoundly impacted him. Some individuals were unafraid of zombies and could easily dispatch them. As for Jiang Dijin, the question remained, did he possess the courage to confront a zombie? Let us go. Don't delay dinner. Zhang Wenshu clapped him on the shoulder and led the way to the storeroom. In the following days, life resumed with a calmness as if nothing had transpired. Zhang Wenshu took the two out daily to forage for wild vegetables, set traps, tend to crops, and gather firewood. These mundane tasks, while not particularly thrilling, provided a sense of fulfillment upon completion. In the midst of their busyness, Zhang Wenshu crafted several baskets from willow branches. This material was both resilient and sturdy, suitable for carrying and transporting. While foraging, they proved immensely convenient for storing gathered items. Zhang Wenshu suggested to Lu Chunshin that chasing rabbits was impractical, but crafting baskets was a plausible endeavor. With baskets, rabbits would surely follow. Lu Chunshin showed no interest. He had become enamored with physical training, push-ups, sit-ups, long jumps. This fellow seemed to possess boundless energy, particularly enjoying wielding his knife under the sweltering sun for hours on end, much to Zhang Wenshu's chagrin. Xiao Lu, pray tell, are you unwell? If you're so restless, lying down to sleep would suffice. Must you leap about like a monkey all day? That will only expend energy and increase your food intake. Lu Qinchin's appetite has indeed been increasing. Fortunately, Zhang Wenchu always finds ways to procure more food. Strangely enough, in this harsh world where everyone is starving, enduring hunger and sleeping rough, Lu Qinchin manages to eat well and sleep soundly. His body swells visibly, transforming from a gaunt figure into one that is both robust and dark. Upon shedding his clothes to bathe, his muscles are well defined, prompting Zhang Wenchu to shake his head in disbelief, feeling as though it has come at the expense of his intellect. Naturally, Zhang Wenchu cannot allow him to expend energy without purpose. If he dares to frolic about, Zhang Wenchu would not hesitate to withhold his meals. As a result, Lu Qinchin undertakes the majority of the labor. He relishes this feeling, stacking firewood higher than his head, carrying it on his back, and sprinting through the fields. He perceives it as a form of training, believing he will run faster and become more agile. However, Zhang Wenchu forbids him from swinging a knife at the air. Instead, he provides him with firewood and an axe. Chopping air is akin to chopping wood. Once the object changes, it becomes beneficial for all involved. Zhang Wenchu appreciates this industrious Lu Qinchin, who does not complain of fatigue and seems to grow more spirited with each task. After a moment of contemplation, he suggests, let's fashion a plowshare and harness it to a yoke. We can experiment with tilling the land. Any form of exercise is still exercise, and the well-being of all is paramount. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinchin furrows his brow in thought but does not refuse. Observing his serious demeanor, Jiang Dijin feels a pang of sympathy. It seems he has been thoroughly deceived. Old Jiang, what do you think? Zhang Wenchu inquires. Old Jiang nods solemnly, replying, I believe the feasibility is quite high. It's worth a try. During this time, Old Jiang has also contributed significantly. After all, having been born in the countryside and once a mischievous child, he possesses considerable skills in catching fish and shrimp. He sharpened fishhooks for Zhang Wenchu with a needle, making fishing considerably easier. He then fashioned hooks from iron wire specifically for catching eels. Just yesterday, he advised Lu Qinchin to be cautious by the riverbank, as there are many holes to distinguish. Round ones are eel holes, while flat ones indicate snake holes. One must not confuse the two. Let us go. We should check the river and set the traps. He feels that not expressing his opinion would be unjust to Zhang Wenchu, and voicing it would betray his conscience. The three quickly tidy themselves up and emerge from the storeroom, each armed, Old Jiang with a kitchen knife, Zhang Wenchu with a hunting knife, and Lu Qinchin with a notably unique long blade. This blade was initially taken by Zhang Wenchu during his escape from another place. Originally without an edge but later sharpened, it is quite lengthy, and as Lu Qinchin finds it somewhat unwieldy, he has been given this weapon. He is no martial arts master, and wielding such a weapon is no simple task. From his own experience, should danger arise, he would prefer to have a kitchen knife or a shovel for a more reliable defense. Nevertheless, Lu Qinchin is quite fond of it. Over the past few days, Jiang Dijin has sharpened the blade and maintained it, and it is now remarkably keen. In a stroke of creativity, he crafted a sheath from 2 wooden slats, secured with rope for easy carrying. The handle has been rewrapped with fine hemp rope, providing a unique sense of strength when gripped by both hands. Upon reaching the riverside, the trio sets down their belongings and begins to set the traps. The traps, woven from bamboo by Jiang Dijin, feature a small opening and a wide belly, making them easy to enter but difficult to escape. A splash sounds as one is lifted. He shakes his head, stating, empty. They rebait it and bury it once again. The second trap yields a few small shrimp. The third, a fine catch of an eel and 2 small fish. The fourth, several eels and a few loaches. The haul is quite satisfactory. Considering these traps are freshly woven, the group is simply experimenting. While the catch is not particularly large, dinner is secured. Suddenly, a croaking sound reaches their ears, and Zhang Wenchu's eyes light up with joy. He quickly turns to search, calling to the others, today's luck is exceptional. It's frogs. Come, let us catch a few to take back. The two show no resistance. Frogs are a source of meat, and if they can eat rats, why fear this? As they lower their heads to search, a frog leaps up, and Lu Qinchin's reflexes are quick as he snatches it. Together with the earlier eels and loaches, he tosses them into the basket and covers it to prevent their escape. In a moment, he catches 2 more. The surroundings fall silent, uncertain whether it is due to a lack of frogs or if they have been frightened into silence. The three do not linger and reset their traps, preparing to head back. They have grown accustomed to venturing out by day and returning by night. Even their patrols are conducted only during daylight. They never come out at night. This is not merely their practice. It seems all survivors have developed this habit. Humans have poor vision in the darkness, and their movements are greatly hindered in these times. There are no streetlights, and while the moonlight is brighter than before, it remains dark as pitch. The zombies, on the other hand, may have poor eyesight, but their sense of smell and hearing appear remarkably keen. Should they encounter zombies at night, the odds are grim for humanity, a lesson learned through the blood and lives of countless individuals, which must not be forgotten. The three ascend a dirt slope. Walking side by side, when they spot two figures approaching from a distance, one large and one small, stumbling towards them. They exchange wary glances. Zhang Wenshu purses his lips, stating, "They've finally arrived." Liu Chunshan points out, "Look, there are more behind them." The two lift their eyes and indeed see several more staggering in the distance, at least 10 in total. Jiang Dijin's scalp prickles, and he trembles as he urges, "Let us run. Once they get closer, it will be too late. It is indeed time to flee. Even now, it may not be too late." The advantage of zombies does not lie in their speed. Creating distance in a short time is quite simple, but escaping them is exceedingly difficult. A person will tire after a while, but zombies do not know fatigue, relentlessly pursuing at a steady pace. If one cannot shake them off quickly and obscure their tracks, they will ultimately succumb to exhaustion, collapsing and being torn apart alive. Wait, the two ahead are human. Liu Chunshan, with keen eyes, observes closely. The large and small figures are a middle-aged woman and a boy of around 7 or 8 years old. Both carry bundles on their backs, stumbling as if on the verge of collapse. Jiang Dijin cannot help but urge again, "We should run." If one thinks cruelly, this may not be a bad thing. If they fall, the horde of zombies would feast upon them, thereby buying time for the others. If they had a little more time, they could conceal their tracks, run farther, and hide. According to their usual practice, he would have already fled by now. However, he hesitates to abandon these two. The food they have managed to obtain during this time and the opportunity for a good night's sleep are far too precious to relinquish. As the two draw nearer, Zhang Wenshu shouts, "Hey, drop the bundles." The expressions on their faces reveal despair. They are utterly exhausted and either did not hear clearly or are unwilling to comply, as the bundles remain firmly on their backs. Stumbling, it seems they are on the verge of giving up as the zombies approach. Zhang Wenshu grits his teeth, declaring, "Draw your blades." With a swift motion, Liu Chunshan unsheathes the long knife from his back. This time, he understands the necessity of first placing down the basket, gripping the knife with both hands, lowering his body, and taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Zhang Wenshu also takes a deep breath, instructing old Jiang, "Liu and I will hold the line here. You lead the two of them to safety and run as far as you can. If we survive, we will find you, Liu. You face them head-on. I will flank them." His hunting knife is short, and he lacks the strength of Liu Chunshan. Thus he can only provide support. Liu Chunshan nods, his hands gripping the knife tightly, veins bulging. He has been training tirelessly during this time and feels himself improving rapidly. Yet the thought of a human facing off against a dozen zombies fills him with dread, his heart racing. At the same time, he inexplicably feels a thrill of excitement. "Old Zhang, say something else," he urges, licking his lips, which feel dry. Zhang Wenshu pauses, replying, "What should I say?" Like before, "Who said what?" Liu Chunshan prompts. Zhang Wenshu chuckles, nearly losing his composure. He steadies himself and states, "A yellow-haired fellow once said, 'Concentrate, and you shall reach the peak. Do not be distracted.'" Chop them down. Chapter 8. The cyclists do not stop. Keep running forward. As the large and small figures approach, Zhang Wenshu merely utters this phrase before gripping his knife and stepping forward at an angle. If the zombies are too densely packed, Liu Chunshan will lack opportunities to swing his knife. He must draw their attention away to scatter them. As he approaches, the stench becomes overwhelming. The scent of fresh blood and flesh also incites the zombies across from him, making them increasingly ferocious, howling as several break away from the group and charge towards him. The two survivors remain oblivious to the situation, but Jiang Dijin steps forward to pull them away. The trio glances back frequently, keeping an eye on their rear. Meanwhile, Liu Chunxin focuses on regulating his breath. The first zombie to charge is a tall, imposing middle-aged male, exuding an intense sense of pressure. He raises his arms high and lunges down, aiming to pin Liu Chunxin to the ground. Liu Chunxin sidesteps and delivers his first strike, the blade gliding just above the zombie's arms, slicing directly toward its neck. In a swift maneuver, the head separates, flying away. The headless zombie, propelled by its momentum, stumbles several steps forward before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Thick, dark blood cascaded down from the neck, swiftly soaking the ground. Liu Chunxin, indifferent and lacking the energy to care, was soon confronted by the second and third zombies. With a sharp turn, he evaded their attack, countering with a swift slice that severed the head from the first's neck. As the blade passed through, another zombie crumpled to the ground. Yet, the rhythm of his advance was shattered. A horde of zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh and blood, surged forward. Liu Chunxin began to retreat, each step accompanied by a deadly thrust of his knife. Within mere dozens of paces, blood splattered, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. The zombies, howling like beasts, displayed neither pain nor fear. Driven solely by their primal, brutal desires. Amidst this chaos, the young man engaged in battle remained silent, his lips sealed, wielding his blade with a stoic determination. His disheveled hair danced in the wind. Liu Chunxin's knife was no lightweight. He preferred to grip it firmly, dragging it along the ground rather than using it to parry. He relied solely on his agility to evade attacks. With each swing, a vulnerability emerged, and another head would tumble. Finally, he faced a female zombie, delivering a diagonal strike that left her with half a head, a gesture of reluctant mercy. The other half rolled away, disappearing into the wild grass. Zhang Wenshu, meanwhile, was exerting himself to fend off the two zombies that had been lured away. Finally dispatching them, upon returning to the main path, he was greeted by a scene of carnage. Dark blood splattered everywhere, with a dozen headless corpses sprawled in grotesque positions, their snarling heads rolled about. Indistinguishable from one another in this bloody arena, only one figure stood, propped against his weapon. Zhang Wenshu hurried over, concern evident in his voice. "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" Yet, Liu Chunxin suddenly felt his body give way, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. According to accounts from later generations, leader Zhang Wenshu observed Liu Chunxin face the enemy with unwavering composure. As the cold glint of his blade flashed, heads flew. And he could not help but commend, "This youth is truly valiant." The reality was no less astonishing. Zhang Wenshu surveyed the scene, waves of shock coursing through him. Engaging zombies was no trivial task. He understood the difficulty all too well. Their only weakness lay in their heads, with no alternative points of attack. Above all, one could not afford to be injured. A bite meant certain death, even with experience. Confronting two zombies left him feeling precarious. After painstakingly weaving through, he found an opportunity to strike one down. Yet, upon returning to the main path, he found Liu Chunxin, armed with a single blade, having dispatched the entire horde with ease. Zhang Wenshu, having struggled to jab and slash, could only marvel at Liu Chunxin's efficiency. How can one person wield a blade and fell so many zombies without a scratch? He mused. The sight before him was a gruesome ballet of blood and flesh. Prompting an involuntary exclamation, "Damn, that's truly impressive." Liu Chunxin gulped down the water brought by three companions, taking a deep breath before shakily rising, his legs still weak. His first words were directed at Jiang Dijin. "Old Jiang, my knife has dulled." Jiang Dijin, momentarily taken aback, replied hastily, "It can be sharpened. I'll take care of it tonight." This seemingly simple-minded youth had already astonished him once, and this time the shock was even greater. Who would have thought that daily tasks of chopping wood and wielding a blade could yield such results? It couldn't be said that he dispatched zombies as easily as slicing through vegetables, nor that he ventured into their midst as if entering an unguarded realm. Yet, no one had witnessed a single individual, armed only with a knife, take down numerous zombies unscathed. Jiang Dijin was accustomed to seeing one zombie chasing a group of people. The two surviving companions beside him were equally dumbfounded, particularly the young boy who gazed at Liu Chunxin with a mix of fear and admiration. He would likely fantasize about the fierce figure wielding a blade amidst the horde. Imagining himself in that role, Jiang Dijin was dispatched to retrieve a shovel, for the bodies needed to be buried or burned. The blood of the deceased brought a sense of filth, and exposure in the wilderness would stir unease. The stench of blood could also attract other predators, increasing their peril. While waiting, Zhang Wanshu inquired about the two survivors and gleaned some information. They were a mother and son, both plump. The mother's name was Su Zhan, and her son was Wang Tong, affectionately nicknamed Pandan. They had once owned a breakfast shop, but the mother's husband perished during the cataclysm. Mother and son had hidden away safely, evading many dangers. After wandering outside for a time, they had been fortunate enough to survive. They had heard of a sanctuary at the central square and sought refuge there. Having evaded numerous hordes, they had inadvertently attracted the last wave of zombies just before entering the suburbs. The ensuing chaos led to their flight, and had Zhang Wanshu and his companions not intervened, they would surely have perished. Safety, however, was merely temporary. Zhang Wanshu, in response to Su Zhan's repeated expressions of gratitude, waved his hand and said, "When we encounter those who wish to survive, we must do our utmost to help. Perhaps we are the last remnants of humanity." This, a melancholic atmosphere enveloped them. This was also Zhang Wanshu's motivation for risking his safety to save the two, as well as Lu Qianxin and Zhang Daijian. And no one knew how many people remained in this world, nor whether they could endure. The current situation was far from optimistic. Human reproduction was slow. The time taken for a child to grow into an independent adult was exceedingly long. This growth rate paled in comparison to the speed at which zombies consumed the living. Furthermore, the external environment was harsh. The basic necessities of food and water were increasingly difficult to procure for survivors, making reproduction all the more challenging. Zhang Wanshu had often pondered whether they were indeed the last vestiges of humanity. If this world were to be reduced to just him and an expanse of zombies, even with ample safety, food, and water, would he still wish to live? Most likely, he would not. Hence, every life saved was a victory. For himself and for all of humanity. "Do you have a place to stay?" Su Zhan inquired, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Survivors often found refuge in hidden places, reluctant to disclose such information unless they trusted the person. Zhang Wanshu nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, not only do we have shelter, but also food and drink. Most importantly, we can provide safety." As he spoke, he gestured toward Lu Qianxin. The mother and son were profoundly impressed by Lu Qianxin's prowess in dispatching zombies. This formidable figure indeed instilled a great sense of security. Lu Qianxin simply nodded, offering a sheepish smile, uncertain of what more to say. "If you wouldn't mind," Zhang Wanshu continued gently, "why not stay with us? I can't say how long we can remain here, but every additional day is a blessing." Lu Qianxin regarded him, warmth blossoming in his heart. Throughout their brief time together, he had held Zhang Wanshu in high esteem. This man, only slightly older than himself, acted as a benevolent elder, caring for the survivors they encountered. Despite teasing him or scolding him for overindulging in food, Zhang Wanshu genuinely cared. Su Zhan, too, was touched and urged her son, Pandan, to kneel and bow to the two uncles. Zhang Wanshu quickly assisted him. Fortunately, the awkward moment was alleviated when Zhang Dijin returned, breaking the tension. Together, they dug a pit to bury the bodies and heads. It took considerable effort, and they were drenched in sweat by the time they finished. Pandan wiped the dirt from his clothes and turned to Su Zhan, pointing into the distance. "Mom, look, those people are back." The group paused, laying down their tools to gaze into the distance. There, in the hazy twilight, were figures on bicycles. The cyclists did not approach. They lingered at a distance, observing, and after a while, turned away. This behavior struck Zhang Wanshu as peculiar, but he paid it little mind. Encounters among survivors could evoke tears of recognition, yet instances of conflict and violence were not uncommon. Keeping their distance and cautiously probing was a more usual approach. Encounters like those of Lu Qianxin, Zhang Dijin, and Zhang Wanshu were relatively rare, perhaps even extraordinary. He waved his hand, saying, "Let's head back. It's getting late, and we shouldn't linger outside." With their tasks completed, the group began their journey home. Old Jiang carried the tools while Lu Qianxin and Zhang Wanshu assisted the mother and son with their bundles. The group traversed the overgrown terrain along a narrow path, gradually making their way toward the tranquil confines of their walled shelter under the setting sun. Zhang Wanshu reassigned the living quarters, remaining in the first room while Lu Qianxin moved from the second to join him. The second room was given to Su Zhan and Pandan, while Old Jiang took the third, the former tool room, where he preferred the cozy, cluttered environment. With the addition of a woman, bathing became less convenient than before. Though it was the apocalypse, certain comforts remained, and Zhang Wenshu had no desire to be exposed in front of the opposite sex. Fortunately, Jiang Dijin swiftly resolved this predicament. He scavenged for discarded timber and quickly erected a framework, using rags and wooden slats to create a separate area. Under his guidance, Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chongqin engaged in some repair work, demonstrating remarkable efficiency and yielding excellent results. They selected 2 level patches of ground to construct 2 rudimentary bathing spaces, one for men and one for women. While it may not rival the exhilaration of bathing in the open air, at least it alleviated concerns about any embarrassing incidents. Observing the 2 bathing areas, Jiang Dijin felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Indeed, they were exceedingly simple, yet they addressed a practical need he had been hiding for so long. Not just evading zombies and marauders, but also searching for sustenance and water. Heidi felt akin to living as a rat in a gutter, deprived of sunlight, stripped of dignity, and bereft of hope as time passed. The challenge of survival intensified. He had once contemplated whether to burst forth, allowing the zombies to rend him apart, thereby putting an end to his torturous existence. Hunger drove him to madness. He consumed all the food he could find, regarding expired provisions as a stroke of luck, and even devoured the rotten ones without hesitation. As for food poisoning, perhaps succumbing to it would not be such a misfortune. His survival thus far was ultimately attributed to his cowardice, fear of death, at least lacking the courage to seek it out actively. However, in recent days, in an effort to enhance their quality of life, he had fashioned various tools, and that familiar sensation began to resurface. He rediscovered childhood skills, catching fish, foraging for shrimp, weeding, watering, and fertilizing. Especially upon gazing at the newly constructed bathing spaces, he felt a rekindling of his dignity as a human being. This sentiment was difficult to articulate yet profoundly moving. After a day of toil, the group, drenched in sweat, relished a thorough wash. Su Zhan and Wang Tong also bathed, their experience likely more profound, as bathing had become a distant memory for them. Old Jiang? Let us start a fire tomorrow, Zhang Wenshu remarked thoughtfully as he cleaned a pot. This pot was one he had salvaged previously but seldom used. When alone, it was more convenient to simply boil water in a kettle. Today, however, he took it out with a sense of gravity. Washing it meticulously, Jiang Dijin detected a subtle emotion in Zhang Wenshu's tone. Despite its neutrality, it mirrored his own feeling of having regained a semblance of humanity. Perhaps Zhang Wenshu experienced a similar awakening. All right, let us start a fire, Jiang Dijin replied without hesitation, nodding with a smile. But how do we build a fire? Heaven knows, despite his age, he had never engaged in such a task. Yet, lacking experience was no hindrance. One merely needed to think creatively, and after a few attempts, it would become second nature. It was not a daunting task. Today's harvest was bountiful: frogs, eels, crayfish, and small fish. The most significant find, however, was the abundance of spices in Su Zhan's pack. After cleaning the frogs, he skewered them with wooden sticks and set them aside to roast. The eels were gutted and chopped into segments for braising. A few shrimp were tossed in without special treatment, and the small fish were simmered into a soup, enhanced only with wild onions and ginger slices. Next to the campfire, 2 bundles of mugwort were added to ward off mosquitoes. As night fell, the swarm of insects became unbearable, causing discomfort for those seated around the fire. Thankfully, mugwort was plentiful, easily gathered from the ditches. The scent it produced was neither particularly fragrant nor offensive, but it did possess a mild repellent effect against mosquitoes. The firelight flickered across the survivors' faces, emotions intertwining, making it challenging to discern joy from sorrow. The fear of the outside world remained etched in their hearts. The elation of surviving this ordeal quietly surged. The encounter with kindred souls stirred feelings of compassion. Yet, the uncertainty of the future loomed ominously. Kid, here, the first one is for you, Zhang Wenshu said, handing a roasted frog to Wang Tong with a smile. Though it may look a bit unappealing, the taste should be quite decent. Give it a try. The chubby boy accepted it without hesitation, undeterred by its appearance, and took a bite. Similar to that night with Jiang Dijin, he winced from the heat, yet could not bring himself to release it. Moreover, this was meat. Fresh meat in a world turned upside down. He devoured it ravenously, too engrossed to think of anything else. His mother lightly chastised him, reminding him to express gratitude first. The little fellow complied, hugging the frog tightly and sincerely thanking Zhang Wenshu. Zhang Wenshu divided the frogs, one each for Jiang Dijin and Su Zhan, while Lu Changqin and Wang Tong received two apiece. He refrained from taking one for himself, as Su Zhan had produced a pack of instant noodles, which he was now greedily consuming. By the end, not a drop of broth remained. He slurped it down with satisfaction. Instant noodles were rather intriguing. After a long absence, one would yearn for them, unable to resist reminiscing about their flavor. Yet, once satiated, one would vow never to eat them again, only to crave them once more after some time. A cyclical phenomenon. The others, having hidden in the city, were more accustomed to such food and harbored no fondness for it. They were more intrigued by the frogs and eels. While only Zhang Wenshu felt a sense of fulfillment. By the way, Su Dazhao, he inquired after everyone had filled their bellies. According to the little chubby one, did you encounter those cyclists before? Su Zhan swallowed his food and shook his head. I don't know them. We encountered them from a distance, but we kept our distance. I sensed they weren't good people. They might have wanted to rob us, yet they didn't dare approach. Lu Changqin looked up in confusion. Why would they need courage to rob you? What is there to fear from a group of orphans and widows? Jiang Dijin interjected. It's not about fearing them. It's about fearing the zombies. Those people don't want to get too close, lest they attract the attention of the undead. Zombies don't consume what's in their packs. Once those people are gone, the zombies will disperse, and we can scavenge what is left. Lu Changqin fell silent, overwhelmed by an indescribable anger. Tio witnessed his kindred fall and await their consumption, only to scavenge afterward. Though his companions had perished one by one, and he himself had faced peril, he had never regarded his kin with such indifference. It was a chilling thought, akin to a circling vulture, waiting for prey to succumb before feasting on the carcass. Seeing that the eels had sufficiently cooked, Zhang Wenshu began distributing bowls. They were far from conventional bowls. Having previously used a broken cup, he now lacked sufficient utensils, so he cut mineral water bottles in half, using the lower segments as bowls. Naturally, there were no proper chopsticks, so he carved a few wooden sticks to serve that purpose. The eel was exceptionally flavorful, while the crayfish left much to be desired. Before the catastrophe, it had been a favorite, but now it was merely a meager addition, as meat was scarce and peeling the shells was laborious. He ladled some fish soup into his bowl, took a sip and asked, Do you know them? Jiang Dijin savored the tender, delicate eel meat, spitting out the bones as he replied, Only hearsay. I've had no direct dealings. This group operates as an organization, moving swiftly on bicycles, frequently seizing other supplies or venturing further afield in search of food. Zhang Wenshu frowned. An organization? Jiang Dijin nodded. Yes, the sharing gang. How absurd, Zhang Wenshu remarked, increasingly perplexed. Why are we discussing this? That trend has long passed, and there are no pigs left to fly. Jiang Dijin chuckled ruefully. No, it's genuinely their name. It has its origins. After the catastrophe, abandoned vehicles and obstacles littered the roads, making car travel impractical, and issues with fuel and electricity arose, as you know, right? Zhang Wenshu nodded. Indeed, Xiao Lu crashed because of that. Lu Changqin rolled his eyes and, having finished the eel and crayfish, began to fish out the small fish from the bottom of the pot. Jiang Dijin continued, When comparing humans to zombies, we possess strong short-distance reflexes, but over longer distances, we lose that advantage. With cars out of the question, what tool is suitable? At this point, it became quite simple. The chubby boy raised his hand and answered, Bicycles? Jiang Dijin nodded. Before the catastrophe, bicycles were already scarce. But you all know that shared bicycles appeared later. I heard the leader of the sharing gang was once an ordinary mechanic. After the disaster, he found a way to unlock shared bicycles, riding them to escape and survive. The tale was not overly complex as they sipped fish soup by the campfire, occasionally swatting away mosquitoes. They listened to old Zhang's narration. Were it not for the turmoil of the world, it would indeed be a harmonious and warm scene. Shared bicycles were nowhere to be found in remote areas. They were exclusively in the cities. Jiang Dijin ladled some fish soup for himself. If he didn't drink it now, Lu Changqin would finish it all. He continued. This person risked much, making multiple trips to ride bicycles to the suburbs. With bicycles, he began to gather a group, and thus, they became known as the sharing gang. Zhang Wenshu shook his head and laughed. That's quite unexpected. Jiang Dijin shrugged and replied, Of course, sharing has other meanings as well. Chapter 10. Sharing this world, they proclaimed that the world had become this way due to the disparity between rich and poor, the strong and the weak, leading to calamity that necessitated a complete upheaval. Zhang Wenshu nodded. Although it lacks logic, the narrative does distinguish them from ordinary thugs and rogue organizations. Then, according to this reasoning, is it to promote equality for all? Jiang Dijin shook his head. It seems somewhat similar. Yet also not quite right. I can't quite distinguish it. Their solution is what they call sharing. Sharing food, sharing water sources, sharing tools, and sharing girlfriends and wives. Zhang Wenshu, upon hearing this, poked at the campfire, chuckling coldly, and remarked, "What is this? Equality for all has morphed into equality for men." Aside from the chubby one, who remained oblivious, the other two found his words quite disconcerting. Liu Chunchen spat out a fishbone and muttered, "Cults." Indeed, that particular term suddenly illuminated for Jiang Dijin why something felt amiss. He nodded in realization, smacked his lips, and continued, "It is rather sinister. I've heard that among the gang members, the more radical individuals propose sharing this world with the zombies, claiming they are not our enemies but rather allies here to rid us of refuse." Zhang Wenshu fell into a contemplative silence, rendered speechless. The moonlight shone brightly that night, the stars twinkling in the vast, ethereal expanse of the Milky Way. Survivors gathered around the campfire, relishing the rare delicacies before them. Though they were strangers to one another, in this moment, warmth enveloped them, allowing all to feel the presence of humanity, that they could still unite to share a meal and converse. Yet, beyond their circle, many things were changing. Besides the terrifying zombies, organizations like the Shared Gang existed. In peaceful times, such notions would surely be met with disdain. But what of now? Would there be followers? Could this be a harbinger of dread? What's the matter? Liu Chunchen finally finished eating, sitting cross-legged as he posed the question. Zhang Wenshu pondered and replied, "In times of chaos, it is only natural for monsters to abound. The refuge you stayed at before may not have been much better than this Shared Gang. There's no need to elaborate. What I'm currently contemplating is that bicycles are indeed a remarkable invention. They require no fuel, no electricity, are compact, silent, and remarkably convenient. Their advantages are numerous, which is why some may rally a gang around them. If the opportunity arises, we might consider acquiring a few ourselves." His thoughts began to wander, linking to various ideas, and he continued, "In times of flight, the chances of survival increase. I even think that if we must flee with our belongings, perhaps we should procure a few shopping carts from the supermarket, small, sturdy, and practical." For now, it was merely a thought. If there were no necessity to flee, it would be best to avoid it altogether. After a bit more casual conversation, the group cleaned the cookware, extinguished the campfire, and prepared for rest. It had been a fulfilling yet exhausting day, and soon everyone settled down to sleep, and no one was assigned to keep watch. Nor was there a patrol. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, hiding at night proved to be the safest option. Human vision is severely impaired in darkness, and a sudden encounter with zombies would leave little chance for escape. As dawn broke, the group gradually rose. After a night of rest, spirits were considerably restored. Su Zhan was the first to awaken. This plump woman not only completed her morning routine but also washed everyone's dirty clothes. Hanging them piece by piece on a lined as, she surveyed the rows of clothing. A look of satisfaction graced her face. Zhang Wenshu, upon seeing the neatly arranged garments, could not help but smile. This scene was imbued with the essence of life, exuding comfort. The men, having relieved themselves in the corner, fetched water in turns. The chubby one insisted on following, and Zhang Wenshu did not refuse, finding him a relatively shorter stick to which he tied a few bottles. Though the water collected was not much, it nonetheless contributed to the effort. Seizing the cool morning, they busied themselves in the fields for a while before returning to the storeroom to contemplate the construction of a stove. Currently, cement was lacking, so that was out of the question. Jiang Dijin took a branch and selected a spot, gesturing to indicate the size as he spoke. "The primary materials are plentiful. Bricks and stones are abundant here. What we lack is an adhesive to bind them together. However, that is not a daunting task. In the countryside, we traditionally used mud for such constructions." Liu Chunchen was unaware, but Zhang Wenshu nodded. "I know this. I recall we mixed in some straw as well," he reminisced, contemplating, "though we currently lack straw. Using some dry grass might yield unknown results." Without further delay, they commenced work, first gathering enough bricks and stones to pile on the side. Then they began mixing mud, combining water and dirt, and, shedding their shoes, they stepped barefoot into the mixture. The chubby one was particularly intrigued by this process, exerting himself in the task. "Uncle Zhang, building the stove is so much fun," the little fellow exclaimed, grinning with excitement. Only when the mixture became too thick did he gradually come to a halt. He then attempted to stack the bricks. Lacking a trowel, he sought out thin iron or plastic sheets to scoop the mud and spread it on the bricks. Layering them one upon the other was not particularly challenging, and within a couple of hours, the structure was completed. The stove was modest, featuring 2 levels with 2 openings on the sides. The upper opening was for feeding firewood, while the lower one was for removing ash. The 2 openings in between were not sealed with solid bricks, but instead formed a lattice with several iron rods, allowing the ashes to fall through once the fuel had burned down to ash. At the top of the main structure, a large opening was left for placing pots. Jiang Dijin, recalling the design from memory, also fashioned a chimney comparable in height to that of an ordinary person. This way, the smoke would rise through the chimney, avoiding dispersal and causing tears to stream from the eyes of those nearby. "If we apply a layer of mud on the surface for reinforcement, we shall have completed it," he declared, directly using his hands to spread the mud over the stove. After finishing, they set it aside to dry. The group washed their hands and feet, drank some water, and rested on the side to recover their strength. Su Zhan had prepared some potatoes, which he served to everyone. As they blew on their food and began to eat, the increase in population necessitated a more strategic approach to meals. The burden on Zhang Wanshu had grown heavier. When he was alone, it was inconsequential. He could eat whatever he found or endure hunger for a while if nothing was available now, with a family to consider. He had to think more carefully about reserves. Hunting and fishing were both unpredictable endeavors. If the weather turned foul and yields were scarce, would they all be prepared to face hunger? In truth, enduring hunger was something the others had adapted to, including the chubby one. Zhang Wanshu had forgotten that prior to encountering him, they had not enjoyed a proper meal, let alone feasted on eels or lobsters. "Let us dry things for now. There's no rush to use them. We should see what else we might need," he said, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. Jiang Dijin contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us construct a simple shelter this afternoon. After all, this is an open area, yes, manageable in good weather, but rain would be disastrous. And if birds happen to fly by and leave droppings, that would be even more inconvenient." The chubby one burst into laughter at this, finding it quite amusing. The reasoning was indeed sound. "All right," Zhang Wanshu nodded, "but I fear we might not have enough materials. We used most of what we gathered yesterday for the bathing area." The group deliberated and, considering ventilation issues, decided to create a shelter for shade and wind protection. They erected 4 posts around the stove, connecting them at the top and leaving the sides open. After a brief rest, they resumed their efforts, searching for 4 sturdy logs to stand around the stove. To ensure stability, they dug deep holes and buried the bottoms of the logs. Lu Chanshan took on the bulk of this labor, handling most of the digging and lifting. To conserve materials, the top connections were not tied with rope or wire. Instead, they wove together numerous vines. They first fashioned a base with thin sticks to support the weight, then intricately wove the vines to complete the basic structure. Under these conditions, they had effectively addressed the issue of shade, though it would still leak during rain. Thus, they laid out plastic bags on top, cutting and spreading them flat to leave no gaps. But the work was not yet finished. They applied another layer of mixed mud, followed by a layer of grass. Once all tasks were completed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the simple yet practical shelter and the stove beneath it, still not entirely dry, smiles broke out among them. Su Zhan wiped her eyes, reflecting, "It feels as if I have a home again." Just yesterday, she had been with her child, facing perilous circumstances, nearly falling prey to the jaws of a zombie. Yet, by a stroke of luck, she encountered 3 individuals, strangers who stood before them, risking their lives to slay all the monsters and save them. Before the cataclysm, few would have acted so valiantly. Yet, in this chaotic world, some had chosen to step forward. Watching the 3 diligently engaged in construction, their focused demeanor assured her that these 3 were perhaps the kindest and most upright souls she would ever encounter in her lifetime. If one day they were all to perish at the hands of zombies, she hoped it would be alongside such noble individuals. Jiang Dijin felt a sudden tightness in his throat. Home. What a distant concept it was. He had once known it, only to lose it later. With tasks completed, Everyone took a moment to rest. Zhang Wanshu scooped water to wash his hands and feet, tidying his clothing as he remarked, "Today, let us venture out to forage for wild vegetables and see if we can find any game." The chubby one scampered to his side, looking up and asking, "Hunting?" "Ha, yes, hunting." Chapter 11. Foraging in the wilderness. This plant is called yuangbao grass. I've heard it can clear heat, detoxify, and regulate blood flow. But I've also heard it might be toxic, Zhang Wenshu said, holding a leaf shaped like a yuanbao, with both ends pointing upwards. "I'm not certain, but it's not worth the risk." He casually tossed it aside, letting it flutter down into the grass. The group, carrying willow baskets, traversed the wilderness. The vegetation was lush, a vibrant tapestry of yellow and green, interspersed with wildflowers in various hues. Occasionally, a tree stood tall, whether thick or slender. Further afield lay dense jungles. The outer contours were a sea of green, but what lay within remained a mystery as the wind rustled through the foliage. A delightful sound echoed, and when considering the scenery alone, it was indeed quite beautiful. Zhang Wanshu led the way, with the others following closely behind. The wilderness was replete with abundant resources, capable of sustaining several individuals without much difficulty. However, such foraging required a certain degree of knowledge and means of acquisition. Take, for instance, the wild vegetables that carpeted the ground. While they were certainly edible, a misstep in selection could prove fatal. Just moments ago, the path had been lined with numerous trees, and in a moment of distraction, Jiang Dijin instinctively licked his lips and remarked, "If only we could find some locust trees, gathering a few blossoms to chop for dumpling filling would be a true delicacy. I can make that. My mother taught me, and she used to mention it every year." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenshu felt his mouth water, reminiscing about many past occurrences. The others, lacking similar experiences, remained indifferent to the conversation. Regrettably, without flour, merely finding the filling would be futile. Jiang Dijin suddenly recalled this fact, intensifying his craving, as he swallowed hard and said, "If I were to compare, my current desire for chicken, duck, and fish pales in comparison to my yearning for steamed buns. I can't quite fathom why, but I used to have little appetite. Now I often dream of eating buns, feeling as though I could devour 10 in one sitting." The group erupted into laughter, finding common ground in their sentiments, especially during moments of hunger, when thoughts of lavish feasts were supplanted by visions of simple buns. Imagining those fluffy, sweet, white buns, one could easily take a bite and consume half in a single go. Savoring the sweetness that intensified with each chewed tea that moment, a series of peculiar gurgles interrupted their thoughts. Liu Chanshan, slightly embarrassed, chuckled, "I'm hungry." Although he had consumed a few potatoes, they hardly sufficed to sate his appetite. The others fared better, but his considerable physical exertion left him feeling quite empty. It was then that Zhang Wanshu called out, "Come over and take a look. I've found something good." The group gathered around, and it was nothing particularly rare. Su Jun quickly recognized it. "Isn't that goji berries?" Zhang Wanshu crouched down, grinning. "Indeed, goji berries, little Lu. Come here, if you're hungry, pluck some and eat. They're harmless." Hearing this, Liu Chanshan also knelt down, observing a patch of diminutive plants with gray stems and short thorns. The leaves were slender and elongated, occasionally adorned with small purple flowers, boasting 5 or 6 petals. Yet, it was the tiny, crimson fruits that hung abundantly from the branches that drew attention. Zhang Wanshu picked a few, tossed them into his mouth, and began to chew. The chubby little one also approached, tasting the berries. They were mildly sweet with a hint of bitterness. The child, however, did not seem to enjoy them much and stopped after a few. Liu Chanshan, on the other hand, eagerly stuffed handfuls into his mouth, appearing quite fond of them. "Don't just stand around. Gather as much as you can," Zhang Wanshu encouraged, adjusting a basket to collect the berries while adding, "When fresh, their flavor is quite ordinary, but once dried, they become truly delightful. They can also be steeped in water. They pair perfectly with a thermos." Old Jiang likely soaked them quite often in the past. This patch yielded a substantial amount, at least half a basket. Though they had yet to finish picking, it was somewhat time-consuming. Zhang Wanshu suggested they return later, continuing their journey for now. Even for this modest amount of goji berries, the outing was not in vain, as they could be made into jams, sweet soups, or stir-fried dishes. It was somewhat late now. Had they come earlier, they could have harvested the tender stems and leaves, blanched them in boiling water, rinsed away the bitterness, and prepared them for stir-frying, salads, or soups. The group pressed on, and upon encountering a tangle of vines, Zhang Wenshu halted. The leaves of the plant were round and oval, fringed with prickly serrations. The branches were a brownish gray, with the new ones covered in fine hairs, while the older ones were relatively smooth. Flowers, either white or yellow, were interspersed among them. Little chubby one, go find a long stick to mark this spot. He instructed Wang Tong. The child looked at him in confusion but did not question it, running off to find a branch instead. Moments later, he returned with several, albeit a bit short. That will do, Zhang Wenshu said, inserting one into the ground and addressing Wang Tong. Uncle won't let you miss out. Remember this place, and when the time is right, there will be delicious fruits for you. Although it sounded somewhat ominous, he added with a smile, this is the Chinese kiwi, far superior in flavor to goji berries. Indeed, it was a delightful fruit, and the child, having tasted kiwi before, felt a surge of anticipation. They continued onward, passing by what was known as snake grape, not grapes eaten by snakes, but rather named so. Let us collect some leaves. We can wash and dry them for medicinal use to stop bleeding and detoxify. As for the fruits, I'm unsure if they're edible. Better not risk it, as they may be toxic. Look, wild soybeans. Let us not pick them yet. Let them ripen a bit more. These can be boiled or ground into flour. By the way, old Jiang, should we consider getting a millstone for when we find wheat? We could make buns then. This is a gourd. The leaves aren't worth harvesting. However, underneath lies a root. We can dig it up later. Soak it in water, mash it, and filter out the fine powder to make dough. They continued along the path, chatting and foraging. Liu Chanshan, who had been following for a few days, was gradually becoming accustomed to this routine. Su Zhen and her child, on the other hand, were wide-eyed with wonder, having never encountered such a situation. It was evident that people were indeed different. After the apocalypse, they had been hiding in the shadows of the city, stealthily searching for food, risking their lives for mere bites to eat. They naturally considered venturing into the wilderness, but the reality was that the wild was not necessarily safe for them. Simply discerning what was edible and what was not proved to be an arduous task. Encountering a venomous creature or fierce beast could spell disaster, leading to a meal that very day. The baskets they carried grew progressively heavier, filled with various leaves, roots, and fruits. Everyone felt a surge of joy as they carried their harvest, as it represented sustenance for their future. The little chubby one, with a smaller basket, trailed closely behind Zhang Wenshu, darting about with unbridled enthusiasm, reveling in the adventure. Children do not relish hiding in corners. Perpetually anxious alongside their mothers, the vast expanse of the wilderness was far too exhilarating, especially when accompanied by such companions. Uncle Lu was particularly impressive, wielding a long knife as if effortlessly dispatching monstrous foes that, in his presence, seemed like mere fools, foolishly exposing themselves to be struck down. Grandfather Jiang was kind as well, teaching him how to stomp in the mud, cool and sticky, a delightful experience. As for Uncle Zhang, he exuded a sense of knowledge, though the content of his words was often beyond the child's comprehension. That's enough for today. Let us not gather any more. Everyone take a moment to rest, Zhang Wenshu said, fanning himself with his hand and inviting everyone to sit on the ground. Soon, we will check the traps. We ought to gather the nets and enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Chapter 12. Catching rabbits. We followed the river upstream, treading carefully to avoid slipping in. Zhang Wenshu led the group, gradually approaching the riverbank but not stopping, instead heading straight for the thickets of wild grass. The ground felt soft beneath their feet, a stark contrast to the earlier journey. Beneath the grass roots often lay hidden puddles, and a careless step could lead to wet feet. Fortunately, Zhang Wenshu had previously cautioned everyone, prompting them to find sticks to help probe ahead. Aren't we hunting? Why are we disturbing the grass? Liu Chanshan inquired, puzzled. Zhang Wenshu, at the forefront, had assigned him to the rear, with the remaining three sandwiched between them for better preparedness against any unforeseen events. We're stirring the grass to catch rabbits. Haven't you heard of that? Zhang Wenshu replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he used the long stick to gently part the grass, flattening it in swathes to better observe the situation within. Hearing Liu Chanshan's question, he casually responded while advising the others, just nudge the grass lightly. There's no need to be forceful. We bear no grudge against it. Keep your eyes peeled. There may be a bounty. It was Liu Chanshan's first time hearing that stirring the grass to catch rabbits had this meaning, leaving him momentarily speechless. The chubby one, uncertain of the truth, innocently asked, Can we really catch rabbits this way? Old Jiang, quick to follow Zhang Wenshu's lead, seriously replied to the child, "Of course. Actually, to catch rabbits effectively, it's best to wait under a tree and bide your time." The little one, bewildered, asked, "Why?" Old Jiang brushed aside a patch of grass, finding nothing, and adjusted his glasses. "Haven't you learned about waiting by the stump for a rabbit?" "I recall that story from Long Ajia." Liu Chunshin understood, covering his face with one hand and exclaiming, "You two are ridiculous. This could impact the child's future exams." Zhang Wenshu scoffed, pausing to catch his breath while leaning on his long stick. Even if there were exams now, they'd likely be presided over by zombies. Can you imagine the questions? At what stage are humans most delectable? He plucked a leaf and bit into it, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. How strange, could I have misjudged? He glanced at the surrounding scenery, seemingly verifying something, before continuing forward, glancing left and right. Seeing his serious demeanor, Liu Chunshin sensed he was not joking and grew more perplexed, asking, "Old Zhang, what exactly are we doing? Are we hunting or not?" "Of course," Zhang Wenshu replied, as if he had stumbled upon a clue. Liu Chunshin imitated him, tugging at the grass, though not earnestly, his gaze wandering, perhaps feeling somewhat bored. "So, what are we preparing to hunt? Green grass or yellow grass? Hunting for eggs? Huh?" Just as the group was about to voice their disbelief, they saw him take a sidestep and squat down in the grass. As the gazes of the crowd shifted, they were met with an astonishing sight beneath his feet. "Eggs?" the chubby little boy exclaimed, hastening towards the dense thicket where a nest lay concealed. The nest, woven from grass, was adorned with numerous tufts of down, seemingly shed from birds. Within it, a cluster of eggs nestled closely together, their hue a muted greenish-gray, numbering around 7 or 8. Zhang Wenshu chuckled, remarking, "Sister Sue, isn't your family running a restaurant? How can this child not even recognize an egg? Thankfully, there's no college entrance examination this year. Otherwise, he'd surely bring home a big fat 0. Su Zhan could not suppress a smile upon hearing this. She crouched down, carefully removing the basket from her back and placing it aside, mindful of not causing any damage. Though it was still a fair distance away, it turned out to be a nest of duck eggs. Liu Chunshin picked one up, cradling it in his hand and examining it closely, grinning like a fool as he said, "What a delightful surprise! It's indeed a duck egg. I used to see these often, and I love salted duck eggs. After the great disaster, this is my first encounter with them." Zhang Wenshu spat dismissively, discarding the leaves in his mouth. "Don't boast. These are wild duck eggs, something you couldn't possibly have seen regularly, let alone eaten. Wild ducks are protected species, and their eggs shouldn't be taken without caution." With laughter, the group began to gather the duck eggs, placing them into the basket. To prevent any from breaking during their journey, they carefully separated them, nestling them among the wild vegetables in the basket. The notion of protecting animals was a bygone theory. In this world of dwindling humanity, animal populations flourished rapidly. Zhang Wenshu often spotted wild ducks swimming in flocks while fishing, and he surmised that if it was so here, other places would be similar. It seemed that birds and beasts had entered a golden age of existence. "Let us not take them all. Leave a couple for the mother duck to return and lay more," Zhang Wenshu advised, halting the group from clearing out the entire nest. They continued onward, traversing the expansive, water-adjacent grassland, which was too vast to explore in a short span. This ample territory provided the wild ducks with a suitable habitat. After discovering the first nest, they found others as they pressed forward. Occasionally, they caught sight of wild ducks, though they were quite skittish, taking flight at the sound of human voices. Initially, the group was filled with wonder, but they soon grew accustomed to the sight. This area had been scouted by Zhang Wenshu, who had anticipated the presence of eggs, and today's search confirmed his suspicions. Of course, his interest in wild ducks was not new. He had been contemplating ways to catch a few in due time. Liu Chunshin continued to hold an egg, asking, "Shall we boil duck eggs for dinner?" He began to envision himself peeling the gray-green egg, revealing the steaming, tender white within. He imagined savoring the rich yolk, reminding himself to drink plenty of water to avoid choking, perhaps infusing it with goji berries for added flavor. Boiled, roasted, or even raw, they all work. Though they might carry a slight fishy taste, Zhang Wenshu shrugged, non-committal. Once the basket was nearly full, the group departed the damp grassland, veering towards a familiar stretch of riverbank where Lao Jiang set his fish traps. Upon reaching the trees, they set down their belongings to rest and hydrate. Zhang Wenshu instructed everyone to organize the willow baskets, consolidating their items and leaving two empty. One was handed to Lao Jiang, and the other to Lu Qianqian, as he directed Lao Jiang to check the traps while Su Zhen assisted. This basket would be used for the fish and shrimp, taking Lu Qianqian aside. The chubby little boy followed closely behind. They arrived at a dirt slope covered in wild grass, where they paused. "Little chubby boy, find a stick about this size," Zhang Wenshu gestured, instructing Wang Tong to seek out materials. Meanwhile, he and Lu Qianqian gathered slender vines, tying them together to create a lengthy line. "The holes are rabbit burrows," Zhang Wenshu said as he worked on the vines, noticing Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkling with excitement as he prepared to rush over. He quickly called out, "Don't go near. We don't know how deep that hole is. You think you can dig it out with your bare hands?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qianqian asked, "So what should we do? Should we fish for them with the vines? Like fishing?" Zhang Wenshu rolled his eyes. "You truly have an imagination. I admire that. There are many methods. I've heard that using a lasso is the best. But we lack the proper tools at the moment. We could use smoke, but that would require a fire. Forget it today. We'll stick with the simplest approach. We can save the other methods for next time." Indeed, the task was straightforward. By the time the chubby boy returned with a suitable stick, everything was prepared. The basket was placed on the ground, propped up with the stick to create a sizable opening. Fresh wild vegetables and fruits, even a piece of sweet potato brought from the storeroom, were nestled beneath. The stick was tied with the vines, which were then stretched along the ground and hidden behind the dirt slope. With the vines taut and himself concealed, he handed the vines to Lu Qianqian, advising, "If luck is on our side, a rabbit might be tempted out to nibble on the food, and when the timing is right, pull the vines. The stick will lift the basket and trap the rabbit inside. Do you understand?" The two, one big and one small, nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. "All right, you keep watch. I'll head back to check on things." Zhang Wenshu dusted off his clothes and departed. If fortune favored them, a rabbit would emerge to feast. If not, who could say? Perhaps it would be a lonely wait. Regardless, he was reluctant to linger there. Noticing Lu Qianqian's determined demeanor, he decided it was best to leave him to it. Back at the riverbank, Jiang Dijin and Su Zhen were busy sorting through their catch. They had fared well, including fish, shrimp, yellow eels, and loaches. Thankfully, there were no frogs this time. The two struggled somewhat compared to Lu Qianqian, finding it a bit challenging to catch frogs. "How about a big pot of mixed stew tonight?" Zhang Wenshu peered into the basket, thoroughly pleased with their haul. Jiang Dijin grinned, "Let us keep them in a bucket for a while. We could enjoy several meals from this. We should also brainstorm some new tools. I just saw a turtle in the river, and the fish trap is too small to hold it." Turtles are a fine delicacy, indeed. Zhang Wenshu nodded, helping the two finish up. Once everything was organized, they returned to the water. Su Zhen suddenly recalled the other two, asking, "Where are Lu and the chubby boy? Why haven't they returned yet?" Zhang Wenshu replied, "They're off catching rabbits. One of them will come back." The chubby boy returned alone, looking dejected, clearly having had no luck. Zhang Wenshu inquired, "Why are you back by yourself? Did you have no luck?" Approaching Su Zhen, the chubby boy mumbled, "It was so dull, just lying there without moving. Nothing came out. I'd rather go gather grass to hit rabbits or wait by a tree stump." Well, this outing has certainly expanded your vocabulary quickly. Chapter 13. The knife falls on the cutting board. Chubby boy, did you see all those holes by the riverbank? They might be hiding something. Hiding what? Crayfish, yellow eels, frogs, toads, snakes. Jiang Dijin strolled along the riverbank with Wang Tong, imparting some trapping techniques while passing the time. Since Lu Qianqian had yet to return, it seemed they would have to wait a little longer. Different holes could conceal various creatures. Depending on their shapes, he crouched down by the riverbank, motioning for Wang Tong to do the same as he examined a hole's opening. Of course, sometimes the judgment may not be accurate. It ultimately relies on practical experience. If the hole isn't round or flat, reach in and feel around. The chubby boy rolled up his right sleeve, preparing to probe inside, but upon seeing the darkness within, he hesitated, fear creeping in. "Maybe you should do it instead. In a way, I can't." "Why not?" "Because I can't tell what's hidden inside. What if there's a snake? If I reach in, I might get bitten." The young boy looked momentarily perplexed. Lao Jiang, having amused the child, pulled out a hook made of iron wire from his pocket. The hook was sharp and considerably thicker than a fishing hook, with a long piece of wire extending from the back, held upright in his hand. Attach a worm to it and dangle it at the hole's entrance. Don't go too deep, but don't stray too far either. The chubby boy, feeling fatigued from squatting, plopped down on the ground, craning his neck to watch. Will this even catch anything? I used to catch plenty when I was a child. I don't know now. After all, the world has changed. The two, one big and one small, exchanged idle chatter until they heard a splash. A slender shadow emerged from the hole, clamping onto the iron hook and writhing in a futile attempt to escape. The chubby boy was startled, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a yellow eel. Jiang Dijin shook the hook, chuckling, "Not bad. It seems some things in this world still remain unchanged," as the sun dipped lower, casting a warm glow. The old man and the child delighted in their fishing and shrimp-catching endeavors. The world has indeed changed significantly. Such activities would have been deemed unproductive before the Great Disaster. Yet in this current reality, they might just be the means to fill their stomachs and survive. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanshu and Su Zhan were identifying useful plants nearby. Given their bountiful haul today, they felt no urgency to gather more supplies and instead enjoyed a leisurely pace. They rested when fatigued, drank when thirsty, and chatted while sipping water, waiting for the sun to as the day waned. Lu Chunchen still had not returned. Go call him, Zhang Wanshu instructed the chubby boy. The young lad dashed off and quickly returned, still alone. Uncle Lu said everyone should head back. We shouldn't wait for him. He walks briskly, sure to return before darkness falls. After Wang Tong completed his report, he turned and departed, heading off to catch fish and shrimp. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanshu shook his head and remarked, "This is an obsession with rabbits." After some contemplation, the group decided there was likely nothing amiss and began to pack their belongings for the journey home. The evening breeze gradually turned refreshing, while the reeds along the riverbank basked in the golden air, their fluffy blooms swaying gently, tinted by the hues of the setting sun. The aroma of fresh grass and river water filled the air. Imbued with a hint of coolness, flocks of wild ducks landed nearby, quacking loudly, whether calling for a reunion with kin or expressing anxiety over the absence of their eggs remained a mystery. Upon returning to their dwelling, the group performed a brief wash, except for Wang Tong. The children, disinclined to bathe or wash their hair, often ended up resembling muddy little monkeys after rolling about. It was only through Su Zhan's insistence that they finally scrubbed their grimy hands clean. They then began sorting through the wild vegetables and preparing the fish and shrimp. "Old Jiang, do you know how to make curtains?" Zhang Wenchu inquired, categorizing the vegetables and tossing them into different baskets. His brow furrowed. "The process shouldn't be too complicated, but I've never done it before. Can you manage?" Jiang Dijin glanced around at the three simple rooms, noting the presence of windows and curtains, all quite complete. "What do we need curtains for? It seems unnecessary," he replied, puzzled. "I actually don't know how to make them. Perhaps we could cut up some torn clothes and patch something together?" Realizing Jiang had misunderstood, Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Not that kind, but something to hang things on to dry. Perhaps it's a regional term. I grew accustomed to it in my childhood and am unsure if there's another name in Mandarin. Essentially, it's the type made from reed stalks arranged neatly, woven with fine string, capable of being rolled up or spread out." Upon understanding, Jiang chuckled heartily. "I see. We used to have those at home." The two discussed it further, finding the task not overly daunting and feasible. Having such an item would certainly make drying things much more convenient. The reed stalks would be tightly arranged and rolled into a cylindrical shape, easily unfurled when needed. They could be laid on the ground or propped up on two high stools with some wooden planks on top. Items needing to be dried could be spread out on the curtain, protected from dust. As they talked about this, the conversation shifted to tables and benches. There was no shortage of wood, nor of simple chopping tools. Jiang mentally assessed the materials and calculated what would be required, stating, "The structure isn't complicated. We can create it, though it will be quite rough. After all, we don't even have a planer, so the surfaces of the benches and tables will be quite uneven." Zhang Wanshu nodded in agreement. "It doesn't matter. Practicality is what we need. Who has the luxury to consider aesthetics at this time?" Currently, there were 5 individuals in the warehouse. The number of people, whether many or few, represented 2 different concepts. The psychological states of individuals would also vary. Zhang Wanshu had been here for some time and could find food and solve the water supply issue, so he was not concerned about sheltering from the elements. Yet, that was about it. He lacked even a proper bed, curling up in a corner each night, merely covering himself with some ragged clothes. As for meals, they were sporadic, sometimes a feast, sometimes a famine. He possessed the ability to procure food, and if he wished, he could have a meal at every sitting. However, he seemed to have lost his enthusiasm. When alone, mealtime felt less significant. When truly hungry, he would seek out something to eat, but when not particularly famished, he would simply sleep or lie around in a daze, sitting or standing in a stupor. Now that he had rescued a few individuals, he was responsible for their survival, with tasks heavier and arrangements busier than before, leading to more contemplation. Sometimes after a day's labor, he would feel fatigued, yet it was difficult to say he was happier now than before. Once he finished his tasks, he began to prepare dinner. However, today it would not be he who took charge, but rather Su Zhan, who washed the kitchen knife and stood by the stove. Before her was a washing station that old Jiang had recently constructed from bricks and stones against the wall. The stone slab served as a chopping board, essentially a round log stump hewn with an axe. This was a product of Lu Chunxin's daily practice of chopping firewood, merely selected by Zhang Wanxu for its suitability. The chopping board was relatively new, still retaining moisture from the wood, so they decided to use it for now. With a dull thud, the knife struck the board, the tip embedding itself in the wood. Su Zhan's expression gradually became animated, shifting from tension to relaxation, a smile blooming at the corners of her mouth. It was as if everything familiar had returned. Next came the flash of the knife, the chopping board echoing with rhythmic thuds. Zhang Wanxu and Jiang Dijin exchanged glances, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over them at the long-missed sound. As the daylight waned and weary birds returned to their nests, the chirping gradually ceased. Even the incessant cicada song grew quieter. Women prepared wild vegetables for dinner. The men idly sat nearby, crafting various items. The children fixated on the fish and shrimp in the bucket, occasionally poking them with sticks, lost in their own play. All was a tranquil scene. Lu Chunxin had yet to return. Zhang Wanxu glanced at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. The night outside would grow perilous, and one should not linger outdoors unless absolutely necessary. Catching a rabbit should pose no unexpected troubles. However, Lu Chunxin was somewhat reckless, and Zhang harbored concerns about him being caught at the burrow's entrance. You all continue preparing. I'll go find Xiao Lude, it's getting late. After a brief hesitation, he stood, feeling reassured by the thought of checking on him. Just then, he heard a noise at the corner, a head poking out, followed by the entire figure of Lu Chunxin emerging. In stark contrast to Zhang Wanxu's serious demeanor, Lu Chunxin was grinning broadly, his thick beard failing to conceal his triumphant smile. He raised his right hand, proudly displaying a pair of long ears. A plump wild rabbit struggled weakly against his grip. The chubby little one had darted over, excitedly circling him. "Haha! Look what I caught!" Lu Chunxin joyfully announced to everyone. The group, equally astonished, gathered around to witness the spectacle. Even Zhang Wanxu wore a beaming smile. They were not lacking in meat. Fish, shrimp, eels, and frogs had all provided sustenance, and they had even enjoyed mouse meat previously. Yet, compared to such a sizable rabbit, the others seemed trivial. "Shall we roast the rabbit tonight?" Lu Chunxin eagerly asked, waving the prize in his hand. The proposition was indeed tempting. The thought of roasting such a fat rabbit, with its fat sizzling and dripping, was enough to make one salivate. However, Zhang Wanxu declined. "Let us put it away for now and secure it properly to it's getting late, and it will be more troublesome to deal with. Tonight, we have another feast. Su Desa has already prepared sweet potatoes and duck eggs, just waiting for your return." Lu Chunxin felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not argue. Then he remembered the duck eggs and brightened up. "All right, I'll have boiled duck eggs." He had fantasized about duck eggs for quite some time, and now one was hiding in his pocket. Zhang Wanxu chuckled. "Whether it's roasted or boiled, aren't we still the children of a food-loving nation? Lacking a bit of imagination, aren't we?" "What do you mean?" Lu Chunxin blinked in confusion. Chapter 14. The sizzling sound. With the establishment of a cooking stove in the abandoned factory, everything would be drastically different. Su Zhan, sporting a ragged cloth apron tied around her waist, wielded a wooden spatula, standing resolutely before the stove. Her expression was calm, her gaze unwavering, exuding a presence even more formidable than Lu Chunxin brandishing a knife in front of a horde of zombies, commanding and masterful. Old Jiang stoked the fire beneath the stove, with smoke curling gracefully into the air. The pot was heated, and oil was added, rendered from their prior catch. However, Zhang Wenshu had already begun searching for new alternatives. He had spotted rapeseed flowers nearby and resolved to explore further when time permitted. Grabbing a half-empty soda bottle, she took a wild duck egg and gently tapped it against the stove's edge, applying a slight squeeze until the shell cracked, allowing the egg liquid to flow into the bottle. With one hand holding the bottle and the other cracking the egg, her movements were fluid and graceful. One after another, over 10 duck eggs found their way into the bottle. She then switched to a pair of slender chopsticks made of wood and began to stir rapidly, the egg liquid thickening. Next, she poured the mixture into the pot, the sizzling sound rising, and green smoke wafted up, causing everyone to salivate. Fresh wild chives, washed and chopped, were added to the pot, thoroughly mixed with the duck eggs. The green and yellow hues blended beautifully, creating a particularly enticing sight. The aroma began to spread, wafting far and wide. Liu Chunshin swallowed hard, reluctant to leave the stove, even pausing his favorite activity of chopping. The others were equally captivated. The children struggled to contain themselves, nearly leaning over the pot, while Zhang Wenshu, though seated farther away, kept his eyes glued to the scene. Stir-fried chives and duck eggs are a quintessential home dish. Unfortunately, they had no chives, only wild ones. No regular eggs, only wild duck eggs. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, how long had it been since they had witnessed such a scene? Stir-frying vegetables, cooking amidst the apocalypse. Liu Chunshin could not help but feel tears welling up. In their previous refuge, conflicts had erupted over a few crumbs of bread. Yet now, he stood before the pot, waiting to enjoy stir-fried chives and eggs. Thinking back to those who had been maimed or perished in the struggle for food was truly heart-wrenching. The food was soon ready and transferred into a prepared makeshift basin. Su Zhan then set about preparing a second dish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes. In truth, it was neither spicy nor sour. They lacked sufficient vinegar, chili powder, and even fresh chilies. Instead, they had only added some spicy wild greens as seasoning. 2 large basins of food were placed on a table hastily assembled from several overturned buckets. The group gathered around, ready to eat. Su Zhan added water and some wild vegetables to the pot, boiling a soup, then left it to simmer without further attention. Old Jiang rummaged through the ashes beneath the stove. Unearthing several blackened objects, a gentle knock reverberated as the ashes were brushed away, unveiling a pale yellow interior beneath the now brittle skin, from which a fragrant aroma wafted forth. The roasted sweet potato was crisp on the outside yet tender within. He divided the delicacies among the group, chuckling, "With my culinary skills, I could earn quite a bit if I set up a stall. Those young ladies are particularly fond of such treats." Laughter erupted as everyone settled around him. Liu Chunshin and the chubby boy were already brimming with anticipation, yet they refrained from indulging. Liu Chunshin sat upright, swallowing hard, with chopsticks poised in his hand, frequently glancing at Zhang Wenshu. The chubby boy, however, was restrained by Su Zhan, who forbade him from eating first. Observing the stillness of the others, Zhang Wenshu, perplexed, remarked, "What's the matter? Dig in before you starve." He was the first to extend his chopsticks, grabbing a wild duck egg and placing it in his mouth. The flavors burst forth, indescribably delightful. As soon as the others saw him eat, they no longer held back, and soon the table was a whirlwind of activity, filled with the sounds of feasting. The flavor of scrambled eggs with chives was incomparable to boiled eggs, and the tangy, spicy shredded potatoes surpassed the roasted sweet potatoes. The meal concluded swiftly, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Liu Chunshin even contemplated lifting the bowl to lick it clean but ultimately refrained for the sake of propriety. Once the wild vegetable soup was ready, everyone enjoyed a few half bottles. After finishing the sweet potatoes, a sense of fullness finally settled and Su Zhan began to wash the pots and dishes, while the others sat back, digesting and discussing their plans ahead. "This area is vast, and we currently occupy a relatively central position," Zhang Wenshu stated, picking up a stick and sketching a rough circle in the dirt. My explorations have primarily focused around the storage room. The conditions in the farther regions remain largely unknown. He then drew a smaller circle within the larger one. As dusk approached, visibility diminished. Both the north and south are urban areas. You may be more aware of the current road conditions than I am. To the east lies a network of rivers, while heading west leads into the mountains. This place appears quite desolate at present, but judging by the state of the crops, there may have been villages here in the past. It is uncertain whether the land was consolidated for farming or if there are other plans in place, but it seems the villagers have likely migrated to the cities, furrowing his brow. He pondered, perhaps we should attempt to broaden our exploration. Elderly villagers, unable to part with their farmland, often travel great distances to return to the suburbs for cultivation. While this may not make economic sense, there have been instances of this occurring emotionally. If we can locate the abandoned fields, we might find staple crops like wheat, corn, and rice. Jiang Dijin nodded, adding, there may still be unrelocated houses and villagers who haven't moved away. It isn't impossible, but the odds are slim. The calamities that struck were global, affecting both rural and urban areas, coastal and inland alike. Presently, the most terrifying threat is the zombies, however, at the onset of the disaster. The real horror lay in the death caused by infectious diseases, untreatable, unstoppable, and often with an unknown transmission route. The virus manifested almost simultaneously in urban residents, rural farmers, leaders behind the fortified walls of the capital, soldiers in the military, and even monks in secluded mountain temples. Zombies are terrifying, yet they are tangible. Lu Chunqin could sever their heads. The virus, however, is insidious, silent and unseen. It claims lives. Even fully armed soldiers, tucked away in robust tanks, cannot alter the outcome. While the sheer number of zombies is indeed alarming, those who retain memories of the cataclysm are unlikely to believe that this number can compare to the fatalities caused by the virus. Initially, it was just me, and that was inconsequential, Zhang Wanshu sighed. Survival isn't difficult, but merely existing is not enough. However, when more people are involved, we must consider the circumstances of many. We cannot predict how long we can remain here. If a horde of zombies were to descend upon us, we would have no option but to flee. After recently enjoying stable days with ample food, discussing such grim topics felt somewhat deflating. Jiang Dijin and Lu Chunqin lapsed into silence. Even Su Zhen, who was washing pots and bowls, paused momentarily. Only the chubby boy remained focused, amusing himself with a wild rabbit. Zhang Wanshu, however, offered a gentle smile, encouraging everyone must remain spirited. If we can endure for a day, we must devise a plan for that day. We need to make ample preparations to face changes. Furthermore, if zombies can come, is it not possible that other survivors might also appear? Have you all forgotten what you have experienced? His implication was clear. Zhang Wanshu bypassed a crucial discussion on how to treat survivors, a matter not to be taken lightly in other shelters. In the face of an apocalypse, survival conditions are harsh, particularly for survivors hiding in the corners of cities. The urgency of seizing supplies is as critical as evading zombies. Thus, what demeanor should one adopt when encountering other survivors? Such a stance is not made lightly. Even before the Great Disaster, there were numerous discussions advocating for preemptive violence against the weak. In the true end of days, a soft heart could indeed spell the loss of one's chance to survive. So, is Zhang Wanshu a bleeding heart? It's uncertain. He certainly seems eager to save others, perhaps to a degree, at the very least. He is a good person. I propose we pursue two paths, Jiang Dijin suggested after some reflection. On one hand, we explore the surrounding areas. On the other, we venture towards the city. Zhang Wanshu had contemplated this aspect as well and found it reasonably prudent. He nodded, inquiring, are you suggesting a shelter? Yes, to some extent. We've all heard rumors. There must be some truth to them. Jiang Dijin turned to Lu Chunqin, asking, little Lu, what are your thoughts? Lu Chunqin, caressing his long knife, listened attentively to their conversation. Upon hearing the question, he furrowed his brow and began to contemplate. After a while, he looked at the two of them earnestly and said, here is my perspective. This matter is quite complex. I'll listen to you. Whatever you suggest, I will follow. This was tantamount to not answering at all. The two were left speechless, momentarily unsure of what to say to Su Zhen. Having finished washing the pots and bowls, approached and poured everyone a cup of hot water. She then handed Lu Chunqin a boiled duck egg, which he had previously asked her to prepare. Lu Chunqin accepted it with gratitude, yet instead of consuming it, he stowed it in his pocket, occasionally feeling it through his clothing, a look of bliss gracing his face. Perhaps he had suffered too much from hunger before, leaving him with some lingering effects. Even when sated, he still wished to carry something with him. Su Zhen joined the discussion, and they continued to brainstorm for quite some time, sharing many imaginative ideas. For instance, they contemplated creating tools for drying wild vegetables, considering whether they could dig a cellar to store fresh vegetables. and how to keep fish and shrimp alive in barrels. They also discussed digging a small fish pond nearby, exploring the fields for crops, and gradually moving towards the city. Zhang Wenshu attempted to summarize their thoughts. We shouldn't rush in. The danger is still too high. We should first scout the outskirts of towns where the population density was lower before the disaster, as they are relatively safer. On one hand, we can gather information about shelters, and on the other, we can scavenge for supplies to bring back. He hoped to find tools and seasonings, items that were not scarce in the cities or villages, but rather abundant. If someone could consolidate these resources and distribute them to survivors, every survivor could live quite comfortably. The challenge in urban areas, however, lies in the accompanying dangers, particularly in regions densely populated with zombies, which are essentially human no-go zones, a one-way ticket. If they could indeed locate a shelter, that would be a revelation. Suddenly, Zhang Wenshu's attention was drawn to a sound from outside. Wait, did you hear that? He asked, his expression shifting as he listened intently. Chapter 15. Just like a dog, the faces of the group changed abruptly. They all stood up, with even the chubby boy quietly moving closer to Su Zhan. They exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of uncertainty and fear. Yet, no one panicked. There were no frantic cries. Since the onset of the apocalypse, far too many tragedies had unfolded. Even the most naive among them had managed to glean some survival wisdom. Or perhaps those truly oblivious, who succumbed to panic and shouted loudly, had already been consumed. Outside, a deep, anxious growl echoed. Zhang Wenshu drew his blade, holding it firmly as he approached the wall. He carefully stacked a few bricks on the ground, stepping lightly to elevate his head above the wall for a better view. Lu Chengxin had also retrieved his long knife, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. Jiang Dijin, meanwhile, stuffed a few potatoes into his pocket and moved to the chubby boy's side, discreetly slipping a few into his hands. He gently patted the boy's head, his hand trembling slightly, but he remained silent, forcing a smile. The world is unpredictable. One moment they might be dreaming of the future, and the next, they could find themselves in a bloody storm. Friends with whom they shared laughter might lie in pools of blood, and comrades sworn to fight alongside them could be scattered amidst a sudden escape. Such occurrences were hardly rare. Gather as much food as you can, run as fast as you can, and strive to survive, Lu Chengxin urged quietly, looking up to ask, Old Zhang, what's the situation? Should we let them in to fight, or charge out to confront them? Zhang Wenshu hesitated, his voice laced with uncertainty. It's complicated, he replied. What does that mean? Lu Chengxin asked, confused. The others were equally bewildered, unsure how to interpret his response. Zhang Wenshu turned his head and addressed the group below, saying, It's difficult to articulate. So you might as well come up and see for yourselves. It's rather peculiar. His words left everyone increasingly perplexed yet more curious, prompting them to gather bricks and stones to stack and climb for a better view. Only the chubby boy, insufficiently tall, anxiously bounced around below, unable to call out, consumed by his own impatience. As the night deepened, visibility diminished. Inside the storage room, the crackling of firewood illuminated the surroundings, making it easy to discern shapes. Outside, however, there were no streetlights nor flickering flames, casting an eerie darkness. Fortunately, the group had gradually adapted to the peculiarities of the post-apocalyptic world, their eyes adjusting to the dim light. Through the hazy moonlight, shadowy figures outside became vaguely visible. Several staggering forms occasionally toppled over, only to rise again and howl, seemingly caught in a dizzying whirl. Lu Chengxin whispered, Are the zombies playing a game? No one answered. As such a notion was implausible, the scene was indeed bizarre. What were they pursuing? Zhang Wenshu squinted, attempting to see more clearly, hesitantly stating, There's something beneath us. It resembles a dog. As the group's eyes adjusted to the darkness, they gradually discerned the scene. A large black dog was weaving around the zombies, occasionally nipping at their legs and then dragging them back. The zombies, unsteady on their feet, would topple over. Seizing the opportunity, the dog lunged forward, tearing at their necks. Yet, its teeth were not as sharp as blades. Decapitating a zombie was no easy feat. Moreover, with multiple zombies in pursuit, the dog couldn't remain in one place for long. It had to release its grip and dodge attacks, waiting for another chance to pull one down and bite again. This dog is rather remarkable, Lu Chengxin remarked. But one has to wonder, do zombies pursue animals? Of course, while they were most fond of human flesh, They would not refuse animal flesh either. However, the success rate of such pursuits was notably low, especially for agile creatures. Conversely, do carnivorous animals hunt zombies? Based on current experiences, it seemed unlikely. Perhaps animals simply do not favor carrion, or they perceive the danger in attacking zombies to be too great. So, are vultures more interested in zombies? They could not ascertain, as no one had yet witnessed a vulture. Jiang Dijin, puzzled, inquired, "Is it too hungry to eat zombies?" Zhang Wanshu shook his head, replying, "There are no reports of any animal hunting zombies. Besides, this scenario doesn't seem plausible. A dog facing 3 zombies can't expect to achieve much." Jiang Dijin reflected and agreed. After all, he felt intimidated even by a single zombie, let alone 3. Then Zhang Wanshu sighed and mused. The hero Guo Jing once said, "In times of chaos, a man is no match for a dog." There is some truth in that. Jiang Dijin felt a sting of sarcasm but found no evidence to counter it. Though he had not read the legend of the Condor heroes, he suspected that Guo's words might convey such a sentiment. Lu Chongqing, on the other hand, always enjoyed these sudden quotes from famous figures and often attempted to imitate them, though he struggled to master the art. Behind, a zombie clutched a half-eaten rabbit. Liu Chongqing, sharp-eyed, observed closely. Zhang Wanshu glanced over and, upon confirmation, smiled, saying, "It appears to be a matter of personal vendetta. The rabbit must have been caught by the black dog, only to be snatched away by the zombie." Leading to this chaotic scene, the chubby boy below, anxious, asked, "What are you saying about a dog?" "You heard wrong. There is no dog," Jiang Dijin replied, bowing his head to him, then turned to Zhang Wanshu, asking, "This dog seems clever. Do you think it can win?" The chubby boy felt both frustrated and helpless, rushing to gather more bricks and stones. "Win?" Zhang Wanshu shook his head, stating, "It's highly unlikely. The dog appears rather thin, likely having gone a long time without food, finally catching a prey, only to have it snatched away. After all this struggle, it'll soon be worn out and merely provide meat for the zombies." Jiang Dijin gasped, his expression pained, murmuring, "What a pity. This dog, as Xiao Lu said, is quite extraordinary." Su Zhan noticed the precariousness of the chubby boy's stack and came over to assist. Finally, they achieved sufficient height. The young boy cautiously poked his head out to gaze outside. The battle raged on. 3 zombies were intermittently lunging and howling. With their necks bitten, dark blood flowed, rendering the scene somewhat indistinct in the night, appearing merely as a mass of black. Yet the black dog displayed remarkable instinct, tirelessly tearing and biting, skillfully evading grabs and bites, yet never barking. A rare feat for a dog. Seemed that animals, too, were adapting to this world. Barking could easily attract a horde of zombies, and as their numbers swelled, the advantage of agility would diminish. How restrain one's instincts is indeed the mark of a good dog. Slowing down, Lu Chongqing couldn't help but comment, "It first." The others felt little, but over time, they began to notice. The dog's circling became tighter, its movements sluggish. Though it remained silent, it was evident it was panting heavily. Several times, the sharp claws of the zombies grazed it, but fortunately, the dense fur shielded it. Had it been human skin, it would have bled. The nature of zombies made it exceedingly difficult for the black dog to prevail. If it were a living person, its bites could inflict immense pain or cause significant bleeding, incapacitating the victim. But zombies were different. Unless one could sever a head, such attacks were futile. Moreover, living humans would not fall so easily. Their agility far surpassing that of zombies. As the dog and zombies collided, they drew nearer to the wall. Soon, the onlookers atop the wall would be exposed to the zombies' senses. "This dog is foolish." Zhang Wanshu could not help but shake his head, saying it could still escape by darting into the bushes. The zombies might not pursue. Once its strength wanes, it will find escape impossible. Seeing the zombies approach, Jiang Dijin urged, "Let us go down and hide a bit farther away. The zombies chasing the dog might not notice us." Encountering zombies at night was indeed a terrifying affair. If they could conceal themselves, it would be best. With the wall providing a barrier, if the zombies merely passed by, the situation should not be too dire. Everyone looked toward Zhang Wanshu, who nodded slightly. He too did not advise venturing out at night, as too much movement was unpredictable. Just as he prepared to leap down and beckon everyone to hide farther away, he heard Lu Chongqing call out to him, "Old Zhang." Zhang Wanshu turned to see his face unusually serious. Understanding immediately, he asked, "What are the odds?" Lu Chongqing replied with determination, "At least 70 to 80%. Zhang Wenshu pursed his lips and said, "What is your reasoning? Is it compassion?" Lu Chongqing shook his head, asserting, "I don't know. I just feel this dog is very stubborn, much like me. I want to save it." The group found his words compelling. When he was resolute, even his self-praise was distinct. Zhang Wenshu was momentarily at a loss for words, saying that rationale is insufficient. What does your similarity to it matter? You're not its father. Think of another reason to persuade me. Lu Chongqing pondered seriously, attempting to say, "It can catch rabbits." Zhang Wenshu chuckled. "All right, that's good. Let us prepare." Primarily, he observed that the dog had not yet fled, and thus he hesitated. If the dog ran away, the zombies would follow, and soon it would be lost. However, this was a foolish dog. Intent on confronting the zombies, it was likely to perish here. But what if the zombies, after consuming the dog, did not leave? Their distinctive howls carried a unique frequency, easily attracting companions, especially upon detecting humans and the scent of fresh flesh. The frequency of their howls would likely increase. Thus, upon seeing Lu Chongqing's resolute expression, Zhang Wenshu's thoughts shifted. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing was preoccupied, casually tossing down his long knife. Naturally, it was not the scenario depicted in fantasy novels where one slice would slay a foe. He merely wanted to drop the knife for ease of climbing over the wall. With both hands bracing himself, he leapt onto the wall, aiming for a precise spot to jump down. Damn it. There's a door, Zhang Wenshu thought, knowing he couldn't let Lu Chongqing go alone. However, he hadn't anticipated the lad's speed. With no choice, he followed suit, tossing his own blade to the ground before scaling the wall and leaping down. Chapter 16. The mute dog Lu Chongqing jumped down, with Zhang Wenshu closely behind. The commotion startled not only the few people behind the wall, but also the zombies and the black dog outside. The black dog, startled, instinctively turned and fled, disappearing in an instant. The zombies, however, caught the scent of blood and flesh, becoming agitated. They quickly abandoned the black dog, charging towards the two men. The darkness was profound. Zhang Wenshu, wary of getting too close, specifically cautioned, "Stay near the wall. Don't rush forward. Let them come to you." As Lu Chongqing, initially inclined to charge ahead, halted immediately, gripping his knife and crouching low. As the zombies drew near, he slashed upward, aiming for their next. Oh no, it's off target. Unexpectedly, the strike was smooth, slicing through some flesh but failing to kill. The zombie seized the opportunity to lunge forward, its grasp brushing against his clothing. The difference between day and night was indeed marked. Lu Chongqing felt a cold sweat break out, hastily darting aside. Zhang Wenshu, on the other side, began to shout, drawing the attention of the zombies. The zombies, affected by his cries, turned to pursue him. Zhang Wenshu dared not confront them head-on and started to run along the wall in terms of human agility, darting left and right, moving forward and backward. Was indeed more effective for evading pursuit. Yet, he did not dare to run further away, for the outside was overgrown with weeds and riddled with numerous pits. Should he stumble over something or step into a hole and fall, it would spell his doom. Lu Chongqing, witnessing this, spun around to chase after the zombies, towering and strong. He sprinted a few steps before leaping into the air, shouting as he brought his long blade down with force. The blade struck the back of the zombie's neck, and with a sickening thud, a head rolled away, the zombie collapsing to the ground, motionless. The remaining zombies were alarmingly close. With one powerful dash, he found himself beside them. As the zombie turned to bite him, space was limited, and the long blade could not be swung effectively. Lu Chongqing was forced to thrust upwards at an angle. Bracing against the zombie's form, he felt the blade sink into flesh, resistance coursing through him. However, the zombie, impervious to pain, continued its relentless advance. Lu Chongqing hastily retreated, trying to create distance while yanking his blade free. Moving backwards was ultimately slower than running forward, and with the encroaching darkness, he dared not retreat too swiftly. For a moment, he found himself ensnared by the zombie's claws and fangs, perilously close to disaster. Hearing the commotion, another zombie turned and lunged towards him. Lu Chongqing felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, the surrounding air thick with the stench of blood, making it particularly unbearable. Fortunately, after a few steps back, He finally freed his long blade, but the distance was insufficient, compelling him to turn and flee in search of enough space to wield his weapon. Thus, he had been pursuing the zombies, and now the roles had reversed. The onlookers inside the wall were even more anxious than the two outside, their fists clenched and palms slick with sweat. Each time the zombies drew closer to the two men, they couldn't help but gasp in alarm. Zhang Wenshu suddenly sensed an emptiness behind him and turned to see that the zombies had all gone after Lu Chenchen. He too pivoted, chasing after the zombies. With a similar thought to Lu Chenchen, he sprinted a few steps, hoping to leap from behind and deliver a decisive blow to the zombies. However, just as he prepared to launch himself, his foot landed on a zombie's head that had just rolled onto the ground. Damn it! His foot slipped, and his body faltered. Before he could regain balance, he stumbled forward and fell hard to the ground, having crossed halfway over the zombie's form, practically serving himself up as a meal. Inside the wall, Su Zhen let out a loud cry, losing her footing on the unstable bricks and crashing to the ground. She paid no heed to her own plight, quickly scrambling to her feet and bolting towards the door. She couldn't leap over the wall like the two young men, so she had to run a few extra steps to slip out through the doorway. Yet, she failed to consider that danger could strike in an instant. By the time she reached the outside, Zhang Wenshu might have already been bitten by the zombies. Even if he wouldn't become one of the undead, infection was inevitable, and the situation would be irretrievable. Jiang Dijin was also paralyzed with dread, rendered utterly helpless. Yet, the one who was most panicked was Zhang Wenshu himself. As he stumbled forward, his mind echoed with the thought of impending doom, but he could not control his movement. Careening towards the zombie's feet, suddenly, he crashed to the ground, his blade slipping from his grasp. Although the zombie was not as agile as a living person, it was not entirely devoid of reaction. It twisted slightly, roaring as it reached out to grasp him. Zhang Wenshu, disregarding his own pain, managed to roll sideways, narrowly evading the zombie's deadly lunge. Yet, he lost the precious time needed to rise, continuing to roll aside as the zombie pursued him relentlessly. This is bad. Jiang Dijin watched in horror as Zhang Wenshu rolled against the wall, now with no escape route. His heart raced with urgency, and with the small boy, they shouted in unison, attempting to divert the zombie's attention. However, the creature was utterly captivated by the scent of flesh, oblivious to anything else. Hey, over here, you bastard. Zhang Wenshu lay on the ground, raising his legs to deliver a powerful kick to push the zombie away. He intended to seize this fleeting opportunity to scramble to his feet and flee. This was a desperate gamble. Should he miss his target, the zombie could latch onto his leg, and he would surely meet his end. Just as he was about to make this all-or-nothing move, a zombie suddenly staggered and fell beside him. Before he could rise, a shadow lunged at him, viciously biting at his neck. It was the large black dog that had fled earlier. Returning to the fray. This time, its trajectory was off. The zombie could not land squarely upon him, but instead tumbled to the ground at an angle. Thus, it still retained some mobility, its hands reaching out in a frenzied grasp. The dog, however, was not foolish. It didn't stand its ground, leaping away as the zombie swiped at it. Zhang Wenshu seized this unexpected turn of events as an opportunity, flipping onto his feet and darting to a safer distance. Breathless and drenched in cold sweat, he glanced back to see the zombie slowly rising, while the black dog circled around it, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Zhang Wenshu called out, "Dog, keep it busy for half a minute while I grab a knife to finish it off." Not caring whether the creature understood him, he dashed towards the spot where the zombie had fallen. In the dark, he fumbled for a knife, but could not find one. It is often the case that the more one searches for something, the more elusive it becomes. Conversely, when one is not looking, it often appears right before their eyes. The zombie was more interested in Zhang Wenshu than in the dog. Thus, it chose to pursue him. But its movements were sluggish, hindered by the dog's relentless interference. The black dog kept darting around, taking quick bites and pulling at the zombie, making even a few steps feel like an arduous task for Zhang Wenshu. However, this also placed immense pressure on the black dog, whose movements began to falter, its agility significantly diminished. Finally, Zhang Wenshu found it. In the underbrush, he stumbled upon his familiar blade. Rising once more, his demeanor shifted dramatically from that of a frantic survivor to one of determined resolve. "Hey, dog, let us work together. Knock it down, and I'll finish it," he shouted triumphantly. The black dog seemed to understand, charging forward and colliding with the zombie's legs, biting at its pants and pulling with all its might. The zombie lost its footing and fell clumsily to the ground. Zhang Wenshu did not waste this chance. He rushed forward, raising his blade and plunging it down decisively, ending the creature's existence. Afterward, both man and dog collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. As for Lu Chunchen, he had no energy left to concern himself with the situation. Indeed, it was proven that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Comrade Lu remained the strongest asset among the survivors when it came to dealing with zombies. Once he had gained distance and the opportunity to strike, the zombie's head would inevitably take flight, sealing its fate. Thus, as the man and dog sat resting on the ground, Lu Chunchen returned, holding a small half-rabbit, presumably retrieved from the clutches of the zombie. The black dog's eyes immediately lit up, fixating on the morsel in Lu Chunchen's hand. Its panting quieting down. It appeared both eager and wary. Lu Chunchen inquired of Zhang Wenshu, "What should we do with this rabbit meat? Can we boil it and eat it?" He was a bit reluctant, having specifically retrieved it. The zombie had already devoured half of it, displaying no concern for it being spoiled. Zhang Wenshu glanced at it, shook his head, and turned to the dog. "Do you want it? If not, I'll have him toss it away." The black dog remained oblivious, still watching Lu Chunchen intently. So that's why it has been so quiet. Turns out it's a mute dog, Zhang Wenshu scoffed, rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt and grass from himself. He casually remarked, "Just toss it, throw it far away, so it doesn't attract other animals." Lu Chunchen hesitated but complied, using all his strength to fling it away. The black dog, seeing this, barked loudly at Zhang Wenshu before racing off in the direction where the rabbit had been tossed. "Wow, this dog can bark? Why does it sound so strange?" Zhang Wenshu mused. "I feel the same way. Oh, I think it's scolding you," Sujin interjected as she approached the two, the chaos finally at an end. Though the narrative seemed lengthy, the actual events unfolded in a matter of moments. Yet within those fleeting minutes, mayhem reigned and peril was abundant. Zhang Wenshu, feeling inexplicably fatigued, was now disinclined to move. Thus, the subsequent cleanup tasks were left to the others. The bodies of the zombies, if not burned, needed to be buried. While it was not strictly necessary, leaving the humanoid corpses unattended was difficult to bear. Everyone pitched in, including the small boy, digging a deep pit to dispose of the dismembered remains, covering them with soil and compacting it with their feet. Everything was concluded. Returning to the confines of the wall, they were all drenched in sweat. Fortunately, no one had sustained significant injuries, even Zhang Wenshu, who had fallen to the ground. He merely felt pain, without any severe external or internal damage. After resting for a while, he began to feel gradually better. Everyone washed up and settled down for the night. The safety surrounding the storeroom seemed to harbor potential threats. Today's encounter with 3 zombies had left everyone flustered. What would happen if they appeared in greater numbers in the future? How should they respond? Should they eliminate each one they encountered, or hide and hope the zombies would merely pass by? But as night deepened, fatigue took over, leaving no room for further discussion on the matter. Everything could wait until the morrow. Chapter 17. New members. Zhang Wenshu awoke amidst a cacophony of sounds, a relentless crackle and pop reverberating through the air. The wind howled outside, whipping rain against the tin roof, the intensity escalating with each passing moment. In the realm between heaven and earth, all was enveloped in silence, save for the whispers of the wind and rain. The door of the box house stood ajar, allowing the tempest to surge within, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Lu Chunchen was absent from the dwelling, his whereabouts unknown. Zhang Wenshu stifled a yawn, rose to his feet, and felt the familiar ache in his back and waist. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the door and gazed outward. The rain cascaded down in torrents, bending trees and flattening grass. The noise from the roof was particularly loud, yet it instilled a sense of tranquility within him. Such a fierce storm could surely leave even the undead bewildered, he mused. In his perception, the curtain of rain created a barrier between the inside and outside of the walls, imparting a sense of safety. Regardless of the truth of the matter, this was how he instinctively felt. Thus, despite the ferocity of the wind and rain, Zhang Wenshu found his spirit remarkably at ease. The only downside was that the inclement weather rendered today unsuitable for tending to the fields or venturing out to hunt, implying that there would be no harvest to speak of. Had they not taken the time recently to stockpile provisions, they would have faced the dire prospect of hunger under such conditions. At that moment, Lu Changqin was seen braving the downpour, dashing over from Su Jian and the others' box house, sweeping into their abode with the storm. "What were you up to?" Zhang Wanshu inquired. Liu Changqin wiped his face and replied, "I went to collect clothes from Sister Su. Not wanting to disturb your peaceful slumber, I left you be. The rain came suddenly and intensified. I barely managed to bring the clothes inside, and they are probably half soaked." Zhang Wanshu merely grunted in acknowledgement, not particularly concerned. Wind and rain were commonplace and hardly worthy of alarm. The wet clothes were at least a testament to their cleanliness. Survivors hiding in the city often wore the same garments for extended periods, which was hardly unusual. Of course, the presence of clothing stores added a different dimension. One could wear whatever they pleased without the burden of financial constraints. However, in these times, people were more inclined to seek sturdy, functional attire that allowed for ease of movement and concealment. Brand names held little significance. "Xiao Lu, come here," Zhang Wanshu suddenly called out, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Your eyesight is keen. Take a look at that corner by the wall." Lu Changqin had just settled cross-legged when he glanced up, inquiring, "What about the corner?" Zhang Wanshu, noticing his lack of movement, continued, "There's a female streamer in the corner. Hurry over and have a look. If you recognize her, at least you could send her a gift or something." Liu Changqin was momentarily speechless but eventually rose, stretching his head to peer outside. The splattering raindrops sporadically entered the room, some landing on the two of them. "Where is she?" "Follow my hand, just by the small door, where there's a bit of an overhang. The rain is too heavy. It's all dark over there. What could it possibly be?" "What do you mean? What could it be?" "It's highly likely." A section of the wall jutted out, with a few bricks protruding like a diminutive eave. It offered no real shelter from the wind and rain. Yet a shadow, dark and curled, huddled beneath it. Upon closer inspection, it was the same black dog from the previous night. The force of nature compelled life to cower. Although the dog possessed some spirit, it too was shaken and anxious in the face of the tempest. Somehow it had found its way through the entrance into the enclosure, perhaps believing it would be safer here, yet it dared not approach too closely. Opting instead for the door's edge, where the cooking area might provide better protection from the elements, Liu Changqin, puzzled, remarked, "Is it seeking refuge with us?" "How should I know?" Zhang Wanshu furrowed his brow. "If we encounter survivors, we ought to help them. But what about this dog? Does it count as a survivor or merely a surviving dog?" The two fell into idle chatter, though the canine was simply seeking shelter from the rain and required no rescue from them. Lu Changqin asked, "Should we call it over?" Zhang Wanshu replied, "What, are you worried it might catch a chill?" He pondered whether dogs could indeed catch colds, yet the sight of the gaunt black dog, curled up against the wall, shivering in the rain, was undeniably pitiful. "Oh well, you have a loud voice. Shout a couple of times and see if it comes to this." Lu Changqin, unpretentious, called out, "Hey, you there, dog, would you like to come over? It's much more comfortable here to escape the rain. We're all good people." This address echoed Zhang Wanshu's words from the night before. Perhaps the sound of the rain was too overwhelming, for the black dog remained coiled, showing no discernible reaction. However, it did rouse the curiosity of others nearby, prompting the doors of the other two box houses to swing open. Jiang Dijin and his companions leaned out to see what was amiss. Didn't he hear anything? Lu Changqin wondered. After all, it was merely an animal. Jesting was one thing, but expecting it to comprehend human speech was another. Zhang Wanshu chuckled at the thought and suggested, "Why not send a gift? It might prove effective." He noticed the inquisitive glances from Su Jian and Jiang Dijin but refrained from elaborating, mimicking Lu Changqin's earlier actions as he shouted, "Hey, dog, if you need help, please come over quickly. We can provide food, water, and protection," and waved his hand to signal the animal. "All right, I've done my part," he said, lowering his hand and turning to Lu Changqin. "The rain is unlikely to cease anytime soon. We shouldn't remain idle. There will be things to gather after the rain." He gestured towards Jiang Dijin and his group, calling, "Come over here." Without hesitation, Jiang Dijin and the others shielded their heads with their hands and ran over. Surprisingly, the big black dog stirred. Whether it understood the words or perceived the gesture, it stood up, hesitated slightly, but ultimately trotted towards the box house. Upon reaching the door after the others had entered, it paused, standing in the downpour, reluctant to cross the threshold. Zhang Wanshu and Lu Changqin exchanged astonished glances, while Jiang Dijin and his companions looked on with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Had they not seen the dog the previous night, the sudden appearance of such a large creature might have instilled panic. In a world where few kept dogs, encountering one, especially a wild one, could be alarming. One could never tell if it might turn predatory. Of course, perspectives varied. For robust young men like Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chongqing, the thought of facing a wild dog was not inherently terrifying. Rather, their minds might entertain images of roasted dog legs or dog meat hot pot. Don't panic. Zhang Wanshu waved his hand at the three, saying, just go inside and sit. What is there to fear? It's not like we're strangers. We're practically old friends with this dog now. The chubby one gazed at the animal, his fear gradually dissipating, for the dog exhibited no signs of aggression. Its tail tucked between its legs, hesitating in the rain, appearing rather pitiful. Zhang Wanshu instructed everyone to step back, advising them to go about their business without blocking the doorway, forming a circle instead. He then turned to the big black dog, saying, come on in. Stepping aside, he allowed the dog to enter. After much hesitation, the black dog finally moved, lowering its head and stepping into the shelter of the house. This transition into a different space brought with it a sense of relief, as the rain no longer lashed at it. If it were human, it might have sighed in relief. However, the dog instinctively shook its body, flinging droplets of water everywhere, soaking the people around it. The rainwater mingled with the dog's damp fur, leaving a slight odor, yet no one showed any signs of distaste. Their own scents, after all, were hardly more pleasant. It was only due to their recent bathing habits and frequent changes of clothes that they felt somewhat improved. We need to discuss some matters, Zhang Wanshu said, wiping the water from his face. Seemingly unperturbed, if you wish to participate, come over and listen. If not, find a place to stay. With that, he ceased further interaction and moved to the center of the room, where everyone sought their seats. Lacking any proper furniture, they simply sat on the ground, forming a circle. Their previous discussion had been interrupted, and the events of the previous night made it clear that they needed to advance their plans quickly. What we lack now is a clear goal. We can only proceed tentatively, he mused aloud. On one hand, we must manage this space well, as it is the foundation of our survival. On the other hand, we need to seek out new locations. The new location he spoke of was a refuge. If a refuge truly existed, everyone would want to be a part of it, including Zhang Wanshu. Being among a larger group would undoubtedly offer greater security. If there was hope in this apocalyptic world, it lay in numbers. While their small gathering of 3 or 5 might survive through sheer luck, it held little significance for humanity's future. When they aged and perished, so too would the species. Noticing that the group had shifted their focus away from it, the black dog gradually relaxed, seeking a spot against the wall, where it lay down, eyes closed, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Even a dog, after all, must find survival in the wild a challenging endeavor. Perhaps it was not eating well or sleeping soundly, feeling thoroughly exhausted. Thus, upon finding a place that felt relatively safe, it succumbed to the weight of slumber. Exploration of the surroundings is something we can all attempt, but we must not go alone, Zhang Wanshu remarked, glancing at the black dog before returning his gaze to the others. At least 2 people should accompany each other, so that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, they can look out for one another. As for venturing to the city's edge, it will have to be just me and Xiao Lu, devoid of automobiles to traverse and lacking the convenience of subways. All must rely solely on foot. Under favorable circumstances, one may embark in the daylight and return by the same, which imposes a considerable demand on stamina. Naturally, it is the young and vigorous who are best suited for such endeavors. In less favorable scenarios, should unforeseen circumstances require an overnight stay, it is they who are most apt for the task. This matter is thus provisionally settled, though specific dates remain undetermined and will depend on the unfolding situation. Regarding the safety concerns of the vicinity, it poses a troublesome dilemma. Jiang Dijin proposed the excavation of several deep trenches encircling the storage facility. Such a measure would ensure that, in the event of a sudden zombie incursion, they would fall into the trenches rather than rush directly to the walls. While the rationale is sound, the scale of the undertaking is substantial. Given their limited numbers, how long would it take them to accomplish this? It is indeed a strategy. If all else fails, they could simply dig a little each day. Zhang Wanshu felt a headache coming on just from calculating the lengths of several trenches and knew he would have to dig himself, which only exacerbated his physical discomfort. Sister Sue, could you please prepare some food? Once the rain subsides, we shall have more tasks to attend to. Chapter 18. The token of loyalty once negotiations concluded. Everyone retreated to their respective quarters. Jiang Dijin sat before the tool shed, tinkering with various implements. His physical strength paled in comparison to Zhang Wenshu and Lu Qinshun, thus he engaged in relatively less laborious tasks. However, his dexterity was remarkable. He took pleasure in crafting and had produced many practical tools since his arrival. He had even added an eave to his tool shed, while the other two rooms remained starkly rectangular and bare. As the rain fell outside, he sat beneath the eave, enjoying the coolness while weaving various items. He had crafted numerous willow baskets and twisted many strands of fine hemp rope. Recently, he had been experimenting with making benches and tables. Alongside curtains for drying wild vegetables, Su Zhan, meanwhile, was preparing food at the stove in the courtyard. The chubby little one initially wished to stay and observe the black dog, hoping to engage in conversation, but was promptly tasked with helping instead. This little friend, though plump and unremarkable in appearance, was obedient and showed no reluctance toward work, never feeling that his youth warranted special treatment. Liu Qinshan was chopping firewood beneath the temporary shelter. They had been collecting wood daily, and the pile had grown quite high, ensuring there would be no shortage in the near term. Yet perhaps out of fear of the dark or the unpredictability of their circumstances, they continued this daily ritual, which had seemingly become an essential part of their routine. Having anticipated the possibility of rain, they had erected a simple shelter. Although rainwater occasionally blew in with the wind, most areas remained dry. With his bare torso glistening, Lu Qinshan swung his axe with precision and power, his muscles taut and relaxed in turn, exuding an aura of explosive strength, coupled with his thick hair and beard. He resembled a lithe hunter from a primitive tribe. Only Zhang Wenshu lay quietly on his cot, motionless, listening to the rain as it pitter-pattered on the roof, a sound that felt inexplicably familiar. In the long, rainy days, there was no better time to recline comfortably and do nothing but listen to the soothing sounds of nature. Was it not rainy before the calamity? Certainly not. The rainy season brought with it an unending deluge that weighed heavily on the heart. He recalled riding his electric bike, soaked to the skin, the plastic visor of his helmet distorting his vision, yet still striving to move swiftly. He had also been caught in traffic, trapped and unable to advance or retreat. Everything had been a frantic rush. He had never simply lain in bed, doing nothing, merely listening to the sounds of nature. Of course, he was wide awake, with thick layers of clothing cushioning his head and back. Reclining comfortably, yet not a hint of sleepiness in sight. He had slept deeply and long the previous night, his energy restored abundantly, alas, in the past, while reveling in the comfort of air conditioning and soft beds. His mind was consumed with work-related concerns. Despite the abundance of material comforts, life had felt arduous, he sighed, speaking to himself. People in prosperous times may not necessarily feel a greater sense of happiness. There are countless worries that can burden the soul. Concerns over housing, automobiles, employment, and the education of children, all of which foster a relentless anxiety that is difficult to quell. Toiling diligently is one thing, but in the end, one might still be derided as a mere townie focused on exams, receiving little recognition for their efforts. So, is true happiness attainable? There are indeed many cherished memories, though perhaps the focus has shifted since the disaster. Some seemingly inconspicuous things echo repeatedly in one's mind. For instance, when it comes to food, Zhang Wenshu finds it difficult to recall the delectable meals he once enjoyed, those dishes that had once seemed relatively delightful. He even struggles to think of more complex flavors or intricate cooking techniques. At this moment, he feels indifferent to extravagant feasts, Japanese cuisine, Thai delicacies, French gastronomy, or even the likes of Pizza Hut and KFC. Instead, his mind often drifts to the comforts of Shaxian snacks, braised chicken, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. If only he could have a steaming bowl of rice, drenched in rich braised chicken gravy, stirred together. Even without any vegetables, he could easily imagine devouring 10 bowls in one sitting. As he indulged in this reverie, he noticed the large black dog suddenly lift its head, its gaze focused and scanning the room. Zhang Wenshu, intrigued by its movements, inquired, "What's wrong?" There was no reply, for none could be expected. The black dog abruptly rose to its feet and darted into the depths of the room. At that very moment, a small black shadow bolted from within, skirting along the wall towards the door. In an instant, the black dog lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut, and began to shake its prey. Within mere moments, silence ensued. Zhang Wenshu observed intently, realizing that the creature in its mouth was a large rat, long and relatively plump, suggesting it had been well fed. The black dog dropped the rat onto the ground, testing it with its paw. Once satisfied it was indeed lifeless, it picked it up again and trotted over to Zhang Wenshu, gently placing it at his feet. He then sat quietly, gazing at him. Zhang Wenshu felt no aversion to the rat. In truth, few would harbor such feelings now, even women. Etili Su Zhan was unafraid. On the contrary, they included rat meat in their diet, which was quite palatable and had a delightful texture. These creatures were indeed loathsome. They gnawed at the supplies in the storage room and pilfered their provisions, evading capture with ease. Zhang Wenshu had devised traps and caught a few, yet the fundamental issue remained unresolved. Their population was vast, and they reproduced rapidly. Lacking particularly effective methods to counter them, he often found himself shouting and chasing, but ultimately caught naught but a few tufts of fur. Seeing the black dog watching him, Zhang Wenshu couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What does this mean?" The black dog remained still, offering no response, yet continued to gaze at him. Zhang Wenshu, too, held his silence, calmly returning its stare. The two, man and dog, maintained this silent exchange for a considerable time. Finally, he reached out to grasp the large rat, weighing it in his hand, and remarked, "I understand now. This isn't merely a tribute, but rather a token of loyalty. I am no bandit. I do not fancy this sort of arrangement. However, since you've brought it to me, I appreciate the gesture. Thank you." Upon hearing this, the black dog's gaze softened, and it instinctively wagged its tail. It then walked away, resuming its patrol of the house with movements that were light, swift, and precise, striking true with every leap. Thus, when it exited the house, Zhang Wenshu found himself with 2 additional rats in hand, albeit smaller in size. Just as he thought the commotion had subsided, a ruckus erupted in another room. "Remarkable dog!" exclaimed old Jiang, unable to contain his admiration at the rat-catching efficiency. The persistent problem that had plagued many had found resolution. Of course, eradicating the rats from the storage facility was likely an impossibility. Their survival instincts were robust, with ample food sources and rapid reproductive capabilities, leading to potential infestations if care was not taken. However, with this large black dog on guard, such a proliferation seemed unlikely. What puzzled everyone was that this task, typically suited for a cat, had instead been accomplished by a dog. A crowd gathered in Zhang Wenshu's room. Witnessing the array of rats, they found themselves at a loss for words. Zhang Wenshu, equally bemused, remarked, "I had expected little from a rainy day, yet here we are, with a bountiful harvest before us. The rain has yet to cease, and yet our supplies have grown significantly. It appears that good deeds truly do reap rewards." Little Chubby looked delighted, cautiously inching closer to the black dog, attempting to pet it. The black dog, seeming to dislike being touched, did not grow angry but deftly sidestepped the attempt. "Sister Su, let us gather these up for now. We can sort through them later. They are all valuable." Su Zhan, still holding a wooden spatula, went to retrieve a willow basket and cheerfully began tossing the rats inside. The basket felt quite heavy as she carried it over to the stove, pondering how to prepare the catch. Soon, it was time for their meal. Old Jiang had crafted new bowls and chopsticks for everyone, discarding the plastic ones. He had sawn bamboo into sections, smoothing the edges for both beauty and utility. Each person received a bamboo tube filled with soup, along with 2 duck eggs and half a sweet potato. They fished out the vibrant green vegetable leaves. The dish looked quite appetizing. Although it was merely boiled water with a sprinkle of salt, the taste was agreeable, and everyone ate with joy. Old Jiang, momentarily choked by an egg yolk, took a sip of soup to clear his throat and said, "Speaking of which, I used to see sweet potato leaves often, but I seldom ate them. Now, they are truly quite delicious." El Chanchan found himself perplexed. While Zhang Wenshu chuckled upon hearing him, he reminisced, saying, "When I first arrived in the city, I too struggled to adapt. I recall seeing someone deliberately venture to the market to purchase a handful of sweet potato leaves, only to return home to prepare a porridge or to stir-fry them. I was bemused, thinking to myself, are these not meant for feeding pigs? Feeding pigs?" El Chanchan was taken aback in Zhang Wenshu's childhood. Sweet potatoes served primarily the same purpose. He had never imagined that roasted sweet potatoes would later be sold at such exorbitant prices in the city. nor that corn cobs would find themselves listed alongside fried chicken and hamburgers on the KFC menu. As a group of people finished their meal, they could not claim to be fully satiated. Yet the warm soup, accompanied by wild-cooked duck eggs and the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes, invigorated their spirits. Of course, they did not neglect the new member, Su Jian, who had found a broken basin. Leaning it against the wall, and poured a considerable amount of food and drink into it. The large black dog understood the situation immediately, approaching to indulge heartily. After enduring a prolonged existence in the wild, where they had to resort to raw sustenance, encountering cooked food must have felt remarkably comforting. Once everyone had finished their meal, they collectively began to clean up the dishes. Nowadays, washing dishes is a simple task. A quick rinse and wipe renders them spotless. The primary reason for this ease is the lack of grease. The sky remained overcast, and the rain showed no signs of abating, continuing to fall in a gentle drizzle. The group gathered together, engaging in some handiwork to assist old Jiang in preparing tables and benches. As the rain began to ease, Zhang Wanshu urged everyone to grab the willow baskets and their tools. Getting ready to set off, as the rain lightened to a stop, Zhang Wanshu led the group out towards the storeroom. What are we preparing to search for? El Chunshan lingered at the back, flanking Zhang Wanshu, who sandwiched the other three members in between. The only notable difference was that today, a black dog trailed alongside them, often slipping in and out of sight. Zhang Wanshu remarked, "Listen, the sounds are rising." Chapter 19. Memories of long legs. The air after the rain was exceptionally refreshing, invigorating one's spirit. The surrounding sounds were resonant, echoing through the heavens and the earth, one sound following another, creating an endless cacophony. This sound, emerging from an unknown moment, was so natural that it had been overlooked by the group. It was only after Zhang Wanshu's reminder that they realized the multitude of sounds that surrounded them. Rising and falling in a harmonious chorus, El Chunshan exclaimed in delight, "Frogs!" On their usual fishing trips, they would often come across frogs, whose succulent flesh was highly cherished. However, they were rarely encountered, and even when caught, it was merely incidental. Finding a few was considered fortunate. Such a symphony of sounds, enveloping them now, was indeed a rare occurrence. Zhang Wanshu, drawing from his experience, recalled that in his rural childhood, after heavy rains, the ponds were always alive with sounds. However, back then, with ample food and drink, no one thought of catching frogs. The villagers were aware of the benefits of frogs and had woven many legends discouraging children from capturing or harming them, such as the belief that frogs were messengers of the heavens, and that harming them would invoke the wrath of the gods, resulting in thunder and storms. "Comrades," he declared, pausing to survey his surroundings. "There are water puddles to our left and right. Let us begin our search here. The method is simple. We shall follow the sounds. The rain has lingered for most of the day, and we must return to our dwelling before nightfall. So time is of the essence, and we must be diligent in our frog-catching endeavors." His peculiar motivational speech elicited a spirited response from the group, their enthusiasm rekindled. The hunger they had experienced days prior remained a vivid memory. No one craved food more intensely than these survivors of the apocalypse. "Let the operation commence." Zhang Wanshu waved his hand, signaling the official start of the hunt. Among the group, El Chunshan stood out with his impressive skills. The young man was quick and agile, often crouching low to snatch frogs, leaving them with no escape. The plump boy also performed admirably, while the rest of the group were less noteworthy in their efforts. Su Jian, although unafraid of frogs or toads, struggled to keep pace, chasing them only to lose sight of them, ultimately toiling in vain. Thus, despite exerting considerable effort, her yield was meager. Frogs, it seemed, were not simple creatures to catch. They would croak loudly from a distance, but remained silent when near. Hidden among the grasses, they were not easily found without some effort. "Hey, what about this toad?" The plump boy approached Zhang Wanshu, holding up a hefty specimen by its back. Zhang Wanshu tossed the frog he had caught into the basket, covering it with a lid before examining the creature in the boy's grasp. Its large mouth and posterior, combined with its mottled yellow and green skin covered in black stripes and spots, rendered it quite unattractive. He was naturally unperturbed by toads. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort at its unsightly appearance. Toad meat was edible, but its skin and internal organs were toxic. Zhang Wanshu shook his head and said, "Let us focus on catching frogs and discard this ugly creature. If we ever find ourselves in dire need of food, we can seek it out then." Thus, the toad, due to its unappealing visage, narrowly escaped its fate. It seemed that being aesthetically pleasing often conferred advantages, yet at times, even an unattractive appearance could prove beneficial. At the very least, the beautiful long-legged frogs were steadily being deposited into the basket, unable to evade their fate. The group traversed the grassy puddles, capturing frogs as they advanced, thanks to the exceptional contributions of El Chenchin. Their collection speed was impressive, and the baskets gradually grew heavier. I remember when I was a child, frogs were a commonplace sight. Zhang Wenshu led the group forward, engaging in casual conversation as he reminisced. Yet I never saw anyone eat them. It always felt morally questionable. However, as I grew older, I indulged in many dishes like dry pot frogs, hot pot frogs, and grilled frogs, though those were all bullfrogs. The others paid little heed to his distinctions between frogs and bullfrogs, instead savoring memories of those three cooking methods, their mouths watering involuntarily. Su Dajia, what can we prepare? El Chunchin swallowed. Inquiring, Su Zhan pondered briefly before responding. We lack sufficient ingredients, but we could give it a try. Anything is better than boiling them in plain water. Upon hearing this, El Chinchin's face lit up with a smile as he returned to his frog-catching endeavors. Well, I know these are edible, he thought, witnessing their growing bounty. Zhang Wenshu felt quite pleased and relaxed, falling into his habitual banter. Where does this line of thought begin? It actually traces back to Jet Li. At one point, he was severely injured and was rescued by monks from the Shaolin Temple. Knowing that he needed nourishment to recover, the monks jumped around, catching frogs to prepare porridge for him. It worked wonders, and he later bounced back to health. Moreover, I find eating frogs rather romantic. This memory is quite distant. Previously, the esteemed disciple of the Huashan sect, Ling Hu Chong, encountered the enchanting Miss Ran of the demon sect. Both nursing injuries, Mr. Ling Hu used the Duga 9 swords to dispatch frogs, and they roasted them together. Thus began their romantic journey. How charming, right? Yet, Miss Ren's culinary skills were rather lacking. She managed to burn even the frogs. In the realm of culinary expertise, Huang Rong was reputed to be unparalleled. She had also prepared frog dishes, albeit she always referred to them as field chickens. In my youth, I did not comprehend this and assumed it was indeed a type of chicken. Hong Qigong was particularly fond of them and was said to have enjoyed them immensely. As the conversation meandered on, the plump boy felt utterly lost, unable to grasp the ongoing discourse. The others occasionally chimed in, unearthing a plethora of past memories. Having been reduced to tattered garments and living in hiding for so long, they had slowly begun to perceive themselves as wild men or mere mice. The conversation evoked recollections of a time when life had not been so harsh. Humanity once basked in a brilliant civilization, enjoying lives imbued with dignity. Suddenly, they were startled by the flapping of wings. Accompanied by clucking sounds, the group instinctively looked up to see a pale yellow hen gliding low across the ground, continuing its forward motion. Following closely behind was the large black dog, its mouth still flecked with feathers, indicating it had missed its target and was now in hot pursuit. The hen flapped its wings, occasionally landing, utilizing its momentum to take flight once more. As it traversed a shallow puddle, the black dog splashed through the water but ultimately failed to catch up. Watching the hen soar away, it returned to the group with a dejected demeanor. That must be a domesticated chicken, Jiang Dijin remarked, momentarily dazed. He had encountered wild chickens before, their feathers extravagant and colors vibrant. Although the term wild chicken is often pejorative in human nomenclature, they were undeniably beautiful creatures. Zhang Wenshu replied, one can only conclude it is a domesticated breed, yet now it is truly wild. Who keeps chickens anymore? El Chanchin, intrigued, inquired, can domesticated breeds survive in the wild? Zhang Wenshu chuckled lightly, you too are domesticated, and yet, you have survived until today. In the age of dinosaurs, there was a saying, life will find a way. The world has changed, and so too will living beings adapt, at the very least. The chickens I raise at home have never exhibited such sustained flight. Old Jiang nodded in agreement, having personally raised chickens and ducks. Demonstrating his understanding of the subject, domesticated chickens could not possibly fly with such vigor, in the wilderness. These animals were evolving to adapt to their new environment. Zhang Wenshu continued, we cannot allow our consciousness to linger in the past. In a time when there were no wild animals in this region, the present is different. I no longer dare to venture out carelessly at night. The zombies are merely one concern. I also worry about wild animals rapidly reproducing. Some large predators have begun reclaiming their positions in this new world. The verdant growth of plants and flourishing vegetation provides sustenance for herbivorous creatures, while the considerable presence of these herbivores lays the groundwork for the proliferation of carnivores. During my last escape, I encountered a pig along the way. It stretched its body, paused momentarily, and then, as it continued on, remarked, "Its skin is white, just like those we used to see, the kind raised at home." Trailing behind was a delightful gaggle of piglets, utterly charming and seemingly appetizing. Lu Chunshin glanced at the little chubby one. Observing its rapt attention to the unfolding tail, I wondered if, over time, this little fellow might misconstrue the notion of cuteness. Zhang Wanshu continued, alongside me, sharing a similar appetite, was a wolf I know not whence it came. It was long and lean, moving with an elegant grace. Though I had never encountered a wolf before, upon sighting it, I knew instantly what it was. This creature likely intended to stealthily snatch a piglet, an outcome that surely caught you all off guard. He paused, surveying the group. It was indeed one of those white-skinned, rotund, big-eared domestic pigs, and you can scarcely imagine that it bore tusks. It rammed the wolf against a tree, striking it repeatedly until the tree itself splintered. Eventually, it clamped down on the wolf's body, tearing at it for what felt like an eternity, until the wolf was utterly lifeless. He sighed, adding, "In that moment of extreme hunger, I too yearned for a piglet, but upon reflection, I realized my strength was lacking. And considering the ferocity of the creature, I wisely chose to retreat. In the end, I managed to subsist on roots and grasses." Truly, those memories evoke a sense of bittersweet nostalgia for those hidden in the corners of the city. Such occurrences are infrequent. Yet, speaking of biological transformations, they are not entirely absent. At the very least, Lu Chunshin had witnessed packs of stray dogs, or rather, feral dogs, hunting down survivors. There were indeed instances of individuals being dragged away, their bones picked clean. These dogs were not strays from the wilderness, but rather domesticated canines that had devolved from their urban origins. However, upon seeing the hen today, a new idea sparked in Zhang Wanshu's mind. And with a smile, he remarked, "During this time, we've been catching fish and trapping smaller creatures. I pondered that we might attempt to create some tools or weapons to hunt larger game. For instance, crafting a bow to shoot bears or tigers, though I lack the courage for that just yet. Shooting a hen, however, surely poses no significant challenge." Lu Chunshin seemed to share this thought, his eyes brightening with a smile. When it came to hunting, his enthusiasm surpassed that of Zhang Wanshu. Zhang was tirelessly searching for food to sustain the group. Had it been merely for himself, he would not have exerted such effort. After all, sustaining himself alone would be rather simple. Let us all take stock of the space left in the basket. Once we've gathered enough, we should pause and seek other resources, Zhang Wanshu suggested. Chapter 20. The young man collecting mushrooms. Dog, I ask you, they all pass through here in search of shelter. What about you? Have you heard any news about a refuge? The large black dog remained unmoved, leisurely trailing behind Zhang Wanshu, seemingly oblivious to his inquiry. Perhaps it had exhausted too much energy in the earlier pursuit of the hen, or perhaps its spirit had been dampened, rendering it languid and devoid of its usual vitality. The others gradually adapted to the dynamic between him and the dog, with Zhang Wanshu often engaging in earnest dialogue, listening attentively as if conversing with oneself. The dog was peculiar. At times, it seemed to comprehend human speech. Yet when one earnestly sought to engage, it revealed itself to be nothing more than a beast, utterly indifferent. Wang Tong was eager to approach it, but the dog remained aloof, never begging for affection, merely watching with cold, unblinking eyes. Consequently, the little chubby one, after several attempts to get closer, ultimately gave up. It was only in Zhang Wanshu's presence that the dog appeared somewhat docile. One possibility is that it perceived its role within the group as somewhat unique, perhaps considering Zhang Wanshu as the leader and itself as the second in command, with the others as subordinates. Well then, it is time for foraging, Zhang Wanshu announced, clapping his hands to signal everyone to halt. Having crossed the waterlogged area, they entered the fringes of the forest. The low-lying vegetation appeared lush and vibrant after the rain, teeming with life. Moss covered the exposed rocks, and in the absence of human destruction, the flora was swiftly recuperating. Even some species previously thought extinct were re-emerging in view. How they survived and passed on remains a mystery, Are we about to dig for wild vegetables? The little chubby one learned quickly. After the previous communal foraging experience, he had gained some understanding. His gaze roamed the surroundings, striving to recall what Zhang Wanshu had spoken of before. Wild vegetables count, right? Zhang Wanshu approached a section of decayed wood, tugging at it a few times before presenting it to the group, saying, "This is the thing. Do not tell me that someone here does not recognize it. While I can understand unfamiliarity with wild vegetables, not recognizing this would surely be a failure of the 9-year compulsory education. Upon seeing it, everyone recognized it. Ah, I completely forgot about this," Jiang Dijin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Isn't this black fungus? My family used to gather it after the rain. It's best served cold, with a delightful crunch, especially enjoyable with a bit of wine." A nostalgic smile crept across his face as he recalled past experiences. Black fungus is a common dish, well known to all, even the little chubby one, although he was unaware it grew on decayed wood. Recognition is sufficient. This is easily found after rain. Zhang Wanshu pointed to another direction where a wooden stump lay. Instructing, the method is simple. Just follow the rotting wood. Its distinctiveness is high, so there's no need to worry about misidentification. If there are no questions, let's begin. Gather as much as you can. It won't be easy to find more tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, the second round of foraging commenced. It turned out that picking black fungus was far simpler than catching frogs. Consequently, the role of Lu Chunqin became less pronounced. Everyone worked swiftly. The wild black fungus was genuinely abundant, growing large and robust, and merely touching it brought joy. Old Jiang even plucked a piece and chewed it. Lacking salt or vinegar, it bore the earthy flavor of plants. Hardly considered delicious, yet its chewiness was satisfying. Once cleaned and tossed with vinegar, it would be delectable enough. Su Jian, foraging nearby, chimed in, "What I used to make often was black fungus stir-fried with eggs. Now that we lack eggs, duck eggs would suffice. Those wild onions we dug earlier would make a delightful addition." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of yearning, in the wake of the apocalypse. The wilderness truly proved to be a treasure trove of resources. With earnest searching, one could gather a variety of fresh foods. There was no need to fight over a few biscuits, nor to be relentlessly pursued by zombies over a packet of instant noodles. Such days were genuinely moving. Fresh black fungus was continuously tossed into the basket, and everyone bore the weighty willow baskets with satisfaction, their faces radiating smiles. "Uncle Zhang, look at this." The little chubby one had an unexpected find. Holding something in his hand as he approached Zhang Wanshu, grinning, "This looks like a good thing. It should be delicious." Zhang Wanshu examined the item presented to him and couldn't help but glance back at the little chubby one. "Are you a spy sent by the zombies? What? I'll teach you a song." "Huh?" Red umbrella, white pole. After eating, we all lie down. Lying down in the coffin, then we bury the mountain together. Burying the mountain? We cry out, the whole village comes to eat. Eating with umbrellas, the whole village lies down together. Zhang Wanshu began to sing this peculiar song to himself. The little chubby one stood there in bewilderment. What is this nonsense? What a terrible song. The others, however, were drawn in, forming a circle around him. After showcasing his uniquely challenging vocal talent, Zhang Wanshu did not invite commentary from the group. Perhaps he had a modicum of self-awareness regarding his singing ability. But singing brought him immense joy. By the end, he felt utterly relaxed. He took the item from Wang Tong, stroking his chin and rubbing his dense beard, addressing the group. "It just so happens that I should mention, mushrooms in the wild are also a significant food source. Whether in soups or stir-fries, they are remarkably delicious. However, the variety of mushrooms is far too vast, and I cannot identify many. It is easy to encounter toxic ones." Before the catastrophe, they had all, to some extent, witnessed similar news reports. Some had suffered poisoning, others had fallen ill, and some experienced hallucinations after consumption. Lu Chunqin recalled a woman who, after eating, claimed to see threads growing from her body. And even upon reaching the hospital, she continued to stroke her skin. Take this one for example. Zhang Wanshu lifted the item in his hand, saying, "I cannot identify it nor know its name. It appears clean. Yet I cannot ascertain if it is toxic. The method of testing is simple. Hey, dog, come here." He extended the mushroom towards the large black dog, stating, "We are all part of the same team. Others have caught frogs and gathered black fungus while you merely floated along, chasing after a hen, which you lost. Now, contribute by giving it a taste. The dog did indeed approach, instinctively sniffing the mushroom. After sensing no immediate threat, it wandered off again. The dog may not comprehend the gravity of the situation, but it at least evaded a potential calamity in its life. He likely could not fathom that if it ended up lying down, tonight's meal would undoubtedly be far more sumptuous. Who could resist a dog meat hot pot? In a light-hearted jest, Zhang Wenshu casually discarded a mushroom, remarking, "This thing shouldn't be eaten carelessly." However, not all of them are inedible. With that, he instructed the others to continue foraging for wood-ear mushrooms while he would gather mushrooms. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure of the wild mushrooms, which were abundant in the wilderness, found beside decaying logs, nestled between stones, and hidden beneath piles of leaves. Yet, he exercised caution, only picking those varieties he was particularly familiar with. Ensuring no mishaps would occur, as the group progressed, the wicker basket grew increasingly heavy. To their surprise, after a heavy rain, their harvest proved even more bountiful than usual. The plump little ones soon became weary. Yet the child, possessing a resilient spirit, uttered not a single complaint. However, his steps began to falter. Despite his determination, his stamina could not rival that of adults. Even old Jiang gradually began to feel fatigued. Observing this, Zhang Wenshu called for a break. The muddy path was indeed more arduous than usual. Having just caught frogs in a puddle, most of their shoes were soaked, squelching with each step, which was quite uncomfortable. The ground remained damp, and the grass was certainly no better. Despite their exhaustion, none wished to sit directly on the ground. Thus, they placed their baskets down, securing the lids, and perched lightly upon the edges, careful not to sit too heavily for fear of toppling the baskets or deforming them. Zhang Wenshu glanced at the sun, noting that considerable time had elapsed. Calculating the distance, he realized they still had a ways to go back home. With a full basket to carry, it would consume even more time. "Let us rest for a while. We shall not proceed further." The group instinctively exhaled in relief, though a hint of regret lingered. Had they continued, they could have foraged even more. Taking out a bottle, they sipped some cool water, which revived their spirits somewhat. Zhang Wenshu, however, began to scavenge the moist grass, beckoning old Jiang and Lu Chunchen to bring the basket over. Upon reaching him, the two observed him cradling something damp and peculiar, tinged with green and black, resembling wood-ear mushrooms yet distinctly different. "Old Jiang, do you recognize this? Is it Thunder God's dung?" A chuckle escaped. Revealing his rural roots, Lu Chunchen, upon hearing, scrutinized the object in Zhang Wenshu's hands, noting its unkempt appearance. "Open the basket. I shall place it inside." Zhang Wenshu gestured. Lu Chunchen paused, incredulously asking, "Are we really eating dung now?" Zhang Wenshu, momentarily taken aback, replied with irritation, "Don't you understand the nickname? Besides, how could Thunder God excrete dung? If anything, he would discharge lightning." This peculiar find was actually called earthwood ear or ground skin vegetable, a fusion of fungi and algae, typically thriving in dark, damp locales. Zhang Wenshu had previously heard that earthwood ears flourished best in areas rich with pig manure and decaying matter. Though the concept sounded somewhat repulsive, it was indeed delicious, more flavorful than seaweed. Whether in soup or stir-fried, it was impeccable. Thus, upon discovering it, Zhang Wenshu eagerly called the others over. To his surprise, there was still this bounty on their way back, despite his lingering doubts about the dirty find. Lu Chunchen, driven by habitual trust in old Zhang, began to collect the Thunder God's dung without hesitation. After a thorough search of the surrounding area, their haul was commendable, leaving little extra space in their wicker baskets. After a brief respite, they prepared to return, only to notice the large black dog suddenly alert, its posture tense and teeth bared. Emitting low growls, it fixed its fierce gaze towards the diagonal front, its fur bristling. Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chunchen exchanged solemn looks, their expressions grave. "Old Jiang, the three of you should not advance further. Lu and I will investigate," Zhang Wenshu instructed, signaling Lu Chunchen to set down the wicker basket and draw his knife. The black dog followed closely, remaining silent yet exuding an air of ferocity. A distant, chaotic sound wafted through the wind, difficult to discern. Jiang Dijin and the others halted, refraining from moving forward. He opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent. Everyone wished to bravely declare, "Brothers, fear not. If we must perish, we shall do so together." It is nothing of consequence. Yet, such bravado required immense courage. In recent days, they had endured 2 harrowing battles with zombies. Fortuitously, they had emerged victorious and returned safely, but who could guarantee they would triumph this time? Zhang Wenshu had narrowly escaped being bitten the previous night. This was not a gambling table where one could simply recover losses in the next round. Once lost, there were no second chances. The plump child attempted to follow but was promptly restrained. "Come back. Do not cause trouble for your Uncle Zhang," the man, who had always been kind to him, now bore a serious expression. Startled, the child returned to his spot, pouting defiantly. Although he had faced many terrifying experiences, encountering Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chunchen reignited his hope. He no longer perceived zombies as insurmountable. Once he grew stronger, he could sever their heads like Lu Chunchen. As daylight waned, swarms of small insects danced through the air, flitting about the grassy undergrowth. The joy of their harvest abruptly ceased, replaced by tension and unease. Jiang Dijin could no longer hold back his concern and felt compelled to advise the two. Perhaps it would be best not to go any further. However, he refrained from voicing it, knowing it would be futile. The shelter's defenses were fragile, surrounded by flora in light of the suspicion of nearby zombies. Failing to investigate could pose a significant threat. There would always be someone bitten while foraging, hunting, fishing, or fetching water, leading to a rapid decline into chaos that could not be rectified. The trouble seemed to come in waves, and Zhang Wenshu began to feel weary of this treacherous world. Armed with his sharp blade, he advanced towards the source of the noise. He had yet to truly enter this perilous realm, and his tone bore no weariness. Despite having faced numerous dangers since the calamity began, he remained experienced yet anxious whenever confronted by zombies. Lu Chunchen remarked, "We are getting closer. I believe I can hear voices. There are more than just zombies." He understood that Zhang Wenshu's weariness stemmed not from humanity, but from the undead. Although their days had grown busier and more arduous, he sensed Zhang Wenshu's delight at the prospect of encountering survivors. The shelter differed from other refuge points. The inhabitants lived cautiously, wary of both zombies and fellow humans. They evaded the undead while also shunning their own kind, for the fear of monsters did not diminish their cruelty towards one another. The black dog's fur bristled, and its low growls intensified. This blend of fear and excitement led the two men to firmly believe that something awaited them ahead. Upon nearing the vicinity, they caught sight of a dozen or so zombies, a truly spectacular sight. Zhang Wenshu, seasoned and worldly, had witnessed many things, yet seeing zombies pursuing a group of people created a chaotic scene that prompted him to utter words of uncertainty. "This is even more perilous than last time. Little Lu, prepare yourself. Save as many as you can." The unspoken implication was clear. Those who could not be saved should not be a burden. They should do their utmost. The reason this situation was more dangerous than before was that the zombies had caught up with the fleeing crowd. The last line of defense was a tall woman, youthful and striking, agile in her movements. Yet what truly drew attention was the assortment of long blades strapped to her back, each varying in color and design. In her grasp was a slender, sharp weapon, narrower than Lu Chinchin's long knife. Behind her stood a lean young man wearing glasses. As she turned to fend off the undead, he awkwardly mirrored her movements. Weapon in hand, wanting to assist yet being rebuffed by her. "Stay back. Hide behind me." With a swift strike, she plunged her blade into a zombie's eye socket, yanking it back with deft precision. The zombie collapsed. But more soon closed in. Despite her agility and grace, a single blade could not withstand the onslaught of claws from all directions. Protecting the man behind her only heightened the peril, leaving her in a precarious situation. Among the fleeing group were several who ran even faster. A young girl led the charge, followed closely by 2 men and a woman, the latter two aiding the middle man, who appeared to have lost some of his mobility. Unlike the previous rescue of Su Zhan and her child, there was now little distance between the zombies and this group. The undead had effectively surrounded them, their bodies already making contact, and combat had ensued. They desperately sought an escape route, but it proved exceedingly difficult. The chase had followed them into the wilderness, contrasting sharply with the sudden ambushes typical of urban encounters. The most plausible scenario is that this relentless chase began from a considerable distance. The fact that they were overtaken by the zombies substantiates another grim reality. Their stamina had waned. The advantage of the zombies in long-distance pursuits had been validated. Despite a group of individuals being in peak physical condition, They failed to shake off their pursuers. Thus, hoping for them to muster a desperate fight and carve their way through is akin to a fool's errand. At that moment, the situation on the scene shifted. The woman at the rear, armed with multiple blades, sensed her inability to fend off the horde of zombies and seemed to reach a decisive conclusion. Gritting her teeth, she turned and grasped the arm of a slender man, urging him forward. "I've done my best. Let us go." Her stamina appeared vastly superior to that of others. With a powerful stride, she quickly outpaced the rest of the group, merely using her knife to fend off the zombies without becoming entangled. Consequently, the plight of the remaining individuals became increasingly dire. No one was left to resist the zombies or to divert their attention. Those who moved sluggishly or with difficulty were subjected to greater assaults. On the brink of becoming gruesome meals, the woman, who was supporting the man, cried out in desperation, "Tian Tian, save us!" Her voice was urgent and piercing, almost a scream. Yet, the long-legged woman paid no heed, resolutely dragging the man forward. The man's eyes reflected a hint of compassion, yet he remained silent, his expression resolute as he pressed onward. The three individuals trailing behind could not keep pace and were soon engulfed by the zombies. The growls of the undead intertwined with the cries of humanity, creating a scene that evoked a deep unwillingness to contemplate the outcome. Just then, two figures surged into view, youthful and vigorous, exuding an invigorating spirit. The foremost among them was tall and robust, with a bushy beard, wielding a long blade that commanded an unspoken authority. The woman in the lead was momentarily startled by this sudden occurrence. Halting in her tracks, uncertain whether to continue her flight. Perhaps she appeared quite fearsome, not dissimilar to the zombies themselves. "Make way!" the leading figure bellowed. Like thunderclaps echoing in the spring behind the woman, a zombie lunged forward. Its maw agape, prepared to strike. The incoming individual, recognizing the peril, acted swiftly, using his left hand to push the woman's head aside with force, sending her tumbling away. Despite the violent shove, she managed to evade disaster. The man, gripping his blade, was too late to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he pivoted and charged forward, driving the hilt of his weapon directly into the zombie's mouth, shattering its jagged teeth. Had the zombies possessed the capacity to feel pain, they would undoubtedly have cried out in anguish at that moment. Without waiting for the zombie to react, he grasped the hilt with both hands and, using the weapon as leverage, hoisted the creature upward with a thunderous shout. His towering stature and abundant strength lifted the diminutive zombie off the ground. With a powerful swing of his arms, he hurled the undead away, scattering it into disarray. "Liu Chun, create some distance, don't get too close," called the man who had just arrived. Liu Chun nodded, gripping his blade as he advanced. At this juncture, the long-legged woman, still dragging the man, found herself in close proximity, unable to halt in time, brushing past them. She spun around, halting to ascertain the unfolding situation. The zombies, now with a new target in sight, bared their teeth, their grotesque visages marred with wounds, their pale eyes wide open, shrieking as they charged forward. Liu Qian steadied himself, the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears, as if it would burst from his chest. Yet, his expression remained cold and composed, his eyes narrowed, revealing a serene demeanor, as the zombies lunged at him. He deftly sidestepped, leaping to the side of one. With both hands raised high, he struck down with explosive force. The long-legged young woman, witnessing his intent to decapitate a zombie, couldn't help but exclaim, "Fool!" Proficient in martial arts herself and equipped with several blades. She had carved a bloody path to survival since the calamity, protecting her boyfriend in the process. In terms of combat experience, she was far more seasoned than Liu Chun, who had only gained clarity after being saved by Zhang Wanshu. Replenishing his strength and slaying his first zombie, most of his time had been spent chopping wood, swinging his blade through the air rather than against the undead. In contrast, she had accumulated her expertise through multiple brushes with peril. Amid the outpouring of blood in her view, piercing the zombie's skull with a narrow blade was the most efficient method. Attempting to behead a zombie seemed exceedingly foolish. Although their heads were considerably weaker than those of humans, they were not so easily severed. She wasn't even certain if she could cleave a zombie's head. Moreover, Liu Chin's long blade appeared rather ordinary. How many strikes could it withstand? She felt a pang of sympathy. Sensing that he was likely to find his weapon lodged in a zombie's neck, unable to withdraw it, only to be overwhelmed and torn apart. Die! Lu Chen shouted, his blade descending at a glint of cold light flashed. And the zombie's head rolled away. Due to the blood being too thick and scant, it did not spurt dramatically but trickled down the severed neck, dark and foul, presenting a most unseemly sight. Bloody hell! The long-legged woman muttered instinctively upon witnessing the scene. Liu Chen paid no mind to the fallen zombie, nor did he spare it a glance, instead lowering himself, preparing to confront the second one. The trio at the back continued to be besieged. The scene was chaotic, with cries, shouts, and growls intertwining, and the situation was far from optimistic. However, with Lu Chen's arrival, some of the zombies were drawn away. Alleviating the pressure, albeit slightly, Liu Chen did not plunge into the horde to rescue anyone. Even during his previous rescue of Su Jian and her son, he had intercepted them midway rather than delving deep into the swarm. Humanity's advantage lay in their agility and precision, along with their ability to utilize tools. Yet, their vulnerability was even more pronounced, bodies too fragile. This fragility did not pertain to their resilience against blows, but rather their susceptibility to infection. Even the slightest bite could lead to a grim fate, and even if they managed to slay all the zombies, the battle could still be lost. The zombies, in stark contrast, could endure countless stab wounds. Even if their entrails were shredded, as long as their heads remained intact, they sustained no damage. The second zombie lunged at him, and Lu Chen slashed upward, slicing diagonally along its shoulder. A deep gash appeared on its neck, blood gushing forth. The long blade, however, had dulled slightly. Although his angle was sound and his force ample, it only cleaved halfway through. Fortunately, Lu Chen remained composed, evading the counterattack and striking back with another slice from behind. The two wounds connected, and the zombie's head rolled away. Liu Chen then retreated. Recognizing his limitations in aiding the besieged trio, he needed to create distance, striving to open gaps between the zombies. These gaps would provide him the opportunity to draw his blade and recalibrate his stance. If the zombies surged forward en masse, it would render any technique futile. Zhang Wenshu and the large black dog arrived as well. This duo, while somewhat timid, was not expected to confront the zombies head-on. Instead, they began to circle the horde, creating noise to lure the zombies apart. Zhang Wenshu wielded a shorter blade, and unless he was absolutely certain, he would not venture too close or strike recklessly. Yet, from a supportive perspective, he was performing admirably. The large black dog seemed instinctively adept at coordination. When Zhang Wenshu drew the attention of the undead, feeling the pressure mount, the dog sprang from behind a zombie, gripping its leg and pulling it backward. The zombie, struggling to maintain its footing, collapsed to the ground. With the threat of claws and teeth momentarily neutralized, Zhang Wenshu seized the opportunity to pivot and thrust his blade into the back of the zombie's head. The blade penetrated the brain, and the creature's struggle ceased immediately. "Good dog. Well done. You'll get extra rations tonight," Zhang Wenshu exclaimed, shaking the blood from his blade while offering encouragement to the black dog. The individuals running ahead had all paused, observing this peculiar battle against the undead. The woman who had been leading the charge had risen from the ground, rubbing her bruises as she anxiously turned her head. To her astonishment, the formidable figure, with a blade drawn, stood resolutely against the horde, exuding an aura of invincibility. As the blade flashed, heads fell, or chunks of flesh flew, and despite his retreat, he appeared unfaltering. There were no boisterous shouts. Any utterance of die signified a lethal strike. This was a sight she had never witnessed before. Though their group contained a fierce fighter in the long-legged woman, the sheer force of presence was incomparable. This resembled the feeling she had experienced with Jiang Dijin or Su Jian and her SON in the perception of those present. The terror of the zombies extinguished any thought of resistance. Their decaying, unholy forms, their predatory cruelty, and their overwhelming physical force rendered escape the only option. The long-legged woman had dispatched many zombies, employing precise martial arts and sharp weaponry to slay one after another. Yet, in moments of combat, an underlying fear gripped her heart, fearing that a single misstep might lead to her slender, delicate form being wounded or bitten. Fearful of her occasional missteps and the potential for imprecise movements leading to irreparable consequences. Lu Chunxin stands apart, a rugged figure who confronts the challenge head-on. His actions are few, merely consisting of simple evasions followed by swift strikes, yet between these moments of stillness and motion, an impressive aura emanates. instantly dispelling the terror brought forth by the zombies. With such a human presence, one could easily imagine that, if armored and equipped, slaying the undead would be a natural endeavor. Indeed, the zombies are not necessarily invincible. In contrast, on the other side, Zhang Wenshu's actions appear rather peculiar. He lures the zombies forward, and as he runs, they are toppled by the black dog, allowing him to deliver the finishing blow, as the horde grows and clusters together. Opportunities to strike diminish, forcing him to continue fleeing. Thus, a chase ensues. He is pursued by the zombies while the dog chases after them. The situation transcends a mere dichotomy of kill or be killed, evolving into a dynamic interplay of movement. The zombies stumble and rise, and when he strikes accurately, they meet their demise. However, when his thrusts are rushed and ineffective, he refrains from risking a second strike and turns to flee. Consequently, a zombie may lose an ear or have a significant portion of its skull sheared off, yet it continues the pursuit with its bloodied head held high. Such a coordinated struggle between man and dog is a rare sight. Was this man perhaps a hunter accompanied by his hound? As she observes, the main battlefield shifts closer to them. The woman, suddenly alert, hastens a few paces forward. Under normal circumstances, she would not have stopped. Regardless of the outcome, persisting until she either evaded the monsters entirely or could run no longer. Yet today, she merely creates some distance, sensing that the zombies cannot breach the defenses posed by the trio of humans and the dog. This inexplicable feeling lingers in her mind. The long-legged woman does not run. Instead, she signals for her boyfriend to step back a bit. Gripping her blade, she strides towards Lu Chunchen. The developments on the battlefield prompt a change of heart, initially intent on fleeing with her boyfriend. She now casts aside concern for her other teammates. Throughout their escape, she has been a pivotal fighter, consistently positioned at the rear, her actions leaving her with a clear conscience. Should she choose to flee alone, she could swiftly cover a considerable distance, ensuring her relative safety, for the zombies would be drawn to her allies, ravenously consuming flesh and neglecting their pursuit of her. Now, with the sudden emergence of two humans and a dog, she initially perceives them as fools, but upon witnessing their combat prowess, it becomes evident that they are no ordinary individuals. Particularly the one wielding the longsword, who appears untrained yet executes movements that are simple yet powerful, demonstrating remarkable lethality. Might there be hope for the three behind? Hey, foolish friend, you lead them to the right, and I'll guide them to the left, she calls out, preparing to engage. Liu Chunchen, having witnessed her skill, has no doubts and nods affirmatively. At that moment, her boyfriend's voice calls from behind, Tian, his knife is dull. Toss him the long one on your back. Without hesitation, the long-legged woman retrieves the long sword and throws it toward him. Friend, catch! Lu Chunchen catches it with one hand. Feeling its weight, he thrusts his own blade into a zombie's body but does not immediately withdraw it, allowing it to dangle. Freeing his hand, he grips the new weapon and delivers a decisive strike, severing the corpse. Indeed, it is exceptionally sharp. A fine blade, Lu Chunchen exclaims with delight. The young woman named Tian steps forward, closing the gap with the zombies. The horde finally disperses, each pursuing its target in different directions. The three individuals and the dog, previously besieged, are now revealed. Yet, no one has the energy to inquire about each other's conditions. They are all focused on evading attacks and seizing opportunities to kill. This quartet, two humans and a dog, represents the pinnacle of combat strength among the survivor groups, all possessing experience in dispatching zombies. More importantly, they lack the typical fear of the undead, viewing them merely as grotesque beasts that are easily dispatched. This inherent courage is the cornerstone of their strength. Tian's slender boyfriend quietly observes from the sidelines, likely aware of his limitations in close combat, perhaps having been warned by his girlfriend that his presence would only complicate matters. He stands at a safe distance, picking up sticks and stones from the ground. Whenever the zombies draw near, threatening the two primary fighters, he darts to a diagonal position, shouting and throwing objects. The zombies are struck in the head and, hearing the commotion, instinctively seek the source of the noise. Although they ultimately revert to attacking the nearest human, the brief distraction provides the duo with precious moments to strike. The tide of the battle shifts from the zombies hunting them to the humans hunting the zombies. You two are too slow. Make way, I'm coming through, Zhang Wenshu announces as he returns to the main battlefield after finishing his own skirmish. Despite his nonchalant words, he is panting heavily, appearing to be the most fatigued among them. In truth, he has exerted himself considerably, primarily relying on evasive maneuvers. His strategy involves sudden advances and retreats, striking and then quickly disengaging, a routine made easier by the presence of the large black dog assisting him. Otherwise, he would hardly belong on this battlefield. The number of zombies gradually diminishes, and the survivors gain a clearer advantage. Tiantian's boyfriend edges closer, joining the fray. Though he receives a couple of reprimands from Tiantian, he neither protests nor withdraws. Seizing the zombie's distraction, he lunges forward to stab one, not waiting to see the outcome before retreating. It seems he is beginning to embody Zhang Wanshu's tactical approach. The final zombie falls to Tiantian's blade, the weapon piercing through its mouth and exiting its brain, leaving it standing there, eyes wide open and motionless, until Tiantian delivers a kick that sends it crashing to the ground. Sliding off her blade, a brief silence envelopes the scene as everyone catches their breath, the air thick with exhaustion. At last, it is Tiantian's boyfriend who recovers first, breaking the silence not by inquiring about Lu Chunchen, but by turning to Zhang Wanshu and saying, "Brother, thank you for the rescue." It takes real courage to rush in like that. His words are sincere, devoid of any pretense. "I'm Zhao Shiqing, and this is my girlfriend, Shui Tiantian." He gestures toward the long-legged woman, asking, "Brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude. May I ask your name?" Zhang Wanshu waves his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for politeness. Don't be too impressed. Many are thinking I'm a fool." Chapter 23. Helping Auntie. My surname is Zhang, and my name is Shengmu, Zhang Shengmu. Zhang Wanshu's personality includes a penchant for jest, particularly in tense situations, often unaware of his own tendencies. Before the cataclysm, he was perceived as honest and diligent by his colleagues, albeit somewhat dull. Seeing the disbelief and strange expressions on their faces, he chuckles and shares his actual name, seemingly unfazed throughout the exchange. The two groups of survivors briefly introduce themselves. "Hey, that dog, stop sniffing around. They have no food. Go fetch Lao Jiang and the others." Zhang Wanshu calls out as the black dog circles around the other survivors, sniffing as if searching for something. The others feel a twinge of fear given the dog's earlier ferocity, instinctively shrinking away as it approaches. Tiantian reflexively tightens her grip on her weapon, mistrusting the creature and prepared to strike should it show any signs of aggression. Fortunately, the dog is astute, swiftly passing by Tiantian without lingering, while dawdling around the feet of the others. Hearing Zhang Wanshu's call, it seems oblivious, not lifting its head, and eventually wanders off, retracing their earlier path. As for how to summon Lao Jiang and the others, even Zhang Wanshu is uncertain. He leaves it to the dog's instincts. The woman who had been running ahead now returns. Her name is Zhong Lily, a young woman even more beautiful than Tiantian, though her face bears the grime of hardship and her eyes reflect fatigue. Her slender frame suggests she has gone long without proper nourishment. The trio that had been besieged consists of a young woman named Hu Lingxi on the left, a man in the center named Zhang Luan who had previously foamed at the mouth but is now in slightly better condition, and the man supporting him, Lu Yongqiang. This team, like the others, is from a different refuge and had come together by chance along the way. Shui Tiantian and Zhao Shiqing are a pair, while Hu Lingxi and her companions formed another group. With Zhong Lily being the last to join in the apocalypse, human attitudes can shift dramatically. Encountering other survivors poses significant risks, yet hiding alone invites the gnawing sensation of loneliness, leading to irrational actions. The desire to isolate oneself in safety conflicts with the yearning for companionship, resulting in a tragic paradox. Stop standing around. Let us find a cleaner spot to sit and talk. I'm exhausted. Zhang Wanshu shook his arms and beckoned to everyone. In the apocalypse, there is little room for pleasantries, much like his first encounter with Lu Chunchen, where they two engaged in conversation while seated. The atmosphere was indeed unsuitable for dialogue. The pervasive stench was suffocating, the ground stained with blood, and scattered severed heads painted a grim picture reminiscent of hell. They sought a drier slope nearby, each finding a place to settle. Before long, Zhang Dijin and the others arrived, having been close by and ever vigilant of the situation. Thus, when the large black dog appeared and barked a couple of times, they quickly shouldered their baskets and tools, hurrying over. There was no communication barrier as imagined. Everything proceeded unusually smoothly. Upon seeing women, children, and the elderly in the group, all appearing relatively well, not resembling those who lacked food and clothing, Zhao Shiqing silently breathed a sigh of relief. He subtly nodded at Shuet Tiantian, concealing the dagger hidden in his sleeve, allowing himself to truly relax at last. A survivor group that treated the elderly, women, and children with kindness and care was unlikely to be brutal or malevolent. In the face of the apocalypse, with food scarce, struggles among the populace became stark and direct. Those who seized power through brute force were often the physically stronger men. In such dire circumstances, it was unrealistic to expect these leaders to contemplate long-term plans or care for the fates of others. They tended to exploit others, demanding labor and sacrificing resources for their own indulgence. It was not only Zhao Shiqing who encountered such situations. Others had faced similar predicaments to varying degrees. Liu Chengchen had previously met a little girl in the shelter, around 6 or 7 years old. Even younger than Wang Tong, she had lost her family and lived alone in the shelter. The little girl was remarkably sensible, perhaps fearful that others would perceive her as a burden and abandon her. So she actively sought tasks each day. She cleaned clothes, tidied beds, ran errands, and volunteered to cook whenever food needed preparation, bustling around like a little top, greeting everyone with a smile. Yet, no one cared for her. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Unfortunate adults would slap her or kick her down. Even in such circumstances, she could only hide and cry quietly, terrified that her sobs would be heard and deemed bothersome. Ultimately, the little girl starved to death. Despite living so cautiously, enduring hunger daily, and striving to please the adults around her, no one cared. She could neither forage for food nor provide physical services to the leaders like adult women could. She was merely a drain on resources. Liu Chengchen did what he could to share some food with her, but in the end, he too faced relentless hunger, unable to extend further assistance. During one of his outings in search of food, he was besieged by zombies and only managed to return to the shelter days later, only to learn that the little girl had died from starvation after she was caught stealing a half loaf of bread and beaten mercilessly. She curled up in a corner, suffering from both pain and hunger, quietly departing this world. Yet, Liu Chengchen remembered that, before he left, he had given her the half loaf of bread he had saved, telling her to eat it when hungry and that he would bring her food upon his return. This foolish child likely could not bear to eat it, keeping it hidden on her person. Even if Liu Chengchen was indeed a fool, he could surmise what had transpired. The shelter repulsed him. These people were far more terrifying and revolting than the zombies outside. Fueled by rage, Liu Chengchen plunged a knife into the leader, driving away the wolf-like crowd, and departed with his companions. He never mentioned this incident to Zhang Deng. It seemed he had completely forgotten it, and of course, whether he mentioned it or not made little difference. Did Zhang Wanshu not understand the situation outside? In this world, how many children face such fates? Zhao Shiqing discerned Zhang Wanshu's morality through this lens. As for Zhang Wanshu's judgment of them, no one knew. Not even Liu Chengchen, who had encountered him first. He seldom witnessed Zhang Wanshu hesitate. He would save anyone in need, truly embodying a saintly figure. Perhaps he was simply very confident. With him, Liu Chengchen, and the large black dog? Could ordinary survivors pose a threat? Old Jiang, take out the tools and start digging, Zhang Wanshu instructed, gesturing towards the multitude of zombies, indicating it was time to work. The primary purpose of the reinforcements was to dig graves for the dead. This was his routine. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, he would endeavor to bury what could be buried. In truth, there were numerous corpses in the city, yet no one contemplated addressing the issue. Everyone was too preoccupied. Rallying everyone to lend a hand, they began to dig. Zhang Luan, feeling unwell, lay resting aside. Zhang Wanshu inquired about his condition and learned he was severely famished, having foraged for mushrooms on the way and subsequently suffered from poisoning. He was now vomiting and experiencing diarrhea, his body weak and occasionally spewing white foam. The group had initially maintained a safe distance from the zombies, but their speed waned as they tended to him, gradually bringing them into close pursuit. While the blame for the current predicament was not solely on him, he bore a measure of responsibility. The chubby ones were taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, mushrooms were not to be consumed indiscriminately. The rain-soaked earth was challenging to dig through, requiring considerable effort. Fortunately, they did not concern themselves with feng shui or depth. A layer of soil was sufficient. Leaving the rest to the microorganisms, it was buried without even a gravestone. Liu Chengchen had just mentioned this matter. Old Zhang, should we find a piece of wood and carve a name? Do you know what they were called? No. Then how should we write it? Perhaps we could write anonymous? That's often how it's written in books. The grave of the anonymous. Zhang Wanshu felt as if his throat was obstructed. He had countless words to express, but suddenly found himself at a loss for how to begin. Ultimately, he merely clapped his hands, offering a few words of admiration. "Auntie, the bite on your arm is still bleeding. Let me help you clean it." The chubby child was eager and joined the others in their labor without a hint of laziness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed Hu Lingxi's sleeve was soaked in blood and hurried over to check on her. However, this single remark plunged the scene into an eerie silence. Hu Lingxi turned to glare at him, silent, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The little boy sensed the sudden shift in atmosphere. Realizing he had misspoken, as he caught Hu Lingxi's gaze, he felt a twinge of fear. Momentarily frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Just then, Su Jun approached, pulling him away to hide behind the others. The rest silently observed Hu Lingxi. Xue Tiantian was the first to step forward. Dropping her tools and slowly unsheathing her blade from her back, with a deep sigh, she walked towards Hu Lingxi. Hu Lingxi also stirred, her eyes glistening with tears that began to fall. Suddenly, she cried out and then broke down sobbing. After a brief moment of weeping, she wiped her tears and drew a short blade from her waist, pointing it at Xue Tiantian, declaring, "Don't come any closer. I'm fine. You don't need to worry." Xue Tiantian remained calm, watching her silently. After a moment, she spoke, "You know the rules. The previous teammates have all faced this. Lingxi, don't be afraid." But Hu Lingxi grew increasingly agitated, shouting at her, "Stay away. Just now, I called for you to save us. And you didn't come. You only cared about running off with your man. Now you want to kill me? I refuse. Stay away." Zhao Shiqing sighed at her words, but did not intervene. The others, including Zhong Lili, remained silent. There must have been a prior agreement that if anyone was bitten or scratched by a zombie, they should be dealt with promptly to prevent infection from endangering their companions. Rationally, this made sense. However, human nature is selfish. Would someone who had been bitten voluntarily step forward to allow others to behead them? Xue Tiantian had likely witnessed such situations numerous times. Her eyes betrayed her compassion, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Clinging to her blade, she advanced, saying, "Lingxi, I'm sorry. Why should I? I won T. I Haven T mutated. You can't kill me. I'm still alive." Hu Lingxi realized she was no match for Xue Tiantian. Flailing her short blade in desperation, crying out at her. Tears and snot streamed down her face, smearing her features, which had once been quite delicate, into a pitiful mess. Her cries were loud, yet they resonated with an indescribable despair. Chapter 24. Let us eat first. Tian. Wait a moment. Zhang Wanshu frowned, preparing to speak when someone behind him called out first. The crowd turned, and Zhang Luan sat up straight, his face pale and his lips devoid of color. His demeanor was remarkably calm. Upon noticing the gazes of the crowd upon him, he offered a faint smile, though it bore a tinge of bitterness. Lingxi, who was most averse to pain, felt a surge of fear at the sight of the knife aimed at her. "You should perhaps wait a moment," he suggested, observing Xue Tiantian's furrowed brow as she prepared to retort. He waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Perhaps you ought to address me first." As he spoke, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing a calf stained with blood, marked by a ring of bite wounds. Xue Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Hu Lingxi fell silent, staring at him in shock. A zombie had fallen to the ground, taking the opportunity to bite him. He coughed lightly, lowered his pant leg, and forced a smile at the onlookers, saying, "Why the grim faces? Haven T, we lost enough along the way." It's hardly a rare occurrence. He had intended to speak sooner, but seeing everyone so occupied, he hadn't wished to interrupt. Exhausted, he thought to wait until their business was concluded before seeking assistance with his own trivial matters. His expression, initially composed, was now marred by the glimmer of unshed tears, betraying his struggle for composure. Zhao Shiqing, unable to bear it, turned his head away, unwilling to witness his anguish. He understood Zhang Luan's sentiments. No one desired death, and yet the bitterness of fate was undeniable. They had traversed a long and arduous journey, enduring hunger and evasion, facing countless hardships. It seemed they had finally encountered a commendable group of survivors. And yet, just as everything appeared poised for change, Zhang Luan's life was destined to reach its conclusion. Zhang Luan lifted his head, fighting back tears, striving to maintain a smile as he remarked, In truth, I should apologize for being a burden. In this dire world, death holds little fear. Rather, it is the memory of a full meal that pains me, a sensation I have long forgotten. His words struck a chord with the others, who felt a shared sorrow. Compared to Hu Lingxi, Zhang Luan's tone lacked fervor, yet it resonated with an acute sense of melancholy. For those who had been bitten, death was an inevitable fate. Thus far, no one had escaped mutation after being bitten. They would become new zombies, indiscriminately attacking those around them. In the early days of the catastrophe, many clung to naive hopes, believing they could find a way to halt the transformation or prevent the transformed from becoming aggressors. The outcomes were tragic. Not only did they fail to achieve their desires, but they also dragged more into despair. As for safe havens or larger shelters, they were not a recent phenomenon. Organizations dedicated to self-rescue or aiding others emerged shortly after the disaster struck. Yet, one by one, they fell, leading to an even denser wave of zombies and engendering more horrific results. Only a small fraction of these sanctuaries were breached from the outside. The majority crumbled from within. Some individuals concealed their bites, evading detection through various means, hiding among the masses, hoping to resist mutation and return to normalcy. In truth, such hopes were unfounded. When the time came for transformation, it would occur regardless. Consequently, the unsuspecting survivors became victims, subsequently turning into new sources of infection. As organizations disbanded and crowds scattered, the situation spiraled beyond control. For Zhang Luan and Hu Lingxi, even if Xue Tiantian chose to abandon them, leaving them here to fend for themselves, what of Zhang Wanshu and the others? Their refuge was nearby. Could they simply allow these two to transform? Thus, Hu Lingxi was engulfed in despair. Despair at the thought of becoming a mindless zombie, and even more so at the prospect of Xue Tiantian severing her head or piercing her skull before that transformation could occur. Having spoken, Zhang Luan fell silent, gradually closing his eyes. Xue Tiantian tilted her head, muttered an apology, and approached him with her blade in hand. Yet, her movement faltered as Zhang Wanshu grasped the hilt of the knife. She turned, frowning at him, perplexed by his intentions. The others were equally bewildered. Did Zhang Wanshu intend to let these two go, allowing them to meet their fate? Lu Changqin and the others were at a loss for words. Having followed Zhang Wanshu for some time, they had developed immense trust in him. If he said to release the two, they would not object. Xue Tiantian and Zhong Lili felt a twinge of anxiety. Such encounters with strangers, fraught with uncertainty, were the most likely to lead to conflict. Zhang Wanshu turned to Zhao Shiqing, speaking gently, "Brother Shiqing, let us eat first." Zhao Shiqing met his gaze, pure and kind, radiating an unspoken warmth, recalling Zhang Luan's earlier words. He seemed to grasp the underlying message, feeling a swell of emotion as he smiled and declared, "Indeed, let us eat first. After all, even condemned prisoners are offered a meal before execution. Have we sunk lower than that?" Upon hearing this, Xue Tiantian lowered her weapon. Hu Lingxi and Zhang Luan exchanged glances with Zhang Wanshu, who merely smiled and nodded at them. Turning to Lu Changqin and the others, he instructed, "Let us arrange the items in the basket. We must see what we can offer our distant friends to eat. We cannot present them with meager provisions, lest we become the subject of ridicule." He did not wish to return to the storeroom burdened with fatigue. Zhang Luan and Hu Lingxi would likely not last much longer. Thus, he aimed to utilize the resources at hand and prepare food swiftly. Lu Changqin quickly chimed in, "Shall we serve them, not dung, but rather, earth mushrooms?" "Yes, earth mushrooms. We gathered a great deal today, along with some frogs." Though his words were slightly muddled, they inadvertently dispersed much of the somber atmosphere. Little Lu awkwardly scratched his head before Zhang Wanshu sent him off to gather firewood. They relocated closer to the water source for convenience, collecting fresh branches to construct a makeshift grill. He then led the group in foraging nearby, educating them on what was edible and what was not, while preparing slender twigs for later use. Next, they began to clean the frogs, threading them onto the fine sticks. Lu Changqin and the others returned. It had rained today, making dry branches hard to find. Fortunately, with so many hands, they managed to gather sufficient wood. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor for him alone. He ignited the fluff atop the cattail, which some referred to as the vegetable sausage of the plant kingdom. Zhang Wanshu held up the cattail stick, pointing at it as he explained, "While it resembles a sausage, it is not edible. However, when torn apart and crushed, Its fine fluff is perfect for kindling. I've heard it can even repel insects. As he spoke, his hands were in constant motion. In mere moments, he had accomplished a great deal and soon kindled a fire. Though it was a simple task, the sight was pleasing. Zhao Shiqing and the others admired his prowess. They too had spent time in the wilderness and understood the difficulty of finding food, shelter, and even lighting a fire. They had heard of fire by friction but had never managed to produce even a spark after prolonged efforts. As Zhang Wanshu stoked the fire, steadily adding wood, its flames began to stabilize. He then peeled the roots of the cattail and distributed them among the group, saying, "Here, our feast will take a while to prepare. Let us fill our stomachs in the meantime." With that, he took the first bite. The others, trusting him, followed suit, and soon the crisp sounds of chewing filled the air. The taste was modest. He juggled tending the fire while bringing the tender white roots to his mouth. Explaining, "Sauded, they are quite delicious. Indeed, they are excellent wild vegetables. Under the current circumstances, let us eat them raw." Zhao Shiqing and the others found the flavor acceptable, primarily due to their hunger. Zhong Lily devoured nearly half a root, her expression one of satisfaction. They had encountered these plants frequently along the journey, especially in waterlogged areas, yet no one had realized they were edible. Mistaking them for reeds, they had passed them by unnoticed. As the fire blazed brighter, Zhang Wanshu began peeling palm hearts, tossing them beside the fire to roast and then resuming his preparations for skewers. Without staple food, they would make do with roasted palm hearts, which were far tastier than the cattail roots, he explained cheerfully as he busied himself, focusing solely on food, deliberately avoiding any mention of transformation. Even Hu Lingxi and Zhang Luan gradually relaxed, allowing themselves to partake in the camaraderie of eating and drinking. The group seemed to forget their grim reality entirely, as the oil sizzled and bubbled. Zhang Wanshu ensured that none was wasted, drizzling it over the mushrooms. He laid out everything they had gathered today, skewering and roasting them. Even the mushrooms were cleaned and threaded onto sticks. Regrettably, the limited spices they carried prevented them from achieving culinary excellence. Once the palm hearts were roasted, he took a piece, blew on it gently, and offered it to Hu Lingxi. She took a bite, savoring the delightful flavor. Gu had remarked, it tasted somewhat like soft cheese. Zhang Wanshu distributed pieces to the others, turning to her and saying, "I hope you enjoy it." Hu Lingxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she quickly lowered her head, quietly taking another bite, with the cattail roots and roasted palm hearts in their bellies. The group's hunger was somewhat alleviated, and their spirits lifted significantly. The weariness of many days began to wane. "Come, brother," Zhang Wanshu urged, offering a roasted mushroom to Zhang Luan. "Eat freely. Consume as much as you desire. It's safe." Zhang Luan chuckled heartily, reaching for a large piece of food to devour. Observing his hearty appetite, the others were similarly tempted, eagerly partaking once they were served. Zhao Shiqing maintained a more refined demeanor, while Zhong Lily, Shuet Tiantian, and Lu Yongqiang, however, threw caution to the wind and feasted with abandon, their cheeks and lips smeared with remnants of their meal, oblivious to their messy state. Zhang Wanzhu, utilizing a bamboo tube, ladled fresh water and tossed in a few mint leaves, suspending it over the fire to brew. Once the tea was ready, he would share it with everyone. The pièce d'assistance was the aromatic roasted frog. "Miss Hu, please go ahead," Zhang Wanzhu said with a smile, handing a large one to Hu Lingxi. "Today's seasoning is a bit sparse, but it will suffice." Hu Lingxi regarded him, his face adorned with stubble and his eyes exuding a gentle clarity, his youthful voice suggesting he might be younger than herself. He was truly a tender-hearted individual, yet fate had conspired for their paths to cross at this moment. Noticing her hesitation to accept, Zhang Wanzhu reassured her, "Do not be afraid. It's merely barbecued food, not a calamity. We are not in Tongshan." Though Hu Lingxi did not comprehend Zhang Wanzhu's dry humor, she could sense the kindness in his words. She accepted the roasted frog, taking a delicate bite. The flavor of meat was indeed delectable. After enduring hunger for so long, savoring the fresh roasted meat was an indescribable pleasure. She endeavored to keep her tears at bay, focusing intently on her meal. The others joined in as well. Fortunately, they had caught a plentiful supply of frogs that day. Otherwise, with so many people present, there would not have been enough to go around. Lu Chanshin and the others intentionally ate sparingly, all survivors who easily understood one another's plight. Furthermore, They were not overly famished. Following Zhang Wanju ensured they would have something to eat, as the food was consumed. The atmosphere gradually improved. However, the number of conversations remained limited. It was unlikely they could recreate the warmth of the bonfire dinner in the storeroom. Regardless of how carefree they pretended to be, they were all acutely aware that certain events were ultimately inevitable. Only Zhang Wanju and Zhao Shiqing engaged in quiet conversation, their expressions relaxed and their dialogue entertaining, as if they were merely friends enjoying a casual gathering. Brother Shiqing, it has been some time since the apocalypse began, and you seem to be faring well. Do you have any insights to share? Zhang Wenju inquired casually. He lifted the bamboo tube, pouring some mint tea for Zhao Shiqing and then for himself. Taking a small sip, he appeared to relish it. Eating roasted frog and sipping mint tea was indeed a delightful indulgence in these dire times. Zhao Shiqing, feeling somewhat awkward in response, mimicked Zhang Wanju, taking a modest sip himself. Although the mint was freshly foraged, it tasted quite pleasant. Should I speak the truth or offer falsehoods? He asked. This is quite an intriguing proposition. Let us begin with the falsehoods. Zhang Wanju replied, noticing the dark veins pulsing along Hu Lingxi's arm, spreading ominously throughout her body. Her pace of eating slowed, as if her mind were elsewhere, as she was about to bite into a charred frog leg. Zhang Wenju gently took it from her, placing it aside and retrieving another frog, carefully blowing on it before handing it to her. He simply smiled. Saying nothing else, Hu Lingxi accepted it and resumed her meal slowly. The others likely noticed her unusual condition, yet seeing Zhang Wanju beside her, appearing unperturbed and jovial, they chose to ignore it and continued eating. Liu Yongqiang and his companions were genuinely consuming their meals, while Lu Changchen and the others merely accompanied them. Zhang Wanju, for his part, hardly ate at all, dedicating himself to cooking and distributing food. The falsehoods I have are merely trivial insights. I have learned to avoid danger and seem to have developed a fondness for the taste of mushrooms. Zhao Shiqing stated, as he took more frogs than the rest, casually handing one to Zhang Luan. Avoid areas with zombies, steer clear of crowded places, and refrain from consuming uncertain food. The group listened, finding no fault in his advice. Lu Changchen remarked, that does seem to hold some truth. Zhao Shiqing chuckled, that is merely correct nonsense. The reason you find this plausible is that you share the same thoughts. He shook his head and continued. However, in this apocalypse, the paths we choose are rarely as we desire. Tio, speak plainly. Do we truly have any choices? Naturally, there are none. Zhang Wanju replied, I in this endless flight, with life hanging by a thread. Who could afford the luxury of choice? The paths available were essentially singular. One must walk it, whether they wish to or not. Zhang Wanju then asked, is that so? Zhao Shiqing coughed, his voice unconsciously lowering. If you have a girlfriend who can fight, do not be reckless when trouble arises. Do not burden her, but heed her guidance and stay behind her, and you will likely live a bit longer. Xue Tiantian scoffed at this, spitting out a bone. What is wrong with that? Others would envy your situation. Zhang Wanju chuckled. Envy? Indeed. He could not help but recall the scene from their first encounter, where Xue Tiantian had fought fiercely to protect her boyfriend. In the end, as they fled, she had dragged him along, rushing forward. The narrative of a hero saving the damsel had been entirely reversed in their case. He glanced at Hu Lingxi, only to see the veins in her body bulging, dark fluid coursing through them. The darkness in her eyes gradually faded, as if vitality were slipping away. She struggled to chew the frog meat, but it seemed impossible to swallow, her throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force. Hu Lingxi's head grew heavy, and she understood all too well what was transpiring. Unable to suppress her sorrow, tears welled in her eyes and began to flow silently. Upon closer inspection, her clear tears gradually became cloudy, tinged with a hint of red. She continued to resist, taking another bite of the frog meat, mustering the strength to swallow. Just as she managed to steady her breathing, she involuntarily retched, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. Unable to stop coughing, the others instinctively recoiled, their expressions shifting dramatically. Zhong Lily gasped, standing up in alarm. Zhang Wanju, however, remained seated quietly, his gaze fixed on Hu Lingxi, his eyes glistening, yet he maintained a smile. Hu Lingxi began to weep. Addressing him, Brother Zhang, you should be younger than I am. I don't want to die. Please tell her not to hurt me. I fear the pain, Brother Zhang. Her speech was fragmented, interrupted by relentless coughing. I understand, I understand. Zhang Wanju spoke softly, grasping her arm gently, pulling her closer. Hu Lingxi collapsed against him, sobbing and coughing, the dark blood staining him. Zhang Wanju urged her to rest her head on his shoulder, gently patting her back. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I promise I will take care of this. You can trust me. I know what to do. It was akin to soothing a child. Xue Tiantian observed this, gripping her knife tightly before setting it down with a sigh. Brother Zhang, thank you. Please wait for me. Hu Lingxi gradually calmed down, though her skin had turned a deep shade of blue-black. Her face devoid of life, her words flowing like a dream, soft and ethereal. I've soiled your clothes. My eyes hurt a bit. Thank you. I'm about to leave. Hu Lingxi comprehended the irrevocability of the situation. Yet she did not wish to be killed while still alive. Zhang Wenju had, in a sense, assented to her plea. Xue Tiantian felt the risk was too great. A quick end was better than prolonged suffering. Yet her hand was clasped by Zhao Shiqing. Turning to face her boyfriend, she noted his calm demeanor, yet resolute attitude, and chose not to press further at that moment. Zhang Luan stood up. He did not glance at Lu Chunxin or Xue Tiantian. Instead, he bowed slightly to Zhang Wanju, uttering, I entrust this to you. Zhang Wanju was taken aback, lifting his gaze, feeling a pang of reluctance as he replied, Brother Zhang Luan, you can wait a little longer. At this moment, Zhang Luan was still in relatively good condition, despite the virus spreading more slowly through his legs than Hu Lingxi's. Zhang Wanju, having promised Hu Lingxi, would certainly extend the same to him. At the very least, there was still time to eat a few more frogs and drink some more mint tea. Yet Zhang Luan smiled lightly, saying, I have lived for decades, wandering aimlessly in school and wasting much time. Upon entering society, I merely drifted through life, muddling along without purpose. When the disaster struck, I ran with the crowd, unsure of where I was headed or where I wished to go. Now, at the final stretch of my life, I do not want to leave in confusion. I simply wish to know how I will die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenju noted the calmness in his expression and clarity in his speech, which evoked an indescribable admiration within him. His heart swelled with emotion as he replied, Very well. He patted Hu Lingxi gently, whispering, You remain seated for a while. I will see Brother Zhang Luan off. Rising, he extended his hand to Xue Tiantian, saying, Miss Xue, may I borrow a sharper blade? Thank you. Before Xue Tiantian could respond, Zhao Shiqing stood up, drawing a sharp blade from behind his girlfriend with a swift motion, presenting it to Zhang Wanju with both hands, solemnly. Zhang Wanju nodded in gratitude, receiving it with equal solemnity. The others resumed their meal, sipping tea, while Zhang Luan smiled, waving farewell to the group, turning to Zhang Wanju. Let us move a few steps away to avoid creating a mess that might disturb the ambience. That tree appears cooler, and the scenery is pleasant. Shall we go there? Zhang Wanju laughed heartily, replying, As you wish. The two departed without hesitation, striding towards the distant tree. The setting sun painted the clouds with vibrant hues, reflecting into the evening puddles. The reeds and cattails donned a crimson attire, swaying in the evening breeze. The shadows beneath the trees stretched long in the sunlight, creating an exquisitely beautiful yet profoundly melancholic scene. Zhao Shiqing stood at a distance, gazing into the horizon, humming an unknown melody. The melody, somewhat archaic and devoid of words, yet profoundly conveys the essence of farewell. The tune drifts through the breeze, and the onlookers sense that the reeds have heard it, the birds have heard it. The unfamiliar flowers and grasses have heard it, and the two individuals beneath the tree have heard it as well. Silence envelopes them as they listen intently. Zhang Wanju returns alone, the evening breeze caressing his garments. Gentle as if the universe itself were whispering softly in the crowd. Hu Lingxi stumbles to her feet, swaying precariously, nearly collapsing back down. Her eyes are a haze of blue and white, rendering her vision blurred. Her body is stiff, and her throat emits a rasping sound. She has lost much of her rationality, yet she perceives the footsteps of Zhang Wanju, unsteadily moving towards him. She recalls that this gentle man had promised to escort her away. Fearful of pain and reluctant to embrace death, she is equally disinclined to remain as mere flesh and blood, wandering through time. Though her vision is impaired and her steps falter, she presses on. Following the sound, she opens her arms wide, striving to articulate, Zhang Gu, I feel a bit cold. Please hold me again, Zhang Gu, please. Zhang Wanju approaches and envelopes her in his embrace. Hu Lingxi buries her head in his chest, murmuring, I feel cold. I must leave now. I am a bit scared, Zhang. I am a little afraid. Her words no longer carry fear or sorrow, merely the repetition of what has been previously said. The last vestige of her trust in the world is bestowed upon this stranger she has just met, a man younger than herself, whom she calls brother, with a bearded visage obscuring his features. She is on the brink of death, yet with the remnants of her sanity, she unsteadily approaches and throws herself into the embrace of another, prepared to depart from this world. Zhang Wenshu rests his chin atop her head, tears cascading from his eyes, unable to contain the flood. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here to see you off. Do not fear, do not fear. Chapter 26, Adaptation of Humans. Thank you. Zhang Wenshu returned the blade to Xue Tuanan. Nodding in gratitude, his gaze swept over the crowd. Zhong Lili, Lu Yongqiang, Zhao Shiqing. He solemnly declared, if any of you are still without a place to stay, please accompany us back. We have accommodations nearby that can provide food, water, and protection. He intended for his words to be heartfelt or perhaps stirring, yet he found himself unable to summon the necessary emotion, leaving his tone serious and somber. The others understood the underlying reason, and a wave of sentiment washed over them. They were naturally inclined to accept, having no viable options, uncertain even of where to find shelter from the night's elements. Now that someone was guiding them, they felt a bittersweet pang, for they were finally seeing a glimmer of hope, yet mourning the loss of their departed comrades. Zhang Xiong, Zhao Shiqing approached, his demeanor earnest. Thank you, and no further words were exchanged. Together, they set to work, clearing the remnants. Beneath the great tree, they dug 2 shallow graves. This time, Lu Chunchen refrained from sharing any inappropriate jokes but instead found 2 wooden stakes, carving the names Zhang Luan and Hu Lingxi into them. The human population in this world had dwindled significantly. Those passing by would naturally be few. Perhaps the only ones to frequently behold these 2 grave markers would be the zombies. Once they had finished their tasks, they shared some mint tea, and Zhang Wenshu, in a gesture of reverence, poured a libation upon the ground, bidding farewell to his friends who now lay at rest, before leading the group away, as twilight descended. They ceased their foraging and returned directly to the storage facility. Upon seeing the 3 metal shacks, surrounded by drying food and clothing, with a separate shelter housing a rare cooking stove, Zhao Shiqing and the others felt an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. The unfamiliarity stemmed from their scant experiences of such scenes before the calamity, while the familiarity resonated from the presence of life, of humanity. They placed down their belongings, took a brief respite, and began to organize. Zhao Shiqing and the others had little to carry. Even if they had once possessed more, they had intentionally discarded items while fleeing from zombies. Those items they had been loath to abandon were consumed by the relentless pursuit of the undead. Today had been tumultuous, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Zhang Wenshu gathered everyone, briefly stating, I too feel somewhat weary. I will not arrange extensive details. Just a note about tonight's lodging. We have limited space, so please bear with one another. He directed Xue and Zhong to stay in Su Desaw's place, while the little chubby one would go to Old Zhang's. Since Old Zhang's place had many tools, it could not accommodate many people. Therefore, Shiqing and Yongqiang would accompany him and little Lu. There was no room for discussion. His words were polite yet definitive. Whether they were agreeable or not would have to wait until tomorrow when they could deliberate in leisure. In truth, no one objected, nor did anyone dissent. Among the survivors in this apocalypse, there was little room for finicky preferences. To be alive and sheltered from the elements was a considerable blessing. Furthermore, many were reluctant to dwell alone, for danger frequently lurked nearby, and solitude was indeed daunting. Having consumed food in the wild, they did not prepare dinner. Su Zhan gathered some wild vegetables, added a pinch of salt, and simply brewed a pot of vegetable soup. Each person received a portion of peanuts in their shells, and they sat together, sipping the warm soup, shelling peanuts, and engaging in light conversation for a moment. On their way back, they collected numerous cattail stalks, setting them alight around the area, rumored to repel mosquitoes. After finishing their soup, they dispersed, fatigue weighing heavily upon them. The exertions of gathering food, evading zombies, and bidding farewell to friends were mentally draining. Even Xue Tiantian, typically robust, felt her legs ache and her eyelids grow heavy. Under Su Zhan's guidance, the 2 young women took a bath, an exceedingly rare indulgence, Both physically and mentally, it had been so long since they had last bathed that the memory was a blur. They only knew that the scent was less than pleasant, and even upon reflection, they felt a twinge of distaste. Liu Yongqiang and Zhao Shiqing also took their baths, the only distinction being that the women enjoyed hot water, prepared especially for them by Su Jian, while the men, finding it bothersome, settled for cold showers. Using a tattered plastic basin, they scooped water and poured it over themselves, immediately invigorated. Feeling refreshed, they reclined in the shelter. Enveloped in a sense of security, as night fell, rain began to fall. The oppressive heat dissipated, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Sporadic raindrops danced against the windows, splattering outward, some even landing upon their skin, chilling yet pleasantly soothing. The night passed in silence, with everyone deep in slumber. Only the large black dog, curled up yet periodically raising its head to survey its surroundings, attentively listened for any sounds, keeping watch over the sleeping inhabitants. Safeguarding them, the gentle patter of rain continued, a soothing lullaby. Zhong Lili awoke in the morning, startled by a pressing need to relieve herself. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed Su Jian and Shuai Tiantian still lost in dreams. She tiptoed into her shoes and shuffled outside, following the wall towards the bathroom to address her urgent need. After relieving herself, she yawned and was about to return for a quick nap when she vaguely saw 4 figures approaching from afar. Each carrying 2 buckets, swaying rhythmically as they walked. The sound of water splashing echoed as they poured it into the large barrel and basin. It was Zhang Wanshu, Lu Chunchen, Zhao Shiqing, and Liu Yongqiang. Zhang Wanshu had risen early, seeking to fetch water to pass the time. Unbeknownst to him, he had roused the others, who, lacking sleepiness, joined him in this task. With more people now, the demand for water had indeed increased. Brother Shiqing, 1 trip is sufficient. You should take a rest. The other 3 appeared relatively unburdened, but Zhao Shiqing found himself breathless, panting heavily. Zhang Wanshu halted his attempts to fetch more water, finding a stool to sit beside him and rest. Lu Chunchen and Liu Yongqiang, possessing ample strength, continued their task with empty buckets in hand. How embarrassing! Zhao Shiqing wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling ruefully. I truly envy how swiftly you all move. Zhang Wanshu shook his head, responding, it is nothing remarkable. Anyone of larger stature can achieve this momentarily. Those of smaller build simply need practice. There were many elderly women in the countryside who carried water regularly, and they grew accustomed to it. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and the cool breeze made sitting beneath the eaves quite comfortable. Is that you, Zhong? Hearing Zhang Wanshu's inquiry, Zhong Lili promptly replied, Yes, I just woke up and came to drink some water. As she drew nearer, she explained, the drowsiness has faded, and I do not wish to return to the room. She found a small stool and sat beside them, listening to their idle chatter. Just as she settled, the large black dog scampered over, placing something in front of Zhang Wanshu. Zhong Lili leaned in to take a closer look, startled, and instinctively shifted back. In truth, there was little to fear. It was merely a rather plump, dead rat. Thank you for your efforts. Zhang Wanshu picked up the rat and placed it upon the stone slab beside him. He then spoke to the large black dog, not in a teasing manner as one would with a pet, but with a calmness that suggested he believed it could understand him. Zhong Lili found this behavior peculiar. Zhang Wanshu's demeanor towards the dog was akin to that of addressing a person. His tone was level, devoid of exaggeration, and his body language minimal, as if the dog comprehended his words. The large black dog remained unperturbed, not even wagging its tail, and did not frolic joyously around them. After placing the rat down, it turned and departed, likely off to hunt again. Is this dog catching rats? Zhong Lili finally realized, her surprise evident. Zhang Wanshu chuckled. This dog is cold on the outside but warm within. It knows you have arrived and is pleased, bringing you a gift. Is it eating rats? Zhong Lili, lacking in experience, was uncertain of the taste. Zhao Shiqing sighed, his tone laced with envy, remarking, even a dog appears in such a manner. No wonder Brother Zhang exhibits such temperament. He referred to the prior rescue and the subsequent handling of Zhang Luan and Hu Lingxi's matters. Zhong Lili shared this sentiment and nodded earnestly. In truth, she was unaware that the dog had simply arrived earlier than they had. Zhang Wanshu glanced at them and suddenly inquired, Do you believe it is worthwhile to prepare food for Zhang Luan and Hu Lingxi in this apocalyptic world? This matter had not been thoroughly considered before, but upon reflection, it indeed did not seem so self-evident. Zhang Wenshu's ability to procure food was a different matter entirely. That was his own possession, and he could distribute it as he pleased. Even if he chose to give it to the deceased, it was not for others to voice their opinions. However, in the context of ordinary individuals facing food scarcity, such behavior appeared utterly irrational. Zhong Lili perceived this and instinctively shook her head, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Zhao Shiqing, however, chuckled without addressing the question directly, instead posing to Zhang Wenshu, "Brother Zhang, do you think humanity still holds hope?" "Surely there must be." Zhang Wenshu furrowed his brow, sensing that hope existed, albeit without a clear path to it. Hence his response lacked decisiveness. "There must certainly be," Zhao Shiqing asserted with conviction, his slender form upright, a gentle smile gracing his face, yet his gaze held a depth that conveyed an inexplicable solemnity. "Oh, last night, while engaged in casual conversation, we discussed how various flora and fauna are adapting to this new world. Even hens can now soar through the skies, and domestic pigs have sprouted tusks." Zhao Shiqing turned to the two and posed another question. "So, has humanity not adapted as well?" Zhong Lili rested her chin on her hands. Contemplating before responding, "We've become more resilient to hunger and swifter in our movements." It seemed accurate enough, though perhaps not in the manner Zhao Shiqing intended. He redirected the conversation back on track. Addressing Zhang Wenshu earnestly, "This feeling has lingered vaguely in my mind until yesterday when I encountered you." Suddenly, it all became clear. "What do you mean?" Zhao Shiqing continued. "Those who lived before the cataclysm exhibited a certain refined pretentiousness. In this current state of affairs, the prospects for survival appear grim. Yet, many individuals are gradually undergoing transformation. To summarize, it is a coarse audacity, or perhaps a heroic spirit." Zhong Lili was perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning, and inquired, "What does that imply?" Zhao Shiqing provided an example. "Consider that brother Lu Chuncheng. He charged in alone, wielding a long knife, decapitating corpses with ease. Skill and strength were secondary, yet his presence was undeniably striking. This was not the demeanor of one accustomed to peaceful times." Zhang Wenshu frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Shiqing elaborated. "In the historical records I have perused, during times of chaos, many rise to the occasion, unleashing formidable energy. Brother Lu Chuncheng may have been an ordinary university student before the catastrophe, struggling academically and facing difficulties in securing employment. Yet now, does he not resemble a fierce warrior in times of turmoil?" Chapter 27. What difference does it make? What kind of person could Lu Chuncheng become? A large fellow with a hearty appetite, some strength, and a somewhat simple mind, possessing a kind heart. What more could he evolve into? Perhaps he would simply grow older, eat more, and gain strength. Zhang Wenshu was at a loss. However, he found himself subconsciously pondering this matter after hearing Zhao Shiqing's words. Individuals like Lu Chuncheng, were they truly commonplace? Was it possible that, having spent considerable time with him, he had become so familiar that he overlooked something significant? Zhao Shiqing sighed, observing, otherwise, given his actions, one might call them a feat, likely to be passed down through word of mouth, echoing throughout the land. Surely, people would refer to him as Lu the hero, no? Fortunately, the three were merely engaged in conversation, not sipping tea. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing without a few splashes. Zhang Wenshu couldn't help but recall their initial encounter with Jiang Dijin, when old Jiang had addressed them while crouched in a potato field. That form of address felt oddly out of place and seemed to have vanished long ago. Seeing Zhang Wenshu's peculiar expression, Zhao Shiqing chuckled lightly. "Do you not believe me?" While it couldn't be said he disbelieved, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Zhang Wenshu waved his hand dismissively, insisting, "It's just that I can't help but think of Guojing, Yanghua, and Chen Jinan. It feels strange. How could he be deemed a hero? What about his moniker in the martial world? The rice bucket hero? The long knife hero? The long knife rice bucket, Lu the hero?" Zhong Lili burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Zhao Shiqing, far from offended by the jest, shrugged and replied, "What is impossible in such matters? Ordinary individuals may live their lives unaware that they have become legends. He not only could become a hero but might also be a peerless warrior. I assert that as humanity adapts to this new world, individual cases aside, there exists not only Brother Lu but also Zhang Luan, and of course, the greatest testament is you, Brother Zhang, me?" Zhang Wenshu furrowed his brow. Offering a wry smile, "This notion seems increasingly implausible. Zhao Shiqing replied, I once thought similarly. Let's discuss Zhang Luan. I have known him longer than you have. What are your thoughts on this individual? Zhang Wenshu pondered. Recalling the events of yesterday, pursed his lips and gravely stated, clear-minded, carefree, and composed. He is a person worthy of admiration. Lily, what do you think? Zhao Shiqing nodded, shifting his inquiry to her. Zhong Lily tilted her head in thought, replying, it's not that I don't know, but it's hard to articulate. Initially, he seemed quite ordinary, but later on, I felt he possessed a certain charm. Precisely, Zhao Shiqing seized upon her words. Zhang Luan recounts his life, meandering through school and work, drifting aimlessly, perhaps not out of modesty but as a reflection of an ordinary person's existence, neither particularly good nor bad. However, his character is gradually evolving. His demeanor and actions just before his demise were entirely different from the person I first met. To be honest, I cannot match his nonchalance. I admire him greatly. Zhang Wenshu refrained from commenting, as his acquaintance with Zhang Luan was brief, and his understanding limited. Now about my girlfriend, Xue Tiantian. Zhao Shiqing glanced at the two, a mischievous expression on his face. I have known her even longer. We were discussing marriage before the cataclysm. Look at her, springing into action, slaying zombies without so much as batting an eyelid. Truly impressive. When I mentioned before that survival hinges upon having a girlfriend, it was no jest. Left to navigate this world alone, I doubt I could last 3 days. Zhang Wenshu laughed heartily. Brother Shiqing, you are quite open-minded. Just speaking the truth, Zhao Shiqing replied with a wry smile, continuing, sometimes I find myself hiding behind her, witnessing her carve a bloody path, leading me to safety, and I feel a bit dazed. Is this truly my girlfriend? I remember her as a lovely girl with a few martial skills and some hobbies, not someone who could contend with a fierce woman. How did she transform into a harbinger of death? Previously, while driving, she sat in the passenger seat. While cycling, I pedaled, and she sat behind me. Even at the supermarket, I pushed the cart while she sat atop it like a baby. Zhang Wenshu exchanged glances with Zhong Lily, unable to suppress their laughter. Was this a shift in domestic dynamics? Perhaps a twinge of insecurity? Occasionally, Zhao Shiqing would recall past events, saying, during our last encounter with danger, my knife became lodged in a zombie's neck and I couldn't retrieve it. Seeing me in peril, she dashed over and kicked the pursuing zombie's leg bone cleanly in two. Previously, when we had disagreements, her method of winning was to feign vulnerability, act cute, and sometimes even cry. With teardrops as big as mung beans falling. In hindsight, it was quite simple. She pulled the knife out and waved it in front of me, and I immediately found myself kneeling before her. Reflecting on my past actions, they were exceedingly reckless. The two listened, amused. Engaging in conversation with Zhao Shiqing was indeed an entertaining experience. However, the crux of the matter was about to be revealed. After a lengthy detour, he returned to the main topic, stating, my previous gentle and adorable girlfriend was not a figment of imagination, and of course, the one I speak of now is not either. The correct understanding is that she awakened after the cataclysm, becoming a leader or a core figure in the survivor team, while someone like me is merely a fragile individual she seeks to protect. Zhong Lily felt a deep resonance with this sentiment. Although they were a makeshift team, having lived together for a time, they had come to know one another somewhat. The name Xue Tiantian sounded sweet, conjuring an image of a sunny beauty. Yet, the reality Zhong Lily encountered was that of a fierce female warrior. Unyielding and swift, adorned with blades, exuding an aura of intimidation. While there were certainly men within the team, the core was undoubtedly Xue Tiantian. The fact that they had not perished and could still stagger through life was largely due to her efforts. As the team's foremost combatant, she had always borne the greatest dangers and absorbed the majority of the assaults. Yet, do not be misled into thinking her gentle and kind. Xue Tiantian had killed, whether it was teammates infected yet unturned or entirely uninfected living beings. She had taken lives. If she perceived a threat, she could very well resort to lethal force. Oh, not let her sweet name cloud your judgment. When it comes to dire circumstances, seeking the assistance of the frail Zhao Shiqing is far less effective than approaching Xue Tiantian. While Xue Tiantian could rescue other survivors, it was primarily due to Zhao Shiqing's influence. She herself displayed no distinct sense of morality. Thus, does humanity still hold hope? Zhao Shiqing, smiling as he recalled a question he had posed earlier, responded to himself, I believe there is indeed hope. From the likes of Lu Xiong, Zhang Luan and Tian Tian. I can perceive this glimmer of possibility. Particularly, Zhang Xiong, you all seem reminiscent of figures from historical texts or characters passed down through oral tradition. When such individuals manifest in the real world, it is bound to upheave everything. As the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, Lu Chongqing and Lu Yongqiang returned after fetching water, their empty buckets in tow. A large black dog ambled in, presenting a mouse as an offering. The twilight began to fade, revealing hints of dawn on the horizon. Zhang Wenshu remained pensive, lost in thought. Even when he was lounging alone, his mind would wander, yet he had never taken the time to untangle his chaotic reflections. During work, he seldom allowed his thoughts to drift. Liu Chunxin and old Jiang gradually arrived at the storeroom. Breaking his solitude, as at least there were others to converse with, he found himself chatting more frequently with old Jiang. Though they primarily reminisced about rural life or discussed technical specifics, such as constructing stoves or erecting shelters. Seldom delving into discussions about the future of humanity, in truth, he had contemplated such matters, albeit not in great depth. When asked whether it was worthwhile to prepare food for Zhang Luan and Hu Lingxi, Zhao Shiqing revisited an earlier topic, one that the other two had forgotten. I have a faint sense that you have likely pondered similar thoughts and reached akin conclusions. Zhong Lili, growing increasingly bewildered, felt that discussing his relationship with his girlfriend would be far more interesting. With wide eyes, he inquired, "What conclusion?" Zhao Shiqing shook his head, replying, "Is it worth it to sacrifice the hard-earned food accumulated in this apocalypse for those on the brink of death? Of course, it is worth it, for we are human." He refrained from evaluating Zhang Wenshu in the same manner as he had with Lu Chunqian or his girlfriend, but his words implicitly spoke of Zhang Wenshu. Tian Tian remarked to me, "In this chaotic world, to survive, one must possess a strong fist, a ruthless heart, and a sharp blade." He felt a twinge of sentiment, perhaps in disagreement with her assertion, and continued, "If what the books say is true, that dinosaurs once roamed this earth, followed by myriad other creatures, then regardless of the circumstances, humanity remains feeble in their presence. To rely solely on brute strength and ferocity may hold some significance for the individual, but it bears little meaning for the collective. The behavior of wolves and tigers has always been instinctual. They require no teaching, and yet we do not witness them establishing any formidable power on this planet." He turned to Zhang Wenshu and asked, "Zhang Xiong, do my words resonate with what you wish to convey?" Zhang Wenshu chuckled and replied, "I haven't thought that deeply, but it does make a fair amount of sense." Zhong Lili found some merit in this and instinctively nodded, then looked to Zhang Wenshu, asking, "So what have you been contemplating?" Before the sun had fully risen, a crimson glow permeated the clouds, brightening the sky. The sounds of chirping birds filled the air, their cheerful cacophony suggesting they were preparing for a day of hunting insects. Suddenly, the distant crowing of roosters broke the morning stillness, evoking a sense of vitality and stirring memories of yesteryear. It seemed domestic chickens had proliferated in the wild, forming their own flocks, retaining their instinct to crow point. One could only wonder how long this particular chicken would survive. In the wild, such calls would likely attract predators. Or perhaps this chicken possessed some unique trait that ensured its survival. Zhang Wenshu gazed eastward, inhaling the distinct fragrance of dawn, and gently remarked, "I believe that humans ought to live as humans. In the face of calamity, with zombies lurking everywhere, it feels rather tragic. However, if humanity becomes cold-blooded, adopting the ways of beasts and resorting to any means necessary to survive, then there is nothing left to mourn. Extinction would merely be extinction. What difference would it make?" Chapter 28. Constructing a doghouse. With that, the conversation came to a close. Should it continue, it would delve into more abstract and esoteric topics. While such discussions were not impossible, they were unnecessary at this juncture. In this apocalyptic setting, it was more fitting to discuss tangible matters. Zhong Lili intended to return for some rest, but as daylight broke, everyone began to rise, making it impractical for her to return to sleep. She joined Su Zhan and others in cleaning up and preparing to embrace a new day. The little chubby boy, still groggy, stumbled outside, navigating the open space in search of a secluded spot. Observing his dazed demeanor, one could see that he was reluctant to sleep at night, staying up as long as possible, especially when a bonfire flickered, drawing him to play around it in excitement. This was without any companions. Had there been a few children of similar age, he would likely have enjoyed himself even more. Each day, Su Zhan had to coax him to bed, while during the day, he was disinclined to awaken, despite sleeping soundly through the night. Never quite satiated, Su Jian, however, did not indulge him. When she rose, she would take it upon herself to rouse him. Over time, he gradually acclimated to this routine. Even if he stayed up late at night, he would force himself to rise at the sound of morning activity. Just as he was about to lower his pants, he heard voices nearby and half opened his eyes to see Zhong Lili and Xue Tiantian passing by. He quickly picked up his pants again and continued his quest for an unoccupied corner. It felt impolite to relieve himself in front of the opposite sex, even if they were older, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Xue Tiantian, noticing his predicament, let out a chuckle and remarked, "Still a bit of a scholar, aren't we?" The little chubby boy, not quite understanding, showed little interest. His curiosity was piqued more by the weapon on Xue Tiantian's back than by her. Although she was tall and spirited, she did not possess the same allure as Uncle Lu. At this moment, Lu Chongqing and Lu Yongqiang had completed their water-fetching task, engaging in a brief wash-up before preparing to chop wood. The morning was primarily focused on work, with only occasional sips of water. As food was scarce, the food supply at Zhang Wenshu's place was relatively stable, unlike other shelters where meals were erratic, fluctuating between hunger and abundance. However, it was not 3 meals a day. Most often, it was merely 2 for supper. That was a luxury not even to be thought of. Today's tasks had undergone slight adjustments. Previously, the first order of business would be to head to the fields, clearing weeds and dealing with pests. Then, they would expand their search for more crops. After the sun reached its zenith and the temperature increased, they would return to the storeroom to embark on other activities. Zhao Shiqing and the others, having just arrived, were still in a state of recuperation. Sending them directly to the fields would yield little productivity. "Comrades, gather around." Zhang Wenshu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to assemble. Once all were present, he began, "After a restful night, I see that you all seem to have regained your spirits. I would like to congratulate you on escaping danger. Of course, this safety is only temporary. I cannot predict what lies ahead. For now, let us discuss the present. Today, I will not assign you any additional tasks. We shall focus solely on one thing, building a house." "Why build a house?" Lu Chongqing queried, somewhat perplexed, as they were already residing comfortably. Zhang Wenshu explained, "Currently, we have a tin roof over our heads, shielding us from the elements, yet it has become a bit cramped in the past. I lived here alone, and it felt wasteful to occupy 3 rooms. Now, sharing a room with 3 people creates quite a contrast, especially when I hear your snoring at night, often making me question whether saving you was the right decision." Laughter erupted among the group, while Lu Chongqing, unperturbed, simply scratched his head and replied, "But do we really need to build a house?" Zhang Wenshu waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely joking during my school days. I slept in a bunk bed with 12 others in a small room. Conditions were far more challenging than this. The notion of building a house is primarily for future considerations. If we can come here, others may also arrive. We cannot continue to squeeze into the same space indefinitely. There are numerous methods to provide mere shelter from the elements. This is a garage, and there are many vehicles on site. One could simply take refuge inside a car. The wind would not reach them, nor would the rain. However, if there were a choice, who would prefer to crawl into a car?" Zhong Lili raised her hand and asked. "But how do we build it?" "That is an excellent question," Zhang Wenshu smiled. "I am unsure myself. That is what I wish to discuss with all of you. We do not have steel and concrete, so that is out of the question. We might be able to find some bricks, but stacking them to create a house would likely be quite challenging, as there are many broken bricks that we would struggle to piece together." The group nodded in agreement. It was indeed no easy task. Jiang Dijin furrowed his brow in contemplation, attempting to recall. "I have seen the earthen houses in the countryside, but I can't quite remember how they were constructed. They likely used straw and mud to shape them. Once they dried slightly, they would stack them piece by piece, and then smooth the mud over the exterior, forming the walls." "What about the roof?" Zhao Shiqing inquired. Jiang Dijin replied, "They would use wooden beams for the framework, with straw laid on top. I see." Zhao Shiqing nodded. "A thatched hut." As Du Fu wrote about, Lu Chongqing added, "I think I understand. It doesn't seem particularly difficult. When do we start?" "I am eager to participate, as I was involved in the last shelter construction." "You are mistaken," Zhang Wenshu interrupted his enthusiasm. "I have seen such houses before, and I even lived in one as a child. Building them is quite labor-intensive, with a high probability of failure. The key issue is the time it consumes. Constructing a house could take an indefinite amount of time. And we do not have that luxury. We need something simpler and more feasible. Zhong Lili asked, what would be simpler? Zhang Wenchu provided a succinct answer. A wooden house. This is determined by the materials. Constructing walls with bricks is relatively swift, yet the supply of materials is insufficient. Surely, we cannot simply build a kiln to fire bricks first. Thus, the question arises, how do we construct a kiln? After much contemplation, a wooden hut seems to be a more reliable option. There are plenty of trees around, and the structure itself possesses a discernible shape. A bit of assembly should yield some results. Zhang Wenchu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, those with experience, please raise your hands, and one responded. Very well, we shall continue discussing the details shortly. He shook his head in resignation and chuckled. Let us first construct a doghouse to practice our skills and see if it is feasible. The large black dog was not present. Were it able to understand, one wonders what its feelings might be, likely quite positive. Over the past few days, it has occasionally slept indoors, but mostly outside, seeking a cool corner against the wall or resting beneath a vehicle. Now, being given its own cozy abode, how could it not be delighted? A few words established the general direction, and then they deliberated the particulars, primarily Zhang Wenchu, Jiang Dijin, and Zhao Shiqing, who discussed while drawing in the dirt with their sticks. Lu Chengqian, feeling bored and sensing a waste of time, took his tools and led Lu Yongqiang to gather wood. After their discussions had progressed significantly, the three followed suit. Eventually, the little chubby boy stealthily slipped away as well. Initially, the arrangement had the children remaining with the women, categorizing and drying the gathered items while everyone else cut wood. Since the introduction of the reed curtains, this task had been proceeding smoothly. However, the little boy found it intolerably dull to be with the women, as they incessantly chattered about trivial matters. Thus, he seized the opportunity when others were distracted to sneak away and join the lumberjacks. Today's logging was intentional, far more interesting than drying items. Zhang Wenchu even designated a codename for their operation, calling it Balchong's mission. The little chubby boy did not comprehend the codename nor its significance. In his imagination, he envisioned a group of muscular, sweat-drenched bald men wielding axes to fell trees, a thought that imparted a sense of strength. As for the women, they did not perceive their work as dull. On the contrary, they felt quite fulfilled. After all, the items they were sorting and drying were food, the most vital resource in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhong Lili was sorting black fungus and instinctively swallowed hard. She recognized other wild vegetables but was familiar with this one, having enjoyed it in the past. Just moments ago, she overheard someone mention that black fungus must be dried, lest it become toxic, which restrained her from immediately snatching a taste. Sister, what shall we do with these rats? Xue Tiantian inquired. Noticing a considerable pile of rodents in a nearby basket, her curiosity piqued. Su Zhan cast a sidelong glance without halting her work, replying, what can we do? We'll eat them. Later, we'll take them out one by one, skin them, and clean them. The fur must be preserved for future crafting. The meat is for consumption. I assure you, rat meat is quite delectable. Xue Tiantian's eyes brightened momentarily, though she said nothing further. Her question held no ulterior motives. She was simply inquiring about the possibility of tasting it. After all, it was meat, and the quantity was substantial. Last time, Brother Zhang had mentioned this matter, and Su Zhan recalled, we must consume it in a timely manner, or else it will spoil. What a waste that would be. They were planning to make cured meat, preserving what could not be consumed immediately as it could last quite a while. Without a refrigerator, they had to devise various methods. Do we have a lot of meat? Xue Tiantian inquired, intrigued. She was aware that Zhang Wenchu and his companions fared relatively well. After all, they had iron sheet shelters, a stove for boiling vegetable soup, and a place to bathe and relieve themselves. Just yesterday, Zhang Wenchu had even roasted frogs and mushrooms for them. However, her knowledge remained limited. Her imagination did not extend far beyond the reality of survival. After all, they were all survivors, and she had witnessed many grim scenes during her escape. Merging their two groups would inevitably lead to food concerns in the future. But that was a matter for another day, and for now, there was no need to fret excessively. Regardless of where they went, as long as one was a survivor, worries about sustenance were inevitable. Su Zhan nodded, stating, since my arrival, we have not lacked for meat, frogs, eels, loaches, shrimp, and fish. And there's also a rabbit tied over there, caught by Xiao Lu previously. We haven't had the chance to process it yet. But once they finish building the house, we can slaughter the rabbit to reward them. The rabbit? Shui Tiantian and Zhong Lili exchanged glances, recalling a certain adorable creature. It was simply too cute, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Chapter 29. New discoveries. You can always trust in Lu Qinshin's physical prowess. While everyone else was laboring, drenched in sweat as they felled trees, he had already returned to the storage with 2 sections of wood in tow. Jiang Dijin and the others selected saws, pairing off to sit on opposite sides of a tree, pulling and pushing in unison. The sound of creaking would fill the air. Lacking electric saws, they were relegated to using traditional hand saws. In theory, this task seemed straightforward, yet in practice, it proved somewhat laborious. The two needed to coordinate smoothly. One pulling while the other pushed was far more efficient. Poor coordination, however, led to a counterproductive outcome, making the task even more strenuous than if done by a single individual. Additionally, the saws frequently jammed. The process lacked the anticipated fluidity, often snagging with every few pulls, resulting in significant delays. Eventually, after some time working together, they began to discern a rhythm, and their progress improved slightly. Lu Qinshin, finding the process cumbersome, opted for an axe. He circled the tree, delivering a decisive blow with his foot, causing it to crack. Of course, they were not selecting towering giants or trees that required a person to wrap their arms around. They chose relatively slender trees to save time on whittling them down. The real challenge lay ahead. The trees were not located within the storage area, so how would they transport them back? The options were limited. Manual labor was the only recourse. Fresh wood is quite heavy, making it laborious for one person to carry, so they decided that 4 people would share the load. They tied ropes to both ends of the wood, fastening it to a carrying pole. 2 pairs would then lift the wood and walk together. This way, the weight was distributed, making it feel much lighter. However, care was still needed during their journey, as the wood swayed and was unstable due to the bumps along the way, easily colliding with someone's shins and causing falls or injuries. To expedite the process, the women, having completed their tasks, joined in, lifting the wood with commendable effort. As for Lu Qinshin, he chose to work alone, wedging a piece of wood beneath each arm and dragging them along the ground. Naturally, these were not excessively heavy, and while he may have appeared somewhat clumsy, he was hardly foolish. Even so, his efforts were unparalleled. While the other 4 members collaborated to carry a section of wood to the storage, he had already arrived ahead of them, dropping the pieces he had been carrying, wiping the sweat from his brow. He still had energy to spare. Time for a little energy boost. He extracted a duck egg from his pocket, cracked it open, and took a hearty bite, nodding in satisfaction. Since their awakening, aside from drinking some water, they had consumed nothing. After a busy day, they felt a pang of hunger. Watching him devour half a duck egg with relish stirred their own appetites, and they could not help but salivate. He sensed many gazes upon him and turned to see the expressions of enjoyment on his face, revealing a perfect set of teeth smeared with yolk, as he proclaimed, "When hungry, eat a duck egg, instant energy boost." "Why not eat a Snickers?" someone queried, noting that others lacked duck eggs. Zhong Lili inquired curiously, "How come he has duck eggs to eat?" "Ah, that's a long story, so I shan't elaborate." Zhang Wanshu waved his hand. "Let's pause for a moment, Su Dajia. Prepare to start a fire for cooking." We're all famished. Su Jun set down her work and began preparing the meal, while the others continued with their logging and hauling. After finishing his duck egg, Lu Qinshin drank some water and promptly began working again. Despite his substantial appetite, he was an exceptionally diligent worker, exhibiting efficiency several times that of the others in this team. There truly were no slackers. Surviving as a freeloader among the survivors was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Food was not plentiful enough to support idlers. Everyone had to demonstrate their value. Otherwise, they risked being cast aside. Zhang Wanshu had never uttered such sentiments or acted in such a manner, yet each individual possessed their own understanding. No one wished to be disliked by the group during the apocalypse, nor did they want to be abandoned. Not everyone could be like Zhang Wanshu, capable of surviving alone in the wild. Even the little chubby boy was putting in his best efforts, though it remained unclear whether it was in his nature or due to Su Zhan's specific instructions. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the storage was already filled with wood. Everyone was sweaty and slightly out of breath, seated on the side, reluctant to move. Zhang Wanshu and Lu Qinshin wielded axes, trimming excess branches and leaves for further refinement. Old Jiang, exhausted, sat down to carve wood, preparing numerous wooden pegs. After everyone washed up, They readied for a meal that Su Zhan called out, prompting them to continue their tasks. Spirits lifted, everyone was eager to proceed. Before the disaster struck, many people would hesitate at mealtime, deliberating over what to eat. They would wander between several shops beneath office buildings, as if none were quite what they desired. If ordering takeout, they would scroll endlessly, struggling to make a decision. Colleagues would often ask one another, "What shall we eat?" After the apocalypse, the act of dining has become the most paramount concern. Each day, the greatest anticipation lies in mealtime. Even if it is merely a few slices of bread, the act of chewing brings an indescribable sense of bliss. If a steaming bowl of instant noodles is available, what regrets could one possibly harbor? It is indeed the zenith of life's pleasures that, of course, this is contingent upon the availability of food. When mealtime arrives and nothing is present, it only deepens the sense of despondency. Thus, when Su Zhan called out, his voice was not particularly loud, yet to the others, especially the new team members, it resonated like thunder, echoing in their ears for a considerable time. "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Dinner is served." The efficiency of the crowd was remarkable. In no time, they had washed their hands and seated themselves in a circle, inhaling the savory aroma that filled the air. Their mouths watering. What should have been a moment for idle chatter, a leisurely wait, was instead enveloped in a profound silence, as everyone was overwhelmingly preoccupied with the food. Zhang Wenxiu observed the expressions of his companions, feeling a mix of sympathy and amusement. Even the composed Zhao Shiqing paused his conversation, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the stove. Su Zhan brought forth a steaming basin filled to the brim with fish soup. Several fish nestled within, the broth a rich, opaque white, its aroma particularly enticing. A sensation both familiar and novel. In recent days, Lu Chunxin and his companions had consumed their fair share of fish, both stewed and grilled. Yet today's offering seemed exceptionally delectable. On one hand, Su Zhan's culinary skills were undoubtedly superior to those of Zhang Wenxiu. On the other hand, their recent foraging had yielded many delightful ingredients. The fish soup contained wild ginger, known as huangjing, which served as a splendid condiment, and could even be enjoyed on its own. Sprinkled atop were vibrant green sprigs of wild coriander, resembling cilantro in flavor yet differing entirely in appearance, with serrated leaf edges that, though seemingly inedible, offered a taste that surpassed that of cilantro. While spices like cinnamon and star anise were temporarily absent, the combination of these two ingredients rendered the fresh fish soup utterly irresistible. Each person clutched their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, waiting for Zhang Wenxiu's cue, and upon receiving it, they swiftly commenced their feasting. Comrade Xiao Lu dove into the fish's belly with his chopsticks. Extracting a generous chunk of tender flesh, Zhao Shiqing, savoring the fragrant aroma, ladled some of the thick fish soup into his bowl, blowing gently on it before sipping, releasing a satisfied sigh after downing half a bowl. As Zhang Wenxiu watched everyone dive into the fish, a story suddenly sprang to mind. He recalled once watching a television program where a group discussed the consumption of fish, and he chuckled to himself at the absurdity of it all, sharing it with his companions as they ate. There was once a great writer named Shan Kongwen. Before he became an author, he had an interesting profession as a bandit. How did these bandits determine if a kidnapped individual came from a wealthy family? By assessing their fish-eating habits. This statement elicited intrigued expressions from everyone, aside from Zhao Shiqing. Zhang Wenxiu continued, "Imagine abducting a child, starving them for 3 days, and then offering them a fish. If the child devours the flesh from the fish's back, they are likely from a poor family. If they dig into the belly, they might need to be held for a few days longer. But if they immediately go for the cheek meat, the family must be affluent." He then reached for a piece of cheek meat himself. The others remained engrossed in the tale, momentarily oblivious to his actions, while Zhao Shiqing also seized another piece of cheek meat just as the story concluded. The two exchanged amused glances, as if to say, "Indeed, it is richer and more succulent." Yet this was merely a trivial indulgence. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, who would still squabble over such luxuries? No matter how delectable, for Lu Chunxin and his companions, nothing could truly satiate their gnawing hunger like a substantial portion of meat. Before long, Su Zhan returned to the table with another basin. This time, finely chopped wild onions were stir-fried with an unrecognizable meat, filling the air with an enticing aroma. "What is this?" Zhong Lili inquired, picking up a piece of meat. Su Zhan chuckled. You even helped prepare this. Have you forgotten so soon? Ah, rat meat, she suddenly recalled. The head and tail removed, it was indeed not immediately recognizable. Liu Chunshan noticed the bright red fruits in the basin, puzzled. What is going on? Can goji berries even be stir-fried with meat? He mused, realizing they resembled cherry tomatoes. He quickly grabbed a handful and popped them into his mouth. Wow, spicy, he exclaimed. Despite their small size, the wild peppers packed quite a punch. Eaten alone, they were fiery, but as an accompaniment, they were commendable. Zhang Wanshu, from a distance, spotted more long peppers resembling the ones his family used to grow, contemplating whether to pick some more, uncertain if they were indeed wild or cultivated varieties. The pure flavor of the fish soup paired with the spicy rat meat was a true gastronomic delight, a perfect harmony of flavors. Su Zhan was not finished yet. He brought forth another basin. Unlike previous meals where potatoes or sweet potatoes were served, this time it contained small, peculiar items resembling horns. Hey, isn't this the water chestnut I casually picked up when I was fishing the other day? Old Jiang recognized it, grinning as he took one, peeled it, and tossed it into his mouth. After all these years, the taste of water chestnuts had not changed much. However, he remembered preferring to eat them raw as a snack rather than cooked. Shuet Tian and her companions seemed at a loss for words before the 3 large basins of food, resorting to merely devouring their meals, unable to find a more eloquent expression of their satisfaction. The water chestnuts were crunchy when raw, but lost that crispness once cooked, resembling a staple food rather than a fruit. Many diners, regardless of their hunger levels, felt something was missing without a staple. Even if it was just a few bites of rice, it was an essential ritual. Zhang Wanshu and the others had yet to discover traces of rice, wheat, or corn in their surroundings. Currently, their staples consisted primarily of sweet potatoes and potatoes. With the addition of water chestnuts, eating only fish and rat meat left one feeling unsatisfied. It was the staple that completed the meal. However, the process of peeling the water chestnuts proved tedious, leading everyone to bite into them, cracking the shells and extracting the edible interior. With their stomachs sufficiently filled, the group felt a wave of joy wash over them. The usual tension of the apocalypse seemed to dissipate gradually. Nevertheless, a distinction remained between the two groups. Liu Chunshan and his companions, having enjoyed a few days of hearty meals, appeared relatively composed. In contrast, Shuet Tian and her group, having endured prolonged hunger, exhibited a desperate craving for food. Uncertain if this meal would be their last, they consumed as much as they could, resembling a frantic rush. All 3 basins of food vanished in mere moments, the voracious appetite displayed by the group far surpassing their pre-apocalyptic consumption. Particularly for girls like Shuet Tian and Zhong Lili, their eating habits had transformed. Before the disaster, they might have indulged more in snacks but consumed little during meals, often satisfied with just a modest bowl of rice. Now, however, they could easily devour 2 or 3 large bowls. According to Old Jiang, the scarcity of food had turned them into voracious eaters, reminiscent of impoverished folks who, with empty bellies, could consume copious amounts. If you were to feast on braised pork for a week, don't expect to maintain such an appetite, he quipped. This assertion, however, was difficult to validate, as there was no braised pork to be found, let alone the prospect of a week's worth. Eventually, Liu Chunshan received a duck egg, which Su Zhan had boiled while preparing water. Naturally, this gesture had received Zhang Wanshu's approval, marking a special consideration for Liu Chunshan. Delighted by the duck egg, Liu Chunshan took his time to admire it before tucking it away in his pocket. Don't look too closely. This duck egg is quite foul-smelling, Zhang Wanshu remarked, shaking it to divert the attention of others. It's nothing special. Only this fellow likes it. Later, I'll ask Su Desa to make scrambled eggs with chives. That's what true deliciousness is. The group shifted their gazes, feeling somewhat sheepish. After a brief respite, they returned to their tasks. The weather was still warm, and as they moved, beads of sweat formed on their brows. Naturally, there were no ice creams to savor, nor chill drinks to enjoy, and certainly no heat allowances for laboring in the scorching sun. They could only sip on cool boiled water or mint-infused water, which, surprisingly, wasn't too bad. Zhang Wanshu found himself reminiscing about the ice cream from Mishuai City, large and inexpensive, costing merely 3 yuan. Once, his date had scoffed at the cheap treat, leading him to purchase Häagen-Dazs for her instead. For a time, he had also enjoyed Zhong Shuegao, yet he felt little difference, finding greater satisfaction in the large ice creams from Mishuai City. "Old Jiang, when shall we go for a swim in the wild?" he inquired. "Sure, I used to swim in rivers a lot as a child." Speaking of which, I recalled seeing many lotus flowers when I went to retrieve my fish traps the other day. Lotus roots? Haha, yes, let us go check it out later. Someone once taught me to stomp my feet on the bottom to catch them. Xiao Lu, will you join us? I can't swim. Useless. As the conversation flowed, unexpected revelations emerged. With the preparation of the wood nearing completion, the construction of the doghouse commenced. Selecting several slender pieces of timber, I began to chop and then attempted to assemble them. Building the doghouse was merely a convenient task, not the primary objective. Its purpose was to serve as a practical exercise, particularly to experiment with mortise and tenon joints. The tool shed was equipped with nails. Yet it was difficult to fathom how many nails would be required to erect a wooden house. I pondered the effectiveness of nails, ultimately concluding that avoiding them might prove to be a more reliable approach. Imagination is always simpler than execution. While Zhao Shiqing and Zhang Wenshu sketched plans on the ground, it felt as though everything was in order and could be accomplished with ease. The reality was that after 2 or 3 hours of labor, the doghouse remained incomplete, and the wooden house was still a distant dream. Nevertheless, during this process, the group managed to clarify many concepts and gain some valuable experience, in the initial phase of felling and transporting the timber. Xiao Lu had made the greatest contribution, but now it was solely up to Lao Jiang. Everyone gathered around him, chopping and experimenting with various techniques. The dog lay peacefully on the ground. However, it was wise to create a wooden base. As a wooden house ought to have a foundation, after all, one cannot simply lie on the ground, can they? Wouldn't it be more convenient to use broken bricks as a base? Yet, this was not the only reason. I wondered if connecting the wooden walls to the base would enhance stability. Well, let us test it first. With saws and axes in hand, we toiled throughout the day, and finally, a doghouse approximately 1.5 people tall emerged. It was entirely constructed of interlocking wood, and even the connections requiring holes were secured with wooden pegs. Remarkably, not a single iron nail was used throughout the process. The design was quite pleasing, featuring a large door at the front and another at the back that could be lifted and propped open with a wooden stick. This design considered ventilation, as there was no need to close everything off during the hot weather. There were no windows on the sides, as they served little purpose. The roof was originally intended to be made of wooden planks, but due to the absence of a power saw, cutting the planks proved laborious. Surely, we could not expect Lu Chunchen to chop them one by one with an axe? However, this did not deter the group. If chopping wood was challenging, what about bamboo? The difficulty level dropped significantly. Neatly arranged bamboo strips were laid on top, then secured with ropes made from tree bark, creating a structure that was both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Tio addressed the issue of rainwater. The group decided to use tiles. And once again, bamboo proved to be immensely helpful. This time, the bamboo was split into halves, thirds, and quarters, preserving the natural curvature of the bamboo surface, and then cut into segments resembling tiles. Holes were drilled into the bamboo pieces, which were connected with fine string and laid down piece by piece, pressing against each other to eliminate gaps. After tidying up the area around the doghouse, the task was finally complete. However, the sky was gradually darkening. Zhang Wenshu declared the day's plan to build the wooden house a complete failure. Let us call it a day. This was my oversight. We shall readjust our plans tomorrow. He was not one to cling stubbornly to his ideas. He acknowledged his mistakes and, upon seeing the darkness descend, immediately resolved to alter the plans. Given the current progress, even a day's delay would render the completion of the wooden house impossible. Yet, it was equally unfeasible for everyone to maintain their focus solely on this project. The most pressing concern now was not shelter but the quest for food. Constructing the wooden house was a long-term consideration aimed at helping newcomers acclimate. Having shared a day of hard work together, the bonds among the group strengthened significantly, and the sense of unfamiliarity dissipated. It was not yet mealtime. Eating too early would make the long night ahead quite unbearable. Let us go for a stroll and check the fish traps. We should replace the bait, Zhang Wenshu suggested as he led the group outside, instinctively carrying a willow basket. Along the way, he mentioned the possibility of foraging for some wild vegetables. Moreover, they needed a place to store the fish and shrimp, and nothing was more convenient than the willow basket. Upon reaching the riverbank, they checked the fish traps, yielding a decent catch. Zhang Dijin did not confine himself to a single location for the traps. He often changed positions and marked them accordingly. Currently, There was no fear of someone stealing the fish, as people were exceedingly rare. If one were to encounter a person, sharing a few fish would not be an extraordinary act. While zombies were plentiful, they did not recognize the markers. As of now, no one had thoroughly researched whether zombies consumed fish. As they walked back along the river, they noticed several interlinked puddles of water that appeared substantial. The water's surface was adorned with abundant aquatic plants, thriving in growth. A few wild ducks leisurely paddled in the water, occasionally dipping their heads beneath the surface, only to emerge and shake their necks before submerging again. It seemed they were not fishing but perhaps bathing instead. Over there are the water chestnuts we eat. Zhang Wenshu pointed toward the floating plants in the distance, saying, "We only gathered a small amount that day, as it was too far. We merely used a stick to pull in what was close. Once we have more time tomorrow, we can swim over and drag them one by one." They floated in patches, both near and far, with no one competing for them. If they did not take them, they would only serve as sustenance for other creatures or quietly decay, entering a new cycle of nature. Zhong Lili was delighted, exclaiming, "What a vast expanse! This will be enough for us for a long time." This sentiment resonated with the others as well. An abundance of food instilled a sense of security. For Shui Tian and her companions, these were not food items previously, as no one recognized them. Without being informed, they would never have thought to consume the aquatic plants. Hence, regardless of the quantity, it had no bearing on them, and merely observing it would evoke irritation. However, the situation had changed. Gazing at these disheveled items now brought them comfort. Zhang Wenshu breathed in the cool breeze, savoring the scent of the aquatic plants, and remarked, "But we can't rely solely on this. After a while, it might become monotonous. We stole quite a few wild duck eggs last time. The duck mother should have produced more in these past days, so we ought to check on that as well." Suddenly, the large black dog bolted forward. A flurry of flapping wings ensued as several chickens took flight, their alertness evident, for the large black dog was still some distance away. Yet the foraging chickens scattered in all directions. Observing their numbers, Zhang Wenshu did not pursue them, even lazily refraining from running forward. If the large black dog struggled to catch up, he had little hope. There must be a breeding population of chickens nearby. If we could capture a few and keep them in the storeroom, I wonder if they could revert to their domesticated state. Just as Jiang Dijin was about to share his thoughts, Zhong Lili had already dashed off in the direction of the large black dog, sprinting with fervor. Zhang Wenshu was taken aback and shouted, "Hey, stop chasing. You won't catch them." Yet, the girl disregarded him and ran even faster. Great, another Lu Chunchen. Chapter 31. The chicken flies, the dog chase's impulsiveness and recklessness are inherent traits of youth. When Zhang Wenshu shouted, realizing it bore no effect, he fell silent. Eventually, she would tire or lose sight of her target, and the girl would stop on her OW, and it turned out that when a hen could sustain prolonged low-altitude flight, its speed was quite remarkable, and even the swift large black dog could not catch up immediately. The wild environment was complex. When the chicken perched on a treetop or crossed a river, the pursuit ended, for the large black dog could neither climb trees nor dare to wade through the water. Exhausting considerable energy without any gain was an unwise endeavor and a perilous act in the wilderness. If it were merely a matter of running long distances on flat terrain, the large black dog would undoubtedly prevail. As for Zhong Lili, she could not outrun a dog, let alone a flying chicken. Yet, Shui Tian murmured a prayer, "May the Bodhisattva bless us." Zhang Wenshu wondered, did the Bodhisattva really bless such matters? Seeking the kitchen god seemed more reliable than asking the Bodhisattva. Nevertheless, he noticed that Zhong Lili was indeed quite fast. He recalled the scene when they first met, where she had been at the forefront at that time. Shui Tian intended to lead Zhao Shiqing, while Lu Yongqiang and Hu Lingxi had to assist Zhang Luan. Hence, it was only natural for her to be in the lead. But aside from these factors, if one were to consider sheer speed, Zhang Wenshu reflected that Zhong Lili would still be ahead. She was genuinely fast. At least, he could not match her pace. "The woman as swift as the wind," he muttered, shaking his head as he led the group onward. The pursuit scene changed abruptly. Zhong Lili had picked up a hard clump of mud from the riverbank and casually hurled it, striking the hen with a resounding thud, shattering it. The hen let out a dreadful squawk and plummeted to the ground. The large black dog, seizing the opportunity, surged forward, attempting to subdue it. Yet the hen was remarkably resilient. fluttering back into the air just as the large black dog narrowly missed its target, with a sudden burst of force. The dog lunged forward, but its hind legs could not halt, causing it to spin around and change direction. The domesticated chicken had turned wild, and its tenacity had transformed. The large black dog, quick to adapt, pivoted and resumed the chase. Xue Tiantian sighed in disappointment, saying, if only the clump had been a stone, it would have been a sure thing. Zhong Lili resumed her pursuit, hastily scanning the ground for anything that might serve her purpose. Yet experience dictates that when one is in a frantic search for something, it often eludes them. Only when it is no longer needed does it miraculously appear. She was eager to pick up a small stone. But alas, her search proved fruitless. Just as the hen soared further away, creating a safer distance, she spotted 2 or 3 river clams by the water's edge. She immediately halted her frantic pace, realizing that continuing to run in pursuit was a futile endeavor. Gasping for breath, she picked up 3 clams, tossing one with her right hand while transferring another from her left to her right without glancing back to see the outcome, and took a few more steps forward. The first clam struck the hen's rear, causing a few feathers to flutter down. The effect was minimal, yet it disrupted the hen's flight, significantly reducing its speed. Seizing the opportunity, she closed the distance and forcefully hurled the second clam. Zhang Wanshu and the others began to grasp the situation. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a display of genuine skill. Exchanging astonished glances with Lu Chunchen, they were all taken aback at such a distance. Hitting a moving target was no simple feat, let alone a hen in flight. With a resounding thud, the hen flipped over, crashing to the ground. It was unclear where it had been struck. Its neck hung limply to one side, its body twitching as if it were a corpse, yet it could no longer take to the air. Just then, the large black dog arrived, seizing the hen by its neck and lifting it in its mouth. It neither tore at it nor tossed it about, but instead turned and trotted back with an air of pride. Xue Tiantian scoffed, rolling her eyes. It acts as if it caught it itself. If the black dog could comprehend human speech, it might have felt displeased. However, there was little it could do about it, perhaps even forcing a smile. Among this group, there was a palpable trepidation towards the dog, regarded as cold yet formidable. Yet, a few individuals seemed unfazed, and it was they who held the dog in high regard. For instance, Zhang Wanshu, Lu Chunchen, and Xue Tiantian showed no aversion to consuming dog meat. Displaying no pretense whatsoever, Zhong Lili stood there, panting heavily, her right arm aching from overexertion. Her hands were coated in water and mud, her shoes soaked from having trod near the water's edge, leaving a considerable mess. Upon witnessing the black dog return with its prize, a smile crept across her face as she prepared to reach out and pat its head, intending to take the hen. Yet, the dog paid her no mind as it dashed past, heading directly towards the crowd. Oh, for heaven's sake, my chicken! The young girl paused, momentarily stunned, before feeling an urge to curse. The black dog, indifferent to her, approached Zhang Wanshu, standing firm with its mouth raised. Zhang Wanshu received the hen, gripping its wings firmly at the tips, nodding in approval as he remarked, "Well done. We'll have chicken tonight, and you should drink plenty of soup." This, Zhong Lili burst into laughter, her earlier irritation dissipating entirely. Bad dogs have bad masters. Since time immemorial, those who fawn have met a grim fate. Especially with someone like Zhang Wanshu, do you really expect praise or rewards? After all that effort, not even a chicken leg, let alone a mere chicken's backside, just a suggestion to drink more soup, as if he expects gratitude in return. What's so funny? Zhang Wanshu inquired, puzzled by her sudden laughter. Oh, nothing, Zhong Lili replied, stepping closer. I just thought about having chicken for dinner tonight, and I couldn't help but feel happy. Zhang Wanshu acknowledged her with a simple "oh," not pressing further. Seeing that he had only exchanged a casual word with the black dog, she chose not to linger, refraining from patting its head or waist, and instead led the group forward with the captured hen. The black dog, however, showed no signs of disappointment, wagging its tail as it resumed its elusive antics around them. Zhong Lili scoffed, muttering under her breath, "Those who fawn will never grasp reality, forever lost in self-delusion." Soon after, several people approached her, eager to inquire about her throwing prowess. Was it mere luck or skill? "Lily, please teach me," little Fatty urged, leaning in with enthusiasm. "That was so impressive. From such a distance, you hit it perfectly." Being complimented always brought her joy, and Zhong Lily beamed as she responded, "I can't teach you. I don't know how I did it. I've just always had a knack for throwing. When I was younger, I could fend off a whole group of boys by myself, provided she had enough small stones. She could send all the boys in her class scurrying in fear. However, this skill had long since faded from her life. In the mundane world, there was little need for it. What kind of girl throws stones around for no reason? It certainly wasn't meant for fighting. If someone got hurt, the police would come and have a word. Even after the disaster, it had little practical application. She had almost forgotten about her remarkable aim. As zombies were impervious to such trivialities, unless one could strike them with enough force to pierce their skulls. Otherwise, it was merely a tickle. It wasn't until she fled into the wilderness with Xue Tiantian and the others that this dormant skill was unexpectedly revived. I'll give it a T or while Yu Chunchen expressed skepticism, noting that many had awakened abilities post-catastrophe. Zhong Lily's talent, it seemed, was the art of stone throwing. The others listened to his theory, left speechless. I've told you before. Zhang Wenshu sighed. When the calamity first struck, I tested it out. There were no systems, no powers, not even aliens, let alone the Umbrella Corporation. The horror of the disaster lies in this. In this world, everything must have its counterpart. If there are monsters, there should be Ultramen. If there are zombies, there should be Lin Jinging. In a true horror film, there are real ghosts, but no Taoists or exorcists. Today's apocalypse is akin to this. Zombies abound, yet survivors remain just ordinary people. So don't expect some savior to suddenly descend from the heavens, wielding great power to subdue the zombies and save the world, leading everyone back to a peaceful existence. That's simply not the case. Yu Chunchen picked up a clump of mud and hurled it towards the swaying cattail stalks in the distance, missing completely 3 times in a row. The others, encouraged by the challenge, also began to throw in a haphazard flurry, but soon lost interest. Aside from proving their lack of skill and talent, they gained nothing. This should be something that can be honed. Zhang Wenshu remarked, observing the group's disappointment. I've heard that ancient hunters often use slingshots, employing a rope to gain momentum and launch stones at their prey with greater force. But think about it. Isn't that even more challenging? With this insight, hope ignited anew in their hearts. If it could be learned, perhaps with more practice, they too could master it. Engaged in idle chatter, they made their way back to their dwelling. Zhang Wenshu held a clam in his hand, lost in thought. Old Zhang, come take a look, Lu Chunchen called out to him. Zhang Wenshu approached, following his gesture to crouch by the roadside. These tracks, having transitioned from a narrow path to the main road. The recent rain had left the ground muddy, but after a bit of drying, it was much improved. Zhao Shiqing also crouched down to examine it closely. They looked like tire tracks, narrow and shallow. Probably from a bicycle. Zhang Wenshu nodded in agreement. It's likely someone passed through here recently. Zombies can't ride bikes, so this must be a living person. Zhao Shiqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. That could be a useful tool. If the road conditions were good, riding a bicycle would certainly aid in a quick escape. I wonder where that person went. If they were eaten by zombies, it would be a shame to lose a bicycle. The tracks faded into the overgrown grass, becoming completely indistinct. After a lengthy examination, they were unable to deduce anything further. Let us go, Zhang Wenshu called out. There was still some distance to the storage room. And as night fell, they couldn't afford to linger. He urged them to leave. If we do encounter survivors, we should help them if we can, but we must do our best without forcing it. With that, the group departed, carrying their willow baskets. Chapter 32. Scurrying about that evening, they simmered a large pot of chicken soup. This was the most primitive yet cherished method of preparing the ingredients. A whole chicken was cut and chopped, bones and meat alike tossed into the pot for boiling. Some seasonings were added to enhance flavor and mask any gamey scent, followed by a long simmer. Of course, a single chicken was insufficient for so many people, so they also added a generous amount of bamboo shoots and mushrooms, allowing the chicken soup to meld with their flavors over low heat. The rich aroma wafted through the air above the storeroom. When it came time to eat, each person took a bamboo bowl, and Su Zhen used a ladle to scoop the broth and meat into their bowls. The group dined, feeling warmth spread through their bellies while perspiration beaded on their foreheads. Despite the numerous additions, the pot was emptied completely. Sated, they leaned back against the eaves, chatting amiably. The evening breeze blew gently, the moonlight casting a serene glow, and they felt an indescribable sense of contentment. This was also due to the increase in numbers. Previously, Zhang Wenshu had lived here alone, rising with the sun and retiring at dusk. Often sitting idle and gazing up at the stars in solitude, he managed to find food and stave off starvation. However, individuals have become exceedingly indolent, reluctant to engage in any activity, even the simple act of dining. Thus, despite the abundance of food, it is not uncommon for them to consume only a single meal throughout the day. Regardless of whether they feel satiated, it fails to stir any emotional response within him. Hunger simply exists and fullness merely is. What difference does it make? Nowadays, witnessing others relish their chicken and vegetables, drinking their soup to the last drop, with both men and women patting their round bellies and displaying smiles, he experiences an indescribable sense of joy deep within, feeling both content and accomplished. He was once a person of quiet disposition, yet now he finds himself particularly fond of such lively scenes. Zhang Wenshu is willing to invest greatly in the merriment of this world. The large black dog is also well fed. Zhang Wenshu treats it kindly, pouring some chicken broth and offering a few pieces of meat. The quantity of meat is limited, which is unavoidable, as there are many others to share with. Moreover, in recent days, everyone has realized that although the large black dog follows the crowd, it no longer fits the traditional definition of a domestic pet. Most of its sustenance comes from its own hunting endeavors. It primarily consumes raw meat and blood, making occasional foraging from the group merely supplementary. Its presence among them is not for the sake of seeking shelter, but rather a response to its inability to endure solitude. In terms of behavior, there is no master-servant dynamic. It pays no heed to the calls of the others. Attempts to summon it for a gentle pat on the head, hoping for a wagging tail in return, currently show no signs of success. It seems to heed only Zhang Wenshu to a degree. Zhang Wenshu, in turn, often engages in a bit of light-hearted banter with it, sometimes teasing, yet frequently displaying a courteous demeanor, treating it with a level of respect that one would not typically extend to a mere dog. The situation is quite peculiar. The world feels disordered in terms of contributions to the group. It likely ranks among the top. Today's hen does not count, for the rat meat consumed at noon was entirely the dog's doing, with no assistance from anyone. During the preparations for dinner, it even returned from the jungle with a weasel in its mouth. This creature, slender and quite agile, caught everyone's attention, yet they had no experience in cooking such a thing, so they temporarily set it aside. At this moment, the large black dog lies in its little wooden house, eyes closed in slumber, occasionally shaking its ears as if to ward off mosquitoes. The surrounding area is filled with the scent of herbs burning to repel insects. It seems to instinctively know that the newly constructed doghouse is meant for it. Having eagerly burrowed inside long before, though it displays no particularly distinct expression, its relaxed demeanor suggests a certain level of contentment with its new abode. As night deepens, the group begins to wash up and retire for the night, and the entire storeroom falls into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the melodious chirping of insects. These creatures are quite astute. Whenever they hear the sound of someone stepping outside to relieve themselves, they cease their calls. Should they catch sight of a flickering flame, they will also quiet down. After a day of bustling activity, everyone feels utterly exhausted as soon as their heads touch the pillows. Drowsiness overwhelms them, and they quickly drift into sleep. Only the large black dog remains alert, occasionally perking up its ears to check for any noises. The night passes uneventfully. The second day arrives quietly, heralded by familiar sounds. The bending of a carrying pole, the rhythmic humming of voices, and the rush of water as the diligent young men, full of energy, bring in the day's supply of water. Understanding the difficulty of constructing the wooden house, Zhang Wenshu refrains from dedicating all his energy to it, and instead returns to tending the fields. On one hand, he organizes the existing potatoes, sweet potatoes, and some greens. On the other, he prepares new plots for sowing fresh crops. The seeds for these crops come from both the existing fields and the wild. The planting is quite diverse, and he is uncertain whether it will yield any harvest. Nonetheless, it's better to cultivate the soil than to let it lie fallow, overrun by weeds. He then inspects the traps. With the increase in personnel, they have been able to set up more traps, both large and small. Each day he checks on them, yielding some measure of success, albeit varying in quantity. Today, by one of the traps, he spots a rabbit ensnared in a noose. Lively and quite capable of wriggling about, Zhang Wenshu retrieves the rabbit from the rope, holding it by its ears, and remarks, "At last, we've caught another one. I'll take it back to join the previous one. Who knows, they might just produce a litter of little rabbits." The reproductive capacity of rabbits is quite remarkable. Having encountered their presence multiple times in the grass, Zhang Wanshu understands that the population of wild rabbits in this area is likely substantial, perhaps due to a lack of predators that allows them ample space to flourish in the long run. This may not bode well. When their numbers reach a certain threshold without any natural checks, they could strip the grassroots bare, depriving other creatures of their habitat. However, it is also possible that an increase in their numbers could attract a multitude of predators. Such clever traps are indeed beneficial. All he needs to do is check them daily. Zhang Wanshu resets the trap, awaiting the arrival of another unsuspecting rabbit. Liu Chunshin shakes his head and states, "I still prefer the thrill of chasing rabbits." Zhang Wanshu chuckles and replies, "You've caught the rabbit-chasing bug. Silence is mandated." Zhong Lily, intending to voice her opinion, playfully sticks out her tongue upon hearing this and falls silent, as she too seems to have caught the bug of pursuing some creature. After a round of foraging, the group heads back to the storeroom. As they near the entrance, they notice the large black dog barking a few times, circling around a spot, seemingly having encountered something and unsure how to proceed. Jumping about, reluctant to give up yet at a loss for how to tackle the situation. Out of curiosity, the group, baskets on their backs, approaches. Near the entrance, there are several piles of grass. One consists of dry firewood, another of dry weeds, and a third of dry leaves. The storeroom also has a few piles that could not be accommodated inside, hence the external stacks. The large black dog is bouncing around one of these grass piles. As the group draws closer, they finally comprehend the situation. Two large hedgehogs are hissing at the dog. When the dog attempts to pounce and bite, they curl into a ball, their spines erect and impenetrable. Though the large black dog is quite fierce, it finds itself at a loss against these hedgehogs, continuing to circle around in search of an opening. After jumping about for quite some time, still finding no solution, it grows anxious and barks, drawing Zhang Wanshu and the others over. Zhong Lily wrinkles her nose and frowns, saying, "This creature has quite a pungent odor." The others, upon hearing this, begin to sniff the air and indeed confirm the scent. Liu Chunshin remarks, "Could it be that it has soiled itself in fear?" No one answers him, yet they instinctively glance at the ground, finding no traces of moisture. They have heard tales of slaughterhouses where pigs, confronted with their fate, might soil themselves in terror, though no one has witnessed it firsthand, only heard of it. Shui Tiantian suggests, it could also be that they simply lack hygiene. Zhang Wanshu pays no heed to the two. Feeling that they are somewhat off, he hasn't seen such creatures in years and isn't particularly knowledgeable about them. Perhaps their den was constructed near the grass pile. Whether it is the overpowering odor or traces left during their movements, they have caught the attention of the large black dog. Truly, it is a stroke of bad luck for them. May they find an early demise and be reborn into a more fortunate life in their next incarnation. "You, dog, move aside. I'll handle this," he declares, then searches the crowd for an empty willow basket, which he places on the ground. With a few kicks, he nudges the two round, spiny balls into the basket. It's as simple as that. He hoists it up and prepares to leave. "Old Zhang, can this thing be eaten?" "Of course, otherwise why would I carry it back?" "To play with the spines." "But how do you eat it?" "I am not sure. I've never eaten it before. We'll have to figure it out when we get back." Upon returning to the storeroom, the group lays out their finds, categorizing and processing them. Su Zhen has some knowledge of how to prepare rabbit, but when it comes to hedgehogs, he finds himself at a loss. They casually eat a bit for lunch. The weather is warm, and everyone lacks energy. Only drinking water incessantly. The water, kept in a shaded spot, has some cleaned wild fruits tossed in, which they take out to nibble on. Sweet and sour, quite refreshing. Zhang Wanshu and a few others sit under a tree, seeking respite from the heat. Old Jiang, feeling weary, takes a peek. Liu Chunshin, meanwhile, is busy chopping wood, striking with precision and strength, seemingly tireless. Once all the wood is chopped, she begins to swing her axe at the air. A simple motion repeated over and over. There are no shouts, no unnecessary movements. "I always have this strange feeling," Zhang Wanshu remarks, sipping his cool water, "that her actions resemble characters from a Gulong novel, performing mindless motions 1,000 times, until they master a divine skill." Shui Tiantian rolls her eyes and responds, "The enemy is neither air nor firewood. They want to just stand there for her to chop. Enjoying the spectacle, the others encourage her to engage in a friendly spar. Xue Tiantian, disapproving of Lu Chunxin's method of swinging the axe, finds it foolish, clearly a display of ineptitude. Suddenly rising, she strides over confidently. After exchanging a few words, the two prepare to duel. For safety's sake, they could have sparred barehanded or with a stick, but even as proud as Xue Tiantian is, she knows that fighting barehanded holds little merit. Though she might be agile and gain some advantage, her ability to absorb hits pales in comparison to the tall, sturdy opponent. A few kicks or punches might not faze him, but if he seizes an opportunity to land a blow, it could well knock the wind out of her. The two take their stances, ready to begin. Sister Tung, go for it, little Lu. I've got my eye on you. Chapter 33. The Little Wooden House. Who will emerge victorious in the contest between Lu Chunxin and Xue Tiantian? In the previous confrontation with the zombies, Xue Tiantian exhibited remarkable reflexes and swift strikes, while Lu Chunxin displayed immense strength and an imposing presence. Judging by the outcomes of their encounters, it seemed that Lu Chunxin held a greater advantage. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The process of their duel surprised everyone, reminiscent of the public contest that years ago prompted Liang Yuxing and Jin Yong to pin their martial arts tales. Before the contest commenced, vivid images danced in the minds of the spectators, yet the actual duel lasted merely seconds, characterized by chaotic flailing rather than any semblance of artistry. Similarly, the clash between Lu Chunxin and Xue Tiantian concluded in an instant. With Xue Tiantian's blade poised at Lu Chunxin's throat, they attempted several more exchanges, each yielding the same result. What now? Xue Tiantian scoffed. Sheathing her weapon, Lu Chunxin glanced at the long sword in his grasp. Lost in contemplation. There exists a distinction between humans and zombies, in both reality and imagination. His adversaries were always the undead, though the zombies. His movements appeared precise and rapid, yet to Xue Tiantian, they were somewhat sluggish. Moreover, zombies do not evade, whereas humans do. Thus, while he might have struck down zombies with fervor against Xue Tiantian, he found himself hindered. Every thrust he attempted was preempted by her attacks or deftly dodged. Followed by a swift counter, I concede, he admitted candidly, acknowledging his defeat without much display of disappointment. And thus, it ended, that it? Zhang Wanshu remarked, somewhat astonished, shaking his head. It feels rather dull. It seems like it ended before it even began. Such a waste of our emotions. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they dispersed. I quite agree with that sentiment. We prepared our snacks and benches. How could you not engage in at least 300 exchanges to justify our presence? Bah, what a waste of sentiment. After a brief respite, they resumed the construction of the wooden cabin in the afternoon. The simplest approach involved digging the earth to create a basic outline, followed by embedding wooden stakes to form walls, ensuring both sturdiness and efficiency. The group indeed opted for this strategy, but the foundation was not flush with the ground. Rather, it was elevated. Key support points were propped with stones, and through meticulous arrangement, rows of timber formed the base, elevated approximately to knee height. The front of the cabin featured an awning, creating a corridor wide enough to accommodate a table for socializing. Outside the awning, a wooden step led up to the entrance. The cabin was not intricately designed. It was merely a simple single-story structure, yet spacious enough. Once the basic framework was completed, the next task was to fill in the gaps. Though not exceedingly difficult, it proved to be rather tedious and labor-intensive. The sounds of hammering and sawing would echo throughout the storeroom. The timber needed to be adjusted in thickness and length according to actual requirements. To ensure a solid fit, numerous holes and grooves were also necessary. This process lasted for 5 days. Of course, the group did not dedicate their entire focus to this endeavor over those 5 days. Each morning, they still tended to the fields and sought food, reserving the afternoons for the construction of the cabin. Zhang Wanshu occasionally questioned whether his decision had been misguided. Was it worth spending so much time to erect a cabin? Lacking experience, the process felt akin to trial and error, involving much effort for little gain. Continuous adjustments ultimately led to a final outcome. However, the enthusiasm among the others was palpable, especially as the shape of the cabin gradually took form, evoking an indescribable sense of satisfaction within them. Initially, the plan did not include windows for the cabin. It was to have only a single large door for entry and exit. Yet, as construction progressed, an abundance of suggestions emerged, leading to the inclusion of 2 rows of windows on the front. Consequently, The interior was not shrouded in darkness but rather illuminated. Moreover, these windows were not devoid of glass. They were, in fact, salvaged from vehicles in the storeroom. Despite the numerous shortages on site, automobiles were in no short supply. Naturally, lacking the tools to cut glass, the windows were custom-made to fit the glass's dimensions. The team measured the sizes, constructed wooden frames, and embedded the glass. While the outcome was not particularly exceptional, it certainly surpassed their initial expectations. The roof was sloped, rather than the flat, boxy appearance of a metal structure. They laid down a layer of wood, arranged closely and meticulously. While this provided some shade from the sun, it was not waterproof. When heavy rain fell, water would seep through the gaps in the wood. Fortunately, they had prior experience from constructing a shelter over the cooking area, which aided them somewhat. They sought out plastic sheeting and other waterproof materials to cover the roof, followed by a thorough layer of crushed dry grass and mud. Initially, they had considered using bamboo strips as tiles, drawing from their experience in building a doghouse, but after a trial, they found it too challenging and abandoned the idea. Instead, they densely laid out dry grass. Following the slope to cover it gradually, during rain, the water would slide off rather than seep in. When the cabin finally unveiled itself to the group, smiles graced their faces. Although lacking in refinement, its rustic charm fostered a sense of warmth. In contrast to the uninspiring, boxy metal structures, they preferred to reside in this cabin. However, it was not feasible for everyone to inhabit it. After consideration, Zhang Wenshu temporarily allocated it to Zhao Shiqing and Xue Tiantian. As they were a couple and deserved a private space if possible, Zhao Shiqing merely smiled, indifferent to where they stayed. He felt no objection to sharing a space with Lu Chunqin and Zhang Wenshu. Finding little issue aside from the occasional disturbance caused by Lu's snoring, Xue Tiantian, however, was elated. The fierce female warrior erupted with joy, repeatedly thanking Zhang Wenshu. Zhang Wenshu waved his hands dismissively, saying little. The cabin was a collective effort, not his personal property. The allocation was a decision made with input from everyone. Of course, the arrangement for the couple was temporary. Should circumstances change, he would readily adjust the living arrangements. For instance, should new survivors arrive. The spacious cabin would likely be a priority for accommodation. Additionally, the couple would not require their own space indefinitely. When others wished to move in, shared living arrangements could be considered. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, no one would stake a claim to the cabin, declaring it their own. Tonight, you can move in. No need for paint or glue. It poses no harm. Zhang Wenshu smiled, instructing them to gather basic necessities like pillows and blankets. Xue Tiantian chimed in cheerfully, it's quite nice. We just need a bed and some tables and chairs. The cabin was currently devoid of any furniture. Zhao Shiqing replied, what do we need those for? This is just fine, spacious. Nowadays, timber was plentiful, and they had previously constructed some tables and chairs, all of which were currently in use. Xue Tiantian's suggestions posed no significant challenge. When everyone had leisure time, they could easily craft furniture. After all, nothing could be more difficult than constructing the cabin itself. It was merely manual labor, and within a few days, they could complete it. Life flowed in a simple yet fulfilling manner. And the storeroom felt like a paradise, with occasional skirmishes with zombies nearby, rendering it almost idyllic. However, the absence of running water and electricity made life more primitive. Yet, humanity's capacity for adaptation is profound. There are few circumstances under which life cannot persist. In the early days of the disaster, everyone felt beset by obstacles and discomfort. In every detail of their surroundings, there were trials and tribulations. Traveling relied solely on one's legs. There was no water, no electricity, and nature provided no privacy for defecation. As for hygiene, whatever one could find, they made do. Even the delicate maidens of the pre-disaster world had to adapt. With the flourishing of flora, mosquitoes proliferated in the storeroom. These pests were a nightly presence. They relied on burning certain plants to repel them, something unimaginable before the disaster. Yet, despite the constant biting, the group slept soundly. Undeterred by the discomfort, Lu Chunqin adapted particularly swiftly. He often ran barefoot through the wilderness, hunting animals. Zhang Wenshu scolded him frequently for this behavior. Curiously, despite his reckless running, he had never suffered an injury. Perhaps over time, the skin on his soles had thickened, allowing him to traverse rough terrain without discomfort. Recently, he had developed a fondness for sparring with Xue Tiantian. Following his previous crushing defeat, he frequently sought her out for practice. Neither disheartened nor discouraged, but simply engaged in contemplation and training. It seemed he possessed little concern for the notions of winning or losing. Having lost, one simply accepts the defeat and continues to engage. Through persistent practice, one inevitably acquires skill. The techniques exhibited by Xue Tiantian were previously beyond his grasp, yet with the increase in bouts, he gradually mastered them. It remains uncertain whether this is a testament to innate talent or merely the result of focused attention. Regardless, his progress is remarkably swift. Sister Tiantian, Uncle Xiao Lu, and Uncle Zhang have conveyed that you have fallen ill and should refrain from eating excessively. They recommend having your lunch portions. Wang Tong rushed over to deliver the message. Chuckling as he scampered away, Zhang Wanshu, disapproving of these two exhausting themselves in trivial pursuits, would often send the chubby boy to notify them, as for the reduction in food supply. This is indeed a reality. Zhang Wanshu is quite capable of such measures. He also assigns them physical labor, chopping wood, fetching water, and carrying burdens. Ultimately, they managed to procure a plow, and with no oxen to draw it, each was harnessed to one. It was as if they had nothing better to do. Thus, they were tasked with tilling the fields. While it was acceptable for Xue Tiantian, when it came to Lu Chunchen's turn, Zhang Wanshu would even have the chubby boy stand atop the plow. The chubby boy, however, found great delight in it, relishing the opportunity to assist Uncle Xiao Lu with the plowing. Were he bolder, he might even take up a whip, crack it, and shout some commands on this day. The group awoke, and after a brief tidying up, they surprisingly enjoyed breakfast together. It was not due to an abundance of food that necessitated an extra meal, but rather the need for sustenance for the long journey ahead. We needed to ensure our stamina remained intact. Xiao Lu and I are headed to the town today to assess the situation outside. If possible, we shall bring back some supplies. You all must exercise caution here. Should any emergencies arise, do not attempt to bear them alone. Retreat into the mountains to safeguard yourselves, and we will discuss how to address matters upon my return. Please be vigilant on the journey. Safety is paramount. Depart early and return promptly. Uncle Xiao Lu, do remember to check for any potato chips. Chapter 34. The young men the two set off with a minimal load, traveling light as they departed the storeroom. Making their way towards the town along the pre-disaster roadway, their steps appeared buoyant, and they seemed invigorated, having shaved and groomed their hair that morning. With no electric razors at their disposal, they had to sharpen a blade meticulously, taking care not to cut themselves in haste. Haircuts were simpler. Old Jiang brought forth scissors, and with a few snips, their hair was shortened. Any uneven areas were tidied up by Su Zhan, as the matter of personal grooming had been suggested by Zhang Wanshu himself. Previously lethargic, he now found himself quite interested. The others routinely maintained their appearances, particularly the women, but even Zhao Shiqing and Lu Yongqiang tended to groom themselves regularly. Only Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chongqing had maintained their bushy beards throughout, resembling wild men. This was one reason why Zhong Lili had been initially startled upon meeting Lu Chengqiang. Were one to adorn them with animal skins or encircle them with leaves, it would have been most fitting. Of course, their abundant hair did not imply a complete lack of grooming. They tended to their hygiene daily. Thus, they were relatively clean wild men, exuding a certain rugged masculinity rather than being repulsive. Now, with their faces freshly shaven and hair trimmed, their appearances underwent a dramatic transformation. It dawned upon everyone just how youthful these two truly were. Their voices, though soft, surprised many with their lack of maturity. Zhang Wanshu appeared to be merely in his late 20s, with a handsome, gentle visage that exuded scholarly charm. The others recalled his penchant for telling corny jokes or lightly mocking others for amusement. Struggling to reconcile this with his refined demeanor, Zhong Lili stared in astonishment, as did Xue Tiantian, while Lu Chongqing appeared even more youthful, seemingly no older than 23 or 24. His face retained a boyish innocence, and he was a tall, handsome young man whose smile radiated warmth. Was this the fierce reaper who single-handedly faced hordes of corpses? He looked decidedly like a large child, an innocent one at that, who had been frequently dispatched by Zhang Wanshu to do labor such as plowing fields. Though their facial hair was light, the act of cleaning up left them feeling rejuvenated from within. "Old Zhang, why didn't you bring the dog along?" Lu Chongqing inquired as they walked side by side. Zhang Wanshu shook his head, responding, "Although the outside world is perilous, with our skills, we should manage unless we find ourselves encircled. It is the camp that worries me. With the elderly and children, It is only thanks to Brother Shurqing that I feel somewhat reassured. Should any unforeseen events arise, having more dogs would bolster our fighting capability. This sounded quite boastful. Had other survivors overheard, they would likely burst into laughter. Yet Lu Chunchen remained unfazed. Sensing no impropriety, he had another question. Asking, Zhao Shurqing, shouldn't we mention Shui Tiantian? Zhang Wenshu replied, they are together. It matters not whom we refer to. By the way, Xiao Lu, what do you think of Zhong Lily? He casually shifted the conversation to more personal matters. Lu Chunchen, perplexed, replied, she is quite good. Haha. How about making her your girlfriend? Let us not go there. Come on, brother. You're passing up such a beautiful girl. Are you out of your mind? This was somewhat unexpected. In the apocalypse, love was not absent. In fact, due to the extreme upheaval, romantic feelings between the sexes could easily blossom. Humanity was no longer the majority in this world, making encounters rare. Even when meetings occurred, gender and age were not guaranteed to align. The apocalypse urged everyone to cherish those they encountered, for losing someone in that moment could mean losing them forever. Today's young women hardly focused on the intricacies of courtship. Gone were the days of counting the number of days a suitor must pursue them before accepting, considering the kind of house or car they possessed, or debating the appropriate dowry for marriage. In tumultuous times, emotions often cut straight to the core. Just as Hu Lingxi gradually succumbed to her transformation, fear and sorrow rendered her feelings extreme, and the quiet approach of death left her little room for anything else, save for the simplest and most profound desire, to be held by the one she trusted most, to die in their embrace. That person, she had only just met moments prior, Lu Chunchen scoffed, stating, women merely hinder my ability to draw my blade. Zhang Wenshu, disbelieving, chuckled, you've been moved by a female zombie. Now you're telling me women affect your swordplay. You must be joking. Your chopping skills are hardly refined. They certainly weren't honed for slaying demons. Lu Chunchen was taken aback, quickly retorting, don't slander me. I'm a respectable person. Zhang Wenshu laughed heartily, as if others are not respectable zombies. What is your type then? Someone like Shui Tiantian? I've seen you searching for her. Lu Chunchen shook his head, declaring, I prefer someone who can sing, dance, speak sweetly, and is gentle. Definitely not someone who merely throws stones or brandishes swords. Zhang Wenshu slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. This fellow was drawn to female streamers, the ones with sweet voices who called them brother. The team's foremost combatant, a steel-strong man, had a weakness for such. Zhang Wenshu couldn't help but find it amusing how lowly Lu Chunchen, however, disagreed, stating earnestly, you wouldn't understand me? You're the one looking down on me. Who hasn't watched a live stream? Of course, I don't understand. The only one I know well is the top supporter. I'm just a penniless fellow. Even female streamers wouldn't bother to glance my way, by the way. Are you the top supporter? Zhang Wenshu seized the opportunity to needle him further, smiling as they conversed. Lu Chunchen shot him a glance, replying lightly, that's still better than spending a fortune on dowries only to have a blind date entirely ignore you. In their previous idle chat, he had seemingly mentioned this. Zhang Wenshu promptly chose to switch topics. Him. How do you find today's weather? The sun shone pleasantly, casting a slanted light upon the earth. As they traveled, the temperature gradually rose. The road was now overgrown with wild grass, rendering its original form unrecognizable. The resilience of vegetation was astonishing, thriving even on such a hardened surface. The grass reached their knees, making their passage quite arduous. Only by navigating through abandoned vehicles could they discern the general direction of the road. A river flowed alongside, extending far into the distance. Occasionally, figures leaped from the water, splashing sounds echoing, indicating the abundance of fish and shrimp. Numerous water birds perched on trees nearby, intently watching the surface of the water, occasionally swooping down to snatch their meals, traveling along the road. They knew it was not the quickest route. However, with the foliage now flourishing, many paths were obscured, rendering the trails unrecognizable. The two were only vaguely aware of the town's general location and were unfamiliar with the specific routes. Without any smart navigation tools, they wandered aimlessly, making it easy to lose their way. As they passed a vehicle, they heard a series of thuds from within. A zombie, sensing the presence of the living, became agitated but, lacking intelligence, could not figure out how to open the door and merely banged against it. Lu Chunchen glanced over. It was a woman, gaunt and skeletal, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Her face pressed against the window, baring her teeth and frantically banging her hands. "Shall we move on?" or he inquired. Zhang Wenshu sighed. "Perhaps we should break the window or open the door." Liu Chenshin, upon hearing this, chose not to speak further. Instead, he silently pulled open the door, only to be met by a wave of putrid air. The two stood still, devoid of any movement, even neglecting to cover their noses. As soon as the zombies found their freedom, they lunged forward, flailing their arms wildly. The uneven terrain caused them to stumble and fall. Liu Chenshin had already stepped back a few paces, gently unsheathing his long knife and gripping it firmly. Observing the fallen zombies, he refrained from rushing in to strike, patiently awaiting their rise before taking a defensive stance with the blade in hand. The encounter concluded swiftly. The two men stood silently before the lifeless forms for a moment, then turned away to continue their journey. The long knife was a gift from Xue Tiantian, or rather, from Zhao Shiqing, as it was the very one he had borrowed during that day of the ambush. While the claim of cutting hair with ease was an exaggeration, its sharpness was indeed remarkable, far superior to the weapon Liu Chenshin had wielded previously. Xue Tiantian had a penchant for collecting such items before the calamity, each meticulously chosen, undoubtedly better than those hastily acquired. They did not bury the bodies, as their journey awaited them, and with limited energy, they could only leave them lying there, hoping for peace in their rest. This small episode was soon forgotten, and the two resumed their discussions about the streamer and matchmaking, their feet never pausing, as they moved swiftly onward. The weather grew warmer, and their supply of water began to dwindle. Yet, this was not a grave concern, for a river flowed nearby, and if thirst became unbearable, they could consider drinking. Should they feel uncertain, they could always light a fire to boil it. Moreover, with Zhang Wenshu present, they need not worry excessively about provisions along the way. As they journeyed, they foraged for countless wild fruits, lush and green. At this moment, there was no need to fear pesticides. A quick wipe would suffice for consumption. However, particularly delectable wild fruits were scarce, often either too sour or too bitter. By chance, they stumbled upon a peach tree, much to their delight. Unattended, the peaches were not particularly large, and many had been ravaged by insects. Zhang Wenshu paid no mind, plucking one, wiping it clean, and cutting away the worm-eaten parts. Taking a bite, the juice flowed abundantly, sweet and delightful, bringing a smile to his face as he tossed another to Liu Chenshin. The two men relished the fruit, their joy reminiscent of children. After spending time in the wild, one learns to cherish the commonplace items of life. Wheat, corn, rice, watermelons, cabbages, tomatoes. They were chosen by humanity, cultivated and transformed over generations for good reason. Alas, so many peaches were marred by birds and insects, leaving only a few unblemished. With his cheek stuffed, Liu Chenshin mumbled, "At least there's something to eat." Zhang Wenshu inquired, "Should we bring some back for Lao Jiang and the others?" "Of course, we should. Shall we pick them now to carry, or save it for the return trip?" "Let me think." In the end, the two picked a few to consume along the way, as carrying all of them would be too burdensome. The tree would remain, and they need not worry about it vanishing suddenly. They could harvest more upon their return after scouting the town. Resting beneath the peach tree, they drank some water before continuing on their path. The journey grew desolate, with small animals occasionally startled from the underbrush, darting away in fright. Abandoned vehicles began to appear more frequently, indicating they were likely close to the town. Simultaneously, they could imagine the state of the once bustling streets in the city. As for the highways, it was a different story altogether. "I used to watch zombie films where the protagonists always drove cars," Liu Chenshin remarked, gazing at the forsaken vehicles. "Why is it that we can only walk here?" Zhang Wenshu casually replied, "Because we are not the protagonists." "What kind of answer is that?" Liu Chenshin sighed, feeling exasperated. "When will we find the protagonists? It has been so long. Shouldn't they lead us out of this apocalypse?" "I don't know," Zhang Wenshu shrugged. "The protagonists in those films are mostly foreign. After watching, I can't even recall their names. Who knows where to find them? Here, the common people are the true protagonists, if we wish to escape this apocalypse." "It must be up to you." Liu Chenshin found this sentiment oddly familiar, frowning as he said, "That may be true, but hearing such reasoning in a world overrun by zombies feels rather peculiar. I have a fellow villager, surnamed Aurin, named Baodai. He once said, 'Arise, you who are hungry and cold. Arise, you who suffer in the world. Your boiling blood has long been stirred. There has never been a savior. Nor do we rely on gods or emperors. Wait, are you sure your villager said that? Not saying it? Of course, he said it. Why? Then why did you start singing? Haha, it was a moment of inspiration. I couldn't help myself. Old Zhang, did you hear that? Yes, from the woods ahead to the right. Does it resemble anything? Somewhat, yet not entirely. Shall we sneak away? Let's approach quietly and assess the situation, to avoid any living people. The two slowed their pace and cautiously advanced. To the right, the path veered away from the road, leading to a low slope. They traversed the overgrown grass, climbing up, and after a few more steps, arrived at a patch of woods. The thick trunks and underbrush obscured their view, but they could faintly discern moving shadows. With knives in hand, they approached silently, treading lightly to avoid making noise. They stealthily entered the woods. Let's observe first, Zhang Wenshu whispered, growing increasingly cautious. If there are many, we will quietly withdraw. If few, we will take them out. If there are living people, we will do our utmost to save them. Liu Chunshin nodded, acknowledging the plan. Pushing aside the obstructing grass, he peered into the depths of the woods. There was a somewhat flat area, more open than the rest, where 2 or 3 figures staggered about, seemingly lost and disoriented, as if provoked by some unseen force. Zombies. Zhang Wenshu needed no further examination. The distinct howls were enough to identify them. Though few in number, he did not signal Liu Chunshin to charge in and attack, for these zombies were already ensnared. Zhang Wenshu had previously mentioned in conversation that during his escape, he had encountered wolves on the road. It was uncertain whether they had escaped from a zoo and proliferated, or had migrated from elsewhere. Before the calamity, he had never seen a wolf in real life. Though they bore a striking resemblance to dogs, yet, upon encountering one, the distinction was immediately clear. This was Liu Chunshin's first sighting of so many wolves, and he was taken aback. A pack of wolves surrounded the 3 zombies, engaged in a uniquely orchestrated hunt. The zombies, huddled together and flailing, were intentionally led away by the wolves, who divided into 3 separate directions, creating a substantial gap that prevented mutual assistance. Each zombie became surrounded by 4 or 5 wolves. Ensnared in 3 distinct circles in a one-on-one confrontation, a single beast held no advantage over a zombie. This was not due to a lack of strength or sharpness of claws, but rather because zombies felt no pain. With their only fatal weakness residing in their heads, the swift wolves could easily bite them but achieved no effect. Instead, the closer they were, the greater the risk of being attacked. It was reminiscent of the previous nocturnal battle between the large black dog and the zombies. The dog, agile and swift, could consistently bite the zombies and target their necks. However, had Zhang Wenshu and the others not intervened, the dog would have inevitably succumbed to exhaustion and been devoured by the zombies. Were animals now so intelligent? Liu Chunshin watched, astonished, as the wolves exhibited unparalleled coordination, reminiscent of the previous encounter between the large black dog and Zhang Wenshu. With a seamless rhythm, they advanced and retreated, drawing the zombies in one direction while others nipped at their heels. When a zombie turned to chase, the wolves behind would flee, allowing those in front to turn back and bite. No words or commands were necessary. Everything flowed effortlessly, without a hint of obstruction. Normal behavior for a wolf pack. They are inherently military units, Zhang Wenshu observed, somewhat surprised. He had heard of wolf packs before and remembered a popular book titled Wolf Totem. He had read it, unable to discern fact from fiction, but found it quite captivating. The large black dog had struggled because, while intelligent, it could only knock the zombies down and seize a few bites, unable to keep them pinned to the ground. The wolves, benefiting from their numbers and cohesion, could solve this issue. 4 or 5 wolves encircled a single zombie, taking turns to bite from different angles while remaining in constant motion, bite and retreat. Never lingering, lacking any semblance of intelligence, the zombie became ensnared in a state of confusion, vacillating between forward and backward, left and right. The display of aggression was perpetual, poised for action yet perpetually halted, causing no damage to the wolf pack. Xiao Lu, could you mimic their tactics? Zhang Wenshu inquired, impressed. Liu Chunshin pondered, feeling a tingle of apprehension, and hesitated, replying, I am uncertain. If I could maintain a perfect strike and swiftly diminish their numbers, there would indeed be hope. Otherwise, one would find oneself ensnared in a state of relentless toil, utterly fruitless. Unlike the mindless undead, who are devoid of fatigue, it is likely that he cannot endure for long. Fortunately, the wolf pack is currently preoccupied with the zombies, leaving him unobserved. Otherwise, being targeted would indeed present a significant dilemma. I recall that animals, under normal circumstances, seem to avoid consuming zombies. Liu Chunchen, filled with confusion, remarked, "Old Zhang, don't you think this situation is rather peculiar? I know zombies pursue animals, but it should be quite easy for the wolf pack to evade them, right?" Zhang Wenshu nodded, responding, "Indeed, the disparity in speed and agility is substantial. Evasion should be a simple matter." Liu Chunchen, perplexed, inquired, "Then what are they doing?" The battle raged on. As time passed, the wolves exhibited remarkable coordination, probing for a method to bring their adversary to complete annihilation. They discovered that by pinning a zombie down and tearing at its limbs, they could render it incapable of rising. If executed with sufficient swiftness, 2 wolves could achieve this effect, while a third could continuously assault the zombie's neck. Mirroring the attack point of the large black dog previously encountered, it seems that with the accumulation of experience, animals are quietly enhancing their understanding of zombies. Humans may be intelligent, but they are not the sole creatures endowed with cunning in this world. The wolves, however, demonstrated superior coordination and efficiency in their attacks. Their sharp fangs may not sever a zombie's head as easily as Liu Chunchen's long knife, but given enough time, it is merely a matter of when they would be able to snap a zombie's neck. Zhang Wenshu suggested, "It appears the wolf pack is taking the initiative to attack." He gently shifted his position, drawing closer. Liu Chunchen, unable to comprehend his intent, followed suit. Zhang Wenshu momentarily diverted his gaze from the battlefield. Scanning the surroundings in hopes of uncovering the catalyst for the outbreak of hostilities, he recalled that the last confrontation between the large black dog and a zombie was ignited by the latter seizing its prey. In the natural world, fighting to the death over food is not an uncommon occurrence. Yet, in the current state of affairs, humans seem to engage in even fiercer struggles for sustenance than animals do. If one were to compile statistics, the number of deaths resulting from such conflicts might not differ significantly from those caused directly by zombie attacks. Perhaps it's a matter of food competition. He speculated. Indeed, upon changing his perspective, he discerned a multitude of details previously obscured. In the areas shielded by trees, numerous signs became visible. Beside a bloodied slope at the battlefield's rear, traces of carnage were discernible upon closer inspection. Liu Chunchen followed the direction of his finger, and as expected, there were indeed signs of prey. The furry remains of a creature, half its body intact, with entrails spilling forth, were now mingled with dirt and fallen leaves. He counted several carcasses. There were plenty, albeit their sizes were rather diminutive. Shaking his head, Liu Chunchen remarked, "To fight over such meager sustenance seems a bit excessive." He trailed off, abruptly silenced by his own thoughts. Just how much food constitutes an abundance? He recalled the helpless little girl from the refuge, to whom he had given half a loaf of bread, hoping she could survive until his return. Yet, it was precisely that half loaf which led to her demise. The adults had snatched away her bread, falsely accusing her of theft, and subjected her to brutal violence as she curled up in a corner. Gradually succumbing to despair, how hopeless must she have felt? Thus, how much food is truly worth such violent confrontation? Wait a moment, Zhang Wenshu interjected, pondering aloud. That doesn't seem like prey. It resembles wolf cubs. Chapter 36. Someone Liu Chunchen emerged from the abyss of his recollections. Startled. What? This isn't about food competition. It's about revenge. The nature of the situation had shifted, yet it remained uncomplicated. Liu Chunchen quickly grasped the dynamics at play, and as he regarded the fiercely engaged adversaries, his mood altered. It's nearly over. We should retreat. Zhang Wenshu offered no further commentary, merely issuing a reminder. The wolf pack, engrossed in their hunt for zombies, remained oblivious to their presence, thus allowing them to observe from their vantage point. Yet, once the battle concluded and the wolves regained their energy, would they not turn their attention to the 2 lurking nearby? The possibility lingered. While the 2 men might face a dozen zombies without fear, a pack of wild wolves would indeed provoke trepidation. Most critically, the risk was not worth taking. To engage in a life-and-death struggle merely for the sake of spectating was sheer folly. The battle was gradually drawing to a close. With the wolves' highly coordinated efforts, the already outnumbered zombies were left to endure relentless bites. Though they possessed considerable strength, being simultaneously restrained by several wolves, left them utterly powerless to resist, pinned to the ground and subjected to continuous tearing. Endowed with innate sharpness and honed through numerous encounters since the calamity, the wolf pack had discerned the zombies' fatal vulnerabilities. Thus, their attacks were not random but consistently pursued a clear objective. Their fangs tore through layers of decaying flesh, severing fragile connections with vigorous force. The once menacing zombies gradually lost their momentum, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chunchen had quietly retreated, retracing their steps back to the main path. Having witnessed this unique slaughter, both felt a palpable shift in their emotions. As I walked back, I saw the wolves consuming the zombies' flesh, Lu Chunchen recalled, perplexed. Didn't they say animals don't eat zombies? Zhang Wanshu shot him a glance, inquiring, who said that? Lu Chunchen hesitated, caught off guard by the question. How would I know? Isn't that what everyone says? Zhang Wanshu sighed. Currently, survivors are hiding in various corners, and information is scarce. Most conclusions regarding the apocalypse are severely limited, based on specific experiences. Their accuracy and universality are highly questionable. Our understanding of zombies is, in fact, quite minimal. Minimal? Lu Chunchen frowned. I think it's adequate. I watched various zombie movies before the calamity. Fair enough. Zhang Wanshu felt this was not an opportune topic for discussion, especially not one suited for a deep exchange with Lu Chunchen. Upon returning, he should converse with Zhao Shiqing to share their thoughts. He posed a question to Lu Chunchen. Based on your viewing experience, what do you think? Do zombies in Hunan prefer their human flesh with a touch of spice? Can the zombies in Mongolia ride horses? Are the northeastern zombies particularly loud? And what about those in Fujian? Nobody has ever made a movie about that, Lu Chunchen retorted. Exactly, that limited viewing experience yields limited insights. The two resumed their discussion about the wolves consuming zombies. Since they only took a bite, it might not have been for sustenance, but rather as a form of revenge or a ritual following their victory. However, Zhang Wanshu speculated that perhaps the animals had evolved new capabilities. Zombie flesh is decayed and typically poses a risk of bacterial infection, endangering life. Yet, even in the pre-apocalyptic world, there were species capable of consuming carrion. In this transformed world, zombies had emerged as a new species, occupying vast territories. With their overwhelming numbers and spatial dominance, they would inevitably exert a profound influence on other life forms. What adaptations would other organisms undergo in response? And where do zombies fit within the food chain? Zhang Wanshu pondered. If carrion is considered meat, then the current availability of this resource is immense. Might other predators evolve due to this abundance? Perhaps developing the ability to digest decayed flesh? Lu Chunchen shook his head, feeling a headache coming on, rejecting further contemplation of such trivial matters. As the two returned to the main path and glanced back at the forest. All was silent, devoid of any sound. It's all over, Zhang Wanshu remarked, only to be interrupted by a wolf's howl, long and distant, echoing from the woods. With one howl fading, another arose, soon followed by a chorus. Reverberating through the mountains and forests, the sound bore no hint of bloodthirst. Instead, it evoked a profound sense of desolation. Both men could envision the scene within the forest, a pack of wolves avenging their young by hunting down the three culprits. Now, they howled to the heavens, seeking to comfort the devoured pups and express their sorrow and rage. Listening to the mournful and lingering howls, Lu Chunchen felt a surge of emotion, yearning to join in. I want to howl as well. Don't. You'll attract the wolves, and you won't even know how you died. Zhang Wanshu quickly interjected, preventing him from acting on his impulse. Just then, they noticed a dark cloud of birds soaring above the treetops, many flying in from a distance, obscuring their identity. The flock circled, refusing to descend, hovering above the battleground. Watching the countless black dots swirl like a tide, they felt a sense of impending change as the wolves' howls began to recede. The first call still clear, the second became faint, and the third was nearly inaudible, while the fourth signaled the wolves' swift departure, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. The two men looked up. Seeing nothing, however, the circling birds began to change. With the wolves departing, it seemed to be their turn. A few scattered birds first descended, followed closely by the rest, a wave of movement that was anything but subtle. The entire flock of birds, resembling a colossal arrow, swooped downwards. As for the scene that followed their descent, it was concealed by the trees, rendering it invisible. What is this all about? Lu Chunchen, having encountered unusual sounds yet maintaining a semblance of calmness. Could only curiously inquire, "What are we doing? Eating?" Zhang Wanshu succinctly replied. He speculated on the situation, but the actual circumstances remained unknown to him. Time had already slipped away, and he was not inclined to return and investigate further. He pondered the relationship between the flock of birds and the pack of wolves. Were they allies or adversaries? What species were these birds, and how could they feast upon carrion? Had they undergone some form of evolution? "Let us go." He waved his hand and said, "Don't get distracted by the spectacle. Everyone is still waiting for our return." The two resumed their journey without further delay, as they ventured forth. The surroundings gradually became more populated, with not only residences but also a plethora of public facilities. A profound silence enveloped the area, an eerie stillness that contrasted sharply with the hustle and bustle of the past. In these tranquil times, the incessant noise of traffic had become wearisome, and the sound of a horn would stir a sense of irritation. Should they encounter the blaring speakers of a square dance, they would almost wish to shatter them in frustration. Now, the calm was almost unsettling, as if they had stepped into a ghost town. Truly a scene of desolation. Liu Chunshin turned his head, unable to suppress his lamentations. The ground was overgrown with wild grass, and the houses were entwined with creeping vines. Numerous doors and windows lay shattered, with large patches of paint peeled away, and those that remained had discolored. The public facilities bore the marks of rust, as though they had weathered countless years, with no one residing there. The decay of the buildings progressed at an astonishing rate. Zhang Wanshu shared a similar sentiment upon witnessing this dismal state. The two approached the street quietly, their conversation dwindling. Cautiously, they advanced beneath the eaves, wary of the center of the street, for the targets were too conspicuous, easily attracting the attention of zombies or other survivors. In this peculiar circumstance, an unexpected encounter could lead to unforeseen conflicts, even among survivors who bore no ill will. Tension hung thick in the air. Sometimes, violence erupted not over a struggle for resources, but from the fear that the other might harbor malicious intent. For their own safety, it was prudent to strike first. As for zombies, the likelihood of encountering them was greater than that of evading them. In some apocalyptic scenarios, there might exist vast stretches of desolation devoid of zombie presence, but in this land, such a notion was impossible. Once one entered a town or city, they had to brace themselves. The notion of 1,000 miles without a single soul was a fantasy. The billions of people that existed prior to the calamity ensured that even the undead were numerous, a formidable force. "Old Zhang, where shall we head first?" Liu Chunshin inquired softly, gripping his blade. The two had sheathed their long knives, opting instead for shorter blades for readiness. Zhang Wanshu lowered his voice, stating, "Primarily, we should focus on the supermarkets and convenience stores along the street. Ordinary residences are best left unexplored. We lack the time for thorough searches." Liu Chunshin nodded in understanding. After walking a few steps, they spotted a middle-aged zombie loitering by the entrance of a game room. Likely a frequent visitor in its former life. Zhang Wanshu gestured for caution, and they attempted to quietly circumvent it. Just as luck would have it, the zombie turned, locking eyes with them. Instantly, it perked up, abandoning its previous aimless wandering. Its pale, bluish gaze fixed upon them, revealing sharp teeth as it emitted a chilling growl. "Let us take it down," Zhang Wanshu urged helplessly, and with that, he and Liu Chunshin lunged forward. One advanced to draw the creature's attention while the other struck. Liu Chunshin's blade pierced the zombie's skull, foul black blood oozing from the wound. He withdrew his weapon, and the corpse crumpled to the ground. With no time to linger, they continued onward. Encountering zombies was a grim necessity. If they could avoid them, they would, but if avoidance was impossible, they had to dispatch them swiftly. Allowing one to howl could easily attract more of their kind. This was no rural area. There could be scattered hordes of zombies in the vicinity. If they were overwhelmed, even the bravest would face certain death. "Old Zhang, there are bloodstains on the ground." Liu Chunshin suddenly halted. Observing the traces beneath the awning of a clothing store, Zhang Wanshu also paused, stepping forward to examine them closely. The blood was dark red and pungent, unmistakably not human, but that of a zombie. Yet, zombies did not bleed without reason. It was evident there had been a conflict, one that had left its marked eye in the town. It was likely humans had clashed, if it were in the wilderness. It might have been an animal. At the very least, They had witnessed a pack of wolves hunting zombies today. Should we take a different route? Lu Chunchen asked, contemplating whether to divert. Zhang Wanshu pondered for a moment before responding. Let us keep going forward. That will adhere to our previous principle. If there are few zombies, we can eliminate them. If there are too many, we'll retreat. Chapter 37. I am weary from walking. The two followed the blood trail. Advancing cautiously, they avoided the center of the street while steering clear of the storefronts. As these buildings might harbor zombies, a straightforward appearance posed no real threat. It was the unexpected emergence of a zombie from the shadows that truly instilled fear. The blood trail was intermittent, leading them into an alley. The stench intensified, and the signs of struggle became more apparent, with various objects strewn about haphazardly. After walking a few more steps, they encountered their first zombie. Sprawled on the ground in a pool of congealed blood, they crouched down, alert and cautious. The creature's head remained intact, but it bore injuries. Lu Chunchen quickly assessed the situation, stating, "This blood must have flowed from this one. There's a hole in its head. It was likely struck by a blunt object." Zhang Wanshu nodded in agreement, acknowledging it was a formidable foe. They advanced a few more steps and turned into another alleyway. The debris scattered about and the blood on the ground grew more pronounced. Not far ahead, they spotted another corpse, displaying similar signs of death. "We need to hurry," Zhang Wanshu said, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. From the looks of it, the fighting was intense, a constant push and shove. Otherwise, so many things wouldn't he have been knocked over. If it were Lu Chunchen who had fought, the scene would not appear like this. And since the survivors were unable to gain the upper hand, the danger only escalates. The two fell silent, quickening their pace. The atmosphere of tension thickened imperceptibly. They hoped to encounter fellow survivors soon. But the current state of affairs did not bode well. Though they remained silent, their minds churned with speculation. Should they come across survivors, it was likely they would find not the living, but rather mangled remnants of flesh and spilled innards. This isn't the right path. Let us backtrack and take the left, Lu Chunchen decided, realizing they had strayed several times in their haste. Such was often the case. Haste led to mistakes. Slow down? Do you hear anything? Nothing. Damn it, I might be imagining things. Let us keep moving. Their route shifted from the alley back onto the street, then reverted to the alley, repeating this pattern. Along the way, they encountered two more corpses. Following the blood trail, they pressed on. Do you hear anything now? To the right up ahead, there's the sound of a zombie-esque wail. Let us pause and assess the numbers first, agreed. Having worked together for a considerable time, their exchanges had become succinct. Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chunchen found themselves in this streamlined rhythm. Though Lu Chunchen appeared somewhat naive, his understanding of Zhang Wanshu's words was remarkably precise, and without hesitation. He acted according to his companion's instructions. Having rushed to the scene, they now approached the battlefield with caution. Zhang Wanshu, ever the altruist, was eager to save lives, yet he could not bring himself to act recklessly or trade his life for another's. It was not that he lacked compassion. Rather, he felt such behavior to be foolish and beneath his intelligence. As for his own life, he did not hold it in particularly high regard. With the increasing number of people in the warehouse, the atmosphere grew lively, rekindling a sense of hope within him. Before this, he had lived rather aimlessly. Confronting zombies was a necessity. If he could not prevail, then death would simply follow. After all, in the apocalypse, losing a life was hardly remarkable. He was no more special than anyone else. There was no reason he could not perish. The two lightened their steps, edging along the wall as they stealthily approached. Peering around the corner, they assessed the situation. There were 3 individuals, 1 dead, and 2 alive. 8 zombies were present, with 5 more approaching from the opposite street, likely to arrive within 3 minutes. That made a total of 13. All right, let us switch to our long knives and make this quick. Let us go. With their plan set, they hesitated no longer. They dashed out from their concealed position, filled with murderous intent as they charged forward. At the street corner, a few abandoned vehicles formed a half-circle, providing some cover. Among them were 2 individuals, one large and one small. The larger figure was a tall man wielding an axe, desperately swinging it. His arms and legs were wrapped in magazines and books, secured with tape. Some have already bloomed, or have been torn and damaged, hanging limply, their pages disheveled. Among them is a small girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. Frail and tiny, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, her condition obscured. Nearby lies a man who has met a gruesome fate, sprawled on the ground, his abdomen torn open, while several zombies circle around, feasting on him. His face is obscured by blood, and he lies motionless, a blood-soaked iron hammer resting beside him. It is his flesh and blood that have drawn a portion of the zombies, thus preventing the protective circle from being breached, at least for the moment. The remaining zombies struggle to squeeze through the gaps between the vehicles, their grotesque features contorted by the scent of the living, howling incessantly. However, they are momentarily thwarted from breaking through due to the man's desperate strikes. They also attempt to scale the vehicles. These mindless creatures are not entirely oblivious to alternative routes. The man shouts as he swings his axe, bringing down one of the zombies. Yet his expression is one of despair. A painful sadness etched across his features as he fights fiercely in a last-ditch effort. Once the zombies from a distance draw near, it will all come to an end. Die, he bellows, his voice echoing through the air. The head of a zombie barely falls to the ground before being sent flying by a swift kick. With a thud, it collides against another zombie, which is also intent on breaching the protective circle. That zombie, still howling, slowly turns around, only to be met with the glint of a blade, radiating a fierce aura, charging toward it. In the next moment, its own head tilts downward and falls away. The two individuals within the circle are taken by surprise at this sudden turn of events. Their minds still reeling, a tall, formidable young man has approached, his gaze resolute, his expression solemn, instilling an inexplicable sense of awe. The zombies, preoccupied with their feasting and assault, are drawn to the commotion and begin to converge. Yet the young man remains unflustered, devoid of the typical emotional outbursts exhibited by ordinary survivors. He merely exhales softly, gripping his long knife tightly, continually adjusting his position according to the zombies' movements, advancing and retreating. Striking with each step, his strikes are not particularly swift. In fact, one might describe them as rather slow in terms of frequency. Within the protective circle, the man with the axe gazes on in a daze, momentarily forgetting to assist. He is astonished by the sudden turn of events, as well as the relentless killing intent emanating from this young man. He perceives the young man's movements as languid, at least far slower than his own axe swings. At times, it appears as though his actions are frozen in time, as if posing for a dramatic photograph. Only when a zombie draws near does he suddenly spring into action, executing his strikes with a rapidity that is almost instantaneous before returning to a state of stillness. Yet within that blade's trajectory lies an unwavering determination. Even as he retreats, the man eventually regains his senses. Moving toward a gap, intending to assist, he glances back at the little girl, hesitating momentarily. "Stay right here, do not move, I will take care of them." Just as he wrestles with his conscience, unsure whether to intervene, the young man speaks, his back still turned, facing the zombies, his tone calm yet resolute, as if everything were self-evident. He then swings his knife, and a corpse collapses. The action is succinct, monotonous, and efficient, devoid of any flamboyance or superfluous movement. In a cinematic context, it might even lull viewers to sleep. Xiao Ran, stay here. Daddy is going to help that uncle. Daddy, be careful. The man, upon hearing his daughter's words, finds resolve and steps forward. He approaches the zombies from behind, striking at their necks. Sometimes his blows land true, while other times they miss, but he rarely manages a single-stroke kill. He must seek opportunities, repeatedly hacking at the zombies' necks or heads, delivering several blows before finally putting them down. This necessitates a constant movement, dodging the zombies' attacks. Thus, despite his lack of efficiency, he appears far more fatigued than Lu Chunchen. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Liu Chunchen remains unfazed, adhering to his own rhythm as he readies his strikes. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenshu is engaged in fending off 5 zombies that are advancing this way, buying Lu Chunchen more time. His movements are swift, evading and countering, yet without the assistance of his large black dog. His efforts yield limited results. He has practiced deliberately in the past, but to this day, he still cannot strike a zombie's head off with a single blow like Lu Chunchen can. He distinctly remembers that he was once more skilled than his counterpart. Fortunately, his agility and frequent strikes allow him to eventually kill them. When Lu Chunchen finishes his battle and comes over to assist, Zhang Wenshu is left with only one FOE. Liu Chunchen sweeps past him, his blade rising and falling, toppling the last zombie. Zhang Wenshu gasps for breath and says, "The stench of blood here is overwhelming. We cannot linger. We must relocate swiftly." As they speak, they gather the tattered remnants from the zombies, wiping the blood from their blades as they head back toward the protective circle. The tall man has already returned to the circle, seeking his daughter. "Brother, pick up the child. We must leave immediately. The farther we go, the better." "There is no time for pleasantries," Zhang Wenshu states. However, upon closer inspection, something feels amiss. The man crouches down, cradling the girl in his arms, stroking the back of her head, at first. They assume he is merely comforting her, worried that she might be frightened. Yet, they soon realize that he is clutching her tightly, his body trembling, seemingly weeping. In contrast, the girl gently pats her father's back, offering words of comfort. "Daddy, don't cry. It doesn't hurt me." The man remains silent, his body still shaking uncontrollably. The little girl's complexion is pale, the darkness in her eyes gradually fading, yet her lips curl into a soft smile as she whispers, "I miss my little bed. Mommy hid a lovely teddy bear for me in the blanket. Every day, the bear calls me to get up for breakfast. I want breakfast so much. I won't be picky anymore. My brother can't be picky either. We should eat lots of fried eggs, wontons, noodles, fried rice, and juice. Daddy, I'm so hungry." With each word, her voice grows softer, her expression a blend of pain and longing. The man listens, gradually ceasing his tears. He cradles her head and kisses her forehead, wiping away his tears, appearing somewhat relieved. "Daddy is hungry too," he says, gently rubbing his daughter's head. "Soon, we won't be hungry anymore. I'll ask Mommy to make us something delicious, and Daddy will have a little drink as well." Zhang Wenshu, overhearing this, furrows his brow. Sensing something amiss, he glances into the distance, uncertain how long it will be before the zombies surround them. "Brother, though it is difficult, we must go now." He decides to speak, knowing it is not the time for hesitation. "You carry her, and we will leave together." The transformation of the little girl into a zombie is inevitable. The rational course of action would be to deal with it now. However, if one is reluctant, they might leave her behind to fend for herself. Yet, given the current circumstances, he does not believe the man would abandon his daughter. Therefore, it is better to take this pitiable child along, for at least in this moment, she remains a sensible and obedient girl, deserving to be treated with dignity, as one would treat a normal person. The man wipes his face once more, slowly rising, turning to face the two with a sincere and grateful expression. "Thank you. Truly, I haven't encountered people like you in a long time. It feels wonderful." Throughout this harrowing escape, he has likely witnessed little in the way of heroic deeds or acts of selflessness amidst calamity. Indeed, he has seen others suffer, but apart from feeling a profound sense of helplessness, he has not taken any beneficial actions himself. That he has managed to survive this long with his daughter is already the extent of his efforts. Thus, these two fierce yet polite young men genuinely warm his heart. Lu Chongqing, equally earnest, replies, "You have exhausted your strength. Let me assist you in carrying her. We should set off now, heading in the opposite direction to avoid the zombies." Upon hearing the words, the man repeatedly expressed his gratitude, uttering several thanks before saying, "No need for that. You should leave quickly. I am truly sorry for wasting your efforts. I wish to spend more time with Xiao Ran, so you need not concern yourselves with us." The little girl, her eyes betraying a hue of pallor, gradually revealed her discomfort. She had begun to struggle to comprehend the conversations around her, feeling increasingly unwell, and thus closed her eyes, leaning against the wheel to rest. Observing this, the man seated himself beside her, wrapping her in his embrace. Zhang Wenshu fell silent for a moment, then mustered the courage to say, "You should come with us. We have a shelter that can provide for your needs and ensure your safety." Even he felt the words fell flat and clumsy as they escaped his lips. The man could sense their goodwill, but merely shook his head, retrieving a dark object from his pocket. Startling both individuals. "A gun?" Lu Chongqing questioned, for since the catastrophe, he had encountered numerous sharp blades but had seldom seen a firearm. The man drew out the gun, not as a means of threatening the kind-hearted strangers, but rather to gaze at it with a sense of nostalgia. A smile graced his lips, though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he spoke. "This gun has only a few bullets left. Now there is but one remaining." He glanced at the two, unable to suppress a sigh. "It's the onset of this calamity. I was oblivious to the fact that bullets were ineffective against the monsters. Instead, the sound of gunfire only attracted more of them. The man's expression bore the weight of anguish. I intended to save my colleagues, but my reckless firing alerted the surrounding zombies, resulting in their encirclement and subsequent demise. Thereafter, it was but a flight with my family, a continuous escape, relentless run. Xiao Ran was absolutely right. We are indeed exhausted, so weary that we no longer wish to move. Liu Chunxian opened his mouth to reply, only to swallow his words, acutely aware of the bitter taste of fleeing, which meant a perpetual sprint, fraught with unforeseen peril. 1 moment, you might share life and death with someone, and the next, they could become a mere heap of flesh and blood. To merely speak of fatigue felt like an understatement. We joined forces with other survivors, seeking warmth in numbers. The survivor groups were a mixed bag, yet this gun safeguarded my family's safety. However, it is only effective against humans. The zombies harbor no fear of it. When my son was dragged into the horde by the undead, screaming and crying, I could do nothing but distance myself and fire a bullet into his head. His face twisted in agony as he shut his eyes, seemingly attempting to quell his emotions, yet his teeth chattered uneasily, eventually subsiding after a long while. Zhang Wenshu and Liu Chenshun remained silent. In the distance, the faint sounds of the undead began to emerge, likely drawn by the noise and the scent of blood, slowly advancing. Although the two felt a growing urgency within, they refrained from urging him on. Continuing to listen to the man's tale, after that incident, my wife fell into a stupor, her mind clouded. She often wandered outside the camp alone. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and continued. She claimed our son was not dead but had merely transformed into another state. We were all mistaken. Avoidance only compounded the anguish. Acceptance of this transformation was the only path forward until one day, she was bitten and returned to the camp. Liu Chunchen glanced at the girl nestled in the man's embrace. Her skin had turned a deathly gray, yet her veins appeared to swell. With her eyes closed, she clutched her father's clothing tightly, as if resisting the pain. He longed to do something to assist, yet found himself powerless. The camp's residents sought to eliminate her, to expel both her and Xiao Ran. In the end, it was I who fired the shot. She was on the verge of transformation, experiencing little pain. She simply urged me to care for Xiao Ran and smiled as she departed from us. We were not driven away, yet we ultimately left. The camp fell into chaos, with many perishing and others fleeing. We ran all the way here, and now it is Xiao Ran's turn. The sounds of the undead grew ever closer, and turning to look, they could already discern their figures. The man checked his handgun, ensuring the final bullet remained intact. That's so. Thank you, he said with a smile, an air of resignation about him. But I am indeed weary of fleeing. Continuing on holds no significance. Liu Chenshan struggled to speak. Let us try a little harder. After all, there is always hope. He pondered for a long while, but found himself at a loss for words. This man had sequentially lost his son, his wife, and now faced the loss of his daughter. He might possess the strength to run, still holding on to the hope of survival, yet Liu Chunshun sensed that the man's heart had already perished. The man fell silent, merely cradling his daughter and gently humming a tender lullaby. The little girl seemed to revert to an innocent state, oblivious to the turmoil outside, peacefully resting against her father. Were it not for the chaos of the world, this scene would be quite heartwarming. Liu Chenshan attempted to voice something but was halted by Zhang Wenshu's outstretched hand. He cast a puzzled glance at him. Zhang Wenshu shook his head with a sigh. In these troubled times, every encounter is a matter of fate. It is unfortunate that our gatherings are so fleeting. If there are no unforeseen events, this parting is akin to a deathly farewell. He clasped his hands toward the man, mustering a strained smile as he said, "Let us refrain from empty words, since you have made your intentions clear. We shall not press further. I wish you safe travels." The man managed a faint smile, murmuring his thanks. Zhang Wenshu spoke no further, waving goodbye to the little girl as he led Liu Chenshan away. As they walked, Liu Chenshan frequently turned to glance back at the approaching horde, and then at the father and daughter within the protective circle. Old Zhang, let him go. He is truly too weary. Zhang Wenshu felt a warmth welling in his eyes and hastily lifted his head. Then, resolutely, he strode forward, showing no inclination to pause. Once they had moved a distance away, Liu Chenshan remained lost in thought. Unable to extricate himself from the situation, his heart felt heavy, and he mused, "Old Zhang, say something." "All right, look at the clouds in the sky," a fellow named Yang Guo once said. "Observe these clouds, gathering and dispersing. Life is but a cycle of departures and reunions. Therefore, we ought to be grateful for our encounter." There is no need for further words. Along their path, they encountered sporadic zombies, skillfully evading them, striving to distance themselves from the battlefield. Concerned about attracting a horde, they refrained from engaging, lest they be encircled by the staggering masses. They opted to avoid the main road and sought a place to hide. A.S. Zhang, when Shu noted the increasing density of the horde, he resolved to avoid confrontation. The two sought refuge in an empty building, secured the door on the first floor, and quietly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the rooftop of the second floor, they crouched by the wall to observe. Their view expanded significantly, revealing scattered zombies meandering between the buildings. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, reverberating through the surroundings. The two understood instantly, falling into a contemplative silence. They turned towards the source of the sound and beheld the tall man gently laying his daughter down on the ground. Arranging her hair and clothing as if she were merely asleep, then, he slowly stood, tearing away the books, magazines, and tape from his body, shedding his shirt to bare his chest. Grasping a nearby axe, he stepped out of the protective circle. The horde had gathered, their excitement intensifying upon hearing the gunshot. The man, facing the swarm of zombies, tilted his head back and let out a resounding howl. His cry resonated with a haunting sadness, momentarily suppressing the cacophony of the undead's roars. 3 consecutive howls echoed, heard far and wide. Even Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chen felt a tremor in their hearts, stirred by emotions they could not articulate. The man, with his bare chest, raised the axe and charged into the horde. Chapter 39. The grocery store. Is there any chance he could survive? What do you think? Alas, it is a pity. It is rare to encounter a living person, only for them to be lost like this. The two stealthily advanced against the tide of zombies. On either side of the street, numerous eateries bore signs proclaiming large hotels and restaurants. They explored several establishments, discovering that ready-made food was non-existent, having long since decayed and molded. However, they did find some rice and flour, preserved well enough by the merchants, albeit slightly damp and with a few insects. After bagging a modest amount to carry, they were cautious not to overload themselves, fearing it would hinder their mobility. The shops along the street bore evidence of having been rummaged through. Items lay in disarray, and various objects were strewn across the floor. Such large supermarkets, with their expansive interiors, were dark and filled with an abundance of goods, yet were far from the safest option for survivors. The risks were high. Enter 10, and perhaps only 1 or 2 would emerge unscathed. In contrast, these small street shops, with their limited depth, harbored fewer lingering zombies, rendering them somewhat safer. Of course, they not only observed the signs of looting, but also the remnants of many victims. Scattered around the shops were various shattered bones and torn bloody garments. Numerous lives had been lost. The two stumbled upon a supermarket, 2 stories high, with several zombies lurking nearby. Liu Chun felt a surge of excitement, believing they had finally made progress. Shall we go over there? Not so fast. Let us continue exploring and remember this place for later, Zhang Wenshu advised, halting him from rushing ahead. Regrettably, after winding their way for what felt like ages, they encountered no other survivors. It seemed that this town might well be devoid of living souls, leaving him feeling somewhat deflated. With a sigh, he remarked, "Even if there are any, they are likely hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show themselves, and thus would not notice us." Their venture had 2 objectives: to search for supplies, particularly seasonings, and to gather intelligence on the external situation. At this juncture, it appeared that supplies would not pose a problem, provided they planned meticulously to evade the zombies' ambushes, allowing them to return with their findings. The external circumstances are far from optimistic. The sight of living souls is nearly non-existent. The only survivor they encountered ultimately chose to take their own life. If such a vast area is reduced to just a handful of individuals, what of the other regions? If the entirety of humanity is relegated to such a diminutive number, then indeed, hope seems bleak. Nonetheless, the search yielded unexpected treasures. For instance, the long-desired seasonings were discovered in nearby grocery stores. Even more astonishingly, they stumbled upon a significant quantity of seeds, vegetable, fruit, and grain seeds alike. The assortment of items in the grocery store was impressively varied. Had they set out specifically to find them, they would have been at a loss as to where to begin. To facilitate transport, they procured some backpacks to stow their finds, bearing the weight upon their backs. They decided to discard some items at the supermarket entrance to prepare for their exploration. Zhang Wanshu issued a command and then led Lu Chunxin to another location. They acquired tape from a stationery store and sought out newspapers and magazines from a newsstand, using them to bind critical body parts against the zombies' bites. The survivor they had previously encountered was similarly adorned with various newspapers and magazines. Lu Chunxin was reluctant to bind himself in such a manner, as it would hinder his agility and impede his movements. This proved true, as he opted to protect only vital areas rather than enveloping himself entirely in facing zombies. The ability to remain agile and mobile is one of the greatest advantages. Sacrificing that for the sake of defense could lead to dire consequences. While zombies may not bite through one's defenses immediately, if they manage to encircle and trap you, they will ultimately find a way to consume you. On the main road, Lu Chunxin need not be overly concerned. However, as they approached the supermarket, he feared a sudden confrontation with zombies, which could lead to a fierce battle in the absence of adequate space to evade. Being bitten was a real risk. Thus, having newspapers and magazines as a cushion offered relative safety. Upon entering, they refrained from hastily searching for items and instead prioritized clearing out the zombies. Understood. You go ahead, and I'll follow closely, Lu Chunxin replied. The two entered the supermarket, maintaining a slight distance between them to avoid inadvertently harming one another during the skirmish. The supermarket had glass doors, allowing some light to seep in, but as they ventured deeper, the illumination waned, plunging them into increasing darkness. Upon stepping inside, they instinctively held their breath as a pungent stench enveloped them, lingering ominously. This alone was enough to confirm the presence of zombies within the store. The merchandise remained, though several shelves were toppled, as if struck with great force, leaving items scattered chaotically across the floor, which was thick with dust, leaving footprints in its wake. A few steps forward revealed shattered bones strewn about. Bloodstains marred the ground and walls, aged to a deep black yet still shockingly vivid. It seemed a previous survivor had ventured here, only to be attacked and reduced to this grisly state. The two moved cautiously, adapting to the dim atmosphere of the store. As they passed the second row of shelves, a guttural growl emanated from beneath their feet, revealing a ghastly pale head that lunged toward them. It was an elderly man, his bald head glistening, filled with jagged teeth and matted with dark, viscous blood. His hands clawed futilely at the air, attempting to escape, yet his body was pinned beneath a fallen shelf. Lu Chunxin swiftly advanced, plunging his blade with force. The sound ceased abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Be prepared. Zhang Wanshu cautioned from behind, crouching low and tensing with vigilance, as soon as the warning left his lips. Several howls echoed from the darkness, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. The two held their breath, bracing for the inevitable. This scenario had been anticipated. A store with intact merchandise, if not in a remote location, would either be unsearched by survivors or deemed too perilous for entry. This supermarket, positioned along the street, undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. The presence of bones and blood hinted at fierce and likely numerous zombies within. A safer approach would be to create some noise at the entrance, drawing the zombies out one by one. The better light outside would enhance their efficiency, whether in combat or self-defense. However, the dilemma lay in that creating noise would not only attract the zombies inside, but also those lurking elsewhere. They had come seeking supplies. Even if they succeeded in dispatching the drawn-out zombies, they risked being surrounded by others. Thus, they resolved to venture into the store, hoping to eliminate the zombies within. They prayed that the supermarket had decent soundproofing. Die? Lu Chunxin bellowed, thrusting his blade upward with ferocity at the first zombie that lunged forth. The tip of his weapon easily pierced through its chin, traversing its mouth and entering its brain. With a swift motion, he flung the creature aside, causing the next zombie to stumble. Comrade Lu, could you possibly keep your voice down? Zhang Wanshu exclaimed, exasperated from behind. If I don't perish from the zombies, I might just die from your shouting. What is the issue? If we're going to fight, let us do it. Why must you shout every time we engage? What is wrong with you? You wouldn't understand. It feels good to shout. Zhang Wanshu could only accept this with resignation. Fine, shout away. That'll certainly draw more zombies in. making it even more invigorating. The second zombie staggered to its feet, still unsteady. When Lu Qinshin's blade pierced through its temple, he withdrew his weapon as the zombie crumpled to the ground. Another lunged at them from the side, only to be intercepted by Zhang Wenxiu. The supermarket's confined space limited their movements, rendering their long knives unwieldy and prone to obstruction by shelves. Consequently, both opted for shorter blades, which, while allowing for greater agility, diminished their striking power. With the zombies closing in, the danger escalated. Binding ourselves with all this junk is truly bothersome, Lu Qinshin mused, driving his blade into a zombie's shoulder, only to find it ineffective. He had no choice but to kick it away, creating some distance before facing another assault, plunging his blade into its mouth and out the back of its head. Frustration gnawed at him. Wielding such short weapons in this cramped environment left him feeling constrained. The newspapers and magazines wrapped around him impeded his movements, causing his strikes to lag. After several miscalculations, the zombies seized the opportunity to close the gap and bite at him in this moment. The protective value of the newspapers and magazines became apparent. Despite numerous scratches and bite marks, they remained intact, continuing to provide vital protection. Better to be inconvenienced than to be dead. He felt grateful for that. Zhang Wenxiu, too, felt his movements hindered, unable to create space for effective strikes. However, there was little he could do. The makeshift bindings afforded little flexibility. While their strategy was sound, they needed to find a balance between defense and offense. He thought of ancient armor. How advantageous it would be to wear something like that. Alas, such relics were nowhere to be found in the present day. Zombies relentlessly surged forth, revealing the alarming number concealed within the supermarket, explaining the multitude of survivor corpses scattered about. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, as something fell from the second floor, landing squarely amidst the horde of zombies. It was a zombie from the upper level. Drawn by the commotion, eager to seize fresh flesh, instead of descending the stairs, it had clambered over the railing, plummeting down. While an ordinary person might survive such a fall, the likelihood of getting back up immediately was slim. The zombies, however, were unperturbed, rising once more and charging toward the toot. The pressure on them intensified. They had initially approached the darkness in tandem, but now found themselves back-to-back, encircled by the undead. Old Zhang, this is working. Should we withdraw? With insufficient space to maneuver and losing their agility, Lu Qinshin found himself in a precarious situation, with danger lurking at every turn. Balancing offense and defense was proving to be a monumental challenge, and their efficiency plummeted. As their defensive perimeter shrank, the risk of being overwhelmed grew. If the zombies became too densely packed, they would not only be unable to fend off the onslaught, but also risk their own lives. Zhang Wenxiu hesitated, torn between the desire to escape and the reluctance to abandon their mission. If they retreated now, it would feel like a loss. Yet, if they pressed on under these circumstances, they risked not only failing to secure supplies, but also losing their lives. Luring the zombies to the street might benefit Lu Qinshin's maneuverability, but it would undoubtedly attract even more zombies. What to do? Let us divide our roles. You're stronger than I am. You take defense, and I'll handle the offense. How do we defend? There's a chair over there. You lift it up and hold off the approaching zombies. I'll take care of the rest. Got it. Let us go. With just a few concise instructions, their communication was concluded. They shifted to the side, Lu Qinshin discarding his blade to lift the chair, using it to fend off the nearest zombie. The mindless creature, lacking intelligence, could not comprehend the obstacle. It continued to lunge forward, roaring as it pushed against the chair. This tactic might not work against ordinary individuals, for while zombies are slow, they possess considerable strength. Not just anyone could hold them off with a chair. Yet, Lu Qinshin was precisely that person, standing firm as the zombie pressed against him without budging an inch. It seemed he still had some strength to spare. Let me give you a nucleic acid test, Zhang Wenxiu exclaimed, closing in to stab his blade into the zombie's mouth, piercing through to the back of its skull. The blood was blackened. Positive, time to die. With a swift kick, he sent the zombie staggering back, simultaneously retracting his knife. The creature fell to the ground, motionless. Lu Qinshin felt a sudden lightness in his hand and quickly aimed at another zombie that was perilously close. Just as he steadied himself, yet another zombie approached from the opposite side. Left with no choice, Lu Qinshin forcefully shoved the zombie in front of him, sending it crashing to the ground. and used the chair to fend off the newly arrived threat. The fallen zombie began to rise again, lunging towards him. In that moment, he found himself in a relentless flurry of activity, continuously pushing zombies away, only for them to return incessantly. "Old Zhang, this won't do," he shouted, his hands not pausing for a moment. Zhang Wenshu had also recognized the predicament, his eyes darting around in search of something useful. With no room to maneuver, the density of the zombies left Lu Chenchen with no option but to keep shoving them away. Once his strength waned, it would be over. It would be better for the two of them to wield their knives instead, for the chair could not kill zombies. "Let's head towards the corridor," Zhang Wenshu declared, moving ahead, but instead of entering the passage, he pushed a nearby shelf towards the door. While fending off the zombies, Lu Chenchen retreated in his direction. "What do you mean?" he called out, unable to turn his head. "Hold the line. I'm narrowing the passage." The sound of scraping and grinding echoed as Zhang Wenshu strained to push several rows of shelves into the corridor. This section of the passage was already narrow, accommodating a maximum of 2 or 3 people side by side. Now, with the shelves piled up, it became increasingly cramped, leaving barely enough room for one person. "All right, fall back. Good." Lu Chenchen kicked forcefully, sending the foremost zombie flying, colliding with the two behind it. This action bore little practical effect, for the zombies were not deterred by kicks. However, it bought him a fleeting moment. He swiftly retreated, backing into the corridor. "Xiao Lu, brace yourself." Zhang Wenshu patted his shoulder, flicking his blade and saying, "If we hold our ground, we can enjoy cola and chips. If we falter, we'll become zombie fodder." Lu Chenchen nodded, resolutely affirming, "Understood." He lifted the chair with determination but then hesitated, questioning, "Do zombies even defecate?" Just then, Zhang Wenshu had no time to respond to such a foolish inquiry, as a zombie charged at them, bringing with it a foul stench. Though Lu Chenchen's mind raced, his movements were swift. Even before he turned back, the leg of the chair was already pressing against the zombie's body, preventing it from advancing further. The corridor was narrow, with obstacles on both sides, allowing only one zombie to enter at a time. The zombies behind, despite their incessant howling and clawing, were utterly helpless, merely crowding behind the first one. Pushing forward, the terrain was now advantageous. There was no need to fear being surrounded by zombies. As long as Lu Chenchen held firm, Zhang Wenshu had the opportunity to dispatch them one by one. "Old Zhang, what a clever plan!" Lu Chenchen chuckled, wishing to commend his comrade, but his smile faded abruptly. "Huh?" Just as Zhang Wenshu raised his knife to send the relentless creatures to their demise, he noticed Lu Chenchen taking a step back, then another, and yet another. Despite his efforts to hold the line, he was being pushed back step by step. The advantageous terrain was offset by the increasing force of the zombies. They formed a line, pressing forward with all their might, and the cumulative strength was beyond Lu Chenchen's expectations. Zhang Wenshu had pushed several shelves into the corridor, yet their length was ultimately limited. Still accommodating 2 or 3 zombies simultaneously from behind, if they continued to retreat like this, they would soon reach a dead end with no room to turn back. Miscalculation. The shift from clever strategy to miscalculation occurred in mere seconds. In the outer hall, despite the immense pressure, the two remained relatively at ease. If they truly couldn't win, they could always run. Once outside in the open, that would be Lu Chenchen's domain. But the corridor was different. Behind them lay a potential dead end, and if they were trapped, escape would be impossible. Just then, a faint crack echoed from Lu Chenchen's pocket. He jolted, bracing the chair with his shoulder while reaching into his pocket, pulling out a handful of crushed items. Zhang Wenshu looked over to see it was a duck egg, thoroughly mashed, the shell and contents all mixed together, now spilling from Lu Chenchen's hands onto the ground. It dawned on him that in his effort to brace against the chair, Lu Chenchen had pressed his entire weight onto the egg, reducing it to a pulp. Zhang Wenshu recalled that this character always carried a duck egg with him. "It's broken." Lu Chenchen stared blankly for a moment, his expression shifting to one of growing rage. This was his backup energy source, a delicacy he usually refrained from consuming. "These foolish creatures have crushed it." "Die?" Lu Chenchen bellowed, his face twisted in fury. Yet he couldn't bear to throw away the remnants of the egg. Instead, he popped the remaining bits into his mouth. Gripping the chair tightly, veins bulged from his arms. His face flushed with rage, and he began to push forward. 7 or 8 zombies crowded ahead, snarling viciously, extending their claws in an attempt to injure him. Yet they could not advance an inch. Instead, this young man began to gradually push them back. The zombies grew increasingly grotesque, their flesh so near that he could smell their breath, yet they remained just out of reach. Both sides were locked in a struggle of strength. "Give me back my egg!" Lu Chunshin shouted hoarsely, exerting all his might, lifting his head defiantly and advancing step by step against 8 foes. Zhang Wenshu observed Lu Chunshin's fierce demeanor, his mouth filled with egg remnants, his muscles taut and bulging, facing the savage zombies with an intensity that seemed even more ferocious than theirs. A bit unhinged, he muttered under his breath, not in reference to his strength, but rather to his overall appearance. Yet Lu Chunshin's sudden surge of ferocity turned the tide once more. In the face of despair, salvation arrived. He lunged forward, thrusting his knife diagonally and dispatching the foremost zombie. Of course, the zombies were undaunted. Even witnessing their companion's demise and the tide turning, they would not flee but continued to push forward with fervor. Their spirit was commendable. This linear formation greatly favored Zhang Wenshu. He no longer had to worry about zombies suddenly emerging from the sides or breaking through their defense to harm him. He could unleash his full power without restraint. "Stay put, don't advance," he commanded, raising his knife for another strike. If they pushed forward any further, they would burst out of the corridor. Lu Chunshin remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Zhang Wenshu's knife struck again and again, the repetitive motion yielding fatal results. A lucky strike would take down a zombie, while an unlucky one might require 2, 3, or even more attempts. But ultimately, he succeeded in dispatching them all. By the time Lu Chunshin cast aside the chair, he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Finally, he had the chance to spit out the eggshell from his mouth, swallowing the egg white and yolk with great difficulty. His chest heaved, but he continued to chew. Zhang Wenshu glanced at him, remarking, "You really cherish that." Lu Chunshin struggled to swallow, replying, "Of course. I once recited that poem. With the hoe under the midday sun. Sweat drips into the soil. Who knows the meal on the plate? Every grain is hard-earned." Zhang Wenshu nodded, adding, "But our duck eggs didn't grow in the fields. They were stolen." The supermarket had returned to a serene silence. Dust stirred in the air, slowly settled. The sounds of screaming and struggling had faded. Everything had come to an end. Yet, the stench grew increasingly unbearable, a particularly putrid odor that made one grimace. Neither of them frowned. On the contrary, they sat contentedly upon the collapsed shelves. What did a little stink matter in the apocalypse? "Here, have a drink to calm your nerves." Zhang Wenshu offered a bottle of cola. Grabbing one for himself as well, Lu Chunshin, unfazed, accepted the bottle, glancing at it briefly. "I wonder if it's expired." "Expired?" Zhang Wenshu chuckled, replying, "Does it matter? Of course, it didn't. Who cared about that? As long as it wouldn't kill them. Survivors would dare to eat and drink when faced with food. Compared to starving to death, perhaps being poisoned was the better alternative. As they twisted off the caps, the sound of fizzing brought them to the brink of tears. What a strange yet familiar sound. The beverage was sweet and refreshing. This time, they truly shed tears. The sudden deluge of flavor overwhelmed their long-abstained throats, a painful yet joyous experience. Zhang Wenshu rummaged nearby for vacuum-packed chicken feet, pig trotters, and sausages, and the two settled on the ground to feast, surrounded by bloodied corpses. They were indifferent to the horror around them. It did not dampen their appetite. Let us eat to find supplies. Eat for the survivors waiting at the camp. Eat for humanity. Xiao Lu, do you have anything else to say? No, the two of them polished off a large bottle of cola and devoured many chicken feet, pig trotters, and marinated eggs, a satisfaction beyond words. As for whether the food has expired, no one has checked, nor does anyone care. Only after satisfying their hunger do they begin to prepare for packing. Eating and drinking promptly is crucial in the apocalypse, for no one knows what dangers may lurk in the next moment. The food that is so visibly present may not have another chance to be consumed. Only by placing it in one's stomach can it be deemed the safest. Providing one's body with an extra measure of strength translates into an increased possibility of survival. Zhang Wenshu approached a sturdy shopping cart, ran his fingers over its solid frame, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "With this contraption, we can carry back more supplies." Chapter 41. The flavor of wine. Once the two had satiated their appetites, they commenced tidying up. The supermarket was replete with various items, Yet their ability to take anything was rather limited. They first sought out a few bags to stow away loose items. They grabbed as much food, spices, and tools as they could. If they couldn't take it all, there was little that could be done. Xiao Lu, why are you dawdling? Hurry up. I'm not dawdling, I'm contemplating which items are most essential to take. Don't overthink it. Time is of the essence. Just go with your instincts and take whatever you can. Is it really that casual? Better to act than to waste time and end up with nothing. Indeed, there was nothing that stood out as the most important. Zhang Wanshu maintained an admirable mindset, free from anxiety over gain or loss. For him, gathering supplies from the supermarket was a pure act of acquisition. Even if they could only leave with a single pack of gum, he regarded it as a victory, feeling there was nothing to lament, nor anything to regret. He carried lighter items on his back while placing the more significant supplies in the cart. Without meticulously selecting their goods, their pace remained commendable. All right, I'm carrying a bag on my front and back, and have another slung to my side. Let us take a few steps to check our agility. If all is well, we shall set forth. Liu Chunshin also had bags front and back, with one slung at the side. As for the newspapers and magazines, they had been completely discarded. While they may not have been particularly heavy, they undeniably hindered movement and were a burden to carry. Old Zhang, is the door still closed? Let it be. Why exert unnecessary effort? Oh, but if we leave it open, won't others come and take everything? Zhang Wanshu cast him a strange glance but refrained from replying. Liu Chunshin, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhang Wanshu responded, "Are you thinking of coming back?" Liu Chunshin glanced around. Despite the grotesque sight of scattered corpses, the chaotic yet abundant items were undeniably alluring. Naturally, he thought of returning in this apocalyptic world. Even a loaf of bread could cost someone their life. Who could simply abandon so much? Zhang Wanshu nodded, indicating his understanding. We've already collected quite a bit. Are you still considering a return? What about those survivors with nothing? Besides, even without these supplies, we are likely to survive. Others may not be so fortunate. If there are indeed survivors left, I hope this will assist them. After all, there may be few humans remaining. Every life counts. His words bore a certain weight. If it were Jiang Dijin or Sujin facing such a situation, they would likely bow their heads in silence. Liu Chunshin did not ponder deeply. He truly wished to return, but having heard old Zhang's words, he also genuinely wanted to help others. Thus, he nodded decisively, saying, "All right, then we shall leave it open." The two shook their arms and kicked their legs, feeling no issues, exchanged nods, and pushed the cart outside. Pushing the shopping cart proved far more efficient than carrying everything on their backs. With wheels, they could save some strength. However, this sense of relief was fleeting. As they stepped onto the main road, their moods underwent a dramatic shift. The sound of the shopping cart was exceptionally loud. Inside the supermarket, the smooth tiled floor had masked this issue, but now, as they traversed the street, the overwhelming and relentless clatter echoed in the eerie silence, sending shivers through both of them. What do we do? Liu Chunshin turned to old Zhang, seeking guidance. Zhang Wanshu felt 1,000 worries racing through his mind, having overlooked this problem after so much effort. He pondered briefly and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Let us keep walking and adapt as necessary. If luck is on our side, we'll break free from the street and reach the wilderness without incident." What if luck is not on our side? Liu Chunshin asked. If luck is against us? We'll toss everything and run. Our lives are paramount. Indeed, as they spoke, they had already begun to move forward. Time seemed to stretch interminably, especially as they navigated the uneven terrain. The sound of wheels that had once been commonplace now resonated like thunder in their ears. Even Zhang Wanshu, usually unflappable, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The two remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Any rustle or whisper made their hearts leap. Furthermore, the further they moved down the street, the more their anxiety grew. If they were to encounter an ambush right after leaving, it would be unfortunate, yet they could simply discard their belongings. However, after having traversed so far, with safety nearly within reach, who could bear the thought of losing their hard-won supplies? "It's almost there, Liu Chunshin muttered incessantly. "Could you please refrain from talking? You're making me anxious." Zhang Wanshu couldn't help but retort. Unbeknownst to them, they began to quicken their pace. The sound of the wheels grew louder. The louder it became, the tenser they felt. The more tense they were, the faster they moved, and the faster they moved, the louder the wheels sounded. Even Zhang Wenshu found himself muttering, "Almost there, almost there." Ultimately, all their tension culminated in an inevitable climax. Such is the nature of reality. Just when everything seems poised to end, change unfolds. Zombies appeared around the corner, rushing towards them, drawn by the noise. A street devoid of zombies was merely a fantasy. The brief silence might have been due to the zombies being lured away, or perhaps this stretch had been cleared by others. Yet, to expect to traverse an entire street with noise and encounter no hindrances was a naive delusion. "Old Zhang," Lu Chunchen called out, awaiting a response. Zhang Wenshu squinted at the shopping cart, then at the approaching zombies. He contemplated abandoning the cart but felt reluctant. Liu Chunchen urged him on. He hesitated. "Old Zhang," Lu Chunchen called again. Zhang Wenshu slowly inhaled, exhaled, and commanded, "Let us take them down." Lu Chunchen had been waiting for this cue. With a swift motion, he drew his long knife and charged forward. "First, toss aside the bags." Zhang Wenshu snapped impatiently. "Dado, right?" Only then did Lu Chunchen hurriedly remove his bags, gripping the knife with both hands as he advanced. There were 3 zombies rushing toward them. The number was small, which was why Zhang Wenshu decided to take the risk. Had they been a horde, there would have been no hesitation. They would have dropped everything and fled as far as possible. But 3 zombies offered a chance. Perhaps they could swiftly eliminate them without causing a stir. Liu Chunchen pursed his lips and steadied his grip on the knife, his anxiety dissipating as he faced the zombies. He swung his blade thrice, leaving long streaks of dark, viscous blood across the ground. Yet everything did not come to a halt. More zombies appeared from another angle, this time 5 in number. Liu Chunchen turned to Zhang Wenshu, who remained unfazed and simply stated, "Take them down." The cold gleam of the blade flickered as the fight ensued. Liu Chunchen, in a moment of misstep, beheaded a zombie, the head rolling away. He was slightly out of breath. Today's exertion had been considerable. After a long walk followed by a series of fierce battles, despite having replenished with ample food and resting briefly, his energy levels were nowhere near what they had been at the start. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, where he would typically have kept a duck egg. Today, however, it was empty. A pang of disappointment struck him. The roars of the zombies, mingled with the scent of blood, inevitably attracted more monsters. Shadows surged from behind the stores, and sounds echoed from afar, all indicating that they should not linger here. Liu Chunchen tightened his grip on the knife, preparing for a fierce battle. "Let us retreat." Zhang Wenshu had already made a new decision. Once he shed his sense of false hope, he felt lighter. Without sparing a glance at Lu Chunchen, he began rummaging through the shopping cart. Clearly, they could not carry the cart with them. He merely sought to see if there were any lightweight items worth taking with them. As he dug to the bottom, he stumbled upon a row of beer. He lifted a bottle and couldn't help but sigh. There was no alcohol at the camp, making it a rare find now. He had envisioned sharing it with everyone around the campfire, sipping beer and enjoying barbecued food. What a delightful prospect! Unfortunately, this item was far too heavy. It was impossible to take anything without leaving it behind. "Such a pity," Zhang Wenshu muttered, yet he did not discard it. Instead, he tapped the bottle against the cart, popped the cap, and tilted his head back to drink. With a single gulp, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, prompting an involuntary sigh of contentment. "Xiao Lu, come over and have a drink," he called out, then resumed his indulgence. While it was impossible to take the liquor with them, they had no desire to waste it. They would drink as much as they could. Liu Chunchen paused in surprise at the sight, then approached. After uncorking a bottle, the two clinked their bottles together, the sound resonating like a bell, and tilted their heads back to drink heartily. As the number of zombies around them increased, so did the cacophony of noise, the air thickening with a grotesque and bloody stench. Yet the 2 men continued to drink, bottle after bottle. How long had it been since they had enjoyed such spirits? The taste was exquisite, and with each sip, they felt a pleasant inebriation, their fears dissipating into the ether. They exchanged glances, roaring with laughter, the bottle crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. "I can't drink anymore, or I'll need to relieve myself. Let's go," they exclaimed, slinging their bags over their shoulders as they sprinted toward the end of the street. Gripping their weapons tightly, their voices rising in exhilaration. Despite the bloodthirsty creatures surrounding them, their spirits remained unbroken. They had traversed perilous terrain, fought through dangers, gathered supplies, and indulged in beer. Why should they fear zombies now? A surge of bravado filled them, their voices echoing into the night. Charging ahead, Lu Chunxin led the way while Zhang Wenshu followed closely behind. They swung their blades at any undead that crossed their path, never pausing for a moment. The alcohol invigorated them, and fatigue was a distant thought as they fought their way forward. They paid little mind to whether the zombies had been vanquished. Their feet propelled them onward. They burst from the streets onto the main road, then veered onto a side path. Shops dwindled, and houses became sparse. The grass grew wild and thick, and human presence was nowhere to be found. Zhang Wenshu, panting and stumbling, finally called for a halt after several turns, glancing back to find no trace of the undead. Their hearts raced from the exertion, and he suggested they take a moment to rest. Leaning against a nearby wall, he breathed heavily and unfastened his trousers, relieving himself of a burdensome issue. Once resolved, he felt an immense lightness. Lu Chunxin followed suit, finding a spot by the roadside, the sounds of his own relief echoing nearby. As they ambled back along their previous route, they took their time. Though their outing had yielded limited spoils, they had not returned empty-handed. The shopping cart had proven unwieldy, resulting in the loss of most of their gathered supplies on the streets. However, they had managed to bring back a few precious items, particularly some seeds and spices. Moreover, they had encountered other survivors. Despite the desolate town, teeming with zombies, humanity was not entirely extinguished. The only lament was their failure to rescue anyone. Zhang Wenshu recalled the image of the man who had charged bravely, feeling both a sense of tragic nobility and deep sorrow. He should not have met his end in such a manner. Yet fate had decreed otherwise. As they discussed the gains and losses of their expedition, their spirits remained buoyant. Regardless, it was over. Perhaps the harrowing experiences they had faced made their brief absence feel like an eternity. The initial thrill and curiosity had faded, replaced by a yearning to return to their camp, to wash away the grime and lay in the familiar confines of their metal shelter. Look, ahead is that peach tree. Let us gather some to take back, Lu Chunxin exclaimed, his memory of food evidently sharper than of other things. Even from a distance, he recognized the peach tree they had encountered earlier, as they approached. However, something felt amiss. Is it gone? He wondered aloud, squinting as he surveyed the tree. Indeed, if my eyes do not deceive me, he replied, perplexed. What could have happened? The tree stood bare, its leaves intact yet devoid of fruit. A myriad of thoughts raced through Lu Chunxin's mind, recalling a long-ago television show titled Journey to the West, where the character Sun Wukong knocked down the ginseng fruit, which vanished if it touched the ground. Could these peaches be of a similar nature? He mused, scratching his head. Perhaps we should consult the earth? What? Zhang Wenshu asked, not quite understanding. Never mind, Lu Chunxin waved dismissively, realizing the absurdity of his own thoughts. This was a post-apocalyptic reality, not a fantasy novel. Zhang Wenshu ignored him, circling the tree and observing its surroundings, furrowing his brow. I see signs of climbing, broken branches and leaves. Someone must have scaled the tree to pick the fruit, or perhaps used a long stick to knock them down. Humans? Lu Chunxin pondered. Theoretically, zombies cannot climb trees, nor do they consume peaches. Oh, Zhang Wenshu replied, intrigued. With no peaches left to eat, their spirits dampened, yet the prospect of encountering other survivors rekindled their interest. Let us move forward. We might just meet someone, he suggested. With renewed energy, they strode ahead, relying on chance rather than certainty, opting to stick to the main road. They dared not veer onto the smaller paths, fearing they might lose their way or stray too far before dark. As they advanced, the landscape remained desolate, overgrown with wild grass and devoid of any signs of life. Just as they were about to abandon hope, a shift in the distance caught their attention. Faintly, they discerned the presence of several figures. They exchanged glances, nodding slightly, and pressed onward, remaining vigilant as they approached. Their hearts were relatively calm. Two strong young men possessed considerable fighting prowess and had no dependents to worry about. Should a confrontation arise, they could easily retreat. As they drew nearer, the scene became clearer. A zombie lay sprawled on the ground, while another staggered unsteadily, a knife embedded in its eye socket. A tall, gaunt middle-aged man forcefully withdrew the knife and kicked the zombie aside. The battle had concluded, and observing the panting man, it was evident that the encounter had not been a grand spectacle nor particularly smooth. Behind him stood a grizzled elder and two teenage boys. all appearing gaunt and starved. While Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chunchen felt no immediate fear, the others appeared tense. The middle-aged man brandished his knife protectively in front of the elder and the boys. His demeanor wary, Lu Chunchen eyed the bags slung over their shoulders. "You must have picked the peaches, haven't you?" The strangers hesitated, caught off guard by the inquiry, and did not respond immediately. One of the boys, looking anxious, stammered, We were just so hungry." Lu Chunchen blinked, momentarily taken aback by the response. Zhang Wanshu waved his hands reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. The peach tree isn't ours. Feel free to take what you need." "I was simply curious, that's all." Upon hearing this, the boy visibly relaxed, and the others gradually followed suit. Seeing the young men laden with supplies and kind expressions, they sensed no malice in their intentions. It was clear that they were not there to rob them, and the situation did not warrant violence. "We came from that direction," Zhang Wanshu began, attempting to break the ice, pointing to the path they had traversed. "We were scavenging for supplies when we encountered other survivors, but there were too many zombies, and we couldn't save them. We did manage to find some resources, although we lost a large portion of it." "How about you? Where do you hail from?" The middle-aged man sheathed his knife, explaining, "We came from another direction, in search of food. We dare not venture into zombie-infested areas, yet the safer spots yield no sustenance." He sighed deeply, the sound laden with worry. Despite his sturdy appearance, he appeared gaunt, indicating that their circumstances were dire. Zhang Wanshu nodded, inquiring, "Have you found anything?" The man offered a bittersweet smile, gesturing to the bags on their backs. "We only managed to gather some peaches." Zhang Wanshu sighed in response, shaking his head. "Those are just fruit. They won't suffice for much. Moreover, many of them are still unripe, small and sour. Hardly enjoyable." As he spoke, he opened his own bag, retrieving a handful of sausages and a few small packets of bread. He offered them to the elder and the boys, saying, "Here, have some to eat. By the looks of you, it seems you haven't had a proper meal in quite some time." The group gazed at the food with eager eyes, but their movements were hesitant as they glanced at the middle-aged man. He, too, appeared conflicted. Though these two did not seem like villains, their prolonged survival in this apocalypse had taught them the value of food. There was no such thing as a free lunch. What were these strangers' true intentions? Zhang Wanshu, maintaining a gentle smile, reassured them, "Don't worry, it's safe. Let us sit down over there and chat. I'm quite fatigued standing here with all these bags." As he spoke, he bit into one of the sausages, savoring the taste. The middle-aged man nodded, albeit sheepishly. The boys and the elder finally accepted the offerings, and the children's eyes sparkled with delight as they tore open the packages and began to eat. Though the sausage contained little meat and was primarily made of flour, it was a delectable treat in their current plight. The elderly man consumed only a single piece, distributing the remainder to the two boys. The boys ate slowly, savoring each bite, as if fearful that consuming too hastily would rob them of the flavor. Zhang Wanshu retrieved some snacks and shared them with the middle-aged man and Lu Chunchen. As they all munched on their food, they strolled towards the roadside, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Seeking a suitable spot, they set down their backpacks and sat on the ground, exhaling deeply. "I am Zhang Wanshu, and this is my companion, Lu Chunchen. How may I address you?" "Zhang Chong," he replied, "and these are my companions, Lao Chao, Wang Zai, and Xiao Ding." After a brief introduction, they delved deeper into conversation, with the food serving as a bridge. The barriers of suspicion lowered significantly. Initially, I was alone, neither in a particularly good nor bad situation. Zhang Chong finished his food in a few bites, wiped his mouth and remarked, "One person eats their fill, so the whole family does not go hungry." Later, they encountered fleeing survivors and intervened to rescue them. Given that they were women and children, survival was precarious, and they had no choice but to take them along. Lao Chao handed over a peach, which Zhang Chong accepted, taking a bite before saying, "Don't eat too much. We still need to bring some back." The elderly man nodded and reassured him, "Rest assured, I will save some." He then offered 2 more peaches to Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chunchen. Zhang Wanshu waved his hand in refusal, also declining for Lu Chunchen. "You all eat. There's no need to concern yourselves with us. We discovered this peach tree on our way here. The largest and sweetest ones have already found their way into our stomachs. We are not hungry, as we recently found a supermarket in town and filled our bellies before coming out." Leaving no room for more, Wang Zai and Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled with envy upon hearing this. The The conversation then shifted back to the middle-aged man's experiences. They soon realized that more people were gathering. Zhang Chong, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. Indeed, rescuing one leads to saving another, and then a third. Initially, we roamed freely, but as the numbers grew, mobility became cumbersome and risks heightened, compelling us to find a place to temporarily settle. However, the issue of food is dire. Our supplies have been depleted, and our foraging efforts cannot keep pace. If this continues, even if the zombies cannot find us, we are likely to starve. Zhang Wenshu surveyed the group and shook his head, stating, "Forgive my bluntness, but bringing along the elderly and children to scavenge for supplies is likely to be a gamble, I understand." Zhang Chong nodded. "But it is unavoidable. It wasn't always like this. We had young men and strong friends willing to venture into dangerous areas. However, we suffered significant losses. They were truly admirable, not retreating for the sake of the children and women, yet their expressions grew somber, making it difficult for them to continue speaking." Zhang Wenshu and Lu Changchun fell silent, unsure of how to console him. They held Zhang Chong in high regard, as he had stood protectively in front of the elderly and children upon their first encounter. Such a person is unlikely to be malevolent. In these apocalyptic times, the constraints of morality are virtually non-existent. People do not ponder long-term matters. They solely focus on immediate survival. Thus, in the shelters of survivors, the plight of the elderly, children, and women is exceedingly precarious. Teams that treat the elderly, children, and women with kindness are generally not inclined to commit wrongdoing. This was also the reason why Zhao Shiqing and his companions had such low guard upon meeting Zhang Wenshu. Chapter 43. Homeward bound, reflecting on the panicked young individuals dragged into the horde of zombies always fills me with sorrow. Zhang Chong rubbed his face and slumped slightly, saying, "We should be wiser, more adaptable." That he wished to articulate his thoughts more clearly, yet he struggled with language. His tone carried an unspoken regret and remorse. However, through his fragmented expressions, Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chongqing grasped the essence of his words. To this day, survivors remain scattered in various corners, severed from one another, lacking basic communication. They are unaware of each other's numbers, survival methods, or existence, and it is highly probable that their numbers continue to dwindle. In Zhang Wenshu's perspective, the horror of zombies is ultimately limited if one can remain calm, face the situation with composure, and assess the strengths and weaknesses of their adversary. There are always ways to cope. Particularly in individual confrontations, an adult male is unlikely to be defeated by a slow-moving zombie. Yet the pervasive fear looms like an impenetrable darkness, shrouding the sky. Few can maintain their composure when facing zombies, especially when realizing that what pursues them is, in fact, a moving corpse, inducing significant terror. Even someone as valiant as Lu Chongqing found himself in a rather dire situation at first. When did he come to his senses? Strictly speaking, it was under Zhang Wenshu's guidance, beginning with his first successful slaying of a zombie. That moment, it was as if a blazing arrow pierced the dark sky, dispelling the terror brought by the zombies and revealing a glimmer of light. He conquered his fear. Since then, he has steadily improved, becoming increasingly formidable. After some idle chatter, they all gained a vague understanding of each other's circumstances. Naturally, clarity was impossible. Even if they sensed no malice from one another, they would not share their information in its entirety. Currently, resources are tight, comprising mainly the elderly, weak, women, and children. After finishing his speech, Zhang Chong pocketed the pit instead of discarding it, stating, "I speculate that there are still ample supplies in the supermarkets of the town and county. However, I wouldn't dare venture there with them in tow." Zhang Wenshu nodded in agreement. "You're right. We should avoid it unless absolutely necessary." As the sun dipped low in the sky, the group, having rested and replenished their energy with food, felt rejuvenated. Zhang Chong stood up, dusting himself off, and addressed his companions. "We must be on our way. There are those waiting for us at home." Lao Chao called for the two boys to rise, and everyone readied their backpacks once more. Upon noticing this, Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chongqing stood as well, packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Zhang Chong expressed his gratitude to the two before bidding farewell, sincerely hoping for a future reunion. As for whether they would meet again, only fate knew. No one could predict if they would survive the day or the next. He then shook hands with Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chongqing, grasping firmly to convey a profound, unspoken emotion. Zhang Wenshu had not engaged in such gestures for an eternity. He felt the warmth of the other man's palm and the earnestness of the shake. stirring an inexplicable sense of emotion within him, causing his nose to tingle. This was the unspoken bond between humans amidst the apocalypse. They parted ways today. When would they meet again? He glanced at the group, he said. It is truly difficult to survive. Remember the direction I mentioned earlier. We should remain there for the time being. Zhang Wanshu realized that these individuals would not accompany him back, not out of distrust, but because others were waiting for them. They would not abandon their companions. Of course, had Zhang Wanshu extended an invitation, they would have readily accepted, disregarding the fate of their comrades left behind. Zhang Wanshu would then reconsider whether such individuals should accompany him. Very well, until we meet again. Zhang Chang waved, and Lao Chao and the others followed suit, their frail faces displaying sincere smiles. Until we meet again. Zhang Wanshu waved back, but suddenly recalled something and called out. Wait! He removed one of the bags from his back and handed it over, saying, Take this. You will surely need it more. Zhang Chang was taken aback, hesitating momentarily. What could a full bag of food mean in this dystopian world? To simply give it to a recently met stranger? He certainly needed it, but could he accept it? This was something earned through perilous encounters with the Horde. Just as he was caught in his hesitation, the bag was already thrust into his hands, and he instinctively accepted it. As he opened his mouth to speak, Zhang Wanshu turned to call out, Xiao Lu. Lu Chunchen laughed heartily in response, Sure thing. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly removed another bag from himself and pressed it into Zhang Chang's hands, patting his shoulder as he said, Brother, live well. After delivering their gifts, the two did not linger. Waving goodbye as they turned to leave, the youthful figures gradually faded away along the overgrown path. Zhang Chang stood rooted in place, clutching the heavy bag, lingering for a long while. Only after watching their silhouettes disappear did he finally say, Let us go, leading the three others in a different direction. His resolute expression seemed to carry a smile, though his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. May we all live well. As Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chunchen approached the storeroom in the twilight, they first heard the excited calls of the chubby boy. This lad was likely assigned to keep watch. He swiftly descended from a tree branch, running towards them with exuberance. Just as he reached midway, he turned on his heel, racing back towards the storeroom, calling out, Hey, we're over here. Are you daft? Lu Chunchen called out, and Zhang Wanshu burst into hearty laughter. Evidently this lad had received some prior counsel. Upon seeing the two return, he hurried off to relay the news. They were in no rush, ambling forward at a leisurely pace. Sure enough, shortly after the little chubby one returned, individuals from within emerged to greet them. Zhao Shiqing, Jiang Dijin, and Xue Tiantian all still held tools in their hands, likely having been engaged in labor moments before. Upon witnessing the safe return of the two, smiles involuntarily brightened their faces. Lu Yongqiang dashed forward, taking the belongings from the two and urging them to rest for a moment. Hey, catch! The little chubby one exclaimed as something flew through the air, and he hastily caught it with both hands. Potato chips! The childish eyes sparkled with delight, leaping joyfully in excitement. Time to go home! Lu Chunchen rushed over, scooping him up and tossing him playfully in the air. This little chubby one was no lightweight. Only a comrade like Lu Chunchen could manage such a feat. Chapter 44. Too rough. The abandoned storage room exuded a homely ambience. As they traversed the town, surrounded by buildings that, although somewhat dilapidated, remained largely intact. Yet the pervasive atmosphere of desolation instilled a sense of alienation, prompting an instinctual desire to depart. It felt like the territory of bloodthirsty monsters. Conversely, the storage room, with its dust-covered vehicles, lowly metal shacks, and rudimentary stoves, evoked a comforting sense of life. Anyone who had lived before the calamity could comprehend that feeling. Thus, upon stepping into the storage room, both Zhang Wanshu and Lu Chunchen felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. They did not rush into conversation but instead urged the two to take a shower and change clothes. Standing in the rudimentary bathroom, they poured cool water over themselves from above, the refreshing chill penetrating deeply, eliciting involuntary sighs of comfort. After washing up and changing into clean attire, they felt invigorated. Zhang Wanshu picked up a kettle and poured a generous bowl of cool boiled water, gulping it down before tossing it to Lu Chunchen. However, Lu Chunchen disregarded the bowl, opting instead to drink directly from the kettle. The water tasted even better than wine. What are you doing? Zhang Wanshu inquired, noticing two wooden posts erected in the distance. with a willow branch-crafted circular target hanging above. Despite its simplicity, it resembled a target for archery. Archery, Zhao Shiqing announced, pulling out a stool and gesturing for everyone to sit down. Archery? Zhang Wenshu mused, a hint of conjecture in his tone. It seems we VE made quite the haul today. Zhong Lili approached with a beaming smile, holding out an item for him to see. Zhang Wenshu took it, weighing it in his hand, and remarked, "It looks quite decent. Who made this?" "Old Zhang." It turned out to be a bow crafted from the trunk of a young tree, the notches still fresh. The string was finely twisted hemp rope. He tugged on it, finding it quite taut, though its true efficacy remained uncertain. It was Xue Tuntun who made it. "I merely lent a hand," Jiang Dijin said, emerging from the tool room, a few feathers pinched between his fingers. A slender bamboo pole tucked under his arm. "Are you making arrows?" Zhang Wenshu inquired. Jiang Dijin sat down, taking out the slender bamboo pole and binding feathers to the tail end. "These chicken feathers are a bit small. She told me to divide them into 3 parts and attach them to the arrow's tail. Next time we catch a wild chicken, make sure to save the feathers. They'll likely be larger." The arrowheads were fashioned from nails, tightly wound with fine thread around the front section of the bamboo, a rather rudimentary creation. Xue Tiantian strolled over, holding another bow. "Want to give it a try?" she asked, shaking the bow in her hand. "Sure," Zhang Wenshu replied, standing up and taking an arrow from her. He walked to the center of the storage room, knocked the arrow, instinctively closing one eye to aim with the other. With a whoosh, the arrow sailed through the air, predictably missing the target. This bow is ineffective, too rough." Zhang Wenshu shook his head, tossing the bow to Lu Chengchen. "Little Lu, give it a try. Accumulate some experience from failure to prepare for success." Xue Tiantian pouted, while Zhong Lili giggled and scampered off to retrieve the arrow. Jiang Dijin remarked, "This is our first attempt at making these things. We have no idea how well they'll perform. Today we made 2, one from wood and one from bamboo. They certainly look like bows and arrows, but their effectiveness remains unknown." Lu Chengchen, meanwhile, had already knocked an arrow and was pulling back the bowstring with apparent ease. Far surpassing Zhang Wenshu's earlier struggle, the bow creaked ominously under the strain, sounding perilously close to breaking. "Brother, you're about to snap that little tree. You can let go now," Zhang Wenshu cautioned. Exasperated. Just as the words escaped his lips with a whoosh, the arrow was released, again predictably missing the target. Lu Chengchen scratched his head and ran off to retrieve the arrow. The little chubby one pleaded to have a go as well. But unfortunately, he was not missing the target. He simply lacked the strength to reach the distance required. Turning back, he implored Jiang Dijin to make a smaller version for him, who playfully refused, teasing the child. "What about the big black dog?" Zhang Wenshu asked. Zhong Lili shook her head, saying, "No idea. It's been silent, appearing and disappearing mysteriously." In response, Zhang Wenshu paid it little mind. The group settled together, discussing the experiences of the day's outing. Zhang Wenshu recounted the harrowing encounter with the father and daughter, which left everyone tense, and upon hearing how the daughter was bitten and the father fought valiantly, they could not suppress their sighs. Consequently, when he described their feasting in the supermarket, it garnered little reaction. However, when they learned that the two had originally pushed 2 fully laden shopping carts only to be forced to abandon them on the street, there was a collective sense of regret. "Old Jiang, do share your thoughts?" Zhang Wenshu paused to inquire. Jiang Dijin looked momentarily bewildered. "What? The shopping carts are too noisy. What would be more suitable for transporting our goods in the future?" "Oh, I see. What do you think?" "The feasibility is quite high. Let us try it out in the next couple of days." "All right." The others exchanged perplexed glances, as if the conversation were akin to reading an ancient script. "Are we going to create transport tools?" Zhao Shiqing appeared to grasp the idea. Zhang Wenshu nodded. "Precisely, a remarkable contraption. A wooden ox and flowing horse." Zhao Shiqing responded with an "oh," indicating comprehension, while the others remained increasingly baffled. Zhang Wenshu chose to shift the topic, continuing to narrate the subsequent events of their adventure. The tale of their excessive beer consumption elicited some chuckles, particularly among the women, while the men, including Jiang Dijin, could not help but swallow hard at the mention of the drink. It was not merely a matter of taste. In the heat of the day, everyone craved a refreshing drink, as for their encounter with Zhang Chong and his companions. The group listened with both curiosity and a tinge of sympathy. They had all experienced the hardships of survival, Thus they understood the mindset of Zhang Chong and his crew. This time, their meeting was devoid of conflict, bloodshed, or deception. Despite their unfamiliarity, there existed an indescribable comfort and warmth that is uniquely human. Zhao Shiqing sighed deeply. I hope we can meet again. This sentiment resonated with the others, as they recognized that between survivors, the constructs of law and morality had all but vanished. Thus, those who embodied kindness became particularly precious. If everyone could embody such traits, humanity's dignity would remain intact, and it might not be impossible to reclaim all that had been lost. Thus, the bad news was that there were very few people in the town. The good news was that there were indeed other survivors nearby. Zhang Wanshu surveyed the group, stating, I pondered that such coincidences are rare. Theoretically, everyone should be striving to hide in safer places. I remain optimistic about our current situation. One day, when we have sufficient manpower and resources, we can attempt to locate other survivors. Of course, our primary task remains to survive for now. Based on our current supplies, we can accommodate a few scattered individuals, but we cannot support a large influx of people. Zhao Shiqing nodded, furrowing his brow in contemplation, while the others listened with varying degrees of understanding, their true level of concern remaining ambiguous. And how about you? How was your day? Having concluded his account, Zhang Wanshu inquired about the camp's condition. The group instinctively smiled, exchanging glances of camaraderie. Zhao Shiqing replied, we completed our daily tasks, and additionally, we had some other gains. It turned out they had finished tending to the fields and expanded their search radius. Some foraging activities were still ongoing. Following Zhang Wanshu's prior teachings, they had been accumulating wild vegetables, herbs, and fruits daily. On the opposite bank of the river, they discovered rice paddies. Though they were haphazardly scattered and growing in muddy hollows, their numbers were not insignificant. The dense weeds and signs of snakes and insects made the cleanup anything but easy. This invigorated Zhang Wanshu's spirits. The situation truly aligned with his initial expectations. Other crops still thrived in the vicinity. Given the nature of the Chinese character, even a small patch of grass in front of a house would be eagerly cleared for planting vegetables. How much more so would vast tracts of desolate land yield an abundance of crops? Without human stewardship, the farmlands had naturally become overgrown. Yet plants would seek their own path. Some species would not die out but adapt to their new environments, striving to grow. Although the growth appeared poor, the numbers were quite impressive. Zhao Shiqing chuckled, adding, moreover, I suspect that if we continue to expand our search area, we might uncover even more treasures. Zhang Wanshu laughed heartily. This certainly surpasses our haul from outside. Chapter 45. Feast. The large black dog lay sleeping beneath the tree, only stirring slightly to wag its tail or shift position when mosquitoes and flies buzzed around, disturbing its slumber. The distant sound of cicadas echoed through the woods, drifting gently with the wind. However, the people in the fields were lamenting their plight. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Zhang Wanshu straightened his back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His collar hung open, and his pants were rolled up to his knees, his feet sinking deep into the muddy rice paddies. A towel was tied around his head, giving him a rather unique appearance, reminiscent of a revolutionary leader from a film or an old man herding sheep on the Lus Plateau. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, gradually lifting their heads and shuffling towards the edge of the rice field. Zhong Lili was the most energetic among them, seemingly eager to escape the fields. She rushed ahead, plopping down beneath a tree, ready to rest, but suddenly leapt up, screaming, "A bug! A bug!" The others were startled and quickened their pace to approach her. Even the large black dog was roused from its nap, standing up abruptly to survey the scene. As the crowd drew near, Zhong Lili's face was pale with fear, for on her fair, slender calf was a flat, wide creature that was slowly wriggling. Blood was already visible on her leg, indicating that the bug was feasting on her. People had a peculiar reaction to this wriggling creature. Even Xue Tiantian felt goosebumps rise on her skin upon seeing it. Zhong Lili elongated her leg, crying out in distress, wanting to shake it off but too afraid to touch it. Xue Tiantian, however, steeled herself against her discomfort and reached out to grab it, only to be halted by Zhang Wanshu. "Stop screaming. It's just a leech," he said as he stepped forward, seemingly unperturbed. He crouched down to observe it for a moment, then cautioned, "It's best not to pull it off forcefully. Someone once told me that if you break it, the severed part will burrow into your body, and you'll never find it again." Zhong Lili, already terrified, felt her fear intensify upon hearing this. The hair on her body stood on end, and she was on the verge of tears. What if that little piece grows inside you? Then it lays eggs, and a whole bunch of leeches crawl around in your body. Zhang Wenshu's tone was almost morbidly amusing, yet it did little to alleviate the tension. Help her, will you? Look at how scared she is. Su Jin couldn't help but feel exasperated and amused by Zhang Wenshu's demeanor. Nodding, Zhang Wenshu ignored the dirt on his hands and gave Zhong Lily's calf a firm slap. The sound echoed sharply, and the pain made her forget her fear momentarily, instinctively pulling her leg back. Yet, Zhang Wenshu pulled her leg forward again. It hasn't come off yet. Let me try again. He delivered a few more sharp slaps, which sounded painful. Her fair calf quickly reddened, but the leech, now startled, recoiled and ceased its advance into her skin. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Wenshu sent the creature tumbling to the ground. The large black dog ambled over to inspect the creature for a moment before losing interest and wandering away. Zhang Wenshu fell into a contemplative silence. What's the matter? Zhao Shiqing inquired, noticing his pensive expression. Zhang Wenshu replied thoughtfully, I'm trying to recall if anyone mentioned during my childhood whether this thing is edible. As far as I can remember, all I've heard is that it has medicinal value. No one ever said it was edible. Zhao Shiqing nodded in agreement. So it's not edible then. But looking at it, Zhang Wenshu mused, if you clean it up, toss it in a frying pan and fry it until crispy and golden, wouldn't it have a unique texture to chew on? Shui Tiantian grimaced, rolling her eyes. You can eat it yourself. As for Zhong Lily, once her fright subsided, she finally felt the pain in her leg. Her calf was red, and she limped as she walked. Jiang Dijin observed her with a knowing expression, clicking his tongue meaningfully. Zhang Wenshu shot him a curious glance. What's wrong with you? The old man shook his head, saying, no wonder you're looking for a matchmaker. Dealing with a young girl is like confronting a zombie. You have no sense of tenderness. Zhang Wenshu immediately bristled at the remark. Come on, Lao Jiang, have you forgotten the time you were caught on the ground stealing potatoes? Laughter erupted among the group. They settled beneath the tree to cool off and sip some water, removing their towels to wipe the sweat from their faces and necks. The practice of wrapping towels around their heads was Zhang Wenshu's suggestion. Though he lacked experience, he had seen adults in his family adopt such a style while working in the fields during his childhood. After days of laboring in the fields, they initially thought that in the post-apocalyptic world, everyone would have grown accustomed to hard work. However, the reality of farming was exhausting, especially under the scorching sun. Bending down in the fields, sweat dripped down their faces, often stinging their eyes and blurring their vision. Their hands were caked with mud and grime, making it inconvenient to wipe them clean. They could only rub their shoulders against their arms, hoping for some relief. Those who wore glasses suffered even more. The newly discovered rice was not evenly distributed. Patches of it were scattered around, with varying depths of water. The area was vast, and although the growth wasn't particularly impressive, the quantity was substantial. The group first leveled the fields, lowering the high spots to create a more even surface. They then diverted water from the river to irrigate the fields, ensuring sufficient moisture. During this process, they also built a dam using willow baskets to block the water outlet, catching a good number of fish and shrimp. Next, they cleared away weeds and debris. Each person assigned a row to clear from beginning to end. They bent down and stood up repeatedly, their efficiency lacking. After a grueling stretch, when they straightened their backs, they felt as if their spines might snap. These past few days had indeed been hard, but no one complained. Even the chubby one kept quiet, exerting all his strength to work, despite developing heat rashes on the back of his neck. Everyone understood the significance of the rice. It was crucial to their survival, both now and in the future. 2 days prior, Shui Tiantian had grumbled about being utterly exhausted and had received a scolding from Zhao Shiqing. If the other survivors knew what they were doing, they would probably envy them to the point of despair. They would gladly trade with them, but alas, fate had not granted them that opportunity. Now that they had this chance, to complain about it seemed foolish, as if they had already forgotten how they had escaped to this place. Feeling aggrieved, Shui Tiantian noticed Zhao Shiqing's stern expression and refrained from causing a scene, quietly continuing her work. Zhao Shiqing was not merely a talker. He was also a doer. Among the group, his physique was among the weakest, and he lacked farming experience. Yet, when it came to work, he was anything but lackadaisical. He was precise and diligent, never slacking off or cutting corners. His speed may not have been remarkable, but his serious attitude commanded respect. The large-scale adjustments were nearly complete by today. Zhang Wenshu leaned against a tree, folded the towel, and fanned himself with it. Next came the routine maintenance, which was relatively simpler. Listening to the chirping of cicadas and feeling the gentle breeze through the trees was quite pleasant. They could afford to relax a bit and engage in other activities. They could continue to expand their search area and gather more food. There was no need to obsessively monitor the rice. Whatever they ended up with was what they would have. Zhao Shiqing nodded, taking a sip of water. Indeed, the more, the better. He scratched his head, feeling a bit itchy from the sweat. Furthermore, we should perhaps find a more secluded spot to store any surplus food. Isn't this place good enough? Why look for another? Zhong Lili, who was blowing on her calf, inquired. Zhao Shiqing chuckled and replied, perhaps I was overthinking it. Right now, we are indeed safe, and we haven't encountered any dangers. However, the world has changed. Outside, countless zombies roam, along with survivors whose intentions are unclear in case we do run into trouble one day. It's wise to be prepared. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his point. Yet, after days of relative comfort, they felt this matter was not urgent and didn't require immediate action. If they found a better spot, great. If not, they could take their time searching. Zhang Wenshu nodded. Just keep an eye out. It is indeed quite important. After resting for a while, they gathered their things and returned to the storeroom. Today, they had prepared a grand feast. Thanks to the ingredients Zhang Wenshu and Lu Chongqing had procured during their outing, Su Zhan was finally ready to prepare the rabbits. Skinning and cleaning them, she chopped them into pieces and tossed them into the pot, adding various wild ingredients to eliminate the gamey smell before fishing them out. After rinsing the iron pot, she added oil, ginger, garlic, and onions before introducing the rabbit meat. The sizzling sound filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. A large bowl of braised rabbit meat was brought to the table, and just the sight of it was enough to bring tears to the eyes of the apocalypse survivors. This was real meat. There was plenty, as it was not just one rabbit. The elusive large black dog had not only caught mice but had also managed to catch rabbits. The group was making progress, and so was the DOG. Frequently returned with its catch. Rabbits, wild chickens, and ducks. Just last night, it had even brought back a weasel. Old Jiang hesitated, saying, "Isn't it inconvenient to eat the weasel?" But Zhang Wenshu shrugged it off. He had never been superstitious before the disaster, and even less so afterward. As for others, perhaps due to their youth, they seemed to harbor no trepidation towards such things. What was brought back was a living creature, which they decided to confine for the time being, awaiting the day it would be slaughtered for consumption. What might be the culinary methods for preparing this creature? None of those present had any knowledge, as they had never tasted it before. Thus, a single black dog resolved half of the camp's meat supply issues. Of course, this did not account for fish. The yield of fish and shrimp had consistently been quite good, thanks to Comrade Lao Jiang. Here, Zhong girl, this best piece is for you. As an apology for my heavy hand today, Zhang Wenshu said, presenting a rabbit head before Zhong Lili. Spicy rabbit head is indeed quite renowned, and the flavor of the braised version is not far off. Zhong Lili, biting on her chopsticks, gazed at the rabbit head. Its appearance bereft of fur, making it appear vastly different from its furry form. The empty sockets of its eyes seemed to stare back at her, and two long teeth protruded at the forefront, inviting her to eat, insisting it was delicious. Zhang Wenshu enthusiastically urged her to partake. Chapter 46. Conducting nucleic acid tests. Zhong Lili did not consume the rabbit head. In the end, the little chubby one and Lu Chongqing each took one. And the taste was indeed quite good. In a civilized society, being thrust into the wilderness inevitably leads to hardship. However, for those who have found methods and maintain a tranquil mindset, nature proves to be exceedingly generous. The days that followed were busy and fulfilling, though not without their challenges. While everyone explored their surroundings, they encountered a wave of zombies. This place no longer resembled the solitary existence Zhang Wenshu had once experienced, where humanoid entities were scarcely seen. Since Lu Chongqing's arrival, the transformation seemed to have begun. Zombies appeared sporadically, and the intervals between their appearances grew shorter. Everyone hid at a distance, attempting to shoot with bows and arrows. If this method could succeed, it would greatly aid in self-defense. Unfortunately, it bore little fruit. There were no marksmen capable of hitting a bullseye, let alone penetrating a zombie's skull. Even hitting the body proved to be a challenge. After exhausting all the arrows they carried, only Zhong Lili managed to strike a zombie in the neck. It wobbled, but did not fall. As for the others, they didn't even graze its edges. Zhang Wanshu couldn't help but sigh. In films, protagonists always hit their targets. It seems we are mere side characters. Beside him, Lu Chunchen inquired, "Shall we go?" "Of course we shall. What are we saving it for? The new year?" The flesh on the zombies was decayed. Saving it for the new year would not suffice for making cured meat. Naturally, the approach was not one of charging in with knives drawn and shouting. There was no need for that. Running would only expend energy. As long as they exposed themselves before the zombies, the creatures would charge at them. They merely needed to stay put, brace themselves, and engage in the most comfortable manner possible. Lu Chunchen and Xue Tiantian took the lead, standing resolutely at the forefront, each drawing their blades. No one objected to this arrangement. Even Zhang Wanshu, who felt competent, did not believe he could match these two. Thus, he and Lu Yongqiang positioned themselves in the second ROW.AS for Zhao Shiqing and Lao Jiang. They stood in the third row, their presence being somewhat superfluous. Zhao Shiqing remained calm, contemplating moving forward. But realizing he might be kicked back by his girlfriend, he opted to stay behind. Lao Jiang, still harboring fear of the zombies, was unlikely to become a valiant warrior. Zhong Lily and her son, the little chubby one, were temporarily non-combatants, hiding at the rear. It was perpetually in ambush, and Zhang Wanshu found it quite tiresome. Looking at the zombies in the distance, he lamented, "If we could anticipate the zombies' movements, we could dig traps and lure them in, burying them directly." Lu Yongqiang found this notion plausible yet hesitated. "Wouldn't it be a bit dangerous to send someone to lure them?" Zhang Wanshu shook his head, saying, "What danger? Let Lily go. She runs fast, and the zombies cannot catch her, as long as she doesn't fall into a trap. The plan is perfect." However, a voice called out from behind, "Brother Wanshu, I heard everything you said." Zhang Wanshu was indifferent. What he spoke of seriously was misconstrued as jest by others. Using traps to eliminate them was undoubtedly safer than close-quarters combat. Though it might not sound particularly heroic, it was a matter of survival. Who cared about heroics in such a context? A horde of zombies surged toward them, the stench making one nauseous. If not for their prolonged exposure to this apocalypse, they would have surely retched upon sudden confrontation. Lu Chunchen and Xue Tiantian acted swiftly and decisively, striking cleanly and effectively. They swiftly maneuvered left and right, drawing away a batch of zombies. Standing still was not an option. No matter how brave one was, they could not withstand being besieged. Movement was essential. They exploited gaps between the zombies, methodically picking them off. However, it was not Zhang Wanshu and Lu Yongqiang who made the second move, but rather the black dog. Its agility was remarkable. While it was challenging to kill a zombie by biting, working in tandem with Zhang Wanshu proved to be remarkably effective. Yet today's beginning was not smooth. Zhang Wanshu had exchanged his weapon, opting for a spear instead of a blade, inspired by the skirmish at the supermarket. Upon returning to the camp, he discussed it with Xue Tiantian and with Lao Jiang's assistance. They crafted this spear together. Previously, the black dog would tug at the zombies' legs, causing them to topple, allowing Zhang Wanshu to deliver the finishing blow from behind. After switching to the spear, piercing the neck proved non-lethal, while targeting the skull encountered significant resistance. Thus, after several attempts, he repeatedly missed. Even the black dog became anxious, jumping in place. "Dog, go assist Jiangzi. I'll handle this myself." Observing the ineffective results, Zhang Wanshu called out. The black dog, showing no reluctance, turned and left. Zhang Wanshu faced the zombies alone, needing to confront them head-on, targeting their eyes or mouths to thrust the spear, delivering them to their demise. His aim was decent. Yet the challenge increased amidst the chaos, particularly with the eyes being small and constantly moving. The best target remained the mouth. However, therein lay a problem. The zombies' mouths were ajar. Thrusting a spear would inevitably strike their teeth. If fortunate, it might break their teeth and pass through their throats, but with sturdier teeth, the spear would simply deflect, yielding no effect. If only there were a way to widen the zombies' mouths. As the fierce battle progressed into its latter half, Zhang Wanshu stumbled upon a method quite by accident. While being pursued, with the spear in hand, he felt both helpless and enraged. Unable to resist, he turned, opened his mouth wide, and shouted at the zombie. Initially a mere act of venting frustration, it bore no practical significance. Yet, he discovered that upon witnessing this, the zombie also opened its mouth wide and roared back. revealing sharp teeth and a mouth stained with blood. Zhang Wanshu thrust his spear, silencing the creature instantly as he withdrew the spear. The corpse collapsed with a thud. His heart raced, warmth flooding his body. It felt as if he had grasped some underlying principle. Filled with hope yet trepidation as he sought out another zombie to test this newfound tactic, Zhang Wanshu shouted once more, and indeed, the zombie mirrored his actions, its expression grotesque and terrifying. However, Zhang Wanshu found it oddly endearing. He repeated the process several times, bursting into laughter. The others, witnessing his antics of shouting and laughing, felt their hearts race. The scene was undeniably bizarre. What if something had gone awry? If Zhang Wanshu had gone mad or been bitten, it would spell disaster for everyone. Xue Tiantian and Lu Chongqing were bearing the brunt of the pressure, unable to come over and assess the situation. Zhao Shiqing, however, fought his way through the zombies. Rushing towards him, "Brother Wanshu, are you all right?" he shouted anxiously, having to turn back to fend off the pursuing zombies. Zhao Shiqing was no expert and nearly faltered against them, almost getting bitten. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Zhang Wanshu laughed heartily, moving closer and saying, "Let me show you a trick. It's quite amusing." Even the composed Zhao Shiqing found himself wanting to curse. What a time to be thinking of tricks! Yet, Zhang Wanshu shouted at the zombies, then thrust his spear with remarkable speed, coinciding with the zombies' roar, the spear tip entering its mouth and striking the back of its skull. "How about that?" Zhang Wanshu asked with a grin. He then replicated the action, dispatching 2 more zombies. Zhao Shiqing, being astute, quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Yet, he found it exceedingly strange. Hadn't he expected zombies to be influenced by sound? Instinctively roaring in response, it was truly. He struggled to find an appropriate adjective, his words trailing off. Zhang Wanshu, however, grew increasingly bold as he became more adept at the process. His efficiency naturally escalated. What had once been a duo of Lu Chongqing and Xue Tiantian was now transformed into a triad of formidable prowess. However, this approach was not easily replicable by others. Recognizing the zombie's characteristics was merely one condition. Another was that the thrust had to be steady, forceful, and precise. Zhang Wanshu possessed a natural talent in this regard and was fully aware of it. The first time he joined hands with Lu Chongqing to dispatch the female zombie that had fallen into the trap, he swiftly thrust his staff through the creature's mouth, pinning it against the edge of the pit, rendering it immobile. His movements were rapid and decisive. Lu Chongqing also recognized this at the time. However, no one anticipated that such a method would be employed today. Everyone instinctively believed that long knives or axes were the ideal weapons for dealing with zombies. Due to Zhang Wanshu's unexpected rise, the fierce battle at the scene was hastily drawing to a close. His progress was commendable, albeit the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Each time he struck, he would bellow loudly. In favorable situations, a single shout sufficed, whereas in less fortunate instances, his voice would escalate to 2, 3, or even 4 shouts. Louder and wider his mouth opened, the more pronounced the effect. Whether or not the zombies were frightened remained uncertain, but his teammates were undoubtedly startled by the sudden outbursts. Xue Tiantian, taken aback by the abrupt shouting, had her hands tremble several times, feeling irate and contemplating whether to spare the zombies for a moment and instead deal with him. Furthermore, this method of shouting was rather taxing on the throat. When all was said and done, the group gathered to check on one another's conditions, yet Zhang Wanshu remained silent. Lu Chongqing inquired about his well-being, to which Zhang Wanshu merely shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." This prompted a burst of laughter from the crowd, realizing that his voice had gone hoarse. Zhao Shiqing chuckled lightly and stepped forward to assign tasks. Old Jiang will lead the team, accompanied by Lily, Sister Su, and Pundun, to deliver finishing blows to all zombies to ensure none remain alive. Be cautious. Don't get too close and avoid any oversights. Then, return to retrieve tools and prepare for burial. The rest shall take a moment to rest and wait in place. Everyone complied with the instructions, setting about their tasks in an orderly fashion. Zhao Shiqing turned to Zhang Wanshu and remarked with a smile, "Brother Wanshu, I must say, your shooting technique is swift and precise, always aiming for the throat. How about we come up with a catchy name for it?" Zhang Wanshu glanced at him, his throat strained, and managed to utter a single word, "Say." Zhao Shiqing laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Nucleic acid shooting technique." Zhang Wanshu had hoped to devise a name that sounded imposing and majestic, or perhaps light and mysterious. Yet unfortunately, no one offered any support. Zhao Shiqing's jest, however, lingered in everyone's memory. The combatants took a moment to rest while the non-combatants dug pits to bury the dead. This was not their first encounter with such a scenario. Everyone worked with ease and efficiency. The pits were not particularly deep, nor did they require any coffins, and aesthetic considerations were the least of their worries. Simply burying the zombies sufficed. Ultimately, everything must decay and transform into nutrients that seep into the earth, nurturing all living things. Nature follows its own rhythms. Even the decomposed flesh of zombies gives rise to vibrant and fragrant flowers, and the fruits that emerge are sweet and delectable. After a brief respite, the combatants engaged in the subsequent cleanup process, which concluded swiftly. The group shouldered their tools and made their way back to the camp. Zhang Wanshu lagged behind, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one and inhaled slowly, releasing a cloud of smoke. This tobacco had been brought from the supermarket. He was the only one in the camp who smoked. I'd like to have one too. Zhao Shiqing remarked, extending his hand toward him. Zhang Wanshu shared a cigarette, and the two began to puff away. Brother Wanshu, do you enjoy this post-apocalyptic life? It's not bad. Why do you ask? Zhao Shiqing coughed lightly, glancing at the cigarette between his fingers before taking another drag. Since the catastrophe, survivors have been everywhere, their numbers dwindling, their movements shifting from conspicuous to obscured. I've witnessed many tragedies. People's natures have changed profoundly. The clever have become increasingly cunning, while the impatient have turned violent. Those as calm as you are, I imagine, are quite rare. Zhang Wanshu chuckled and replied, I think everyone seems quite normal. He gestured toward the group moving ahead of them. Zhao Shiqing smiled faintly and said, ultimately, it relates to you. With no food or drink, coupled with constant disturbances day and night, it's hardly surprising that one might not maintain their composure. Zhang Wanshu did not feign modesty but instead shifted the conversation to another topic. Speaking of which, before the catastrophe, people might not have felt particularly happy either, alias a matter of comparison. To be frank, I was deceived and borrowed a substantial amount of money. That friend of mine hasn't contacted me since. I spend my days contemplating how to manage my finances. When funds are tied up, I lose my appetite and am at a loss for what to do. He finished his cigarette and extinguished it underfoot, his youthful face betraying a sense of weariness. Now, being pursued by zombies, reminiscing about the past seemed trivial. There was truly no need to panic. If I can't repay it, so be it that time. It felt like a monumental issue, weighing heavily upon me now. If I could just enjoy a plate of yellow braised chicken or some local delicacies, I would likely be so delighted that I couldn't sleep at night. What could have made anyone so happy before the catastrophe? Zhao Shiqing nodded in agreement. Zhang Wanshu, however, grew increasingly reflective, continuing, not to mention the great catastrophe, even prior to the outbreak of the virus, many of my friends in business suffered greatly. Years of hard work were wiped out, leaving them in significant debt. Good people ultimately fled or hid, becoming defaulters. There was no dignity left to speak of, not even a shred. In the end, there was hardly any joy to be found. Although I haven't heard of anyone jumping off buildings to commit suicide, I suspect there were some among the strangers. Zhao Shiqing responded, indeed, there were several in the small community where I lived. Upon returning to the camp, life settled into a calm routine of daily labor and exploration. Based on practical needs, efforts were made to create relevant tools. For instance, a unicycle recently emerged. Comrades, I must inform you that this marks the first great revival in the history of humanity. In the annals penned by future generations, this event will undoubtedly receive a vibrant mention. And old Jiang, Mr. Jiang Dijin, shall certainly be remembered in history. Zhang Wanshu stood before the unicycle, beaming with a serious demeanor as he elaborated on its significance. Shui Tian, both speechless and amused, interjected, shouldn't we let old Jiang share a few words? She rolled her eyes. Yes, you make a good point. Old Jiang, come over and say a few words. Comrades applaud. Zhang Wanshu pulled Jiang Dijin over. Jiang Dijin, with a pained smile, looked at their antics, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, amidst the crowd's feigned and boisterous applause, he delivered some remarks. Regardless of the circumstances, the unicycle had indeed been created. This seemingly inconspicuous object proved to be immensely beneficial. From that day forward, the efficiency of work throughout the camp soared. Tasks that once required shouldering and carrying were now accomplished with the aid of the little cart. It was lightweight and simple. yet capable of transporting a considerable load. The structure was not complex. Both Jiang Dijin and Zhang Wanchu had seen and used similar carts in their previous lives. The group gathered to brainstorm, sketch, and assemble, quickly grasping the concept. Soon, they began sawing wood, filing boards, and working on the specifics of assembly. The real challenge lay in sourcing suitable wheels. It was impractical to use wooden or stone wheels. They would be cumbersome, noisy, and prone to rapid wear. Could they find wheels on site? Being in an abandoned parking garage, it was unlikely they would be lacking. Indeed, they were not, but the wheels from the cars were excessively large. They attempted to remove a few wheels and assembled a unicycle. After some adjustments, it looked fairly decent, albeit slightly unbalanced. Only Lu Chunqin could manage to push it, and even that was barely feasible. This issue remained until they stumbled upon a discarded electric cart, which finally resolved their predicament. The electric cart was no longer operational, not due to damage, but because it had run out of power. When functional, riding an electric cart was quite enjoyable. Without power, pushing it became a tiresome chore. After removing the wheels from the electric cart and conducting some minor repairs, they joined the unicycle family. It fit perfectly, neither too light nor too heavy. The group was quite enthusiastic about the new development. Zhang Wanchu invited Zhong Lili to sit at the front, pushing her around for a turn. The little girl was thrilled, reluctant to disembark and wanting to take a few more laps. In fact, having someone seated in front made it easier to push. There was no need to lift the back end. Merely pushing forward sufficed. Xue Tiantian found it amusing and wanted to ride as well, asking Zhao Shiqing to push her around. Zhao Shiqing, claiming he was not strong enough, declined. Unable to help it, Zhang Wanchu pushed Xue Tiantian for a spin. Xue Tiantian, now filled with excitement, stood upright at the front, balancing several blades while riding the speeding unicycle. The wind tousled her long hair, giving her an undeniably heroic appearance. Thus, the unicycle, a significant influence in the annals of human revival history, initially served not for labor but as a toy for the young ladies in the era of George's revival. Amidst the tales of lace, Zhang Wanchu, having finished his turn with Xue Tiantian, relinquished the cart to Lu Chunqin and Lu Yongqiang. They found the endeavor quite amusing, pushing it around with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lao Jiang and the others were piecing together wooden planks to craft a cart basket, which was then affixed atop the cart for transporting goods. During their leisurely afternoon, the entire camp was thoroughly cleaned. Weeds were pulled, hills leveled, pits filled, and debris removed. With the advent of the unicycle, there was no longer a need to carry items in their arms, as everyone took up shovels, directly loading the cart with ease before collectively pushing it out. The introduction of this new tool invigorated the group, and by the end of the afternoon, the camp was left tidy and pleasing to the eye. Unlike other refuge sites, this place thrived with vitality, echoing with laughter and joy. Thanks to the ample materials available, Lao Jiang constructed several additional carts, ensuring that everyone had the opportunity to use them. Here, distinctions became evident. Lao Jiang and Zhang Wanchu had prior experience with pushing carts, so they faced no challenges. However, the novices, despite initially perceiving the task as simple, toppled the cart several times when they first attempted to use it. Even Lu Chunqin and Xue Tiantian were not spared, spilling a cart full of trash midway, incurring quite a bit of admonishment. As the farming season approached, the utility of this cart would become significant. Zhang Wanchu sat atop the cart, smoking a cigarette and tapping it lightly. The group gathered around, nodding in agreement. The crops were nearing maturity and needed to be transported back promptly, while they could carry the produce back in wicker baskets. The time and energy required to do so prompted a collective shake of heads. After all, the distance was not trivial, and the journey alone was enough to leave their legs aching with the unicycle. Efficiency would be vastly improved, particularly when several carts were used in tandem. Moreover, the unicycle had the advantage of not being overly demanding regarding road conditions. Rough patches would not significantly impede its progress. In contrast, a shopping cart would falter away from smooth surfaces. Jiang Dijin raised another concern. I wonder, where shall we store the harvested produce once it is transported back? Surely, we cannot leave it on the ground. We ought to consider storage solutions. This presented yet another new challenge. To live more comfortably, one must continually address such issues. Chapter 48. Let us swing our oars while contemplating methods for food storage. The search for sustenance persisted without pause. Following the introduction of the unicycle, a four-wheel cart emerged, featuring a frame even simpler than the unicycle, with 4 car wheels and a flat top primarily for cargo transport. Although it lacked the maneuverability of the unicycle, especially on narrow, bumpy paths, it boasted a greater load capacity. The group initially employed it for moving timber, an experience they all remembered vividly from their prior construction of wooden shelters. Having endured the hardships of a post-apocalyptic existence, they were less finicky, yet instinctively resistant to such labor, except for Lu Chunchun. Thus, the 4-wheeled cart was of paramount importance. They loaded the chopped wood onto the cart, tying a rope at the front for someone to pull while others pushed from behind. The wheels spun rapidly, facilitating a swift and plentiful transport, which was undoubtedly delightful. This time, nearly everyone participated. Even the large black dog accompanied them. It might have been wise to secure a rope around its neck to have it assist in pulling as well. Liu Yongqiang, panting, exerted himself to pull the cart, while the black dog cast an indifferent glance his way, causing him to shiver and close his mouth. By the riverbank, a considerable pile of timber had accumulated. Lao Jiang and his companions were busy chopping and assembling. Having completed the land-based cargo transport tools, they now aimed to create waterborne transport solutions. Everything needed to be tightly arranged and securely constructed. Zhang Wanshu, shirtless, inspected the details, standing upright as he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Shiqing, care for a smoke? He inquired, waving the cigarette in greeting. Zhao Shiqing waved his hand, replying, no thanks, it irritates me. After polling the group, it seemed no one else wanted to smoke either. Zhang Wanshu exhaled a puff of smoke, remarking, how lonely it is. Interestingly, he had not been a regular smoker before the cataclysm. He would occasionally indulge in a cigarette, but it was never an addiction. Ironically, since taking some from the supermarket, he found himself wanting to smoke more often, as if the act itself symbolized a remnant of civilization. The men were all shirtless, including the little chubby one. Their pant legs rolled high, glistening with sweat under the sun's rays. Despite the presence of both young and old, the overall impression was one of rugged masculinity. The women, in stark contrast, were much more reserved, dressed neatly, and all adorned with straw hats. The hats, though somewhat coarse, sufficed to shield them from the sun. They worked in 2 layers. First drilling holes to thread the wood together, then binding them with rattan for double assurance, which should hold up well. Zhao Shiqing wiped the sweat from his brow and shook his hammer. Xue Tunan handed him a gourd, which he accepted and took a few sips from before tossing it to Zhang Wanshu, who also took a drink. This gourd had been found nearby, where the vines climbed the trees, creating a sizable patch. The vines bore numerous gourds of various sizes and ages, though the truly gourd-shaped ones were rare. The tender ones had already been harvested and stored in the warehouse. In recent days, they had been sliced and stir-fried with other ingredients, proving to be quite delicious. 2 soups, made from the gourds, had also garnered much favor, leaving none behind. It quickly became the most important vegetable in the camp. As for the elder gourds, they were naturally too valuable to discard. For these survivors, there were far too many precious resources to overlook. The elder gourds were dried and hollowed out, becoming vital storage vessels. Previously, they often carried bamboo tubes when venturing out, but now they willingly hung gourds around their necks. Zhang Wanshu returned the gourd to Xue Tiantian, saying, as long as it floats, that suffices. We have no extravagant demands. It's merely a simple wooden raft, and I know that it can float in water. When many pieces are gathered together, it becomes more stable. Zhao Shiqing chuckled at this, remarking, I was thinking about constructing a boat in the future. A boat? Zhang Wanshu nodded, responding, that's indeed a splendid idea. I occasionally contemplate it myself, though the technical aspects are somewhat challenging. If we could truly build a large vessel, the situation would be drastically different. As far as we know, zombies cannot swim, so being on the water would offer relative safety. In an emergency, we could attempt to use boats to escape danger. Of course, unicycles can also navigate off the main roads, taking lesser-known paths, but once a wooden raft leaves the water, it merely becomes a cumbersome burden. Furthermore, unless one is fixed in a particular area and does not intend to leave once one ventures far, this contraption must be abandoned. Carrying a wooden raft on foot is utterly impractical. However, the current conditions present a unique opportunity that had not existed before. Lush vegetation, abundant materials, and no one to chastise you for deforestation. You can cut down whatever you need without reproach. This opens up possibilities. Upon reaching new locations, one could attempt to construct a raft, leaving it by the water's edge for future needs. It is important to note that we are discussing rafts, not boats. As of now, No one in the camp possesses the skills to build a boat. Zhao Shiqing, feeling fatigued, found a spot to sit and rest, allowing his imagination to wander. I was thinking, if we had a large boat, we could follow the river downstream, stopping at each location to gather survivors along the way, growing in number and fostering a lively atmosphere. Zhang Wenshu chuckled softly, refraining from contradicting him. The idea was rather naive, ill-suited to Zhao Shiqing's intellect but perfectly aligned with his sentiments. While others might hesitate to pursue such a venture, Zhang Wenshu was more than capable of bringing it to fruition. "All right, everyone, come over and take a look," Jiang Dijin called out. The group, hearing the summons, gathered around. The raft was rectangular, with tightly arranged wooden logs that appeared quite sturdy, measuring over 10 paces in length and several paces in width. Its size was indeed impressive. Given the ample manpower and available tools, the crafted item did not resemble something that would easily fall apart. "What do you think?" Jiang Dijin turned to Zhang Wenshu. Zhang Wenshu had little to say, smiling as he suggested, "Let us take it to the water and see if it floats. If it does, then we've succeeded. If it sinks, then we consider it a failure." Jiang Dijin nodded, handing him a long bamboo pole meant for propelling the raft. The group worked together to push the raft into the water, creating a splash as it hit the surface. They had chosen a deep spot, yet the raft's considerable size meant it only submerged halfway. The rear bumped against the riverbank, stirring up mud and causing the water to turn murky. "Keep going. 1, 2, 1, 2. Move it forward, put some muscle into it." The raft suddenly sank and then bobbed back up, finally floating completely on the water. Zhang Wenshu took a gentle leap, landing atop it. The raft swayed slightly but remained relatively stable. "All right, it seems fine. Let us add a few more people." Hearing this, Zhong Lili joyfully jumped on first, followed by the little chubby one. Zhao Shiqing and Shui Tiantian. Liu Changchen was the last to step on. Displaying great bravery on land but turning timid on the water, perhaps the result of a lingering fear from a previous near-drowning experience. Thanks to the raft size, it could support many individuals. As the multitude ascended, they soon discovered that the water was quite deep. The seemingly robust raft was mostly submerged. It was difficult to maneuver, swaying from side to side, rising and falling erratically. The few struggled to maintain their footing and fell into the water. Liu Changchen sputtering and gasping. Fortunately, they were close to the shore, so there was no real danger. Their clothes soaked through, the group waded ashore to observe the scene. Eventually, only Zhang Wenshu and Zhao Shiqing remained, each wielding a long pole, slowly adjusting their positions. The raft became more agile, yet mastering its navigation required further practice. The river was wide, the current gentle, allowing the bamboo raft to drift forward. The two needed to control its direction and decide whether to follow the flow of the water. They pushed here and there, a bit flustered. At times, they lacked sufficient force, while at others, they exerted too much. Stumbling and clumsy, they were fortunate that the raft was well constructed, or it might have fallen apart. "Brother Wenshu, we have a boat now. Should we give it a name?" Zhong Lili called from the shore, wringing out her clothes and forcefully squeezing out the water. "Sure, let us call it the Black Pearl." Zhang Wenshu replied with a hearty laugh, earning himself a chorus of eye rolls. "Come on, Brother Shiqing, let us go take a look over there." Gradually mastering their strength, they grew bolder, thrusting their poles with vigor. Beginning to drift towards more distant locales, they entered a tributary, passing through dense reeds, startling a flock of waterfowl. The river deepened and the current slowed, presenting a serene tableau. Chapter 49. Among the lotus leaves, Zhang Wenshu and Zhao Shiqing navigated the raft farther into the distance. While those on the shore busied themselves with their own affairs, in this lush habitat, teeming with fish and shrimp, it would be remiss not to catch some. Led by Jiang Dijin, they sought suitable spots, setting traps and casting nets. Having spent time together, they had developed a seamless coordination and gradually grew more adept at this endeavor. Before the calamity, they had hailed from distant lands, engaged in various occupations, with scant knowledge of fishing, hunting, or survival skills. Now, for the sake of survival, they learned swiftly. Once everything was arranged, they took a moment to rest beneath the shade of trees, seeking respite from the heat. Liu Yongqiang skillfully wove sturdy vines between the trees, crafting a few hanging bags. The best spot had been claimed by Shui Tiantian and Zhong Lili. Old Jiang showed little interest, simply sitting beneath the tree, focusing on his handiwork. What he was making remained unclear, only vaguely mentioning a curtained bed. Su Zhan, bustling about, urged her to lie down, though she seemed reluctant. Meanwhile, others scoured the surroundings for wild vegetables, mushrooms, or wild fruits. Lu Chenchen was seen punching and kicking at a large tree, seemingly practicing martial arts, appearing somewhat foolish. Only Lu Yongqiang looked somewhat disgruntled. Though he had crafted something, it now lay in a corner. Abandoned. Yet, there was little he could do. Shui, the elder, had taken his possessions without a care, and reasoning was futile. Zhong Lily, meanwhile, basked in her luck. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the gentle breeze carried the scent of greenery and grass. The melodious chirping of insects inspired a sense of languor. The girls reclined in their hammocks, feeling utterly at ease. I want to take a nap, Zhong Lily sighed contentedly, lounging lazily in a one is stopping you. Shui Tiantian replied, shielding her eyes with her straw hat, her long legs stretched out, bare feet resting on the tree trunk. I really hope that when I wake up, it's all just a dream. Now that daydreaming, Lu Yongqiang thought, not feeling constrained for long, as he soon lost interest in the hammock. With the little chubby boy in tow, clad only in his underwear, he jumped into the river with a splash. It wasn't despair, but rather the thrill of bathing in the wild river. The two, one big and one small, kept their heads above water, splashing about. They dared not venture too far from the shore. Especially the little chubby boy, for fear of being swept away by the current, which could prove perilous. Fortunately, the stretch of water near the bank was ample for their frolicking. Once immersed, they became addicted to the sensation. Among the activities Lu Yongqiang had experienced, nothing felt as refreshing as swimming. Surrounded by cool water, a gentle buoyancy allowed him to float effortlessly with a mere stroke. The little chubby boy was especially ecstatic. He had initially felt disappointed for not joining Zhang Wanshu and Zhao Shiqing on the raft, but now, submerged in the water, he cast those thoughts aside. He particularly relished diving, holding his breath, plunging down to glide along the riverbed. Surfacing to glance around, he exclaimed, "Wow, I've come so far, how fun!" The big black dog, originally sprawled in the shade, seemed disturbed by the commotion and approached the water's edge, intently observing the surface. Its head moving as if tracking something. Moments later, with a splash, it leapt into the water. Dogs are natural swimmers, showing no fear, splashing around with glee. Lu Yongqiang and the little chubby boy were momentarily stunned. Thinking the dog had joined their playful antics, however, they soon realized that the big black dog had waded to the shore, leaping up with a fish clenched in its mouth. The fish, still wriggling and thrashing, desperately sought to escape the dog's jaws. "Wow, what a magnificent creature!" Lu Yongqiang exclaimed. "Now that's impressive. A dog catching a rat was one thing, but now it's gone after a fish. How should we interpret this?" The others were drawn by the commotion, glancing over in unison. The big black dog dropped the fish at the base of a tree. The fish was sizable and strong, flopping about on the ground. Alas, out of water, no matter how high it jumped, it was futile. The dog merely observed, not intervening, glancing off into the distance. This fish was likely a tribute for its elder brother, Zhang Dalao. Unfortunately, Zhang Dalao was occupied with rowing and could not attend to it that moment. Zhang Wanshu and Zhao Shiqing had maneuvered the raft into a placid lake, where the water was shallow. Otherwise, employing the long pole would be cumbersome. After considerable effort, they gradually grasped the rhythm, no longer stumbling as before. They gained some experience in adjusting their direction, shifting from left to right, and modulating their speed. The surrounding area was alive with the croaking of frogs, abundant with lotus leaves, though the flowers had wilted, leaving many leaves yellowed and withered. In terms of scenery, the season for admiration had passed. Yet Zhang Wanshu felt no regret. To him, what lay beneath the surface was far more significant than what floated above. "Brother Wanshu, shall we dig for lotus roots? No need to rush. Let us explore a bit longer. The roots won't run away. We can come back for them later." This sentiment echoed familiar. During their previous outing, they had encountered a peach tree and thought similarly, only for Zhang Chong and the others to pluck the fruit away. The two continued to paddle the raft deeper into the water, when suddenly, they were startled by a shocking sight. Zombies. Both felt their hearts skip a beat. Upon closer inspection, they exhaled in relief. A middle-aged zombie was ensnared by the water plants. Struggling ineffectively, half lying in the water. Its visage was ghastly, and sensing the raft's approach, it strained to break free, albeit with limited capacity. Zombies are not adept swimmers, and their movements in water are entirely uncoordinated. Yet, it could not drown, either. The area was lush with water plants, abundant in fish and shrimp, and at that moment, many small fish circled around the zombie, consuming its decaying body. The zombie was riddled with wounds, far less intact than a living person. The small fish and shrimp gradually feasted on its flesh through these gaping holes, unbothered by the zombie's lack of pain, while it remained entangled in the water plants, allowing itself to be devoured. From its abdomen to its waist, almost all flesh had been consumed, leaving only a stark white skeleton. Even its cheeks had been partially devoured, leaving a gaping hole. Thus, viewed from a distance, it appeared even more terrifying than the average zombie. Upon further scrutiny, it seemed exceedingly feeble. It was likely that it had fallen into the river and was swept along, Zhao Shiqing remarked after observing for a while. Creatures that consume flesh and blood ultimately find themselves consumed in turn by fish and shrimp. I wonder how that should be interpreted. Zhang Wenshu prodded the zombie with his bamboo pole. The creature writhed and groaned, yet was too weak to rise. Should we dispose of it? Zhao Shiqing inquired. Zhang Wenshu shook his head, replying, no need. In a few days, it will likely be nothing but bones. Besides, I have no suitable tools at hand. Prodding with a bamboo pole is quite the chore. Zhao Shiqing fell silent at this. The two passed the zombie and continued their journey, albeit with heightened caution. Encountering water ghosts in the river was not particularly unusual. Having spent considerable time in the apocalypse, they were bound to encounter such things. When caught off guard, one could easily become their prey. However, if precautions were taken, the damage was minimal, as zombies in water had severely restricted mobility and limited lethality. The two continued their reconnaissance, meticulously scanning the surroundings. If one zombie had been swept here, might there be others? After a thorough inspection, they found nothing else. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. With their interest waning, the two began to paddle back, only to hear commotion on the shore, with people shouting and bustling about. They exchanged glances, frowning. As they approached, the chaos settled, revealing a few individuals huddled together. What is happening? As the raft drew nearer, Zhang Wenshu leapt down and inquired. Liu Chanshin, grinning widely, waved something in front of him. It turned out to be a snake, a startling revelation. Zhang Wenshu couldn't help but mutter, what a fuss over nothing. Encountering a snake in the wild is commonplace. Do not speak of the grasslands by the riverside, nor the shadows cast by the trees. Even within the encampment, they are abundantly present. A few days ago, they discovered a shed snake skin at the corner of the wall. Zhang Wenshu intended to search for it, reasoning that it was indeed a source of meat, but was thwarted by Jiang Dijin. Similar to the time when the big black dog returned with a weasel in its mouth, old Jiang harbored superstitions about such things, claiming they were house snakes and should not be killed lightly. Furthermore, with snakes around, they could assist in controlling the populations of mosquitoes and mice. In truth, with the big black dog present, there was little need for concern regarding rodents. Upon reflection, they realized they did not lack for food and, since there was no immediate danger, decided to let it be. As for the current situation, it was during a swim that the plump boy and Liu Yongqiang encountered a snake gliding swiftly across the water's surface. Writhing as it moved, perhaps it found it difficult to change direction midway, and thus, it continued straight towards the two, frightening them into a frantic retreat onto the shore. The snake too reached the bank, attempting to escape, but was intercepted by the big black dog. Should it advance, the dog would nip at its tail. If it halted, the dog would circle around it. Shui Tiantian approached with a sharp blade, but upon seeing the long, slippery creature, felt a twinge of repulsion and could not bring herself to strike. It was Liu Chanshin who, with a decisive swing, severed the snake's head. He then held it up for Zhang Wenshu to see. Although the snake was headless, its nerves remained active, causing its body to writhe and coil. The sight of such a creature, devoid of its head yet still moving, was indeed unsettling for Shui Tiantian and Zhong Lili. Sending shivers down their spines, Zhang Wenshu took the severed head, weighing it with a smile. The snake was sizable and quite plump. The group then brought over a wooden raft, securing it to a stake to prevent it from drifting away with the current. As night fell, they chose not to return to the camp to cook, but instead lit a fire by the riverbank. setting up a makeshift grill to prepare a simple meal. They retrieved their nets and poured out the catch of fish and shrimp, which they cleaned and skewered for roasting. The earlier snake was also cut into pieces and placed on the fire. As they feasted on wild fruits and sipped water, turning the skewers, the aroma wafted through the trees and across the wilderness. Zhang Wenshu recounted their recent experiences, and the mention of zombies in the river astonished everyone, especially Lu Yongqiang, who could not shake off a lingering sense of fear. Chapter 50. The Scarecrow Getting Closer. Yes, they had caught one at it was still Zhang Wenshu and Zhao Shiqing, propelling the raft along the riverbank at a leisurely pace. Zhang Wenshu held a long pole with a net attached, keenly observing the river for clams, which he promptly scooped up when spotted. The raft was stocked with several willow baskets already brimming with clams, indicating a bountiful harvest. With the raft at their disposal, they had significantly expanded their food sources. The water's surface was dotted with water chestnuts and wild greens, which were easily collected. For shellfish, they no longer needed to remove their shoes and plunge into the water indiscriminately. Of course, there were still those who needed to wade into the water to gather supplies. Old Jiang, accompanied by Lu Yongqiang, dressed lightly, was in the water digging for lotus roots. The roots grew in muddy depths and could not simply be netted. With some experience, Old Jiang stood barefoot in the mud, stepping and hooking, deftly pulling them up. Lu Yongqiang struggled somewhat, having to practice for quite a while before finally mastering the technique. The water was shallow here, making it difficult for the raft to navigate. The lotus roots they harvested were placed in a floating basin. Once they had collected enough, they pushed the basin towards the shore for Su Zhan and others to retrieve, sending it back once more. After a fruitful outing, the two trudged through the muck and finally made it ashore. Old Jiang rinsed a lotus root briefly in the water before sitting beneath a tree. He let out a long breath. Biting down into the root with a satisfying crunch, Lu Yongqiang followed suit, leaning against the tree trunk, legs crossed, gnawing on his lotus root. The group gathered around, and Su Zhan suggested, "Let's stir-fry some lotus root for everyone tonight." However, the others could not wait and began eating the raw roots. They were somewhat astringent but quite delicious. Zhong Lili, holding a piece, chuckled, "Once we finish picking this patch, it should last us quite a while." The group shared this sentiment, and even Lu Chongqing found himself chuckling foolishly. Food was the most crucial resource for their survival. Although they had not gone hungry since arriving at the camp, the prospect of more food always brought joy. Old Jiang and Lu Yongqiang's legs were still caked in mud, which began to dry as the wind blew. Everyone was dirty, munching on lotus roots, their nostrils filled with the distinct earthy scent. "Are we continuing this afternoon?" Zhong Lili inquired. Lu Chongqing, chewing thoughtfully, did not look up as he replied, "Old Zhang said we have the afternoon off. Do as you please." "An afternoon off?" Zhong Lili paused, the term feeling quite distant. Xue Tiantian frowned and asked, "What does do as you please mean?" Su Zhan chuckled. "What else could it mean? Do whatever you liked. I'm planning to sleep well. Not go anywhere, and then organize the newly arrived food." "Lily, didn't you say you wanted to sleep? You should take a good nap.as for you. You could take a stroll with Xiao Zhao. Enjoy the breeze and live a little." Thinking back, they had hardly ever rested. Although they no longer had to work, their days were filled to the brim. It was always work, 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 partly due to Zhang Wenshu's insistence, but also because everyone was seeking tasks to fill their time, as if work had become a means of finding their sense of existence. Xue Tianyan pouted, not interested. Before the disaster, both she and Lu Chongqing were busy with their own affairs, having to carve out time for dates, and their meetings were always filled with joy. Yet, after the calamity, being together every day felt mundane. "Oh, by the way, old Zhao is busy," Lu Chongqing remarked upon hearing this. "Huh?" The group looked puzzled. Zhong Lili, curious, asked, "Didn't you say we had the afternoon off?" Lu Chongqing, satisfied after finishing a piece of lotus root, wiped his mouth and casually brushed off some dirt, saying, "Old Zhang mentioned going deeper into the mountains this afternoon to see if there was any larger game. Is Brother Shiqing going too?" Zhong Lili, intrigued by the prospect of hunting, replied, "I want to go as well." Lu Chongqing nodded. "I overheard them chatting. They plan to go." Xue Tiantian smiled, taking Zhao Shiqing hunting. Zhang Wenshu really thinks of everything. He'll have to divide his attention to protect him, right? "You might as well take me." In the midst of their banter, the raft returned. The group rose to assist, lowering the willow baskets and securing the raft. As the two leapt down, the others began tidying up to return to the camp, leaving the earlier plan of a small group excursion expanded to include several more. Old Jiang showed little interest, and Lu Yongqiang was persuaded to accompany him to make a hammock. The plump boy, disregarding Su Zhan's objections, insisted on joining, ultimately getting his wish. Zhong Lili carried her longbow, Xue Tiantian bore her sharp blade, and the group set forth into the depths of the mountains with great enthusiasm. The path was overgrown with lush vegetation, wildflowers blooming abundantly, and fruits ripening in profusion. They walked and foraged, gathering and eating as they went. A quick rub or a simple wipe with their clothing was all that was needed to make the fruits safe to eat, without concern for pesticide contamination. However, intact fruits were scarce. The more fragrant and sweet ones had already been claimed by insects and birds. Thanks to earlier infrastructure work, despite the remote and sparsely populated outskirts, paths were not lacking. The slender cement roads spread more widely than one would expect, though now they were gradually concealed by wild overgrowth, often appearing in patches before vanishing again. The group followed the narrow path at a leisurely pace, surrounded by the incessant sounds of insects and birds. Hush! Zhong Lili gestured for silence, gently lowering her bow and knocking an arrow, aiming into the distance. The others watched as a wild chicken foraged ahead, its plumage resplendent and vividly colored, a sight to behold. They held their breath, focused intently. Zhong Lili breathed softly, suddenly releasing her grip. The arrow whizzed through the air, and a startled squawk erupted from the chicken, illuminating the scene before them. The wild chicken, startled by the arrow, leapt abruptly. Its wings spread wide at it, flapped a few times, and soared into the sky. Its tail feathers trailing behind, shimmering in the sunlight, before disappearing into the dense thicket. The big black dog was about to chase after it when Zhang Wanshu called it back. Never mind, it's too beautiful to catch. Let it go, he patted Zhong Lili on the shoulder, saying, Little Zhong, if it comes to that, just throw stones. He then turned to continue on. Zhao Shiqing approached, patting Zhang Wanshu's shoulder, earnestly advising, Little Zhong, throwing stones is quite all right. Xue Tiantian also reassured her, Little Zhong, just throw stones. The plump boy stepped forward. Zhong Lili, speaking up, remarked that since they had acquired bows and arrows, they often practiced, and she had become the most skilled among them. Although letting a wild chicken escape was a bit disappointing, they did not dwell on it, for the camp's food supply was still quite ample and not critically lacking. Thus, the situation of gazing longingly at food, with eyes gleaming green, did not occur. Naturally, the ensuing journey proved to be quite fruitful. Zhong Lili caught a wild rabbit, 2 sparrows, and a crow, all struck down with stones. Even Zhang Wanshu, usually steadfast, hesitated as he held the dark crow. How does one prepare crow soup? Zhao Shiqing chuckled in disbelief, remarking, They're all from the same family. I suppose Lu Chunchen, puzzled, inquired, What is Ayaya? No one paid him any mind. The matter was hardly worth discussing, as it couldn't possibly relate to the host. The group traversed the dense forest and ascended a small hill, where the landscape suddenly opened up, revealing flat land. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, from surprise to fear as they raised their gazes to a slanting angle. Spotting a swaying scarecrow. Chapter 51. The forsaken land. The large black dog crouched low, its fur bristled, and sharp teeth bared, emitting a low growl, as if confronted by a formidable foe. The others, affected by its demeanor, tensed up. The scarecrow swayed in midair, adorned in a long dress and wearing a ludicrously oversized hat. Yet, it was not stuffed with straw, but rather a bound zombie, unable to break free, howling in their direction. However, the black dog's hostility was not directed at the scarecrow zombie, but rather at something lurking at the edge of the crops. Brother Wanshu, let us retreat to a more open area. Zhao Shiqing urged with a furrowed brow. The fields were abundant with crops, with only a few narrow paths extending outward. If a horde of zombies were to ambush from among them, the situation could become perilously dangerous. Lu Chunchen and Xue Tiantian had already drawn their blades, stepping forward to shield the others. Zhang Wanshu nodded, signaling everyone to fall back. They had indeed been somewhat careless this time. Logically, in such a remote mountain area, where human presence was scarce, there should be no zombies even amidst a catastrophe. Their journey thus far had confirmed this. The wildlife was thriving, and they had not encountered a single human. Hence, they had inevitably let their guard down. Just as the group was cautiously retreating, rustling sounds erupted from the fields, Something was advancing rapidly towards them. The vegetation swayed, encircling them from various directions. "What is it?" Lu Chunchen asked, his grip on the knife growing clammy. He desperately wished to discuss with Zhang whether it was a mutation of zombies. The others were equally perplexed. It cannot be zombies. They lack such speed, Zhang Wenshu thought, the image of a wolf pack flickering in his mind. He recalled witnessing a wolf pack hunting zombies in a coordinated and meticulous manner, a scene both chilling and exhilarating. Yet now, he found himself amidst it, devoid of the spectator's thrill, and instead felt a creeping dread. Lu Chongqing and Xue Tiantian were naturally courageous, but could they protect so many? Zhao Shiqing, Zhong Lili, and even a child were present. Why hadn't they considered lighting a torch beforehand? Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the rustling intensified and several figures darted out from the crops, crouching low and emitting threatening growls, yet lacking the fierce demeanor of the black dog. Are these dogs? Xue Tiantian blinked, momentarily astonished. Observing this, Zhang Wenshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling reassured that they were not wolves, wild dogs, Zhong Lili had already drawn her bow, aiming at the nearest one. If they were indeed a pack of wild dogs, the danger would not be less than that posed by wolves. These dogs varied in size and coat, not belonging to any noble breed, merely ordinary mutts. Yet, they exhibited a disciplined demeanor, neither barking nor rushing forward, maintaining a quiet intimidation as they circled the group. Moving neither too close nor too far. For a moment, no one dared to make a rash move. They likely are not wild dogs, Zhao Shiqing observed, shaking his head. These dogs have been trained. They understand cooperation in their movements. I have never seen such behavior in local dogs unless they have also evolved. The notion of evolution was not entirely implausible. After all, they had encountered chickens capable of flying remarkably far. Lu Chunchen attempted to step sideways, out of the encirclement, only for the nearby dogs to bare their teeth, issuing low growls as a warning. What should we do? He turned to Zhang Wenshu, asking, shall we charge out? He felt no fear of the dogs. If not for the need to protect his companions, escaping this place would not pose a challenge. Everyone stay still. Let us wait a moment, Zhang Wenshu replied thoughtfully. Recalling Zhao Shiqing's words in an instant, a whistle echoed from afar. The dogs promptly dispersed, turning back to run, tails wagging and tongues lolling in a display of joy. A figure emerged from the distance. Approaching leisurely as the figure drew near, they discerned it was a frail old man, his face darkened, clad in tattered clothing, with calloused hands gripping a pitchfork. He wore black cloth shoes, and due to the heat, his pant legs were rolled up unevenly. The dogs frolicked around the old man, running joyfully. Upon noticing the group, he appeared somewhat taken aback. Are you alive? It seemed he had only just realized, his expression one of astonishment. Seeing the old farmer, Zhang Wenshu felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with joy and stepped forward, saying, I never imagined we would encounter a survivor in this remote mountain. The old man's face broke into a smile, though tinged with bitterness. Seeing the group still armed, he hastily waved his hands, saying, do not fear, do not fear. These dogs do not bite. As he spoke, he scolded the dogs, urging them to keep their distance. Zhang Wenshu had heard such reassurances in his childhood. Every household would say the same, that dogs would bite only when provoked. However, witnessing the dogs wagging their tails, they seemed devoid of hostility, and even the large black dog gradually relaxed. One large yellow dog trotted over, sniffing the black dog's scent and circling behind to investigate its rear, only to be met with a low growl that sent it scurrying back. While the group remained in a state of uncertainty, the old man began to beckon them inside, leading the way with a spirited demeanor. Come, come, let us have a drink of water at my home. Zhang Wenshu glanced back at the scarecrow and then at the old man's retreating figure, hesitating before ultimately following. They passed through the fields and continued forward until they reached two small houses. The structures were built of bricks, weathered and dilapidated, showing signs of age. In front of the houses were worn tables and benches, along with various odds and ends. Seeing no one else around, the group gradually relaxed. The old man invited everyone to sit down, fetched a bowl, filled it with water, and urged them to rest. Zhang Wenshu produced a cigarette to offer him, and they shared a smoke while recounting their experiences. What is your name? Surname Wang, Wang Zhenkai. Just call me Old Wang. By the way, where do you come from? We crossed a small hill and continued straight along the cement road. There's a garage over there. Oh, I know. I've been there before. They exchanged names and shared more details about their situations. Zhang Wenshu inquired about the scarecrow. Old Wang chuckled, though the smile bore a hint of bitterness. That is my wife. He reached up to remove the cigarette he had clipped to his ear, licking it before taking a puff. The smoke was thick and pungent, yet no one found it unpleasant. Even Zhong Lily, a young woman, did not shy away. Everyone seemed to revel in these remnants of life, as if the scent could evoke memories of the mundane before the catastrophe. We originally did not live here. My son bought a house in the city and had a child. My wife and I were helping to take care of them there. But my daughter-in-law complained that we were not looking after them well. So eventually, they had the in-laws take over, and my wife and I were not accustomed to city life, so we returned to the countryside. Then, a disaster struck, and we stumbled our way here. This land and these houses belong to my third brother, who has also passed. We settled here afterward. As Old Wang recounted his tale, he refilled everyone's cups. Zhao Shiqing took the kettle from him, gesturing for the old man to sit down while he took care of it. Old Wang took another puff of his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he said, though this place is remote, there are still people living nearby. The elderly folks prefer the quiet and stay here, away from the noise of the outside world. My wife was bitten. I washed the wound with water, applied herbal paste, but in the end, it was futile. His tone was steady, devoid of excessive emotion, yet it evoked a sense of melancholy in the listeners. I buried the other corpses, but she couldn't bring herself to accept it. Even knowing she was dead, it was comforting to see her face, I also thought, with so many birds in the fields and the crops not yet ripe. It would be good for her to help keep an eye on the land. Zhang Wenshu sighed, offering no consolation or further words. Silently, he lit a cigarette for himself, taking a drag in this chaotic world. Families were torn apart. It was a shared experience, and none could claim to be better off than the others. Living alone held little meaning. I have contemplated. Perhaps I should take some medicine and join everyone else. Yet, I find myself wanting to wait a little longer, to see if the world might improve. The absence of tears and sobbing signified his advanced age and the multitude of experiences he had endured. Even in sorrow, it resided merely in the depths of his profound eyes. For a moment, he fell into silence. However, Wang Zhenkai smiled and remarked, "Today, seeing all of you and knowing there are still living souls around is truly delightful. By the way, having traveled such a distance, are you hungry? I have food here. Wait a moment while I prepare a meal for you." With that, he rose and made his way indoors. Zhang Wenshu stood up, initially intending to stop him, saying that no one was hungry. After a moment's thought, he lowered his arm and approached, saying, "I will go with you. I can help cook." The others also got to their feet, ready to lend a hand. The furnishings within the house were quite modest, yet everything necessary was present. Tables, chairs, and various utensils were all accounted for, albeit in a somewhat disordered manner. The small side rooms served as the kitchen. Everyone searched for ingredients, not allowing Wang Zhenkai to lift a finger, and began preparing the meal themselves, merely asking the elderly man to sit aside and continue the conversation. They soon discovered that Old Wang's food stores were surprisingly abundant, especially the staple grains, which were stored in several large bags. These were items they had not encountered for quite some time, and the discovery filled them with delight. There was also a considerable amount of vegetables and fruits piled in the corner. Those seasonings like oil, salt, and vinegar were rather scarce. Wang Zhenkai observed the bustling young people around him, some washing vegetables, others scrubbing pots, and some fetching water. Creating a lively scene, he joined in the conversation, his eyes becoming slightly moist. A large yellow dog approached. Nudging him gently, he patted the dog's head, discreetly wiping his eyes when no one was watching. If his late wife were still alive to witness this joyous gathering, she would surely have been overjoyed as the fragrant smoke wafted in the breeze. The dining area was set outside. The chubby boy busied himself collecting stray items, while Lu Chunchen swept the ground, and Lu Lily wiped down the tables and chairs. Xue Tiantian brought the dishes over, arranging them in order, and Zhang Wenshu and the others washed their hands and served the rice to the table. They all sat together, the atmosphere vibrant and bustling, reminiscent of children returning home to share a family meal. Wang Zhenkai felt immense happiness. "What a pity," he lamented. "I had some wine, but I usually can't sleep at night without a drink. And before I knew it, it was all gone. Now that you are here, It would have been nice to share a drink. He sat at the table, feeling a twinge of regret. The young women cheerfully assured him that it was no matter, as not many cared for wine. Zhang Wanshu chuckled and said, "We can always save that for next time. We'll find some wine to enjoy properly then." The table was laden with a variety of dishes: shredded pumpkin stir-fried, diced potatoes, braised wild chicken, and a pot of fresh fish soup, with the centerpiece being a steaming pot of rice. While the vegetables and meats were familiar fare, the contact with rice and flour had been far too rare. On their last trip to the supermarket, they had found plenty of stock. Zhang Wanshu had indeed taken some, but unfortunately, it had been left behind on the journey. Moreover, the rice fields had yet to be harvested. Thus, the aroma of the cooked rice made everyone salivate, their minds instinctively conjuring images of each grain, soft and fragrant. Wang Zhengkai lifted his bowl. The meal officially commenced. The atmosphere quickly turned quiet and swift. Only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking against one another breaking the silence. Only after most had finished their first bowls did the pace slow, and the table became lively with chatter as they finally resembled a gathering. It was a peculiar sensation. They had known each other for but a brief time, yet in this moment they felt like family, devoid of any restraint. Perhaps it was the environment that fostered such feelings, amidst a world teeming with the undead. Encountering kind-hearted individuals evoked an indescribable warmth. "Old Wang, did you catch this wild chicken yourself?" Zhang Wanshu inquired curiously, gnawing on a chicken neck. Wang Zhengkai, who had eaten little himself, looked on with delight as everyone enjoyed their meal, occasionally serving more to the others, especially to the chubby boy whose bowl was overflowing. "I am too old for such feats," he replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Zhang Wanshu, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on. Wang Zhengkai clarified, "They were all caught by De Huang and the others, including the fish we had earlier. I can grow vegetables and grains without issue. But for meat, I rely on them." De Huang. "Who is that?" Lu Chunchen asked, lifting her head from her chicken. Zhang Wanshu had already guessed, pointing to the large yellow dog playing by the table. "Is it this one?" Wang Zhengkai nodded and called to the dog, tossing it a piece of bone. De Huang leaped up, swiftly catching the bone midair before trotting off to enjoy it. Lu Chunchen exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, can dogs catch fish?" She suddenly recalled the big black dog that could catch mice, hedgehogs, weasels, and fish, despite not appearing to be a special breed. Just a bit larger than average, likely an ordinary mutt. If it could catch, surely other dogs could too. Wang Zhengkai, enthused by the topic of dogs, remarked, "I have no particular hobbies in life, except for raising dogs. That was one reason I insisted on returning from the city." Zhang Wanshu and Zhao Shiqing exchanged glances instinctively. "This dog seems different," Zhang Wanshu observed, imitating Wang Zhengkai by tossing a chicken bone to the pack, which was caught by a small spotted dog. When we arrived, they surrounded us as if they were specially trained. Wang Zhengkai chuckled heartily, a mix of pride and nostalgia in his demeanor. "Of course, they had to be trained. I used to think of it as a game. And my late wife often complained about me. I was too soft-hearted to eat good food, always feeding it to the dogs. Little did I know that when the apocalypse came, it would be these little creatures that helped us survive. They are wonderful companions, fighting off the undead, keeping me safe, providing food, and alleviating my loneliness." The others listened with envy. In this chaotic world, having such loyal dogs brought warmth to their hearts. Dogs were not human. They had no ulterior motives and sought nothing from their owners, only to accompany, protect, and hope for their safety. As they chatted, they finished all the food and lingered for a while longer. When it came time to say goodbye, Wang Zhengkai felt reluctant and urged them to stay the night. Zhang Wanshu, observing the elderly man, gently explained, "We must return for the sake of our companions at the camp. If we do not come back tonight, they will worry. Although that place is somewhat remote, it is still safer than here in the mountains. We must check in for peace of mind. Now that we know this place, it will be easier to visit in the future." They encouraged Wang Zhengkai to join them, but he politely declined. He also wished to stay among the young, lively group, yet he was not yet ready to leave this patch of land. The scarecrow still stood in the fields, scaring away the birds. How could he abandon it? As they waved goodbye, the old man led his dogs to see them off, standing atop the small hill until they disappeared from view. The group turned back to see him still standing there, watching them depart until they were entirely obscured by the trees. Having eaten their fill, they strolled leisurely back, for the depths of the mountains still held vast unexplored territories. Yet today had been fruitful, especially in encountering Wang Zhangkai, and they felt content, no longer needing to pursue further adventures. Old Zhang, with his wife's remains hanging there, is that all right? Lu Chunxin pondered, recalling the scarecrow, feeling somewhat uneasy. In fact, they all felt the same. Zhang Wenshu sighed and mused. He knows in his heart. It should be fine. He is unwilling to leave with us, and I believe that is largely the reason. Wang Zhangkai was a meticulous person, deeply attached to the past, finding it hard to let go. Thus, even knowing that his wife had passed away, he was still reluctant to bury her remains. At the same time, he was not a dark or twisted soul. He hoped his zombie wife could still serve some purpose, at least to keep an eye on the crops. Even if spotted by others, he was not inclined to hide it. However, he understood that maintaining this solitary existence was one thing, while cohabitating with others was another matter entirely. No one else would agree to coexist with a zombie. Should the day come when he wished to leave this place, it would signify his intent to relinquish the past and seek new hope. Zhang Lili expressed her sadness, saying, initially, seeing the zombie felt terrifying, but as we departed, glancing back at that scarecrow, I felt only sorrow. Zhang Wenshu smiled slightly, replying, Old Wang's idea has merit. Our crops have often been pilfered by birds and beasts. Perhaps having a frightening zombie in the fields might actually serve a purpose. Yet this was merely idle talk. They did not advocate for harmonious coexistence with the undead. After all, monsters were inherently bloodthirsty and devoid of reason. One misstep could lead to casualties. Humanity was a scarce species, unable to withstand further losses. Additionally, the wildlife was evolving. While a zombie scarecrow might initially prove effective, over time, its efficacy would surely diminish. Once these creatures discerned that the zombies were immobile, they would likely lose their fear. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air as Lu Chunxin raised a hand, signaling for silence. Wild chicken? Zhang Lili's eyes sparkled with excitement as she removed her bow and arrows. However, Lu Chunxin did not respond. Instead, he crept forward cautiously. Navigating through the obscured forest, they emerged into a patch of low-lying vegetation. The rest of the group, influenced by his demeanor, slowed their pace and followed suit. A faint snorting sound reached their ears, the source of which remained a mystery, until a large white figure appeared amidst the dense foliage. Is that a pig? Zhang Lili pondered, momentarily taken aback, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Before them stood two enormous white pigs, foraging with their heads bowed, surrounded by a gaggle of piglets, all grunting as they feasted. Regardless of their size, their powerful jaws effortlessly uprooted the earth and gnawed at the roots of nearby plants. Zhang Lili was well acquainted with pigs, yet she found herself momentarily stunned. These creatures did not entirely resemble her memories. They lacked the tusks described by Zhang Wenshu in the past, but their thick fur concealed their bodies, caked with mud from frequent wallows. Suddenly, the largest of the pigs halted its snorting, seemingly sensing the presence of the onlookers. It turned its battered head, marked by scars from numerous perilous encounters. The other pig followed suit. While the piglets quickly sought refuge behind their mother, half of their bodies hidden in the underbrush, silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Shiqing and the others remained bewildered, unfamiliar with such encounters, while Zhang Wenshu wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed. Old Zhang, Lu Chunxin called softly, gripping his weapon without turning. They had captured many animals before, not counting fish and shrimp, but rabbits, wild ducks, and wild chickens were plentiful. Yet, they had no experience with such large specimens. Lu Chunxin estimated the quantity of meat present. It could sustain them for quite some time. If they could take down one of these pigs, they would need to butcher it on site, with everyone carrying a portion. However, transporting the entire carcass would prove exceedingly difficult due to its sheer size. He licked his lips, contemplating Zhang Wenshu's opinion. The latter, eyeing the pigs cautiously, whispered, "Let us slowly retreat, move gently, and find another path." Lu Chunxin responded, a hint of surprise in his voice, turning to look at that moment. Zhang Lili, following instructions, sheathed her bow and began to step back, only to slip and let out a startled yelp as she fell to the side. Lu Chunxin, startled, rushed to assist her. This action, however, shattered the standoff. Watch out! Chapter 53. Confrontation on a narrow path. The massive boar charged like a cannonball. Perhaps due to the presence of piglets, the adult beast was particularly sensitive. Despite their careful approach, A slight misstep triggered an unnecessary confrontation. Its robust form surged forward like a tank, and Lu Chunchen, unwilling to confront it head-on, pushed Zhong Lili aside, both tumbling to the ground and rolling away to evade the impact. The boar paid no heed to its surroundings, pressing relentlessly onward. Xue Tiantian glanced at the slender blade in her hand, muttered a curse, and hurriedly leaped aside. Zhang Wenshu, however, could not evade in time and thrust his spear forward. Aiming directly for the beast's face, if he could pierce its eye, it might yield some effect, but alas, this living creature was far swifter than a zombie. The spear glided harmlessly over its neck and back, failing to penetrate its tough hide. Zhang Wenshu bore the brunt of the impact, a tremendous force colliding with him, leaving him defenseless. The boar, in its momentum, hurled him into the air, and he landed unceremoniously on the ground. Dazed and disoriented, his spear flew from his grasp, landing far from him. Ignoring the pain, he turned to flee, but the boar had already pivoted and charged at him, mouth agape, ready to bite. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the scene. Hearing Zhang Wenshu's cries, they finally snapped into action, rushing to his aid. Zhong Lili notched an arrow and released it, but it merely struck the boar's back, failing to penetrate its flesh and falling to the ground. More force, aim for its belly, Xue Tiantian shouted from the sidelines. Zhong Lili prepared to shoot again but hesitated, fearful of hitting her comrades, as Zhao Shiqing and Lu Chongqing rushed forward to rescue Zhang Wenshu, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Pengdun stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Zhang Wenshu had witnessed wild boars kill wolves by goring them against trees, but he had never seen a pig attempt to bite a human. Today, however, he was unfortunate enough to experience it. Luckily, as he lunged forward, the boar's teeth grazed his pant leg instead of his thigh. Damn it! The massive pig began to thrash its head. Zhang Wenshu wished fervently for his pants to be of inferior quality, so they would tear easily. Unfortunately for him, they were exceptionally well-made. As a result, a gruesome sight unfolded. Zhang Wenshu was dragged across the ground, his body scraping against the earth. He attempted to rise and resist, but his hands found no purchase, merely tearing at a few blades of grass. At that moment, Lu Chunchen charged in. With a swift strike, he cleaved through the pig's tough hide, leaving a deep gash. The boar, unable to spare another thought for Zhang Wenshu, turned its attention to Lu Chunchen. The latter could not withstand the force and fell to the ground, losing his weapon. Yet, he was quick to react. Rolling back onto his feet, the boar barreled towards him once more, knocking him down again. Lu Chunchen tumbled and scrambled back up, barely managing to regain his footing when the pig charged him once again. The agility of a living creature was indeed incomparable to that of a lifeless zombie. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Chunchen had never felt so beleaguered. Of course, Zhang Wenshu was in an even worse predicament. Had he not been wearing a belt, he would have likely lost half his trousers, exposing himself. The battlefield descended into chaos as others armed themselves, yet dared not throw their weapons. Xue Tiantian and the others recalled their unpleasant experiences of survival in the wild. Survivors in this apocalyptic world faced myriad dangers. If a mere domesticated pig had evolved into such a ferocious beast, what of the wolves, leopards, and tigers, natural predators? Encountering them could very well result in a severed throat. Lu Chunchen was knocked down, his body leaning forward. The boar charged, lifting him off the ground. Yet, by sheer chance, he found himself sprawled across its back, reacting swiftly to clamp his legs around its body while gripping its tail tightly. Securing himself firmly, the massive pig, startled, went into a frenzy, leaping and bounding in a desperate attempt to dislodge its unwelcome passenger. Lu Chunchen roared, enduring the tumult without relinquishing his grip. This struggle with the pig left the onlookers awestruck. Lu Chunchen, unable to discern the chaos around him, shouted, "Knife! Knife!" Zhao Shiqing, finally regaining his wits, drew his dagger and charged forward. Lu Chunchen aimed to remain on the pig's back, hoping to stab it repeatedly with the knife to draw blood. The more it thrashed, the faster it would bleed. Perhaps it could be exhausted to death. However, the pig sensed the approaching threat and would not remain still. Dashing toward a massive tree, Lu Chunchen felt his body tilt and, with a loud thud, crashed against the trunk. A sharp pain pierced through him, and his legs released their hold. Though he grit his teeth and clung on as the boar surged forward, it flung Lu Chunchen off its back. He was dragged along the ground, his hands still clutching the pig's tail. Stones and branches assaulted him, causing pain to ripple through his body. Once again, the man and pig found themselves in a standoff. Racing in circles, the boar likely hoped that by dragging Lu Chunchen, it could use the stones and branches to fatally wound the insufferable human. Lu Chunchen, on the other hand, aimed to exhaust the pig's strength through his weight, ultimately turning the tide in his favor. Dust and debris flew as they raced around, leaves fluttering down. "Xiao Lu, let go!" Zhang Wanshu called out, brandishing his spear, having arrived just in time to aim for the pig's belly. However, with Lu Chunchen being dragged along, he hesitated, unwilling to strike. Sensing a new threat, the boar abruptly turned, arching its body to snap at Lu Chunchen. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Chunchen quickly released his grip and rolled aside. Yet, the boar was relentless, pursuing him as Zhang Wanshu lunged forward with his spear. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the pig's flesh, breaking through its tough hide and leaving a bloody wound. Though it did not manage to embed within its body, the boar let out a pained, furious scream, turning its gaze upon Zhang Wanshu, its eyes gleaming with malice. Zhang Wanshu's heart raced as he turned to flee. Fully aware that the boar had abandoned Lu Chunchen, now fixated on him as its new target. Like a tank rumbling past, Zhang Wanshu ran swiftly, yet could not match its speed. Barely managing to escape a few paces, a tremendous force struck him from behind, causing him to stumble uncontrollably into the thicket. The massive boar followed closely, this time aiming to bite at his neck. At that critical moment, a sow's anguished scream echoed from afar. The gigantic boar immediately snapped to attention, turning its head to see someone attacking the sow and her piglets. Enraged, it abandoned Zhang Wanshu and charged towards the source of the sound. It was the small, plump boy, who stood helplessly on the sidelines, unsure of how he could assist. Suddenly recalling that the giant boar had many piglets, he thought, if he couldn't take on the big one, could he not tackle the little ones? He rushed to attack the piglets. However, the sow stood guard, so he called upon Xue Tiantian for help. Seeing the battlefield in turmoil, Xue Tiantian felt that this plan had merit and, brandishing her sharp blade, she proceeded. The sow, intent on protecting her piglets, dared not venture far from her immediate vicinity. Though she was also large, she was soon at a disadvantage and was swiftly slashed several times by Xue Tiantian. Observing this, Zhong Lily also rushed over to assist, making things even more difficult for the sow. After being severely poked several times, she emitted a piteous cry. The boar, infuriated, dashed back. Xue Tiantian and Zhong Lily, unwilling to linger, swiftly withdrew with the small plump boy in tow. The boar returned to its family, snorting angrily, yet did not dare to stray far. Its simple mind seemed to comprehend that if it left, these disgraceful humans would seize the opportunity to slaughter its family. The group gathered at a distance, where Zhang Wanshu limped painfully, accompanied by the similarly injured Lu Chunchen. Zhang Wanshu felt a throbbing pain throughout his body. Never had he faced such difficulty, even when battling zombies, yet now he bore the grievous wounds inflicted by a mere pig. "Old Zhang, are you all right?" Lu Chunchen asked, having retrieved a long knife and holding it firmly. Despite his own injuries, his spirits remained high. After the recent skirmish, he felt he had gained a better understanding of the boar, and was more confident for the next encounter. "Enough of your nonsense. Let us go," Zhang Wanshu retorted irritably. Chapter 54. The cave. The giant boar stood guard over its family, snorting and glaring into the distance, while Zhang Wanshu led the others down a different path. Gradually distancing themselves, the skirmish concluded with both sides sustaining injuries. Zhang Wanshu entrusted his spear to the small plump boy, while he himself walked ahead, empty-handed and limping, feeling the ache in his body and occasionally groaning softly. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey was uneventful, and they encountered no further mishaps. Upon nearing the storeroom, they were met by a welcoming party. "After being away for so long, we were quite worried. What happened to you?" Sujin exclaimed, startled. Having faced numerous dangers, the group had seldom returned with such visible injuries, so they were taken aback by Zhang Wanshu's condition. He offered a wry smile, explaining, "I was gored by a pig." Sujin responded incredulously, "Why would a pig gore you? Are you some kind of cabbage?" Old Jiang and Lu Yongqiang also approached, equally astonished. Once back at the courtyard, Zhao Shiqing recounted the events, and everyone began to comprehend the situation. Exhausted from their journey, they did not linger in conversation, opting to rest in various positions. Zhang Wanshu washed up and retired early. After a thorough self-examination, he discovered only superficial wounds, which eased his mind. In this apocalyptic world, being injured was a different matter. With no hospitals in sight and scarce medical supplies, one might be left to fend for oneself. Coupled with the constant threat of zombies, those who were incapacitated faced dire consequences. The large black dog returned late that night. This often wayward creature displayed poor discipline, sneaking away without a word of farewell. Had it been present earlier, perhaps the situation could have been slightly improved. Of course, with its size, few would expect it to fare well against the giant boar. Quietly, it entered the box room, sensing an unusual atmosphere, and tiptoed lightly. After dropping its prey, a beautifully feathered wild chicken, it quickly exited the room, preferring the safety of its doghouse. Upon waking, Zhang Wanshu discovered the lifeless wild chicken lying on the ground, its neck severed. Naturally, had it been alive and spirited, the large black dog would not have dared to leave it there. Nonetheless, it had indeed brought back a decent catch, despite its lack of discipline. Lunchtime brought a grand feast, potatoes stewed with wild chicken, complemented by an abundance of dried green beans. The pot bubbled invitingly, releasing an enticing aroma. The potatoes were tender and the beans flavorful. The onlookers couldn't help but salivate. Su Zhen busied herself in the kitchen, pleased with her creation of potato stew with chicken, even finding it satisfactory herself. More delightful still, a ring of pancakes encircled the pot. Wang Zhengkai had generously provided essential supplies, having ample stock that he couldn't consume alone. Watching the young people leave with their hands full brought him immense joy, and he repeatedly urged them to return soon. Initially, Su Zhen had intended to make steamed buns, but reconsidered upon realizing that dough needed to rise first. Finding it cumbersome, she opted instead to wrap the pot with pancakes. The pancakes were both fragrant and crispy, particularly the lower portions, which soaked up the rich broth from the potato and chicken stew, making them even more delectable. As for the dried beans, they were Zhang Wanshu's favorite. Strangely enough, he didn't particularly enjoy beans when fresh, finding them bland. However, once cooked and dried, they seemed to transform into something entirely different. Stewing them with chicken or pork was simply divine. The large pot of potato and chicken stew was devoured entirely, with even the broth being sopped up with pancakes. One felt overly full. If more were available, they could certainly eat more. Leftovers were non-existent. Reflecting on their time since the onset of the apocalypse, it appeared they had not encountered any. For the next 2 days, Zhang Wanshu refrained from engaging in strenuous labor. He merely sun-dried wild vegetables at the camp, crafted some handmade items, or leisurely strolled around the storeroom. The large black dog followed him at a distance, foraging or daydreaming, rarely approaching for interaction, often gazing into the distance like a contemplative philosopher. Dressed in loose, thin clothing, Zhang Wanshu relished this newfound sense of leisure. Were it not for his injuries, which necessitated avoiding exertion, he would likely have been engaged in relentless work. He could not pinpoint the reason. Yet an undeniable sense of urgency lingered. He tirelessly attended to tasks, inspecting the area, storing food, planting and harvesting, and exercising as their numbers increased. So did his busyness, as if an invisible hand propelled him forward. These 2 days of wandering aimlessly felt surprisingly pleasant, especially since no misfortunes had occurred. Everyone still had enough to eat and drink, sleeping soundly. Should we perhaps gather some tools and deal with that pig that gored me? He inquired. The large black dog glanced at him but remained silent. Truthfully, it had been ages since he had eaten pork. Compared to wild chicken, rabbit, and rat meat, his craving for pork was stronger. Sometimes humans were peculiar. His desire for pork stemmed from a yearning for fatty meat, which chicken and rabbit did not provide. Ironically, prior to the catastrophe, he had detested fatty meat, finding it too greasy, and had never seen anyone who enjoyed it. This thought brought to mind stories his grandfather had shared about the past, when rural cooperatives would distribute meat at the year's end, and everyone dreaded receiving lean cuts, as they contained no fat. In times of scarcity, most people suffered from a lack of oil in their diets. The large black dog had been watching him closely, perhaps expecting some command or instruction. Yet, upon hearing his rambling, it lowered its ears and drifted into a daydream. Indeed, the monotonous chatter seemed to have a hypnotic effect, lulling it into a gradual slumber, its head bobbing drowsily as for the giant pig. He wondered if it would still be possible to find it later. You know, this is your flaw. When there's nothing to do, you just wander around. Yet when there's serious work to be done, you vanish without a trace. You think pretending not to understand will spare you? Don't think you can win me over with that wild chicken. I only had a tiny bit, and of course, the main blame lies with Zhong Lili, and that fool Lu Chunqing as well. Am I foolish? Why should I be blamed? Just then, Lu Chunqing and Lu Yongqiang arrived in search of him, puzzled by his words. Zhang Wenshu turned to glance at him, displaying no signs of embarrassment for speaking ill behind his back. Instead, he huffed and stated, "If you don't even know why you're being blamed, how could you not be foolish?